In the Blue Planet, within the library of Jiangnan University, Chen Tianxiu abruptly lifted his head, gasping for breath. He surveyed his surroundings, a question of existence dawning upon him. What is this place? Was he not engrossed in watching The Exorcist, Uncle Gio? Although he had begun to feel a bit drowsy, could it be that he was sleepwalking? Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure surged in his mind, as countless fragments of memories inundated his consciousness. Hiss! Chen Tianxiu gritted his teeth, continuously inhaling sharply. Those passing by regarded him with curiosity, wondering if he was unwell. "Are you all right, classmate? Is your head bothering you? Would you like to visit the infirmary?" Someone inquired. Chen Tianxiu paid no heed, but after a brief interval of about 10 seconds, his expression softened. He turned to the individual who had inquired and smiled, saying, "No need, I'm fine, just an old ailment." "Well, all right then." The person, upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's response, chose not to pursue the matter further and departed. As Chen Tianxiu retracted his smile, a bitter expression emerged. "I've actually traversed dimensions." There wasn't even a hint of it. Having assimilated the memories of his predecessor, he grasped the situation. He had crossed into a parallel world, where his former self could be considered both a separate entity and the same individual, merely traversing different timelines. This is not the crux of the matter. What is truly significant is that this world is not the same as the one from his previous life, but rather a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. The revival of spiritual energy in this world has persisted for over a millennium, and it has now reached a level of remarkable maturity, allowing everyone the opportunity to cultivate and become warriors. However, it must be noted that each individual's innate talent differs. Talents are categorized into 9 grades, with the 9th being the highest and the 1st the lowest. Those with lesser talents, regardless of their efforts in cultivation, will inevitably encounter limitations. Warrior ranks are also divided into 9 tiers, with each tier corresponding to the upper limits of a warrior's talent. In simpler terms, if one possesses a 1st grade talent, the highest they can attain is a 1st tier warrior, while those with a 9th grade talent can only aspire to become a 9th tier warrior. Although there are rare individuals who manage to transcend their innate limitations and reach higher tiers, the likelihood of such occurrences is akin to drawing 9 gold cards in a 10-fold lottery, exceedingly slim. Chen Tianxiu, possessing a 1st grade talent, is fated to face a ceiling in his cultivation, no matter how diligently he strives. Consequently, during his high school years, Chen Tianxiu relinquished his martial pursuits, opting instead to focus on the humanities and enrolling in an ordinary university in Jiangnan. If the path of a warrior proves unviable, then dedicating oneself to academic studies and securing a stable job for a peaceful life is the way to go. With a heavy heart, Chen Tianxiu let out a sigh. Was this the fate that awaited him upon his arrival in this world? In a realm where warriors reign supreme, with such meager talents, even if he were brought here, without fortuitous encounters, would he not tread the same path regardless? Ding, ding, ding. A mechanical voice resonated within Chen Tianxiu's mind. System? Chen Tianxiu paused momentarily, then his heart soared with joy. He almost forgot that a system is a standard feature for traversers. He surely possessed one as well. However, the name of this system, could it be that he was destined to command corpses? Ding! The Supreme Corpse Driving System has been successfully bound. A novice gift package has been dispatched to the system space. Please check. Host. The voice of the system echoed once more, and a panel materialized before Chen Tianxiu. Host. Chen Tianxiu race. Human cultivation. None techniques and abilities. None pills. None magic treasures. None system space. Novice gift package 1. Gazing at the panel, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. The other details were inconsequential, but the cultivation level. Was he not supposed to be a 1st-tier martial artist? In this world, every individual possesses the potential for cultivation. However, most are constrained by their innate talents. Once a student reaches the appropriate age, schools organize cultivation practices, ensuring that every student possesses at least the strength of a 1st-tier martial artist. Chen Tianxiu had devoted himself to cultivation with exceptional diligence, having long since attained the status of a 1st-tier martial artist. Yet now, his cultivation level displayed as non-existent? What could this signify? Was it possible that the system had encountered an error? Chen Tianxiu was somewhat perplexed, however, He chose to set aside his confusion for the moment and open the system space to unveil the novice gift pack. The novice gift pack was a rectangular wooden box, and upon Chen Tianxiu's opening, it instantly erupted with a dazzling golden light, blinding in its brilliance. What on earth? A golden legend. Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of nervousness. Then, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a volume of the beginner's corpse controlling secret technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining one high-grade magical artifact, the purple gold bell, and one soul-capturing bell. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a mid-grade magical artifact, the ghost-repelling whip. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a top-grade cleansing pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a corpse-controlling robe. A cascade of rewards materialized, leaving Chen Tianxiu utterly dazzled. Goodness, how could there be so many rewards? This novice gift pack is truly remarkable, Chen Tianxiu murmured. Subsequently, the volume of the beginner's corpse-controlling secret technique seamlessly integrated into his mind. With his eyes closed, Chen Tianxiu took a moment to absorb the knowledge, swiftly comprehending the technique in its entirety. This beginner's corpse-controlling secret technique not only outlined various crucial considerations for corpse control, but also constituted a genuine cultivation method. A method of celestial cultivation. By practicing this technique, he could embark on the path to immortality. Upon realizing this, Chen Tianxiu's spirits soared with elation. The path of martial arts has become constrained by the limitations of innate talent, yet the realm of immortality remains open for cultivation. Indeed, the path to becoming an immortal may surpass that of martial prowess. Setting aside the matter of combat strength, consider longevity. In this world, even the most exceptional ninth-tier warriors can expect a lifespan of no more than 2 centuries. In contrast, those who attain the golden elixir in the immortal path can easily extend their lives to 400 or 500 years. This represents a doubling of lifespan. Moreover, the subsequent stages of cultivation promise even greater rewards with each significant advancement. One's longevity can be multiplied anew. Such temptations are undeniably immense. Ding! The task of corpse guiding has been issued. Please, host, journey to the distant Green Mountains and locate the body of the eternal Empress, Qianqiu, and return her to the domain of Baiyu City. Rewards. To be determined based on the host's performance, each level of performance will yield varying rewards. Note: reward levels are categorized into 7 primary grades: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D, with fluctuations between each grade. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Upon hearing this task, Chen Tianxiu sprang to his feet. What the hell? Am I to venture to the distant Green Mountains? Is this a matter of life and death? He exclaimed in excitement. Surrounding individuals furrowed their brows, casting disapproving glances his way, as the library necessitates a serene atmosphere. Realizing his breach of decorum, Chen Tianxiu's face flushed with embarrassment. He gestured an apology to those around him before hastily gathering his books and departing the library. He recalled the words of the system that had just echoed in his mind. He truly did not anticipate that his first task would be so exhilarating. The Empress Qianqiu had been sealed by the new policy of the Dragon Kingdom over a century ago. She was a 9th-tier martial artist of formidable strength, unmatched by any in the world. However, during a confrontation with the enemy forces, the Empress fell into a trap, lured beyond the protective boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom, and subsequently vanished without a trace. Even after the conclusion of the war, the Empress Qianqiu had yet to return. Little did he know, the Empress had long since perished, having met her end amidst the vast, verdant mountains. The vast verdant mountains does not refer to a concept, but rather a specific location situated in the southeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, within the territory of Yuezhou. This mountain range, both enchanting and beautiful, extends for miles, which is why it is aptly named the Vast Verdant Mountains. Yet, this place is fraught with peril, encompassing a primordial forest. Moreover, with the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, not only have humans undergone transformation, but every creature on this planet has also been altered. Thus, there exists a species that stands in opposition to humanity, the monstrous beasts. Chapter 2. System Tasks, the Corpse Transporting Empress. As Chen Tianxiu pondered, he made his way towards his dormitory. This task was one he was determined to undertake. Having finally arrived in this extraordinary world, equipped with a system, to neglect such an opportunity would condemn him to a life of mediocrity. However, traversing the vast mountain ranges would not be an easy feat. Thus, he resolved to first enhance his strength. He possessed magical artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation techniques. It was imperative to expedite his training. Before long, Chen Tianxiu arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. The student accommodations at Jiangnan University were designed for 4 occupants. But one of his roommates had contravened the single dog union's guidelines and moved out, leaving only 2 others besides him. Among the trio, he was the most diligent in his studies, and since it was the weekend, his roommates were likely out enjoying themselves. Chen Tianxiu contemplated the nature of his chosen profession. The art of corpse transporting undoubtedly demanded significant time and was ill-suited for interaction with the living. Perhaps he should consider renting a place of his own. Upon opening the door, he found the dormitory empty. Without hesitation, he locked the door behind him and retrieved the cleansing elixir, swallowing it without a second thought. Immediately, he felt a turbulent current surge within him, coursing through his body. The sensation was both wondrous and pleasurable, surpassing the delight of any hormone released tenfold. To his surprise, the process of cleansing was not the agonizing experience often depicted in novels of his past life. Instead, it was profoundly enjoyable. Soon after, a plethora of thick, black impurities surfaced on his skin, the remnants of the cleansing process. Chen Tianxiu inhaled deeply, nearly retching his breakfast. How could such a foul substance exist within him? This was quite unbearable for someone with a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, prompting him to hastily retreat to the bathroom. After cleansing himself, Chen Tianxiu felt invigorated, his entire being brimming with a newfound vitality. This sensation was distinct from the strength cultivated by martial practitioners, who initially focus on enhancing their physicality, much like developing muscle. Instead, this felt akin to an ethereal energy. Could it be spiritual energy? A wave of elation washed over him as he recalled the secrets of the corpse-transporting techniques he had recently grasped, realizing he understood the path to his cultivation. The first step in cultivating this energy was to absorb it into his body. Only by successfully drawing in this spiritual essence and subsequently transforming it into spiritual power could he attain true mastery. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tianxiu summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chen Tianxiu. Race, human. Cultivation level, 3 layers of qi cultivation. Techniques, basic corpse transporting secret art. Pills, none. Treasure, golden bell. Soul capturing bell, ghost repelling whip. System space, corpse transporting robe. System task, locate the remains of the Empress of 1,000 autumns and return her to her ancestral home. 3 layers of qi cultivation. Astonishment flooded Chen Tianxiu as he gazed at the cultivation level. He had not formally trained. He had merely consumed a single cleansing pill and achieved the remarkable level of 3 layers of qi cultivation. Was it truly this potent? Additionally, he sensed that his 5 senses had sharpened considerably. He could even hear the muffled sounds of someone next door indulging in a film, despite the bathroom walls and distance. Unquestionably, this system was extraordinary. Chen Tianxiu broke into a smile. Subsequently, he donned a fresh set of clothes and tidied up his belongings. After a moment's contemplation, he left a note on the table for his roommate, requesting a leave of absence on his behalf. Once these tasks were completed, he exited the dormitory and hailed a taxi bound for Jiangnan Airport. Although it felt somewhat reckless to venture into the vast expanse of the mountains without proper preparation, he resolved to address other matters upon arrival. I, Chen Tianxiu, have come to the boundless green mountains, he murmured with unwavering determination. A day later, a taxi came to a halt in a quaint little town. A young man alighted, gazing somewhat vacantly at the scenery beyond the town. A mere 10 miles away lay an imposing mountain range, renowned for its pristine beauty, resembling a natural treasure of the earth. Between the mountains and the town flowed a wide, tumultuous river, the mother river of the Dragon Kingdom, its waters rushing violently, making it difficult for boats to maintain their balance. Indeed, the boundless green mountains are breathtaking, Chen Tianxiu remarked softly. In just one day, he had flown from Jiangnan Airport to the provincial capital of Yuezhou, and from there, he procured a ticket to Qingchuan County. Now, he stood at the very foot of the boundless green mountains. However, the sight before him suggested that crossing these mountains might prove challenging. After all, a broad river, spanning several miles, lay in between. and he had yet to spot any bridges. This must be the only entrance, right? Have I arrived at the correct location? Chen Tianxiu pondered, furrowing his brow. During his journey, he had researched online about the entry points into the boundless Green Mountains. Given that the area is an untouched forest teeming with numerous mythical beasts, the government had cordoned off much of the surrounding land, leaving only a few designated access points. The most recent entry he discovered was in the quaint town of Shuilu, Qingchuan County. Yet, this place hardly resembled an entrance. Chen Tianxiu shook his head. Having arrived, he felt compelled to inquire further. Moreover, venturing into the mountains necessitated the preparation of essential supplies, leaving aside the threat of ferocious beasts. The primitive forest itself posed myriad dangers. After wandering around the town for a while, he stumbled upon a modest inn. The establishment appeared rather austere, constructed from earthen bricks and tiles. Were it not for the sign indicating it was an inn, he would scarcely have recognized it as such. Upon entering, he found a lean old man seated on a bench, mending fishing nets. The moment the elder spotted Chen Tianxiu, a smile broke across his face. He wiped his hands on his clothing and rose to greet him. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay?" "Indeed, sir." "How much do you charge per day?" Chen Tianxiu inquired with a smile. "Haha, it's quite reasonable, just 10 yuan a day, which includes 2 meals." The old man replied cheerfully. Hearing this price, Chen Tianxiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not merely affordable, but astonishingly cheap. Being merely a student, he had already depleted most of his funds during his journey by plane and car, leaving him with less than 300 yuan. Thus, this inn was precisely what he sought. Not one to be overly pampered, he required only a clean bed. Everything else was of little concern, especially since meals were included. "Very well, sir. I would like to rent a room for 2 days, Chen Tianxiu said with a smile, retrieving 20 yuan in change from his pocket and handing it to the old man. The elderly gentleman rubbed his hands together, accepting the 20 yuan, then turned to Chen Tianxiu and remarked, "It has been quite a while since any young people visited our waterflow town. Just recently, 2 have arrived. How remarkable indeed. Is it a holiday? You came to take a look?" With a smile, Chen Tianxiu responded, "Indeed, I would like to inquire about something, if I may." "Young man, feel free to ask. In Waterflow Town, I am well acquainted with all matters." The old man cheerfully replied as he tucked the money away. "That is reassuring. I wish to know how one might reach the mountains on the other side," Chen Tianxiu inquired politely. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted to one of peculiarity as he regarded Chen Tianxiu. "Are you also seeking to venture to the Wanli Qingshan?" Chen Tianxiu seized upon the word also. Could it be that others were planning a journey to the Wanli Qingshan at this time? Indeed, prior to your arrival, a young lady inquired about it as well. She has since departed, and I have no knowledge of her whereabouts, the old man affirmed with a nod. Though Chen Tianxiu felt a twinge of curiosity, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, the Wanli Qingshan was known for its abundant resources, and despite the presence of monstrous beasts, many formidable warriors were drawn to its depths. "Very well, then. Do you know how one might cross over?" Chen Tianxiu pressed further. The old man grinned broadly, extending 2 fingers and rubbing them together. Observing this gesture, Chen Tianxiu couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Oh dear sir, where has your earlier warmth and kindness gone?" he thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, he understood that acquiring information often came at a price. With a resigned sigh, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a 50 yuan note, placing it in the old man's hand, even as he felt a pang of regret. The elderly man, upon seeing wealth, beamed with joy and promptly stowed it away. "Now, can you enlighten me?" Chen Tianxiu inquired with a darkened expression. The old man cleared his throat and replied, "The passage to the other side is quite simple. Just take a boat." Chen Tianxiu's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the old man's face, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me? With such a torrential river, you suggest crossing by boat. Are you courting danger?" Unfazed, the old man waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not scrutinize me. I speak nothing but the truth. However, the vessel is not an ordinary boat, but that of a ferryman." "Ferryman?" Chen Tianxiu echoed in surprise. Though unfamiliar with such a figure, he had heard mention of them, information not from this world, but from a past life. The ferryman, akin to the corpse transporter, belonged to an ancient profession. Legends spoke of the ferryman's boat traversing the river of the dead to the netherworld. Chen Tianxiu was astonished to discover that even in this world, where spiritual energy had revived, the ferryman still existed. "Where might I find a ferryman?" He pressed further. The old man smiled mysteriously and replied, "Far away in the distance, yet close at hand." Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in realization as he gazed at the old man's wrinkled visage. "You are the ferryman?" The old man nodded in affirmation. Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable figure upon arriving in the waterflow town. "Old man, when can you take me to the other side?" he inquired eagerly. "It won't be long. I could take you across even now, but," he added, "it will cost you more." The elderly man spoke in a deep voice. "Chen Tianxiu, very well, your reasoning is sound and persuasive. Money, indeed, is a valuable asset." Chen Tianxiu inquired, "How much do you charge for a ride?" The old man appraised Chen Tianxiu for a moment and replied, "It's a modest business. 100 yuan, no bargaining." Upon hearing this figure, Chen Tianxiu exhaled in relief, grateful that he could afford it. However, after deducting the cost of the boat fare, he found that his remaining funds were quite meager. How unfortunate. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu engaged in a few more conversations with the elderly man to finalize the itinerary before entering a simple room. The room was quite rudimentary, containing only a bed and a table. There was nothing else, though it was relatively clean. After a long day of travel, Chen Tianxiu felt a bit fatigued. He casually placed his backpack on the table and lay down on the bed for a brief rest. Before long, as dusk began to settle, a knock sounded at his door. "Young man, it's time for dinner," came the old man's voice from outside. Chen Tianxiu immediately opened his eyes and responded, "I'll be there shortly." After a brief respite, he felt rejuvenated. He then stepped out of his room and into the living area, where the elderly man was setting the table. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. At a glance, Chen Tianxiu noticed that all 4 dishes appeared to be fish. In our Shui Lu town, situated by the Yellow River, it is only natural that we thrive on the bounty of the river. Every household has developed its own unique fishing techniques, making fish a staple of our diet. The elderly man explained with a smile, noticing Chen Tianxiu's curiosity. "What remarkable skills you possess." Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. The waters of the Yellow River flow with such rapidity, and yet one can still fish within its depths. This remarkable skill alone is truly astonishing. Come, sit down and partake in a meal. Sample the culinary prowess of this old man, the elder graciously invited. "Very well," Chen Tianxiu nodded, just about to take a seat when suddenly a figure glided past him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that was most delightful. "Grandfather, are we having fish again tonight? I already gave you money to purchase some other meat, didn't I?" A voice, as melodious as a golden oriole, chimed in. The young woman wrinkled her nose slightly, as if expressing mild disdain. The elder, upon hearing her words, appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Ah, I forgot. Alas, at my age, I often tend to forget things. Young lady, please bear with me. I shall certainly go shopping tomorrow." "Well, since it is already prepared, we cannot let it go to waste." The young woman conceded with a resigned nod. Chen Tianxiu stared at her in a daze for quite some time. This woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, an alluring figure, and long legs that would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Moreover, he recognized her as Li Qingwan, the belle of the dance department at Jiangnan University, who held a revered status among the single men of the campus. Although there was no official ranking of campus beauties, if one were to randomly inquire among the single gentlemen of Jiangnan University about their ideal goddess, approximately 80% would name Li Qingwan. However, Chen Tianxiu found it peculiar that Li Qingwan had come to this place. Furthermore, based on the elder's earlier comments, could it be that the young girl who inquired about traveling to the distant Qingshan was indeed Li Qingwan? At this moment, Li Qingwan also lifted her gaze to glance at Chen Tianxiu. After returning in the afternoon, her uncle had informed her that another guest had checked into the homestay, but she hadn't given it much thought. However, now, upon observing Chen Tianxiu, he appeared somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. "Young man, why are you staring blankly? Are you so captivated by Miss Li's beauty that you've lost your senses?" her uncle remarked with a sly grin. Chen Tianxiu felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, scratching the back of his head as he chuckled. "Haha, you're absolutely right, uncle. This young lady is indeed stunning, which is why I couldn't help but steal a few glances." In this situation, acknowledging the truth seemed far more gracious than timidly denying it, although one must possess a thick skin to do so. Li Qingwan's face flushed slightly upon hearing his words, yet she paid it little mind, not uttering a single word. Chen Tianxiu then took a seat on the bench, preparing for their meal. With only the 3 of them in the homestay, they all shared the same table for dining. Her uncle served them both bowls of white rice and then sat down, saying, "I've calculated the timing. Tomorrow around 3 in the afternoon will be the best time to cross the river. At that hour, the Yellow River will be calm, with minimal risk of capsizing. You two should also make your preparations." Upon hearing this, both Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan nodded seriously in agreement. Chapter 4. I am truly a corpse courier, this young gentleman. What brings you to the distant Green Mountains? During the meal, Li Qingwan inquired curiously. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Chen Tianxiu, as if she had seen him recently, though the memory eluded her. Of course, this was merely one of the reasons. She observed Chen Tianxiu, so youthful yet preparing to venture into the vast Green Mountains. Could it be that his intentions mirrored her own, seeking experience? In this world, although warriors are powerful and invaluable, they also face great peril. Beyond the clashes between nations, there lies the strife between warriors and beasts. These beasts are sworn enemies of humanity. Despite the current dominance of humans on Blue Star, the beasts occasionally organize surges to assault human territories. Although modern weaponry exists, it inflicts little damage on the beasts unless wielded with extraordinary might, such as that of an RPG. Nuclear weapons could prove effective, yet their radiation is lethally harmful to humans and equally devastating to beasts, potentially leading to the evolution of a few whose newfound strength and capabilities render them formidable adversaries. Thus, nuclear arms should be employed only in dire circumstances. At this juncture, the significance of warriors becomes apparent. However, to evolve into a powerful warrior, one must engage in battles with these beasts. Possessing skills without combat experience can be a fatal flaw. Therefore, Li Qingwan's journey to the vast Green Mountains was indeed for training. Moreover, if fortune favored her, she might also discover some rare resources to bring back, ensuring no loss in her endeavor. As for me, I intend to. Chen Tianxiu was about to concoct a casual excuse to evade the inquiry when suddenly, the system's voice resonated in his ear. "Ding, please acknowledge your profession. Although the work of a corpse handler is the dirtiest, the identity is esteemed." Chen Tianxiu. Goodness, attempting to conceal one's identity, yet failing to do so? Nevertheless, as the system indicates, there is no shame in revealing the identity of a corpse herder. He aids the lost souls wandering in the wilderness, guiding them back to their rightful resting places, and ought to be revered. Chen Tianxiu inhaled deeply, set down his chopsticks, and met Li Qingwan's gaze earnestly, declaring, "I intend to become a corpse herder." What? Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan furrowed her brow. A corpse herder? Although this world has experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, the course of history has remained largely unchanged, with the existence of corpse herders being a part of the past. However, we now inhabit modern times, and the legends of corpse herders have long faded into obscurity. Furthermore, so-called experts frequently debunk these tales, asserting that corpse herders are mere fabrications, lacking any basis in reality. Such beliefs have deeply rooted themselves in the minds of the populace. You claim you wish to traverse the vast Green Mountains as a corpse herder? You are a corpse herder? The elderly man nearby also set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Indeed, I am a corpse herder. Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation. The elder, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "Young man, instead of pursuing proper studies, you have taken to deceit. Corpse herders have vanished for centuries. Their legends have not been heard in modern times. Moreover, typically, only those of peculiar and unseemly appearance can assume such roles. Your handsome visage fails to meet even this primary criterion." The elder, being a ferryman and part of the ancient professions, possessed some knowledge of other traditional trades, so his awareness was not surprising. Chen Tianxiu felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment upon hearing these words. How infuriating to have his identity as Jiangnan's Peng Yuyan exposed. Li Qingwan, listening to the elder's comments, was equally astonished. Though this world possesses extraordinary capabilities, the notion of spirits and deities remains absent. The profession of a corpse herder is but a mystical relic of history. In other words, this world also adheres to scientific principles. You may choose not to speak, and I shall not hold it against you. Yet deception is not permissible, Li Qingwan remarked, tilting her chin towards Chen Tianxiu. With a wry smile, Chen Tianxiu thought to himself, alas, even the truth goes unacknowledged. Nonetheless, he truly is a corpse herder. Sighing, he resigned himself to her disbelief and waved his hand dismissively. The elder cast a sidelong glance at Chen Tianxiu but refrained from further comment. Although his opinion of Chen Tianxiu had diminished somewhat, dinner was soon concluded, and everyone retreated to their respective chambers. However, before long, a knock resonated at Chen Tianxiu's door. Puzzled as to who sought him, he opened the door to find Li Qingwan standing there. She peered curiously into the room, then turned to Chen Tianxiu with a smile. "May I come in for a moment?" she inquired. Upon hearing her request, Chen Tianxiu's expression turned serious. "No," he replied firmly. Goodness, a solitary man and woman alone in a room. What if she intended to make advances? What would become of his reputation if word got out? Li Qingwan was taken aback. Throughout her life, few men had ever denied her requests. Yet this time she faced a resolute refusal. "Is there something you wish to discuss? You may do so here," Chen Tianxiu suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Can't we talk inside?" Li Qingwan pressed, her determination evident. "If you remain silent, I shall close the door," Chen Tianxiu warned, his demeanor stern. Wait a moment. All right, I shall speak here." Li Qingwan found herself at a loss with him. Chen Tianxiu paused his actions, crossed his arms, and prepared to hear what she had to say. Observing his demeanor, Li Qingwan did not hesitate and began. "You are a martial artist as well, aren't you? Are you planning to venture into the Wanli Qingshan for training? We could accompany each other and provide mutual support." When she arrived, she had extended invitations to her friends. However, upon hearing the mention of Wanli Qingshan, they all recoiled in fear. After all, Wanli Qingshan was a haven for monstrous beasts, and those lacking strength were merely courting death. Thus, Li Qingwan found herself alone, but unexpectedly encountered Chen Tianxiu, leading her to consider inviting him as a companion. Upon hearing her words, Chen Tianxiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding, "No, I prefer solitude. Moreover, I am not venturing for training. I am going to collect corpses." As a corpse collector, he deemed it essential to maintain an air of mystery. And given that he intended to delve into the depths of Wanli Qingshan, it would indeed be inconvenient to bring Li Qingwan along. You again. If you do not wish to go, then do not go. Why speak of collecting corpses?" Li Qingwan's brows furrowed, and she pouted slightly. "Believe it or not," Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. Li Qingwan gazed at his expression. A sudden urge to act arose within her, yet she restrained herself after a moment's reflection. "Very well, I shall go alone," she declared, tossing her ponytail before turning to leave. However, at that moment, Chen Tianxiu called out to her. Wait." Hearing this, Li Qingwan felt a flicker of delight within her heart, thinking, "You were so stubborn. Are you changing your mind now? What is it, Master Corpse Driver?" Li Qingwan remarked with a teasing tone, her voice trailing off as she turned. Chen Tianxiu paid her little mind, extending his hand and asking, "Could you lend me 500 yuan? I promise to return it later." Li Qingwan was taken aback. Chapter 5. Drawing talismans upon returning to her room. Li Qingwan found herself increasingly agitated. How could such a person exist in this world? It was one thing not to wish to join her in her endeavors, but to audaciously ask a stranger for 500 yuan, and to claim he would repay her 100-fold in the future? If he needed to borrow 500 now, how could he ever manage to repay 100 times that later? She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. Yet, she began to question her own sanity for having inexplicably agreed to lend Chen Tianxiu the money. It was utterly absurd. However, 500 yuan was not a substantial amount for her. She thought, let it be. If he did not repay her, she would consider it a loss. Resolving to think no more of it, she reminded herself that she needed to catch a boat to the distant mountains the following day and should rest early to restore her energy. Meanwhile, in Chen Tianxiu's room, he contemplated how to utilize the 500 yuan in his possession. He had little choice. He was genuinely impoverished, and in this world, he was undeniably the archetypal protagonist. As a member of one of the most mysterious factions across the realms, originating from an orphanage, this was no trivial matter. He found himself lacking in means to acquire money, and fortuitously encountering Li Qingwan provided a solution: borrow now and repay later. Indeed, one must possess a thick skin to engage in such transactions. With that thought, Chen Tianxiu settled onto his bed, adopting a cross-legged position, and began his cultivation. His practice was of the celestial path. Sleeping was out of the question. How could one cultivate if they were asleep? Only warriors require sleep, for they possess twice the time of ordinary individuals to enhance their abilities. This is the essence of disparity. After a night of silence, as dawn's light began to break, the elder called Chen Tianxiu for breakfast. Chen Tianxiu withdrew from his cultivation and made his way to the living room. At that moment, Li Qingwan emerged from her room. Upon seeing Chen Tianxiu, she let out a soft huff, pouted her lips, and disregarded him, proceeding directly to the dining table. The elder had not procured any vegetables, so breakfast consisted of fish. While the taste was delightful, Chen Tianxiu understood why Li Qingwan insisted the elder buy meat yesterday. Eating fish daily is hardly bearable. After finishing breakfast, Chen Tianxiu ventured out to procure some portable food and drinking water in the town. These supplies were essential for entering the vast mountainous region. Although the mountains were rich in resources, Chen Tianxiu's cultivation level was modest, and he dared not wander indiscriminately. However, he was somewhat vexed to find that someone was following closely behind him. Wherever Chen Tianxiu went, she followed. With a resigned expression, he turned around and said sternly, "Hey, what do you think you're doing following me? Are you lusting after my body, plotting something nefarious?" Li Qingwan was taken aback by his words, then retorted angrily, "What are you talking about? Who's lusting after you? Besides, this path isn't yours to claim. I can go wherever I please." "Well, you're right. So, do you intend to accompany me to whichever shop I choose?" Chen Tianxiu nodded, then pointed to a coffin shop on his left. Li Qingwan glanced around, observing that the coffin shop was shrouded in a dim gloom. Even with the sun shining brightly outside, the atmosphere within remained unsettling, almost eerie. "Of course I will go. It's merely a coffin shop. What is there to fear?" Li Qingwan insisted stubbornly. Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly and replied, "All right." He then disregarded her further and walked straight toward the coffin shop. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingwan stealthily followed him. Her curiosity propelled her forward. For the practice of corpse transportation had always been shrouded in mystery, and she was a girl with a keen sense of wonder. Although she suspected Chen Tianxiu might be deceiving her, she pondered, what if it were true? Meanwhile, upon reaching the coffin shop, Chen Tianxiu noticed an elderly man seated at the entrance, engaged in carving wood. The old man looked up with intrigue as the two young visitors approached. "Young folks, what can I assist you with?" he inquired. Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile, "Good sir, do you have any yellow talisman paper and vermilion? Also, do you possess any aged peachwood?" The elder regarded Chen Tianxiu thoughtfully, offering no further questions, and nodded, "Yes, please wait a moment while I fetch them." With that, the old man rose and made his way to the back of the shop. At this juncture, Li Qingwan asked, "Hey, are you buying these items to draw talismans?" Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation. For corpse transportation, talismans are indeed essential. The basics of the technique are all detailed in the introductory texts. "Is it really that impressive? When will you draw them?" Li Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment. Having seen talismans depicted in ghost films before, she recognized their seemingly chaotic designs. Yet she understood that the art of talisman drawing adhered to principles of order and aesthetics. Moreover, it is essential to execute the incantation in a single stroke. For this is common knowledge. If Chen Tianxiu were indeed proficient in drawing talismans, could it be that he is truly a corpse handler? Not long after, the elderly gentleman emerged from the back room, carrying a black plastic bag, the contents obscured from view. He placed the bag upon the table, revealing several bundles of slightly faded yellow talismans, along with a pouch of vermilion powder and a brush smeared with the same. These were relics of the past, long unused. "However, young man, do you possess the skill to utilize such items? If so, I shall gift them to you," remarked the old man, furrowing his brow as he looked at Chen Tianxiu. "Oh, such a delightful offer." Chen Tianxiu responded, feeling a flicker of joy. In his recollection, these items held little monetary value, yet given his current state of impoverishment, every saving counted. "I assure you, I am capable, otherwise I would not have sought them. Allow me to demonstrate by drawing a talisman right here." Chen Tianxiu smiled. "Ah, splendid. It has been ages since anyone has employed such traditional skills. Should you excel, I shall also provide you with a piece of peachwood free of charge," the old man replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Yet, hidden within his words was a subtle trap. Mere proficiency would not suffice. One must excel. The price of aged peachwood is undoubtedly steep. Chen Tianxiu's expression turned serious. Although this was his inaugural attempt at drawing talismans, he was determined to showcase his true abilities. "Drawing a talisman on the spot. Excellent." Li Qingwan interjected, her excitement palpable. This moment was pivotal for discerning the authenticity of Chen Tianxiu's claims. A genuine corpse handler would undoubtedly possess the skill to draw talismans. If he could not, then he would be revealed as a fraud. Chen Tianxiu cast a sidelong glance at her, but chose not to elaborate further. He then retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, pouring half a capful into the lid before sprinkling some cinnabar onto it. He picked up the cinnabar brush, swirling the tip in the cap for a moment to moisten and sharpen it. Li Qingwan proactively produced a piece of yellow talisman paper, laying it meticulously on the table. Her gaze fixed intently on Chen Tianxiu's actions without a flicker of distraction. Chen Tianxiu, undeterred, lifted the cinnabar brush, channeling his internal spiritual energy to enhance the brush's tip. Subsequently, the tip descended onto the yellow paper, flowing gracefully as he drew, his speed remarkable. In less than 10 breaths, the tip lifted from the table, and the talisman was complete. Chapter 6. Departure. The old man and Li Qingwan stared wide-eyed at the talisman on the table, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Though one character appeared somewhat wild in its strokes, it was discernibly a character of fixation, and astonishingly, a faint luminescence emanated from the talisman, as if it truly harbored formidable power. More incredibly, Chen Tianxiu had managed to create the talisman with such swiftness and fluidity. Wow, you can really draw talismans? Are you truly a corpse chaser? Li Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Chen Tianxiu. Chen Tianxiu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "When did I ever say I wasn't?" At that moment, his palms were slightly damp with perspiration. The talisman he had drawn was known as the corpse fixation talisman. As the name suggests, it is a talisman designed to immobilize wandering corpses. Although it was his first attempt and somewhat clumsy, he was grateful for his complete understanding of the basic corpse-chasing techniques, which prevented him from failing. "Wait, young lady, what did you just say? Did you imply that he is a corpse chaser?" The elderly gentleman, upon hearing those words, rose to his feet in excitement and promptly inquired. Li Qingwan, noticing the old man's fervor, felt a twinge of curiosity but nodded and replied, "He mentioned it himself." The old man then turned his gaze toward Chen Tianxiu, sizing him up with scrutiny, and furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. Typically, those who guide the dead bear an unsightly appearance. You, young man, are quite handsome, thus you cannot possibly be one of them, the elderly man declared solemnly. Chen Tianxiu remained silent, casting his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. While it was universally acknowledged that he possessed striking looks, it should not lead to doubts about his profession. With a soft laugh, Li Qingwan could not contain herself at the old man's remark, for it echoed what the ferryman had said the previous evening. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. I shall not concern myself with whether you are indeed a guide of the dead. Since you have crafted these talismans with such skill, take them with you. Also, this aged peach wood, do take it as well." Being a man of his word, the old man then produced a piece of peach wood, approximately 3 feet in length, from an unknown place behind him. The wood was a deep yellow hue, unmistakably aged. Chen Tianxiu accepted the peach wood with both hands and said, "Thank you kindly, sir. Well, if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. It is inauspicious for the living to linger in this place for too long," the elderly man advised with a nod. "Very well, then. We shall take our leave, sir," Chen Tianxiu replied courteously. He proceeded to stow the yellow talisman paper and other items into his backpack before turning to depart. Li Qingwan greeted the elderly man before continuing to follow Chen Tianxiu. The old man gazed at their departing figures, momentarily lost in thought, then shook his head with a wry smile, muttering, "A corpse transporter. How could they suddenly reappear after vanishing for centuries?" Meanwhile, Chen Tianxiu had nearly finished procuring supplies in the town. His backpack, not overly large, could adequately accommodate provisions for approximately 5 days, and with some conservation, it might last 7 or 8. "Hey, are you truly preparing to stay in the Wanjia Qingshan for several days with all these supplies?" Li Qingwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Wanjia Qingshan was fraught with peril, and she intended to remain there for merely a day or two, hence her modest supply purchases. Observing Chen Tianxiu's preparations, it was evident he anticipated a much longer stay. Chen Tianxiu glanced at her and replied, "I'm not certain." "What? Not certain?" Li Qingwan was taken aback. What kind of response was that? Not even knowing how long he planned to stay? Chen Tianxiu felt helpless. Indeed, he had no idea how long he would remain there. The duration depended entirely on how long it would take to locate the corpse of the Empress and retrieve it. With bad luck, he might even perish within those confines. However, this was the system's first task, and he had to see it through. The future and the present had to be gambled upon. After all, what if a bicycle transformed into a motorcycle? Well, enough about that. Could you enlighten me on where you learned your talisman drawing techniques? Which talismans are effective? Please show me. Li Qingwan inquired, her hands clasped behind her back, a pair of dimples appearing as she smiled. Chen Tianxiu shot her a glance and replied, "It's a trade secret. I cannot divulge." As he spoke, he quickened his pace towards the guest house. Li Qingwan stood frozen for several seconds upon hearing this, her face flushing crimson. She stamped her foot in frustration and declared, "Humph, if you choose not to speak, then I shan't be eager to listen." Upon returning to the guest house, Chen Tianxiu confined himself to his room. He needed to inscribe talismans. If he did not do so now, he would have no opportunity to create them once they reached the distant mountains. This bag of yellow talisman paper contained a total of 3 dozen, with approximately 100 sheets in each dozen. However, not every talisman could be successfully crafted. This depended on the fluidity and rhythm of the brush strokes, as well as the infusion of spiritual energy. Without the enhancement of spiritual power, one could not produce genuine talismans. Chen Tianxiu took a deep breath and began his work. Time swiftly passed, and the elderly gentleman had prepared lunch, coming to knock on his door. After their meal, they would set forth on their journey. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu set down his brush, exhaling a sigh of relief as he gazed at the table laden with talismans, a faint smile gracing his lips. Out of the 3 dozen sheets of yellow talisman paper, he had utilized 2 dozen, successfully crafting 108 talismans, a truly auspicious number. The creation of these talismans had left him utterly fatigued, and his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. After lunch, he would need to rest thoroughly. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived punctually at the banks of the Yellow River. The river appeared somewhat calmer than before, yet it remained turbulent. The waves relentlessly crashed against the shore, as if showcasing their formidable power. At one point along the bank, a small wooden boat was moored. The old man approached it and turned to Chen Tianxiu, saying, "Come lend me a hand." Chen Tianxiu gazed at the wooden vessel, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke, "Old man, are we really crossing the river in this boat? This small craft seems likely to capsize with even the slightest wave. Can it truly navigate the vast Yellow River?" Li Qingwan echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, old man, this boat appears far too diminutive. Will it even float?" Upon hearing their remarks, the old man puffed out his cheeks in indignation and retorted, "Hey, you 2 youngsters, do you underestimate my skills as a ferryman? I have been earning my living this way for decades, and I have never once capsized. Will you cross or not? If not, you may as well return and find your grand vessel." "Yes, we will cross. Please do not be upset. We merely lack experience," Chen Tianxiu quickly interjected with a smile. It was all in jest. Without this boat, where could he possibly find a larger one? There were no fishing boats in the vicinity, just this old man's small craft. Although he felt uncertain about the vessel's stability, if the old man truly was an adept ferryman, then crossing the Yellow River should indeed pose no issue. "Yes, old man. We will board. We will board," Li Qingwan added hastily. "Humph, if you are to board, lend a hand. It shall soon be time. If we wait any longer, the winds will pick up." The old man, not wanting to dwell on the 2 youngsters' doubts, huffed softly. "All right," Chen Tianxiu promptly replied, assisting the old man in pushing the boat into the river. Curiously, once the small vessel entered the water and was met with the crashing waves, it rocked only slightly, as if the river were remarkably calm. Seeing this, both Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan felt considerably reassured. Without further ado, the boat remarkably glided smoothly upon the Yellow River, indicating a safe passage ahead. Subsequently, the old gentleman leaped onto the vessel, wielding the pole to steer, followed closely by Chen Tianxiu and another companion. "You 2, hold on tightly, and be careful not to fall overboard," the old man instructed with a serious expression. Chen Tianxiu and his companion nodded in agreement and firmly grasped the edge of the boat. Observing this, the old man took up the pole, assumed a stable stance, and forcefully pushed against the riverbank. In the next instant, the small boat surged forward like a dagger slicing through the water, making its way towards the opposite shore. Chapter 7. The River God Blocks the Path. A poem for passage. Though diminutive in size, the boat moved with remarkable speed, traversing several hundred meters through the turbulent waters in the blink of an eye. "Impressive, old man. Your speed rivals that of a yacht," Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, this is my signature skill. How could it not be swift?" The old man, pleased by the praise, puffed up with pride. Chen Tianxiu, observing the old man deftly maneuvering the 5 to 6 meter long pole, was filled with curiosity. The Yellow River's depth must be several dozen meters. How could such a short pole suffice? "Children, We are about to reach the river's center. Hold on tight, the old man advised. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu and Li Qinghuan nodded and began to scan their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed a faint white mist enveloping the area. The once clear view of the distant green mountains became obscured, rendering it somewhat hazy. Old man, why has the mist suddenly appeared? Li Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. They set off at 3 in the afternoon, when the sun was shining brightly, with no sign of fog. I understand, no need for you to speak. I shall handle this, the elderly man stated calmly, without a hint of urgency. He then reached into his waistband and took a handful of yellow grains, which he cast into the river. In the presence of purity, the world remains untainted. Uncertain of the destination, I merely drift here, he recited softly. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool emerged before the boat, measuring approximately 50 to 60 meters across. Chen Tianxiu and Li Qinghuan were taken aback. If they were drawn in, the vessel and its occupants would surely meet a dire fate. However, the old man remained unperturbed, steering the small boat directly into the whirlpool. Grandfather, Li Qinghuan exclaimed in concern, but Chen Tianxiu swiftly covered her mouth. Do not fret. Trust in the old man's abilities, he replied with a serious expression. Now the small boat had entered the whirlpool, and its formidable pull was dragging them in, rendering any chance of escape impossible. Yet, the old man appeared to have anticipated this, as he showed no sign of distress, remaining remarkably composed. This indicated that he possessed a profound confidence. Li Qinghuan furrowed her brow at this thought, but nodded nonetheless. She had never encountered a scene like this before. Anyone in her position would feel a surge of exhilaration. However, as Chen Tianxiu had advised, all they could do now was trust the old man. He offered no explanation, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the whirlpool. Before long, the small boat circled the whirlpool 2 or 3 times, yet it remained unscathed by the pull of the center, while the whirlpool itself began to diminish in size. Once the whirlpool vanished, the surrounding hazy white mist eerily dissipated as well. At this moment, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Tianxiu and the others, chuckling. Were you frightened just now? A bit, Chen Tianxiu nodded in response. Elder, what was that just now? How could such a strange whirlpool suddenly appear? Li Qinghuan inquired hastily, her curiosity piqued. Chen Tianxiu mirrored her curiosity, looking toward the elder. The elder smiled mysteriously and said, do you know what poem I recited earlier? The two pondered the lines of the poem the elder had just recited. It was indeed quite well written, but nothing extraordinary. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and remarked, could it be that the elder was reciting a borrowing poem? Upon hearing this, the elder cast a curious glance at Chen Tianxiu and replied, I didn't expect you to understand this. Quite impressive. What is a borrowing poem? Li Qinghuan asked. Chen Tianxiu looked at her and explained, a borrowing poem is a verse recited for the ancient river deity, serving as a means of communication between humans and the deity. In order for our boat to cross the river without disturbing the ancient river deity, we must adopt a humble stance, engage in communication, and offer tributes to gain passage. Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's explanation, Li Qinghuan's eyes widened. Although she did not fully grasp the specifics, she understood that to cross the river, one must pay homage to the ancient river deity. If they had not made such offerings, they likely would have been swept into the whirlpool just moments ago. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, Li Qinghuan would never have believed that such a miraculous event could occur in this world. You seem to know quite well. I almost suspect that you might indeed be a corpse chaser. The old man squinted at Chen Tianxiu and remarked. Chen Tianxiu smiled and replied, there is no need for doubt. I truly am. The old man chuckled lightly, saying, well then, you mentioned you are off to chase corpses in the distant green mountains. If you truly succeed in this endeavor, I have a treasure to bestow upon you. Intrigued, Chen Tianxiu inquired, oh, what treasure? The old man replied with a smile, that is something you need not concern yourself with for now. We shall discuss it upon your return. However, do take care not to meet your demise in these mountains. Of course, I am not one to fear death. Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. The old man, hearing this, said no more and focused on navigating the boat. Once they reached the heart of the river, the journey ahead became smoother. The old man had consulted the almanac and assured that no mishaps would occur. After approximately 10 minutes, the small boat finally docked. Chen Tianxiu and Li Qinghuan disembarked, turning back to gaze at the yellow river, their hearts filled with reverence. All right, when you are ready to return, just give me a call, and I shall come to fetch you, the old man announced from the small boat. Although this was a mountainous region, the infrastructure of the Dragon Country is indeed commendable. Signal towers can be erected along the mountainous edge, ensuring that as long as one is not near the center of the distant Green Mountains, there will be mobile reception. Thank you very much, old man. Both Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan expressed their gratitude with nods. The old man waved his hand and paddled back. After he departed, Chen Tianxiu set his sights on the direction to leave. However, at that moment, Li Qingwan called out to him, "Hey, wait. Where are you going? Stay with me. It is quite perilous here." Chen Tianxiu scrutinized Li Qingwan from head to toe before responding gravely, "No, I do not wish to be encumbered." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed to her own nose, exclaiming, "What? You deem me a burden? Allow me to inform you that I am a third-rank warrior." With that, Li Qingwan produced an orange identification card, which displayed her credentials, confirming her status as a third-rank warrior. In this world, identification cards are distributed according to one's cultivation level. Ordinary individuals receive white cards, while warriors are assigned colors ranging from gray to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black, each hue signifying a distinct rank. Upon realizing this, Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Defa? Li Qingwan is actually a third-rank warrior? How can this be? At her age, a third-rank warrior should be applying to a martial arts university, not attending the mundane Jiangnan University. It became clear why she exuded such confidence during their expedition through the Wanli Qingshan. Her prowess was indeed formidable, though he had never witnessed the might of a third-rank warrior firsthand. He had heard tales that they could contend with a fully armed special forces squad composed of 1,000 ordinary individuals. It was noteworthy that this was against a fully armed unit. In a bare-handed confrontation, they could likely take on 10,000 ordinary people. Observing the astonishment on Chen Tianxiu's face, Li Qingwan felt a surge of pride. She raised her chin defiantly and declared, "I shall grant you one more chance to repeat yourself. Who is the burden?" Chen Tianxiu remained silent, unsure of his own strength at 30% of his cultivation. But he certainly recognized that he would not be able to match Li Qingwan. "I misspoke. However, I must venture into the inner realms. So it would be best if you refrained from following me," Chen Tianxiu stated in a low voice. Li Qingwan was taken aback by his words and exclaimed in astonishment, "You intend to enter the inner realms? Are you courting death? The ferocity of the beasts within is far more terrifying than those in the outer regions. Although I possess the strength of a third-tier warrior, I would not dare to wander there. I only plan to observe the outer areas." Chen Tianxiu nodded and replied, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Subsequently, he disregarded Li Qingwan and strode directly into the vast expanse of the mountains. Watching his retreating figure, Li Qingwan gritted her teeth in determination. After pondering for a while, she decided to follow Chen Tianxiu. Chapter 8. The coffin maker of bones. The outskirts of the vast mountains were devoid of many beasts. Chen Tianxiu surveyed his surroundings before swiftly taking off in a rapid sprint. Before long, he vanished into the thicket. Behind him, Li Qingwan stamped her foot in frustration as she witnessed Chen Tianxiu's abrupt departure. Although she could easily catch up to him, she ultimately decided against it. It was clear he did not wish for her company, and she had no intention of imposing her presence upon him. Thus, she chose a diverging path, heading in the opposite direction of Chen Tianxiu. On the other hand, Chen Tianxiu, unaware of Li Qingwan's pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief. While he acknowledged her formidable strength, he found it far more convenient to operate alone, unencumbered by the need to consider others. He soon located a relatively concealed spot, retrieved a corpse-reviving robe from his system space, and donned it along with a hat he had purchased that morning. Before long, Chen Tianxiu found himself enveloped in a cloak of black. His shroud, a pitch-black corpse-retrieving robe, was complemented by a matching conical hat, rendering him an enigmatic figure in the eyes of onlookers. He raised his head to discern the direction and proceeded directly towards the inner sanctum. With his formidable cultivation, he traversed the dense forest with strides spanning several meters, moving swiftly through the underbrush. As time slipped away unnoticed, the sun descended, casting a dim light over the surroundings. The primal forest at night was a realm of terror, fraught with both monstrous beasts and venomous creatures. The terrain itself posed significant dangers. System: how far is it to the corpse-sitting ground? Chen Tianxiu inquired within his mind. Shortly thereafter, the system provided a response. Ding. Host: the distance to the corpse-sitting ground is 82 miles. 82 miles equates to approximately 41 kilometers, and at Chen Tianxiu's pace, it would take him the better part of a day to traverse that expanse. Traveling at night was inherently perilous, prompting him to halt and await the dawn for further progress. The surrounding silence was profound, yet it was merely the calm before the impending storm. In the dark, beasts were not significantly hindered. In fact, most preferred to roam under the cover of night. Should he encounter one of these creatures, it would spell trouble for Chen Tianxiu. Subsequently, he summoned his spiritual energy to illuminate his surroundings, rendering the night as bright as day in his perception. Soon, he discovered a colossal tree, so vast that 5 people might struggle to encircle its trunk. Beneath this giant, there lay a natural hollow, small enough for only one person to enter. This provided an excellent hiding spot. As long as he concealed his presence, it would be exceedingly difficult for larger beasts to detect him. Chen Tianxiu's expression brightened with delight as he hurried to the tree hollow. However, upon his arrival, a surge of overwhelming dark energy suddenly erupted from within, charging directly towards him. Startled, Chen Tianxiu swiftly flipped his wrist, producing a talisman designed to quell malevolent spirits. The talisman radiated a brilliant light, instantly dispersing the ominous energy. What could be the cause of such dark energy here? Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the tree hollow, awaiting the emergence of whatever lay within. After a prolonged moment of silence, he sensed something amiss and, gripping another talisman, cautiously approached the hollow. Upon reaching the entrance, he still detected no movement. Curiosity piqued. Chen Tianxiu peered inside and was met with the sight of a complete skeleton leaning against the interior. What on earth? Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be a skeleton here? Ding. The host has triggered a side quest. Discover the remains of the coffin maker Qin Yuanhua. Please return them to their ancestral home in Qianqiu County, Shuilu Town. Reward: 1 exquisite spirit-soothing pill, a pair of mid-grade magical boots of 1,000 miles. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Taken aback by the revelation of a side quest, particularly one accompanied by a detailed reward, he found it rather generous. Understanding from the system's description that these remains belonged to a coffin maker, he realized that the individual's ancestral home was indeed in Qianqiu County, Shuilu Town. Could it be that this coffin maker had some connection to that esteemed elder? Chen Tianxiu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The coffin maker is indeed one of the ancient professions. As the name suggests, this vocation revolves around coffins. This morning, at the coffin shop I visited, I encountered an elderly gentleman who exuded an air of mystery. He was likely a coffin maker himself. After all, if Waterflow Town has ferrymen, it seems reasonable to have a coffin maker as well. Since you too are a wanderer lost in the wilderness, you fall within my jurisdiction, Chen Tianxiu stated solemnly. The malevolent energy I sensed earlier must stem from this individual, who perished violently amidst these vast green mountains long ago, leaving behind lingering resentment that has coalesced into a dense aura over the years. Whenever a living being approaches, that aura erupts, dissipating the lingering grievances. However, though this soul's grievances have faded, its remains cannot find rest, thus preventing it from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Despite nearly being ensnared, Chen Tianxiu resolved to return the remains to their ancestral roots, not for any reward, mind you. He then opened his backpack, retrieving a piece of cured meat and a bottle of inexpensive liquor. After a moment's contemplation, he cut a small piece of the meat and placed it on the ground, stowing the remainder back in his pack. Alas, poverty dictated his actions, otherwise he would have offered the entire piece. At this juncture, he produced the violet gold bell, his expression taut with concentration. This marked his first experience of awakening the dead, and caution was imperative. Dingling, dingling, dingling. A series of clear, melodious chimes resonated. Chen Tianxiu's movements fluctuated between rapid and slow, as if guided by an inexplicable melody. Opening the heavenly realm to grant immortality, the 3 souls and 7 spirits return. The 3 souls residing on the left and the 7 spirits on the right. Quietly listening to the divine command, observing the obscure, unseen in movement, unnoticed in stillness. I urgently invoke the command. Arise. Chen Tianxiu recited the incantation, and with a soft utterance, the bones within the tree hollow trembled slightly. Soon after, a substantial amount of dark mist materialized out of thin air, rapidly surging into the skeletal remains. Chen Tianxiu did not hinder this dark mist. It was the 3 souls and 7 spirits that had long since dissipated. This individual, unwilling to become a wandering spirit, opted for a direct dissolution of their soul, foregoing even the chance of reincarnation, truly formidable. Chen Tianxiu, however, sought to gather the scattered 3 souls and 7 spirits back together. The extent of their return remained uncertain. Yet as long as a single soul or spirit existed, reincarnation into a new life was possible. Before long, the dark mist was entirely absorbed by the bones, at which point 3 colors manifested upon the skeletal form, only to vanish shortly thereafter. A flicker of flame appeared above its head, fragile as if it might extinguish with the slightest breeze. 1 soul and 3 spirits had returned. Acceptable progress, Chen Tianxiu noted with a slight nod. The 7 spirits governed the 7 emotions, hence the emergence of 3 colors upon the bones indicated the return of the 3 spirits. The 3 souls oversee the 3 yangs, with 1 flame manifesting on each shoulder and the single flicker atop the head signifying 1 soul's return. Although the soul and spirit were not entirely restored, the conditions for reincarnation had been met, permitting the continuation of the corpse guiding process. At this moment, the skeletal remains began to exhibit movement, once a stark white, now subtly quivering. After a brief moment, the skeletal figure crawled directly out of the hollow tree, standing before Chen Tianxiu. How remarkable that a mere skeleton can walk unaided. If this were to become known, it would surely terrify many, Chen Tianxiu mused. Subsequently, he affixed a binding talisman to the skeleton's forehead and retrieved a piece of black oilcloth from his backpack to drape over the skeletal form. In the dense forest, the stark white of the skeleton was exceedingly conspicuous, making it prudent to conceal it from prying eyes. 3 souls, heed my command, take your rest. Chen Tianxiu gently shook the purple gold bell and spoke with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, the skeleton promptly clasped its hands around its hips and began to bounce playfully before a towering tree, coming to a halt as if in contemplation. Chen Tianxiu nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the hollow and, after a moment's deliberation, decided to proceed without hesitation, crawling into the tree hollow. Inside, he produced a concealment talisman and pressed it against the inner wall of the hollow. In an instant, the hollow vanished as though it had never existed at all. Chapter 9. Dare to steal my corpse? The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Tianxiu awoke. He withdrew the concealment talisman and slowly crawled out of the hollow. The position was indeed uncomfortable. Chen Tianxiu stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. The hollow was quite cramped, forcing him to curl up within it, a position that was hardly pleasant. Nevertheless, it was a necessary compromise, for at least he had passed the night in safety. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu cast his gaze towards the resting place of the coffin maker, and what he beheld left him utterly astounded. Beneath the tree lay nothing but emptiness. Where were the remains? Where was the substantial corpse I once had? Chen Tianxiu exclaimed in disbelief. The body had merely retained a soul and 3 spirits, devoid of self-awareness, and was secured by his corpse-fixing talisman, which should have prevented any chance of escape. If a malevolent beast had discovered it and dragged the body away, it would have undoubtedly caused some commotion. Although Chen Tianxiu was ostensibly resting, he was merely in a light slumber, and any slight disturbance would have roused his attention. Yet, he had heard no sounds whatsoever throughout the night. Wait, if the corpse had not been taken by a beast, then only one scenario could account for this. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu swiftly contemplated a possibility. A fragmented soul was prone to attracting the attention of malevolent spirits. The rudimentary techniques of corpse reviving had indicated that after resurrection, precautions must be taken against the encroachment of wandering souls. One could either utilize a ghost-repelling talisman or satiate the wandering spirits to deter them from claiming the corpse. However, Chen Tianxiu had scarcely performed either action. Of course, there were reasons for his negligence. Firstly, crafting ghost-repelling talismans was an arduous task. He had spent considerable time producing merely 2. Secondly, the likelihood of wandering spirits claiming a corpse depended on its condition. A decayed body was typically deemed unworthy of their attention. Given that the coffin maker's remains had decomposed to mere bones, Chen Tianxiu had felt reassured in his decision to forego the talisman. Good heavens! Are they truly vying for a mere skeleton? How desperate must these wandering souls be to escape this wretched place? Chen Tianxiu gritted his teeth in frustration. The skeletal remains must be retrieved, otherwise, the mission shall remain unfulfilled. Chen Tianxiu immediately invoked his magic, closed his eyes, and produced a talisman, murmuring incantations under his breath. Jia, Zhen, Yi, Li, Bing, Xian, Kun, Ding, Qian, Wu, Can, Ji, Sun, Geng, the lost item, seek at DUI. Rin and Gui, search at general in an instant. The talisman ignited into ashes, and a wisp of smoke pointed in a specific direction. Humph, dare to steal my corpse? Witness as I shatter your very soul. Observing the efficacy of the incantation, Chen Tianxiu let out a soft huff, unsheathed his ghost-hunting whip, and without a moment's hesitation, pursued the direction indicated by the smoke. On a hilltop, a striking figure stood, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene below, her heart racing with trepidation. What is this phenomenon? How can a mere skeleton exhibit mobility? And it possesses such formidable strength. Li Qingwan gritted her teeth in thought. She was acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking within the boundless green mountains, yet she had not anticipated such an eerie occurrence. Just moments ago, she had been engaged in combat with a wolf demon, poised to deliver a fatal blow when the skeletal figure unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from behind. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have surely succumbed to its strike. The skeletal entity possessed immense power. Its blow, missing her, instead landed upon the wolf demon, which had the strength equivalent to a second-grade martial artist, resulting in its immediate demise. Wailing. At that moment, the skeleton emitted a haunting howl, reminiscent of ghostly wails. Chilling to the bone, it then leaped into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters, extending its bony claws towards Li Qingwan with alarming intent. Li Qingwan's expression was grave as she swiftly dodged the skeletal figure's attack. In a fluid motion, she struck out with her palm, landing a blow on the creature's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the skeletal arm disintegrated, falling to the ground. Li Qingwan retreated several meters, exhaling a sigh of relief as she assessed the skeleton. It turned out to be less formidable than she had initially feared. It merely possessed great strength. Yet its speed and reflexes were akin to those of a first-tier martial artist. How disconcerting. The skeleton, devoid of any sensation of pain, paid no heed to its severed arm and charged towards Li Qingwan once more. Humph, you dare to ambush me? Just watch as I dismantle you. Li Qingwan scoffed, preparing to engage in combat with the creature. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Spare the bones. Li Qingwan paused, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Almost immediately, a shadow descended before her. The figure wielded a black whip, striking swiftly at the skeleton. Crack! The whip landed on the skeletal figure with a dull thud, suggesting substantial force, yet the creature remained intact. Who dares to encroach upon my domain? Chen Tianxiu bellowed. Reveal yourself, or I shall make you regret your insolence. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qingwan instantly recognized the person. It's you. What brings you here? She inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Chen Tianxiu merely shook his head. We can discuss this later. I am quite occupied. He then advanced toward the skeleton, the ghost-repelling whip flicking through the air. Show yourself at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chen Tianxiu warned in a stern voice. Li Qingwan gazed curiously at the skeleton, having gleaned some understanding from the words of Chen Tianxiu moments earlier. Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? At that moment, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the bones, slowly coalescing into a human-like shadow. This apparition was a man, emaciated, with bulging eyes, resembling a desiccated corpse. Ah! Upon seeing the figure, Li Qingwan gasped in terror. A ghost! It is indeed a ghost. Hulk, I fear. Master, spare me. Master, have mercy. The young spirit, bewitched and lost, had discovered the remains and departed without realizing they belonged to the master. Upon appearing, the spirit pleaded for mercy towards Chen Tianxiu, adopting a pitiable demeanor. Chen Tianxiu twitched his lips at this remark. What do you mean, my remains? I am very much alive. How dare you speak such nonsense? Humph, you wandering soul. Not only did you steal my remains, but you also dare to attack others? Spare me your ghostly tales. Your attempt to assault others in pursuit of a complete body is reason enough to ensure your demise. Chen Tianxiu scoffed. Without hesitation, he brandished his ghost-hunting whip and struck. The spirit, caught off guard, was struck by the whip. Ah! In an instant, the spirit let out a wailing cry, the ghost-hunting whip targeting the soul, inflicting a pain akin to traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. I will kill you. I will kill you. The spirit, realizing escape was futile, frantically charged at Chen Tianxiu. However, Chen Tianxiu remained unfazed, retrieving a talisman and murmuring incantations under his breath. The divine master wields power, unafraid of the mighty. First vanquishing the malevolent spirits, then striking down the night's radiance. What deity remains unyielding? What specter dares to confront? Swiftly, the command is given. Kill. In an instant, golden light radiates from the talisman, enveloping the little ghost. Once illuminated by the golden glow, the specter disintegrates into nothingness, not even a whisper of a cry escaping its lips. Chapter 10. The enigmatic valley witnessing Chen Tianxiu so effortlessly obliterate the solitary spirit. Li Qingwan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first encounter with a ghost, and her first experience of witnessing a ghost being slain. A profound experience, indeed. How impressive! Li Qingwan exclaimed in awe. While she could devise strategies to contend with demonic beasts, the realm of spirits left her at a loss. Seeing the malevolent ghost utterly vanquished brought a sigh of relief to Chen Tianxiu, and observing the efficacy of the ghost-slaying talisman reassured him greatly. He approached the skeletal remains to assess the situation. With fingers poised like a sword, he touched the forehead of the bones. In the next moment, 3 colors and a flame emerged above the remains. Chen Tianxiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the original 3 souls and 1 spirit remained intact, having not been consumed by the solitary ghost, or else he would have suffered a grave loss. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu noticed that the skeleton was missing an arm, with several cracks visible on the bones, prompting him to frown. A disordered corpse is a dire omen. He scanned the vicinity and soon spotted the severed arm not far away. He walked over, retrieved the arm, and returned it to the skeleton. Next, Chen Tianxiu produced a resurrection talisman, murmuring incantations under his breath. The talisman immediately radiated brilliance as it descended upon the bones. At that moment, the skeleton emitted a series of crackling sounds, and the severed arm rejoined the skeleton with a resounding clap. The fragments interconnected seamlessly. Even the cracks on the oracle bones vanished, rendering the entire skeletal structure seemingly restored to its pristine condition. Li Qingwan, witnessing this miraculous transformation, was left utterly astounded, her legs trembling in disbelief. The notion of a shattered mirror being rejoined, what formidable power could accomplish such a feat? While powerful warriors possess the ability to soar through the skies and uproot mountains, none exhibit such extraordinary magic. Their prowess is typically linked to sheer destructive force. Yet, the methods employed by Chen Tianxiu resembled those of mythological legends. Observing the bones restored to their former glory, Chen Tianxiu nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the soul-capturing bell, giving it a gentle shake, and uttered the command, "Awaken." In an instant, the skeleton appeared to come to life once more. Rising abruptly to its feet, Li Qingwan, taken aback, hastily retreated several paces, fearing the bones had become possessed by a malevolent spirit intent on attacking. Chen Tianxiu affixed a binding talisman to the forehead of the skeleton, bringing it to a standstill. At this juncture, Li Qingwan cautiously approached, her gaze fixed on Chen Tianxiu. Filled with astonishment, You are truly a corpse handler?" Chen Tianxiu cast a sidelong glance at her and nodded affirmatively. "I have stated this numerous times. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Li Qingwan, upon hearing his words, felt no anger. The evidence lay before her, and with apparitions manifesting, disbelief was no longer an option. "You are indeed a corpse handler. But why do you command a skeleton? Shouldn't it be a zombie, as portrayed on television?" she exclaimed with excitement, though a hint of confusion lingered in her expression. The portrayal of corpse transporters on television starkly contrasts with reality. The figures depicted are mere zombies. Clad in ancient official garb, their skin an unsettling shade of green, and armed with sharp fangs and elongated nails, appearing little different from ordinary folk. This representation has ingrained a lasting impression in the minds of viewers. Chen Tianxiu remarked calmly, "What you see on television is mere fabrication. A corpse transporter will handle any corpse, regardless of missing limbs. If the media depicted the truth, it would be far too terrifying and likely face censorship." Li Qingwan, caught off guard by his words, realized the validity of his statement. Indeed, if corpses were portrayed in their true frightfulness, they could easily terrify many viewers. Thus, the media opts for embellishment, albeit, even after such enhancements, the imagery remains daunting. Dingling, dingling. Without further ado, Chen Tianxiu shook the purple gold bell and turned to leave, with the skeleton bouncing along behind him. Observing this, Li Qingwan hurriedly followed, inquiring, "Hey, where are you headed now?" Chen Tianxiu cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, I am going to the inner area. What purpose do you have in the inner area? Didn't you just handle a corpse? Li Qingwan asked curiously. There is another one that requires my attention, Chen Tianxiu stated. All right, by the way, the talisman you used earlier, did you draw it today? It's quite remarkable. Could you teach me? I wish to learn. Li Qingwan nodded eagerly, her expressive eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With her beauty as the campus belle, her expression was nothing short of enchanting, truly a heartthrob for many. However, Chen Tianxiu remained unfazed, responding curtly, I have no time. Upon hearing these words, Li Qingwan's expression immediately darkened, and she huffed, Humph, if you choose not to teach, so be it. Claiming to be too busy, humph. Chen Tianxiu disregarded her complaints and quickened his pace, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Behind him, the skeletal figure followed with remarkable speed, bounding effortlessly for several meters. Keeping closely behind, the corpse, devoid of consciousness and sensory perception, could easily surpass human limits. The immense strength displayed during the earlier confrontation with Li Qingwan was a testament to this. Hey, wait for me, Li Qingwan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she hurriedly sprinted after Chen Tianxiu, kicking up dust in her wake. The sun hung high in the sky, marking midday. Within a valley, the warm air steadily rose, yet it was surrounded by vast expanses of snow. A pond within the valley was covered with a thick layer of ice, creating an unsettling contrast. Above the valley, two figures swiftly glided past, eventually pausing at the edge of a cliff. Looking down from the precipice, one could behold the scenery of the valley below. BRR. It's so cold. What kind of place is this? Despite the blazing sun, there's snow here? Li Qingwan exclaimed, rubbing her arms and chattering her teeth. Having followed Chen Tianxiu to this location, she had previously felt overheated, but upon entering the valley, the temperature plummeted, as if she had descended into an ice cellar. Chen Tianxiu glanced at her and sighed. I told you not to follow, yet you insisted. It's troublesome. Li Qingwan, taken aback by his words, averted her gaze and huffed softly, refusing to respond. She had already ventured into the inner circle, naturally. She would prefer not to enter if possible. However, her curiosity about Chen Tianxiu compelled her to follow. A corpse handler and that remarkable power, one could hardly resist such intrigue. Chen Tianxiu took out a yellow talisman and murmured an incantation. The cold wind brushes my face. Snowflakes dance like flowers. The chill invades unnoticed. East Yang stands firm in heart and mind, oblivious to the world's icy grip. Go. In the next moment, Chen Tianxiu pointed with his finger, and the talisman descended upon Li Qingwan's chest, adhering to her. Li Qingwan was momentarily stunned, as a wave of warmth radiated from within, swiftly dispelling the biting cold, even generating a sense of heat. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the talisman on her chest. How marvelous! I no longer feel cold at all, she exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 11. The Land of Fallen Corpses. Observing Li Qingwan's exhilaration, Chen Tianxiu could not help but douse her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. What I have used is the Zhengxin talisman, which will elevate the righteousness in your heart, temporarily rendering you immune to malevolent forces. However, your body remains ensnared in this icy embrace. Once the talisman's effect wanes, you shall endure an even more excruciating chill than before. Ultimately, this merely provides you with a psychological effect. Li Qingwan. Upon hearing this explanation, she felt utterly bewildered. This talisman merely offered her a psychological effect? If she lingered here any longer, would she not succumb to the freezing temperatures? You can come if you wish, but I certainly do not possess any warm clothing for you, Chen Tianxiu remarked with a shrug. He had not anticipated that a snow valley would form here. However, the burial robe he wore served a function of warmth, making the situation manageable. Subsequently, he paid no further heed to Li Qingwan. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a large tree and swiftly lifted the remains of the coffin maker, leaping up to the tree's branches. He concealed the coffin maker's remains among the foliage, using branches for cover, and employed a ghost-repelling talisman to deter any wandering spirits from claiming the remains. Having completed these tasks, he clapped his hands and descended from the tree. Hey, do you have any spare clothes? Could you lend me something to wear? Li Qingwan asked, blinking her eyes. Having traveled from the tropical mountains, she was dressed only in long pants and long sleeves to fend off mosquitoes, lacking any gear for warmth. Chen Tianxiu glanced at her, then opened his backpack and tossed her two of his spare t-shirts. Li Qingwan accepted the garments with a beaming expression, then opened her own backpack to retrieve 2 pieces of clothing. Disregarding her appearance, she donned all 4 items and even added an extra pair of pants. In a short while, she appeared quite bulky, yet she felt significantly warmer. Hee, now I'm no longer afraid of the cold. Li Qingwan smiled at Chen Tianxiu, revealing her pearly white teeth. Chen Tianxiu nearly found himself speechless at her appearance. Who would have thought that the aloof goddess of the school could possess such an endearing side? A campus belle is indeed a campus belle. Even cloaked in such bulky attire, her charm remained undeniable. Chen Tianxiu observed the valley below with keen interest. According to the system's prompt, this is indeed the place where the Empress of the Ages fell. However, the valley lies beneath a thick blanket of snow, obscuring any potential hiding place for her remains. Originally, he could have utilized a corpse-finding talisman, but given the vastness of the area and the possibility of lurking beasts, he hesitated to act recklessly. Before long, Chen Tianxiu appeared to have made a discovery, his brow furrowing with concern. What is it? Have you found something? Li Qingwan inquired, her curiosity piqued by his expression. Chen Tianxiu replied earnestly, Do you see the northern edge of the valley? There lies a small patch of land devoid of snow, where the trees have withered. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan turned to inspect the area, and indeed found it, as Chen Tianxiu had described. However, she remarked, Isn't it curious that there's no snow there? It seems as though something has cleared it away. I also noticed signs of some beast activity in the vicinity. Oh, signs of beast activity? Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, taken aback. His expertise differed from Li Qingwan's. He had never encountered such beasts before, let alone sought their traces. Yes, not far from that patch of land, there are dragging marks. Yet no footprints. This suggests that there may be a serpent-like beast lurking in the mountains below, and judging by the size of the marks, it must be quite large. Li Qingwan responded gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. The beasts residing within the inner sanctum of the verdant mountains generally possessed formidable strength. Although she was a third-grade martial artist, she remained cautious. Chen Tianxiu, too, was gaining valuable insight, quietly committing these experiences to memory. However, that patch of land did not resemble the work of a beast. It appeared as though it had been melted away by some unknown force. In the vast expanse of verdant mountains situated in the tropics, it is likely that most of the mystical beasts residing here have adapted to the sweltering heat, while those capable of surviving amidst the snow are relatively scarce. Let us descend and take a closer look, suggested Li Qingwan. Very well, Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, the two leapt down the nearby paths. Chapter 12. Yin-Yang Techniques. Before long, they found themselves within a valley. A biting cold wind swept through the area, intensifying the chill in the surroundings. As they tread upon the snowy ground, they felt no softness beneath their feet. Instead, it was exceedingly hard. Chen Tianxiu kicked aside the snow covering the ground, revealing not earth, but a thick layer of solid ice. Not far away lay an icy lake, which he initially assumed to be small, but it soon became apparent that his assumption was misguided. This was no mere small body of water. The valley floor was entirely covered with frozen lake surfaces. The system had indicated that the body of the Empress Qianqiu lay within this valley, yet there appeared to be no suitable hiding spots for a corpse. Could it be that the Empress's remains were submerged beneath this icy expanse? Chen Tianxiu pondered to himself. If that were indeed the case, it would pose a significant dilemma. The ice was remarkably solid, sturdy enough to support a person, and with the considerable layer of snow atop the lake. One could only imagine the thickness of the ice beneath. What troubles you? Li Qingwan inquired, observing the curious expression on Chen Tianxiu's face. Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed. Chen Tianxiu replied, shaking his head. It was still uncertain whether the Empress's remains lay beneath the surface of the lake, so it was prudent to first inspect the surrounding area. Despite the snow-laden terrain making navigation challenging, it would not thwart their progress. Before long, Chen Tianxiu noticed a stone pillar standing not far away. This pillar, rectangular in shape, was clearly placed here by someone. Moreover, it bore strange carvings that exuded an aura of mystery. What could this be? Li Qingwan inquired, equally intrigued. Who would casually leave a stone pillar here? Approaching the pillar, Chen Tianxiu scrutinized it carefully, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the carvings, as if he had encountered them before. The pillar was modest in size, about 1 person wide, with its base embedded deep beneath the solid ice, exposing roughly 1 meter above ground. The patterns on it resembled talismans, yet were not precisely so. They appeared to be a simplified or altered version of such symbols. At that moment, an epiphany struck Chen Tianxiu, and he began to surmise the nature of these inscriptions. Yin-yang technique, he declared with a solemn tone. The legendary Empress Qianqiu had been deceived by the neighboring Sakura kingdom a century ago, and this location was known to be her burial ground. The emergence of this object, bearing a connection to talismans, naturally led to thoughts of the yin-yang technique. The Sakura kingdom boasts a long history, and within this parallel world, they could have pilfered and modified the cultural heritage of Longhua. One might consider the yin-yang technique as a branch of Taoism. Yin-yang technique? What are you talking about? Is this pillar related to the yin-yang technique? Li Qingwan asked curiously upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's words. She had certainly heard of the yin-yang technique, but had never seen it, and found it quite fascinating. Chen Tianxiu nodded, now convinced that the remains of the Empress Qianqiu lay beneath this very lake. According to historical records, a century ago, the formidable Empress Qianqiu commanded unparalleled power. Where she stood guard, no one dared to attack or engage in combat. During an era rife with conflict among nations, nearly every country, save for the people of Longhua, sought to eliminate the Empress Qianqiu. Among them, the country of Sakura was particularly fervent. However, due to the unparalleled might of the Empress, none could match her strength, leading them to seek alternative methods. The yin-yang technique is likely the strategy discovered by the Sakura nation, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the flourishing of martial arts. The emergence of the yin-yang technique signifies the existence of other power systems in the world, akin to the path of celestial cultivation. The yin-yang technique, having appropriated the Taoist legacy, undoubtedly also pertains to the path of celestial cultivation. The Empress Qianqiu was unfamiliar with such esoteric arts, rendering her vulnerable and ultimately leading to her entrapment at the bottom of this lake by a yin-yang master, silenced for eternity. The perpetual snowfall in this valley is perhaps a consequence of the yin-yang technique's influence. Although Chen Tianxiu has deduced these truths with a sense of indignation, it proves futile in the face of the current alliance between Sakura and Longhua, a trend that is now inevitable and beyond his ability to alter. Nevertheless, he remains resolute in his intent to unveil the remains of Empress Qianqiu, exposing to the world the nefarious deeds committed by the Sakura nation. Please step back. Chen Tianxiu instructed Li Qingwan. This yin-yang suppression technique must have been laid by the foremost yin-yang master of that era. With my current strength, I am uncertain whether I can dispel it. Understood, Li Qingwan replied, obediently retreating several meters while fixating her gaze on Chen Tianxiu, eager to witness his demonstration. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tianxiu extended his hand, retrieving the ancient peach wood from the confines of his system space. This peach wood, a century-old specimen, remains unformed yet possesses formidable power. Above it resides the essence of heaven, and below, the purity of earth. With the aid of 5 thunders, I shall dispel ailments. Command. Chen Tianxiu murmured incantations, subsequently directing the peach wood towards the stone pillar. Boom. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a baby's arm, descended from the sky, striking the stone pillar with immense force. The pillar, unable to withstand such overwhelming might, shattered into fragments. As it crumbled, a fleeting, ethereal figure materialized for a moment before vanishing into thin air. Observing this apparition, Chen Tianxiu's expression darkened. So it was true, the Onmyoji of Sakura country were indeed deranged, employing living sacrifices to augment the power of this formation. However, the destruction of a single stone pillar seemed to yield no significant change in the surroundings. It appeared that further pillars must be sought out for obliteration. Behind him, Li Qingwan's gaze was fixed intently upon Chen Tianxiu, her astonishment palpable. What had she just witnessed? Chen Tianxiu wielded a mere branch and summoned a thunderbolt from the heavens? Was the corpse handler truly so formidable? Such abilities seemed no different from the deities conjuring storms on television. Roar. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the distance, shaking the accumulated snow from the branches around them. Chen Tianxiu's expression grew grave as he remarked, "Is it here? Hey, can you still fight?" He understood that the earlier commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the beast. Nevertheless, he proceeded to inquire, turning to Li Qingwan. She paused for a moment before regaining her composure and nodded affirmatively. "I can." Chen Tianxiu nodded slightly and said, "That's good. This demon beast is entrusted to you. I shall seek other town stones. If you find yourself unable to cope, come to me." With that, Chen Tianxiu leaped into the air and dashed along the lakeshore. Li Qingwan, observing Chen Tianxiu's departing figure, felt a surge of confusion. This demon beast was clearly summoned by him. Why then was it handed over to her? Roar! At that moment, the demon beast revealed its form. Just as Li Qingwan had surmised, it was a serpent-like creature. Its body was a mottled brown and yellow, its head triangular, and it was of considerable size, stretching nearly 100 meters in length. A formidable sight indeed. A third-tier demon general. As Li Qingwan sensed the aura emanating from the creature, she spoke in a grave tone. Chapter 13. The Five Thunder Mantra. Chen Tianxiu sprinted swiftly along the lakeshore, and before long, he halted before a grand tree. Thick layers of snow blanketed the ground on both sides of the tree, obscuring what lay beneath. The Taoist art of formation emphasizes direction and pattern, and the yin-yang technique is a variation of Taoist teachings, undoubtedly adhering to the same principles. With a townstone located in the southwest, it followed that there were at least 8 townstones positioned at 8 cardinal points. After a moment of careful contemplation, Chen Tianxiu arrived at a hypothesis. Without further hesitation, he glanced up at the sun's position, raised his hand, and, with a gesture, directed his gaze toward a large tree on his right. Fiery flames, heed my command. Transform ice and melt the snow. Reveal my path, he exclaimed. Chen Tianxiu produced a talisman and murmured an incantation. In an instant, the talisman was engulfed in a blazing fire, reduced to ashes, which then transformed into a fire dragon that landed upon the snow before him. The snow, upon encountering the fierce flames, melted away in mere moments, revealing a stone of the same kind as before. Chen Tianxiu's expression brightened with delight as his suspicions were confirmed. He also noticed an intriguing detail. The fierce fire talisman had not even slightly melted the solid ice beneath his feet. It seemed that only by destroying all the stones could the ice eventually yield. Without further contemplation, Chen Tianxiu employed the Five Thunder technique once more to shatter the stone. The Five Thunder technique was a divine art that consumed the magical energy within him, and with a century-old peachwood as a medium, he could utilize it multiple times. Meanwhile, Li Qingwan was embroiled in a fierce battle with the beast. This creature possessed the strength of a third-tier demon general, while Li Qingwan was equally classified as third-tier, leading to an intriguing dynamic. Generally, demon beasts were physically formidable, and in confrontations at the same realm, human warriors tended to be slightly weaker. However, human warriors possessed a significant advantage, the ability to wield tools. With a swift motion, Li Qingwan drew a slender, supple sword from her waist. Under the sunlight, the blade emanated an imposing chill, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary quality. Humph! Beast, your demise is nigh. With a haughty snort, Li Qingwan surged forward like a cannonball. The demon beast, possessing considerable intelligence at this level, understood her words and let out an enraged roar. The two were no more than 10 meters apart when Li Qingwan, with a single breath, found herself before the serpent demon. With a swift motion, her flexible sword sliced towards the creature's abdomen. A sharp sound echoed as the blade cut through, leaving a long gash, though not particularly deep. The serpent hissed in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it lashed its tail, thick as a man's body, furiously towards Li Qingwan. Reacting with remarkable agility, she leaped gracefully to evade the attack, then thrust her sword towards the demon's head. The serpent deftly tilted its head aside, effortlessly avoiding the strike, and opened its cavernous maw in an attempt to bite Li Qingwan. Damn, this creature is tough, she muttered under her breath, quickly delivering a kick to the serpent's head before jumping away to land several dozen meters distant. Glancing at her flexible sword, a wave of doubt washed over her. This weapon, crafted from top-grade alloy, was renowned for its ability to slice through iron with ease. While it had proven effective against other beasts, it seemed only to graze the serpent. Her limited combat experience led her to misjudge the situation. It was not the sword's inadequacy, but rather the serpent's resilience. Having lived in this frigid environment, with the presence of yin-yang binding techniques around, it had likely undergone some form of mutation. The mere fact that this serpent thrived in the snow indicated its extraordinary nature. Unwilling to let Li Qingwan escape, the serpent surged forward, propelling itself swiftly towards her. Li Qingwan's expression darkened, and gritting her teeth, she declared, "This is beyond my capability. I must seek that fellow." Without further contemplation, she turned and sprinted towards Chen Tianxiu. Meanwhile, Chen Tianxiu unleashed a bolt of lightning, shattering the 7th ceiling stone. At that moment, beneath his feet, A peculiar transformation began to unfold. Bubbles incessantly rose beneath the solid ice, as if something from the depths of the lake was stirring. Just one more to go, Chen Tianxiu murmured to himself. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from a distance. Chen Tianxiu glanced over and saw Li Qingwan racing towards him, accompanied by the enormous demon serpent. Is it unable to hold on? Chen Tianxiu said with a serious countenance. Given that Li Qingwan was a third-tier martial artist, if she struggled against such a beast, caution was indeed warranted. He then opened his system space and meticulously examined its contents. With a determined expression, he retrieved a talisman. Get back, Chen Tianxiu commanded in a deep voice, then began to chant incantations. Li Qingwan, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly moved aside. Heavenly thunder roars, earthly fire blazes. 5 thunders descend, banishing demons and subduing spirits. Let the heavens tremble, let the lightning strike, come forth. Chen Tianxiu intoned with authority. A thunderous boom resounded as 5 formidable bolts of lightning cascaded from the previously serene sky, striking the demon serpent directly. In an instant, the creature was reduced to mere ashes, leaving not even a trace of its form. Oh! Li Qingwan gasped in astonishment at the vanishing of the colossal serpent. She was aware that Chen Tianxiu possessed remarkable abilities, undoubtedly formidable, yet she never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. The demon serpent, with its rough skin and thick flesh, was utterly impervious to her attacks, while Chen Tianxiu summoned 5 bolts of heavenly thunder that obliterated it completely. No remnants remained. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu stood expressionless. Clad in black, his hat casting a shadow over his face. A gentle breeze rustled his garments, creating an air of solitude befitting a master, accentuated by his striking profile. However, he too was in a state of bewilderment. How could he have vanquished a demon beast that even Li Qingwan, a third-grade martial artist, could not defeat? A single incantation of the 5 thunder spell had reduced the serpent to mere ashes? The power exhibited was astonishing. The 5 thunder spell was a talisman he had painstakingly drawn several times to perfect, described in the introductory texts of the basic corpse-reviving technique as a spell of considerable potency. Yet, this was merely classified as powerful. There existed even mightier spells that he could not conjure. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the threat had been neutralized. Chen Tianxiu exhaled deeply and proceeded without hesitation towards the final sealing stone. Observing this, Li Qingwan hurriedly followed suit. Her gaze towards Chen Tianxiu was now filled with admiration, contemplating the feasibility of becoming his disciple once they emerged from the Wanshan Mountains, yearning for the extraordinary power he wielded. Chapter 14. Little brother, surprised? The last sealing stone was the one she had glimpsed from above the valley moments ago. Surrounding it, the snow had melted completely, with even the solid ice beginning to thaw. As Chen Tianxiu approached the sealing stone, he found it rather peculiar. The runes inscribed upon this town stone are markedly more intricate than those on the other stones, and its size is 2 or 3 times greater than the rest, adorned with the likeness of a monstrous creature. This beast, possessing 8 heads and 8 tails, has an elongated form, its abdomen hollow as if bitten by some entity. Chen Tianxiu instantly recognized the depiction of the creature. It is none other than the legendary beast of Sakura Nation, the Yamada no Orochi. While the other 8 town stones employ human sacrifice formations, this particular stone serves as the main eye of suppression, thus utilizing the Yamada no Orochi for its ritual. However, if the Yamada no Orochi genuinely existed, it would be inconceivable for it to be sacrificed. The only feasible alternative would be to bind its divine essence for control. These individuals have indeed invested heavily. Chen Tianxiu mused. After all, with the formidable prowess of the Eternal Empress, it is unimaginable for Sakura Nation to suppress her without incurring significant costs. His expression turned grave as he slightly raised the century-old peach wood in his hand, biting his finger to draw blood, which he smeared upon the wood. The divine essence of the Yamada no Orochi is not easily vanquished. The 5 thunder technique may not even be capable of obliterating this town stone, and with only one incantation of the 5 thunder spell at his disposal, prudence is paramount. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu employed the peachwood branch to etch upon the solid ice beneath his feet, the bloodied branch acting as a chisel, effortlessly melting the ice and leaving its mark. Before long, a rudimentary diagram of the 8 trigrams emerged on the ground. Yet, this diagram bore a peculiar distinction. As it featured a substantial void at its center, a accompanied by 5 circular patterns aligned with the 4 cardinal directions. 7 stars descend. Chen Tianxiu intoned in a deep voice. With a decisive wave of his hand, 7 drops of warm blood fell into the central circle, curiously forming a pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper. After completing this ritual, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful bow towards the formation and proclaimed, "I, Chen Tianxiu, daringly beseech the 4 saints to descend and assist me in vanquishing the demons, thereby restoring balance to the universe." His gaze sharpened as he grasped a century-old peachwood talisman and stepped into the formation, swiftly inserting it into the right circle as he fervently chanted, "Azure Dragon, heed my command, array yourself in the east, wielding the divine power of the heavenly thunder." Upon uttering the final word, an azure dragon totem materialized within the eastern circle. As the totem took shape, it radiated a brilliant azure light, illuminating its entirety. Seeing this, Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly. The azure glow signified that the sacred azure dragon had acknowledged his summons and descended with divine might. Without hesitation, he moved to the left circle and began to draw once more. "White tiger, heed my command, array yourself in the west, wielding the force of tempestuous winds." He then proceeded to the north and south, continuing in the same manner. "Vermilion bird, heed my command, array yourself in the south, wielding the searing flames of fire." "Black tortoise, heed my command, array yourself in the north, wielding the chilling power of ice and snow." As the final stroke was completed, the 4 symbols formation erupted in a dazzling display of azure, white, red, and black light, soaring towards the heavens. Roar, growl, cry, howl. At that moment, 4 distinct and resonant calls echoed, shaking the very earth. Above in the sky, the ethereal figures of the 4 saints emerged, slowly swirling in the air, banishing evil and harmonizing yin and yang. The 4 sacred beasts have emerged, vanquishing the malevolence of heaven and earth. Chen Tianxiu stepped out of the 4 symbols formation, speaking in a solemn tone. Beside him, Li Qingwan watched in astonishment at Chen Tianxiu's remarkable display, nearly rendered speechless. "My goodness, the 4 sacred beasts. Are they truly the legendary 4 sacred beasts?" Li Qingwan exclaimed with boundless excitement. The names of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise resonate profoundly in this world, to the extent that they can be regarded as representatives of Taoism. To think that Chen Tianxiu could summon them directly? Who exactly is this extraordinary individual? She was filled with questions, eager to inquire of Chen Tianxiu, yet it was evident that the situation was far from resolved, and she had to suppress her curiosity. Nevertheless, the glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Tianxiu reflected her newfound determination. Observing the emergence of the 4 sacred beasts, Chen Tianxiu too felt a sense of relief. With the 4 saints present, they should be capable of confronting the spirit of the 8-headed serpent, right? This 4 symbols formation is a rudimentary technique of corpse guiding, comprising 3 distinct arrays: the divine thunder ghost-slaying array, the summoning of celestial soldiers array, and the manifestation of the 4 symbols array. The 4 sacred beasts are merely ethereal manifestations conjured by the formation. Yet, even as illusions, they undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Chen Tianxiu held immense confidence in the legacy of the Dragon Kingdom. He then exhaled deeply. The next step was to release the spirit of the 8-headed serpent. Without hesitation, he bit his finger once more, using the bloody digit to inscribe symbols upon his palm, murmuring incantations as he drew. From the east rises the thunder of Mount Tai. From the south rises the thunder of Mount Hung. From the west rises the thunder of Mount Hua. From the north rises the thunder of Mount Hung. And from the center rises the thunder of Mount Song. The 5 thunders strike swiftly, urgent as the decree, crackle and pop. With a decisive conclusion, Chen Tianxiu suddenly summoned arcs of electricity, producing a cacophony of sound. His gaze fixed upon the sealing stone, his expression sharpened, and he struck forcefully at it with his palm. "Receive my blow, thunder palm." Boom. In the next instant, a robust bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking the sealing stone with astonishing speed. At that moment, the stone shattered into countless fragments. Rumble. Just then, Chen Tianxiu felt the ground beneath him tremble, and the solid ice began to fracture as well. His expression changed, and he hurriedly glanced at the 4 symbols manifestation array. To his relief, the array remained intact, its surrounding power stabilizing the ice, preventing any destruction. Chen Tianxiu exhaled in relief. If the array were to break, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Hiss. At that moment, a series of eerie roars emanated from beneath the water, as if something was about to emerge. Chen Tianxiu quickly turned and dashed away, seizing Li Qingwan's arm, urging her towards the shore. Soon, they reached the bank, where he leaped onto a sturdy tree, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. Meanwhile, aside from the section inscribed with the array, the ice within the valley melted at a visible rate. The valley transformed into a modest lake, roughly the size of 2 or 3 dozen football fields. That was close. He nearly fell in. Chen Tianxiu sighed in relief. Bang! Just as he spoke, the water surged violently, and the silhouette of a monstrous creature with 8 heads and tails emerged. It was none other than the legendary Yamada no Orochi. The creature's form was ethereal. Indeed, as Chen Tianxiu had surmised, it was merely a spirit, devoid of corporeal substance. Hiss! As soon as the spirit of the 8-headed serpent emerged, it let out an enraged roar. However, upon raising its gaze, it beheld the 4 sacred spirits intently watching it, as if to say, "Surprised, little brother?" Chapter 15. The emergence of the Empress's corpse. The 8-headed serpent, unexpectedly roused from a century-long slumber, found itself face to face with the 4 sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom. The oppressive aura emanating from the 4 sacred spirits was overwhelmingly formidable. Despite the 8-headed serpent's considerably larger size, it felt as diminutive as a mere shrimp in their presence. Roar! The Azure Dragon spirit took the lead, unleashing a thunderous roar as it expelled a formidable bolt of divine lightning. This lightning was far more fearsome than the Palm Thunder or even the 5 thunder spell wielded by Chen Tianxiu. The power of the thunder descended instantaneously, striking the 8-headed serpent with tremendous force. Hiss! In an instant, a hollow formed in the chest of the 8-headed serpent's spirit, unable to withstand the might of the Azure Dragon's thunder. Screech! At that moment, the vermilion bird began to move, swirling around the 8-headed serpent, its tail igniting a conflagration that enveloped the serpent. The terrifying flames evaporated a significant portion of the lake below, creating vast plumes of steam. The spirit of the 8-headed serpent writhed in agony from the searing flames, desperately attempting to submerge itself in the water to escape. Meanwhile, the black tortoise spirit swiftly submerged into the water, causing the lake to freeze once more. However, this ice was unlike the solid ice of before. It was black, forged by the power of the black tortoise. The black water of Xuanwu is immensely toxic. The soul of the 8-headed serpent has been completely frozen by the black ice, rendering it unable to submerge. At this moment, numerous dark energies emanate from its body, indicative of soul poisoning. The toxicity of Xuanwu is so potent that it can even afflict the soul, truly formidable. The white tiger has now entered the fray. It does not employ its divine power, but instead strides purposefully towards the 8-headed serpent. Upon reaching its front, it raises a paw and delivers a forceful slap. Bang! One of the serpent's heads is sent flying, dissipating into thin air. Remarkable! Chen Tianxiu is stirred by the prowess of the 4 holy spirits, sensing that summoning them all seems somewhat excessive. Watching the 4 holy spirits confront the 8-headed serpent feels akin to bullying a child. The presence of just one spirit suffices. Hiss! The 7-headed serpent's soul thrashes wildly, yet all its efforts prove futile. The spirit of the white tiger raises its paw once more, delivering another slap, reducing the serpent to 6 heads. This white tiger resembles a cat, delighting in toying with its prey. At this moment, Li Qingwan murmurs softly, having regained her composure and closely observing the display of the 4 holy spirits. As her words escape, the spirit of the white tiger seems to sense something, immediately turning to gaze at Li Qingwan. Although Chen Tianxiu stands nearby, the white tiger's gaze possesses a distinct focus, and he feels it is not directed at him. Li Qingwan, taken aback by this attention, quickly becomes anxious and hastily bows to the white tiger, saying, I apologize, it was my mistake. Please do not hold it against me, white tiger." However, it seemed that the white tiger was unresponsive to her apology. With a powerful stride, it approached Li Qingwan. The spirit of the white tiger stood an impressive 3 meters tall, dwarfing Li Qingwan, whose stature barely matched its head. In an instant, Li Qingwan's body stiffened, her gaze fixed intently on the eyes of the white tiger. Chen Tianxiu, perched on a nearby branch, remained motionless, perplexed by the spirit's actions. He knew that the white tiger was a sacred beast, not one to act rashly over mere words. Such creatures were not so petty. The spirit of the white tiger regarded Li Qingwan for a prolonged moment before extending one of its paws, gently reaching towards her. Anticipating punishment, Li Qingwan instinctively closed her eyes. Yet, the retribution she had envisioned did not come. Instead, the white tiger's paw rested lightly upon her forehead, and a radiant light emerged at that very spot. The brilliance flickered for but a moment before fading away. Li Qingwan, somewhat bewildered, opened her eyes, as if she had received some profound revelation. To her astonishment, the white tiger spoke, its voice reminiscent of a commanding presence. "Young girl, you and I share a bond. I bestow this power upon you. May you wield it wisely." With that, the white tiger turned and departed, resuming its course towards the eight-headed serpent. Li Qingwan stood in stunned silence for a while before regaining her composure. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Hey, what did the spirit of the white tiger just impart to you?" "All four sacred spirits were summoned by me, yet I did not receive such an honor." Confused, he awaited her response. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Chen Tianxiu a glare. I won't tell you," she retorted. Chen Tianxiu shrugged his shoulders, realizing that it was of little consequence whether he divulged the information or not, as the spirit of the white tiger had proclaimed. Everything is predestined. At that moment, the Yamada no Orochi transformed into a headless serpent, its spirit gradually dissipating. Before the four holy spirits, the essence of Yamada no Orochi was forcefully subdued, pressed to the ground with no chance to retaliate. After vanquishing the spirit of Yamada no Orochi, the four holy spirits cast a glance at Chen Tianxiu before transforming into a spectrum of four radiant lights, merging into the array of the four symbols. Subsequently, the thick ice shattered, and the formation vanished. Surely, there should be no danger now? Chen Tianxiu mused as he surveyed his surroundings. Both the serpent and the Yamada no Orochi had been eliminated, and now it was time to retrieve the bodies. The corpse of the Empress Qianqiu lay at the bottom of the lake, which appeared quite deep. Retrieving it would require considerable effort. Just as Chen Tianxiu pondered how to plunge into the water to recover the body, a dark shadow suddenly began to rise from the lakebed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression tightened. Could there be another beast? The shadow moved with astonishing speed, breaking the surface of the water in mere moments. It was a breathtakingly beautiful corpse, seated upon a lotus pedestal, clad in a flowing red robe and adorned with a phoenix hairpin. 3,000 strands of hair cascaded gracefully down her back. Her complexion was rosy, her skin fair, exuding no semblance of death. However, both Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan, upon their first glance, immediately recognized that she was indeed a corpse. Ding! The corpse of the Empress Qianqiu has been discovered. Host, please revive her promptly. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Upon hearing this, he understood that the exquisite woman on the lotus pedestal was none other than the corpse of the Empress Qianqiu. However, what puzzled him was that the Empress of the Thousand Autumns had been deceased for over a century, yet her exterior bore no signs of decay. The Empress was a warrior, not a cultivator. Even a first-grade warrior should have succumbed to the ravages of time. Could it be the influence of the lotus platform? Chen Tianxiu speculated. Unlike cultivators, warriors wielded weapons that were usually limited to swords, spears, and halberds. The presence of the lotus platform here seemed rather enigmatic. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he decided to raise the corpse first. Chapter 16. The National Fortune acts without hesitation. Chen Tianxiu leaped down from the great tree, landing at the water's edge. He then drew forth a century-old peachwood branch and bit his finger to smear blood upon it. Go! Chen Tianxiu formed a hand seal and cast the peachwood branch onto the lake surface. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off with his feet and leapt, astonishingly landing firmly upon the branch. The branch, now under his control, swiftly glided towards the corpse of the Empress of the Thousand Autumns, creating a sensation akin to walking upon the water. Before long, Chen Tianxiu stood before the Empress's lifeless form. Observing her closely, he was struck by her majestic presence. Truly, the Empress was deserving of her title. Even in death, she radiated an air of solemn authority, sacred and impervious to intrusion. I beg your pardon. He respectfully bowed to the Empress. Then, he gestured and retrieved a corpse-reviving talisman and a purple gold bell from his system space. A series of crisp and rhythmic chimes resonated, captivating the very essence of one's being. The celestial realm was opened, granting immortality. The three souls and seven spirits, returning from their ethereal slumber, listened intently for divine commands, yet remained shrouded in mystery. Whether in movement or repose, their presence went unnoticed, compelled by an urgent summons. Rise. With the sound of the purple gold bell, Chen Tianxiu intoned incantations fervently, and with a resounding command, he cast the corpse talisman, affixing it upon the forehead of the eternal empress. In an instant, the runes upon the talisman ignited with a sanguine glow, bathing the surroundings in crimson light. Observing his environment, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. The talisman had taken effect, yet the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the eternal empress had not returned. Previously, he had successfully summoned the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a carpenter, albeit only 1 soul and 3 spirits ultimately returned. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu's gaze shifted to the lotus platform upon which the eternal empress sat. There, a flicker of blood light emanated, slowly rising before merging into her being. Suddenly, vibrant flames manifested atop her shoulders, the very essence of the 3 talismans of yang fire. Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened, fixated upon the lotus platform. He comprehended its significance. It was indeed a magical artifact, one capable of safeguarding the 3 souls and 7 spirits, an invaluable soul vessel, precious beyond measure. Where on earth did this wondrous object originate? Chen Tianxiu exclaimed in astonishment. Magical artifacts require a source of power to wield. Even if the Empress were a formidable warrior, she was not a cultivator and thus could not utilize such an artifact. The 3 souls and 7 spirits of the Empress have been safeguarded by the lotus platform and have now returned to their rightful place. However, the return of her spirits does not signify her resurrection. Under the guidance of the corpse-raising incantation and the walking corpse talisman, the Empress's body trembled momentarily before her eyes fluttered open, and she slowly rose to her feet. The Empress's corpse showed no signs of decay, still capable of movement, resembling a resurrection. In the distance, Li Qingwan watched in astonishment. If the Empress truly returned to life, it would be a tremendous boon for the Dragon Kingdom. It might even surpass the free nation. Chen Tianxiu, relieved to see the Empress's corpse obeying his divine command, shook the purple gold bell and intoned, "The shadowed seek passage. The living shall retreat." He then stepped forward, gliding toward the shore. Behind him, the Empress's corpse quivered for a moment but remained still. At that instant, a beam of golden light emerged from the lotus platform, entwining around the feet of the Empress's corpse, gradually lifting her and swiftly following Chen Tianxiu. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Tianxiu turned back, his expression one of bewilderment. What is this? The fate of the nation in transit? Although the body had perished, the 3 souls and 7 spirits remained, yet they could not manipulate the physical form unless they willingly transformed into malevolent spirits. Hence, the corpse raiser could only direct the corpse according to the talisman's commands. It could not walk, but could merely tiptoe and raise its arms in a playful manner. Nonetheless, exceptional circumstances existed. The imperial body, enveloped in royal destiny, could not engage in such antics, leading to the phenomenon of royal fate in transit. The corpse raiser, while guiding the imperial corpse, could only provide direction and could not issue further commands. Otherwise, they would incur divine retribution. Moreover, those in positions of power and military command are often accompanied by auspicious fortune. The corpse handler may issue simple commands to their remains, which is a slight improvement over the corpses of emperors. However, distinctions exist among these officials and generals. Those malevolent figures, even if they attain the highest ranks, are devoid of the protective essence of fortune. Conversely, those virtuous officials, regardless of their rank, possess a robust aura of luck that shields them. There exists yet another category: individuals who have made significant contributions to their nation. Even in the absence of official titles, their integrity attracts national fortune. The illustrious Empress of 1,000 Autumns exemplifies this. Despite her title, she bore no official rank or imperial throne. It was merely an appellation. A century ago, she defended her homeland, but was tragically ensnared by treachery, leading to her demise. Now, in death, national fortune serves as her proxy, preserving her dignity. Understanding this, Chen Tianxiu felt a profound respect. The achievements of the Empress are acknowledged even by the national fortune of Long Kingdom, serving as an exemplar for us all. At that moment, the lotus platform transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly drifting toward Chen Tianxiu. Upon receiving it, he opened his palm to find the lotus platform had shrunk to the size of his hand, making it easily portable. A surge of realization washed over him, and he bowed to the Empress, saying, I, Chen Tianxiu, am deeply grateful for your bestowed treasure. Upon first touching the lotus platform, he understood why it had found its way into his possession. It was a reward from the Empress's spirit, a token of gratitude for guiding her home. After a century in the icy depths of the lake, she too longed for her homeland. The Empress of the Thousand Autumns, whose origins were revealed to be from her childhood when she picked up the lotus platform by the river, had her secrets laid bare. At that moment, Li Qingwan approached Chen Tianxiu. She glanced at the lifeless body of the Empress and, with curiosity, inquired, Hey, Chen Tianxiu, whose corpse is this? It feels somewhat unusual. Having witnessed Chen Tianxiu's ability to escort the dead, she found the behavior of the Empress perplexing. Shouldn't the corpse be hopping along behind the one guiding it? Chen Tianxiu cast her a sidelong glance and replied, This is the body of the Empress of the Thousand Autumns. She possesses the fate of a nation, which distinguishes her from other corpses. The Empress of the Thousand Autumns? What? The Empress of the Thousand Autumns? Are you serious? Is she truly the Empress of the Thousand Autumns? Li Qingwan was instantly taken aback. The accomplishments of the Empress of the Thousand Autumns were etched into textbooks. Nearly everyone who had received an education in modern times was familiar with her illustrious name. She was an extraordinary figure who, a century ago, single-handedly confronted a million-strong army. Indeed, the legendary reputation of the Empress arose from a pivotal battle. Years ago, the Sakura nation amassed 1,000,000 troops to invade the Dragon Kingdom, and the Empress of the Thousand Autumns stepped forth, single-handedly resisting the million-strong army for 3 days, thus granting the Dragon Kingdom's reinforcements the opportunity to counterattack. From that moment on, the Empress's renown spread across the globe, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Of course, it is true. Would I deceive you? Chen Tianxiu said, spreading his hands. Now, let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. With that, he shook the purple gold bell a few times and led the body of the Empress of the Thousand Autumns toward the valley above. Chapter 17. The Treasure of the Corpse Carrier. Before long, Chen Tianxiu arrived at the valley with the body of the Empress. He carefully lowered the corpse of the carpenter from the tree, then retrieved a talisman, chanting incantations softly. Step by step, the earth contracts. The mountains are stitched, and the waters run dry. By the decree of the 3 mountains and 9 lords, I summon. Upon the completion of the incantation, the talisman naturally adhered to the back of the skeletal head. This was the earth-shrinking talisman, allowing the corpse to traverse the mountainous terrain with the grace of walking on flat ground, enhancing its speed. At that moment, Li Qingwan caught up with him. Chen Tianxiu glanced at her and remarked, The dusk approaches swiftly. We must hasten into the inner perimeter. Other matters can be addressed later. Li Qingwan understood the gravity of the situation. The inner perimeter was teeming with formidable beasts, and their strength was insufficient for prolonged exposure. Very well, I shall follow you. She nodded in agreement. Chen Tianxiu then made no further comments, shaking the purple gold bell a few times, causing the Empress's corpse to float behind him, while the carpenter raised his arms, trailing behind the Empress. Let us proceed, Chen Tianxiu said calmly. Clink, clink. 2 days later, at the edge of the vast green mountains, 4 figures quietly emerged upon a path. 2 of them were clad in tattered garments, one revealing the stark whiteness of bones beneath a black shroud. Truly exposed. Finally, we are out. Li Qingwan exhaled deeply, observing the rushing river. Their return journey was slow, hindered by the presence of 2 corpses, and strangely enough, they encountered a greater number of beasts along the way. This predicament caused considerable distress for Chen Tianxiu and his companion, transforming what should have been a single day's journey into a grueling 2-day odyssey. Indeed, they had finally emerged from their trials. Chen Tianxiu sighed in relief, anticipating the receipt of his first reward. His gaze then fell upon Li Qingwan. She was now clad in a solitary long-sleeved garment, the rest of her attire having been torn apart during their skirmishes with the monstrous beasts. This remaining piece was also somewhat tattered, allowing glimpses of her fair skin to tantalizingly peek through, creating an alluring sight. Upon sensing his gaze, Li Qingwan's cheeks flushed with color, and she shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, What are you staring at? No peeking. Yet, she dismissed it as nothing more than mere vanity, a mere pale skeleton, unworthy of attention. Chen Tianxiu offered a slight bow of respect, his demeanor quivering slightly, before he turned his head away and remarked nonchalantly. Throughout their journey, aside from the inappropriate sights, He had indeed seen little that was captivating. It was all rather mundane. Humph, men are all oafs, Li Qingwan retorted, her disbelief evident as she huffed softly. She then cast her gaze over the river, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Where is that ferryman?" It has been nearly half an hour. On their return, they had recognized the familiar path, confirmed the distance, and even managed to establish a signal to contact the ferryman. However, despite arriving at the riverbank, no sign of him had appeared. "He has already arrived," Chen Tianxiu suddenly declared. At that moment, a thick mist began to rise over the yellow river, obscuring the surface, and within this fog, a figure materialized, propelling a boat swiftly toward their direction. Before long, a small boat pierced through the dense fog, coming into view before the two individuals. It was none other than the ferryman. Li Qingwan's heart leaped with joy upon seeing him, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "Sir, you have finally arrived. May I inquire how you appeared so suddenly?" With a chuckle, the ferryman replied, "Ah, today the ancient river deity is in a foul mood, and a thick fog has enveloped the waters. It takes considerable effort to traverse." He then turned his gaze toward Chen Tianxiu and the two shadowy figures shrouded in black cloth behind him. "Young man, those behind you are," the ferryman began, uncertainty lacing his voice. Chen Tianxiu offered a slight smile and said, "These are the corpses I have gathered." He then produced a purple gold bell and gently shook it. "Dingling, dingling, dingling. 3 souls, heed my command, depart," Chen Tianxiu declared in a firm tone. Subsequently, the 2 corpses behind him began to move, one bouncing and the other floating toward the small boat. The coffin maker's corpse leaped directly onto the vessel, while the Empress's body floated gracefully above it. This, you truly are a corpse herder? And this body, it is indeed that of a national fortune-bearer?" the ferryman exclaimed, astonished. His gaze fixated on the Empress's corpse aboard the boat. Well versed in various knowledge, he recognized the significance of a national fortune-bearer, understanding that such individuals had made tremendous contributions to the nation. Truly astonishing. Moreover, this corpse resided amidst the vast green mountains. Having lived at the foot of those mountains for most of his life, he had never heard of such a matter. "Ha ha, sir, is this what astonishes you? There is even more remarkable to behold." Li Qingwan gazed at the old man's incredulous expression and, with a playful smile, inquired, "What could be even more astonishing?" The old man, intrigued, asked for clarification. Instead of answering directly, Li Qingwan glanced at Chen Tianxiu, as if seeking his counsel. With a swift leap, Chen Tianxiu boarded the small boat and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. She's merely teasing you." "Oh." The old man furrowed his brow at this, yet chose not to press further. Li Qingwan, upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's words, pouted but remained silent. Chen Tianxiu understood her intentions. However, given the immense reputation of the Empress of 1,000 Autumns, it was prudent to keep her identity concealed until they returned to her ancestral home, lest it stir unnecessary complications. "Huh, I never imagined you possessed such depth beneath your exterior. You truly are a corpse driver." The old man chuckled heartily, patting Chen Tianxiu's shoulder. "As I promised, if you genuinely manage to drive out the corpse, I shall present you with a treasure. I will fetch it for you upon our return." Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly in response. "No need for that, my dear sir. It was merely a casual remark, not to be taken seriously." Although curiosity piqued within him regarding the treasure the old man mentioned, he refrained from appearing overly greedy. "Absolutely not. That treasure is a necessity." The old man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he sighed. "It rightfully belongs to a corpse driver. It serves no purpose for me. Should you decline it, it may be destined to gather dust for eternity." "Oh, it truly belongs to a corpse driver?" Chen Tianxiu's curiosity was ignited. After all, corpse drivers had vanished from this world centuries ago. Could there still be remnants of their treasures? He felt compelled to investigate further. "Old man, what is that thing?" Chen Tianxiu inquired. The old man shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. You will know once you accompany me to see it." "All right," Chen Tianxiu nodded. "It is getting late. Let us return. You too, make sure to hold on tightly," the old man said in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan promptly sat cross-legged on the boat, gripping firmly for stability. The old man wielded the boat pole and thrust it into the water, propelling the small vessel forward like a sharp sword, plunging once more into the thick fog. Chapter 18. The bronze square box with the old man at the helm of the small boat. Despite the Yellow River's turbulent waters that day, they safely reached the opposite shore. As they disembarked, twilight descended, casting a dim light over the small town. This fortuitously spared Chen Tianxiu some trouble. After all, he was transporting 2 corpses, and being seen would likely invite unwanted attention. As a corpse handler, he typically operated under the cover of night. Sunlight was detrimental to the deceased. Once lifeless, a body emanates a certain energy that protects the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Exposure to the sun, which embodies extreme yang, is not conducive for the spirits to linger too long. Fortunately, amidst the vast mountains, the trees shielded them from the brunt of sunlight, alleviating many concerns. Before long, they returned to the guest house. Dingling, dingling, dingling. Chen Tianxiu shook the bell a few times, causing the corpse of the coffin maker to leap automatically into a shadowy room, facing the wall with its head bowed. The corpse of the Empress also entered the same room, but instead of following Chen Tianxiu's instructions, she elegantly seated herself upon a wooden bench. Chen Tianxiu gently shook his head, choosing not to intervene further. "Follow me. I shall take you to retrieve the treasure," the old ferryman spoke in a deep voice. Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. The old man led the way, with Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan trailing behind. Li Qingwan's curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the treasure, and the ferryman made no effort to deter her, thus tacitly permitting her to accompany them. Behind the inlay of verdant bamboo grove, the group exited through the back door and entered the bamboo thicket. The bamboo flourished abundantly, yet the area was steeped in a heavy. However, deep within the grove, there existed a patch devoid of any residual, as if something had dispelled it. The old man turned back to retrieve 2 iron shovels from beside the earthen wall, handing one to Chen Tianxiu while grasping the other firmly. "The treasure is buried within this grove. Let us begin our excavation." With that, he approached the spot free of and thrust a Luoyang shovel into the ground, unearthing a mound of soil. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu followed suit. Joining the old man in the laborious task, the object lay buried quite deep. After nearly a meter of digging, neither had yet uncovered anything. Remarkably, the old man exhibited extraordinary stamina, showing no signs of fatigue despite the prolonged effort, while Chen Tianxiu, being a first-tier martial artist and now a cultivator, felt no strain whatsoever. After excavating to a depth of 3 feet, Chen Tianxiu sensed he had struck something. The shovel met with a resonant clang against the object beneath. "This item was buried by my master 3 feet below the surface. Thankfully, I have not misremembered the location," the old man remarked, visibly relieved upon witnessing Chen Tianxiu's discovery. "Your master buried it? That must have been many years ago," Li Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment. He chuckled softly, recalling how, at the tender age of 7 or 8, a peculiar individual had delivered an object to his master. He watched as his master buried the item in the earth, only revealing its significance when he was on the brink of death. His master instructed him to await the arrival of a corpse escort, to whom he was to impart the knowledge of the object. Should that not occur, his own apprentice would be left in anticipation. The elder chuckled lightly. "Oh, a lineage of 2 generations?" Chen Tianxiu remarked with newfound respect. To have safeguarded the treasure for 2 generations until it reached him indicated the immense importance of this artifact. As they resumed their digging, a bronze square box soon emerged before them. The box measured approximately 1 meter in length and width, adorned with intricate symbols and incantations. Upon glancing at the inscriptions, Chen Tianxiu's expression darkened. If his eyes did not deceive him, those were indeed ghost-restraining charms. Encased in bronze and fortified by such powerful spells, what could possibly lie within this box? This was undeniably a momentous discovery. "Young friend, what troubles you? Your countenance has grown grim," the elder inquired, observing Chen Tianxiu's sudden shift in demeanor. Initially, Chen Tianxiu had approached the excavation with a sense of optimism, but the sight of the bronze box cast a shadow over his expression. Could there be something amiss with the box? The bronze is meant to suppress malevolence, and with the ghost-restraining charms in place, the contents of this box are likely far from ordinary, Chen Tianxiu replied in a somber tone. "What?" Both the elder and Li Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment. The elder was aware of the bronze's suppressive properties, but was unfamiliar with the symbols inscribed upon it. Assuming them to be merely decorative, he had not anticipated such a grave implication. Clearly, the contents of this box were not to be trifled with. "Is there some misunderstanding?" The elder frowned and inquired. His master had once informed him that this box contained treasures. He had claimed to have opened and inspected it, asserting that it held items beyond the capability of their ferrying abilities. only to be relinquished upon the arrival of the corpse drivers. If it had indeed been opened, wouldn't any malevolent spirits contained within have long since escaped? Chen Tianxiu pondered, stroking his chin. His musings were merely conjecture. Yet he found it peculiar that the surrounding area, upon first glimpse, was devoid of any sinister energy. A talisman capable of repelling such malevolence would inherently possess the power to ward off dark forces, while sinister entities would naturally attract them. Should the bronze box house such entities, this location would undoubtedly be saturated with dark energy. After a prolonged contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Yet, the absence of any sinister energy encroachment in this area was indisputable. Let us excavate it first, Chen Tianxiu proposed to the elder. Agreed. The elder nodded. Subsequently, the pair swiftly unearthed the bronze square box. Measuring approximately 1 meter in each dimension, the bronze artifact was exceptionally weighty, rendering it difficult for both Chen Tianxiu and the elder to lift. At that moment, Li Qingwan approached to assist, effortlessly hoisting the bronze box on her own, leaving the two older gentlemen feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a third-tier martial artist, her primary cultivation method involved body refinement, endowing her with considerable strength, which seemed entirely reasonable. The group transported the bronze box to the main hall, where Chen Tianxiu commenced his preparations. He retrieved the vermilion brush and the yellow talisman paper, commencing the intricate task of crafting a talisman to subdue malevolent spirits. Although the bronze box might not contain any nefarious entities, caution was paramount, for should a formidable being escape, the repercussions would be irreparable. Li Qingwan and the elderly gentleman assisted him, and after 2 hours, the main hall was adorned with talismans. Even the walls bore the sacred Four Saints totems, meticulously painted by Chen Tianxiu with vermilion. While it was unnecessary to summon the spirits of the Four Saints with blood sacrifices for formidable power, the spirits themselves were exceptional in repelling evil and misfortune. Once this was accomplished, Chen Tianxiu dismissed the two, positioning himself before the bronze box. He inhaled deeply, grasped the corners of the box, and slowly pried it open. In a mere moment, a golden radiance seeped through the crevice of the opened lid. Golden Legend. Chapter 19. The Money Sword and the Corpse Walker's Remains. Li Qingwan and the elderly man grew tense, clutching several talismans while their gaze remained fixed on Chen Tianxiu. Upon fully unveiling the wooden box and peering inside, he discerned the source of the earlier illumination, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Indeed, there was a spirit within, yet it was not a malevolent entity. Rather, it resembled the skeletal remains of the coffin maker encountered amidst the vast green mountains. The skeleton donned a yellow Taoist robe and held a money sword, which was the very object that had just emitted a golden glow. Ding! The host has triggered a side quest. Discover the ancient corpse of the corpse walker Qi Xiuqing. Please return it to its ancestral home in Donghe Province, Beijing City. Filong Village. Rewards: 1 junior strength spirit Qi canister, 1 premium blood cleansing pill, and 1 superior magical artifact, the demon-slaying sword. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ear once more. Another hidden mission had emerged, and this time the rewards appeared quite promising. Chen Tianxiu murmured to himself. After the system presented the rewards, he was able to discern the functions of the prizes. The spirit Qi canister was self-explanatory, akin to a master imparting their skills, capable of forcibly enhancing his cultivation. The superior pulse cleansing pill could purify his meridians, seemingly similar to the effects of a bone cleansing pill. However, the pulse cleansing pill also had the capacity to expand his meridians, accelerating his training speed. As for the ghost-slaying sword, the system's description was particularly intriguing. It was, in itself, a superior magical artifact, possessing considerable power, and when confronting demonic entities, its might could be amplified by a staggering 100%. This meant that if he wielded the ghost-slaying sword against a mundane opponent, it would inflict 100 points of damage, but against a demon, it would deal 200 points, effectively doubling the impact. Such a treasure. Yet, the ancestral home of this corpse handler was unexpectedly situated in Donghe Province, which posed a significant distance. Chen Tianxiu internally lamented. Currently, he was in Yuezhou, located in the southeastern corner of the Dragon Kingdom, near the coast. In contrast, Donghe Province lay in the northeastern corner. The straight-line distance would likely exceed 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, traveling there would preclude the use of planes or trains, which was quite bothersome. Li Qingwan and the elder observed Chen Tianxiu as he opened the box, noting that nothing untoward had occurred, and they approached him. Their gazes fell upon the contents of the box, astonished. Whose corpse is this? How could it be trapped inside? Li Qingwan's eyes immediately shifted to the elder. Upon noticing her gaze, the elder's expression darkened, and he retorted, "How would I know whose it is? I certainly did not kill anyone. Behold, this is the corpse of an ancient corpse driver, likely several centuries old," Chen Tianxiu remarked, waving his hand. An ancient corpse driver? How can this be possible? How could such a body be found within this box? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Tianxiu shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain, but I shall return him to his ancestral home. As for the items within the box, I shall keep them." He reached into the box and extracted its contents. Aside from the remains of the corpse driver, he discovered a money sword, an aged peachwood sword, numerous talismans, a low-grade magical artifact known as the Purple Gold Bell, and a low-grade magical artifact called the Demon Reflecting Mirror. Chen Tianxiu requested the system to appraise the money sword, which responded affirmatively, declaring it a spiritual weapon. Overjoyed by this revelation, Chen Tianxiu felt elation coursing through him. Magical artifacts are categorized into several tiers: treasure, spiritual weapon, spiritual treasure, and supreme treasure, with the money sword belonging to the second tier. The system had never bestowed upon him a spiritual weapon, and yet here he was, acquiring one for free. Furthermore, the money sword was precisely what he needed. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu retrieved his purple gold bell, gave it a gentle shake, and affixed a walking corpse talisman to the forehead of the corpse driver. Ring, ring, ring. Open the celestial gates, grant eternal life. The 3 souls and 7 spirits return to their essence. The 3 souls reside on the left, the 7 spirits on the right. Heed the divine command, and perceive the unknown. Move unseen, sit unrecognized. Hasten as per the decree. Arise. Chen Tianxiu recited the incantation to awaken the corpse once more. In the next moment, the corpse handler's body trembled slightly before rising straight from the bronze box. The elder, witnessing this, took 2 steps back in astonishment. So this is the art of corpse handling. What a remarkable skill, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. 3 souls, heed my command. Rest now. Chen Tianxiu shook the purple gold bell once more, instructing the corpse to retreat to the restroom mortuary for rest. Then, Chen Tianxiu turned his gaze to the bronze box before him, and with a wave of his hand, he stored it within the confines of the system's space. This bronze box, forged from ancient bronze, possessed exceptional calming properties. It was indeed a rare find in this era and should not be squandered. Li Qingwan and her companions stared in disbelief as the bronze box vanished before their eyes, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Where did the box go? Such a sizable item. Could it be that you possessed the art of storage? Or perhaps a magical pouch? Li Qingwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. She had felt the weight of the bronze box, which was considerably heavier than her usual training equipment, nearly a ton. Yet now it had seemingly disappeared into thin air, igniting their imaginations with possibilities. Chen Tianxiu nodded slightly in response. You could say that. He refrained from providing a direct answer, as it was not appropriate to disclose the existence of the system. He then turned to the elder and inquired, by the way, "Elder, may I ask if the owner of the coffin shop in town is a coffin maker by the name of Qin?" Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow and replied, "How do you know? That old fellow is indeed a coffin maker, and his surname is Qin. However, he is quite reclusive and would never voluntarily reveal his identity." Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, I encountered a corpse amidst the vast mountains. Possibly that of a coffin maker." "What? You found the coffin maker?" "This means that fellow's father truly ventured into the mountains 3 decades ago in search of fine timber and never returned," the elder exclaimed in astonishment. "That should be the case. I shall now return the body." Chen Tianxiu nodded affirmatively. He then proceeded to the mortuary, gently shaking the purple gold bell, which summoned the remains of Qin Yuanhua, causing them to rise and dance forth at the sound. The pale moonlight cast a chilling glow on the skull, enhancing its desolate appearance. The elder sighed and remarked, "Alas, those of the coffin-making lineage are indeed unfortunate souls. They are inherently ominous and spend their days in dealings with coffins, leading to their short lives. 30 years ago, Uncle Qin treated me with great kindness. Yet I never anticipated he would pass away before reaching 50. Our next meeting is now separated by the realms of life and death. Indeed, individuals within ancient trades seldom enjoy a long life." Chen Tianxiu concurred, his tone turning solemn. However, if we speak of misfortune, none are more accursed than the corpse drivers. For they are in constant contact with the dead. Where there are omens, there are also specters. Fortunately, he need not concern himself with such troubles, as he is devoted to the path of cultivation. Chapter 20. Welcoming the corpse. As the moon hung high in the sky, the streets of Shui-Lu town had fallen into an unusual silence, with only a few streetlights casting a dim glow around. At the edge of the town, within a humble shop, an elderly man was diligently planing wood with his tools. Around him lay 5 or 6 coffins, and the atmosphere within the house was thick with an oppressive gloom, the presence of life conspicuously sparse. This was a coffin shop, where even during daylight hours, very few ventured into this desolate area. The elderly man, a coffin maker, had endured this solitude for decades, and had long since grown accustomed to such a life. Suddenly, a series of clear, melodious bells echoed from afar, their sound unique and capable of inducing drowsiness in ordinary folk, while driving away any malevolent spirits. In no time, 4 figures emerged slowly from the end of the street, one of whom, clad in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, obscured his face as he walked deliberately. The shadow behind him, however, bounded playfully, eschewing the customary path. The old man, noticing their approach, set aside his work and turned his gaze towards the two. At first glance, it seemed they were far apart, moving at a leisurely pace, yet in the blink of an eye, they traversed several dozen meters, arriving at the coffin shop's entrance in scarcely 3 breaths. Corpse bearers tread the path of the underworld. The living await on the surface, spoke the figure in the black robe. Upon hearing these words, the old man felt as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are truly a corpse bearer? He stammered, grappling with the reality. The mention of the remains sent his thoughts racing back to a few days prior when a young couple had visited his shop. The young man had claimed to be a corpse bearer, a revelation that had ignited a flicker of hope within him. If he truly were one, there might yet be a chance to locate his father's remains. However, he remained unconvinced, for the corpse transporters had vanished for centuries, leaving no trace behind. Yet, the voice emanating from the shadow ahead bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the young man from days past, and it accurately called out both his name and his father's. This left him with no choice but to believe. Chen Tianxiu raised his head and, with a smile, addressed the elder. Chen Tianxiu, let us not delay the arrival of the deceased. We must welcome the spirit. Upon seeing Chen Tianxiu's visage, the elder was struck with profound astonishment, tears welling in his eyes as he knelt deeply on the ground. Unfilial son Chen Tianxiu, I welcome my revered father back to his roots, he exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, the corpse of Qin Yuanhua began to tremble violently. Having heard Chen Tianxiu's voice, its remaining soul and spirit stirred, displaying great agitation. This was the resonance of bloodlines. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu sighed and stepped forward, saying, Elder, death is an inevitable fate for all. There is no need for excessive sorrow. It is sufficient that your father's remains can return to their ancestral soil. Although Chen Tianxiu was but 60 years of age, he appeared as a man of advanced years, reflecting the profound grief he had endured over the past 3 decades. Trembling, he wiped away his tears and gazed at Chen Tianxiu, preparing to kneel once more. Son Chen Tianxiu, I am grateful to the guiding master for bringing my father back to rest. Chen Tianxiu hurriedly supported him, saying, Elder, please refrain from such grand gestures. I am not worthy of them. In this critical moment, let us place the spirit in the coffin, lest the restless spirit linger. As night enveloped the coffin shop, an aura of eerie stillness permeated the air, a favored haunt for restless spirits, and one could not dismiss the possibility of the unwary seeking to pilfer the dead. Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. At that juncture, Li Qingwan and the ferryman, an elderly gentleman, arrived at the entrance of the coffin shop. The old man gazed upon the establishment, letting out a deep sigh, his silence betraying a cascade of sorrowful memories. Li Qingwan, too, remained taciturn, recognizing the solemnity of the moment, knowing that idle chatter was unwarranted. Before long, Chen Tianxiu emerged from the rear of the shop, carrying a table draped in yellow silk, upon which offerings and incense were meticulously arranged, with the spirit tablet of Qin Yuanhua prominently displayed. In this era, such tablets were a rarity. Most were mere black and white photographs. However, since Qin Yuanhua had departed for the distant mountains 30 years prior without leaving behind a portrait, and as coffin makers, they adhered to the traditions of yore. Chen Tianxiu noticed the ferryman and Li Qingwan, but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Chen Tianxiu and inquired, "Master Walker, do you believe any additional arrangements are necessary? I currently possess the coffins." Chen Tianxiu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No further embellishments are required. This is sufficient." "Very well." Chen Tianxiu nodded, then turned to the ferryman, calling out, "Old Su, come lend me a hand." The ferryman, momentarily taken aback by the request, hesitated, his instinct to protest curbed by the awareness that the circumstances were not conducive to dissent. Thus, he dutifully followed along. Li Qingwan, upon witnessing the scene, proactively approached to lend her assistance, positioning a splendid coffin in the center of the shop and unveiling its lid. Once the coffin was arranged, the group swiftly retreated to the side. Chen Tianxiu took a deep breath and retrieved the peachwood sword he had just acquired. This sword was remarkable, crafted from a 1,000-year-old peach tree, precisely what he desired. With a grave expression, Chen Tianxiu flipped his hand, revealing a simple talisman, which he then cast into the air. The talisman danced and fluttered like snowflakes against the sky. With barriers of thick paper for the living and towering mountains for the dead, no malevolence can emerge, nor can it be undone. As per the decree, I command. Chen Tianxiu brandished the ancient peachwood sword, reciting incantations under his breath. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the swirling talismans and arranging them above the coffin shop in an intricate pattern. "What incantation is that, sir?" Li Qingwan whispered to the person beside her. The ferryman furrowed his brow and replied, "I understand this one quite well. It's quite common. You could easily find it on your phone. It is a ghost-repelling spell, designed to prevent nearby spirits from intruding." "Really? Is it that simple to find on my phone?" Li Qingwan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she pulled out her device to search. Indeed, she found a ghost-repelling spell that mirrored the incantation Chen Tianxiu had just recited. Li Qingwan blinked, casting a glance at Chen Tianxiu, as if a revelation had dawned upon her. After invoking the ghost-repelling spell, Chen Tianxiu approached the altar, took a hearty swig from the liquor bottle placed upon it, and then sprayed it onto the peachwood sword. With his other hand, he swiftly grasped the purple gold bell and began to shake it vigorously. Dingling, 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 dingling. Immediately, he drew a circle with a peachwood sword beneath the remains of Qin Yuanhua, then flicked it upward, causing the black cloth covering Qin Yuanhua to be instantly dislodged. The realms of the underworld and the heavens. Flesh returns to the earth, spirit ascends to the skies, blood flows to the waters, tendons to the mountains. Breath transforms into the departed, all returning to the depths of the netherworld. Chapter 21. The Successfully Driven Corpse, Side Quest Reward upon Chen Tianxiu's utterance. Qin Yunhua's corpse began to tremble violently, and a dark shadow emerged from above his head, slowly writhing until it eventually formed the visage of a middle-aged man. Upon seeing that face, Chen Tianxiu was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before the ground, crying out, "Father, your unfilial son has caused you to suffer amidst the endless mountains." The bereaved son, Chen Tianxiu, bowed thrice and prostrated himself 9 times, sending his father's spirit back to the heavens. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu commanded. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu complied, performing the ritual before Qin Yuanhua's remains. Immediately, the shadow atop the corpse soared forth, gradually transforming into an ethereal figure. It approached Chen Tianxiu and assisted him to his feet. Gazing at the spectral form before him, Chen Tianxiu felt no fear, the wrinkles on his face contorted, tears continuing to flow unabated. Qin Yuanhua said nothing, but smiled gently, reaching out to caress his son's aged visage before dissipating into a point of light, which then entered the spirit tablet at the center of the altar. Though that spirit tablet had existed for decades and had grown worn with age, at that moment, a radiant light flashed, illuminating the tablet as if it had been polished and waxed anew. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu immediately performed a respectful bow and proclaimed, "Return the soul to its rightful place. Please place the body in the coffin." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qingwan. Understanding his intent, Li Qingwan promptly took hold of the ferryman and moved to lift the corpse. "Wait, allow me." At that moment, Chen Tianxiu interjected, halting their actions. The two paused. Chen Tianxiu approached slowly, having stifled his tears, a faint smile gracing his face. He reached the remains of Qin Yuanhua, gently lifted them, and then made his way to the coffin, where he tenderly laid the body within. He cast a lingering gaze upon the bones before turning to Chen Tianxiu and bowing respectfully. This time, Chen Tianxiu did not intervene. It was the respect he rightfully deserved. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu stored away the peachwood sword and the purple gold bell, addressing Chen Tianxiu. The remains must rest in the coffin with a perpetual light for 7 days and nights before burial. Our business here is concluded, and it is unwise for us to linger. The remainder is now in your hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu clasped his fists in gratitude and replied, "Thank you, Master Choreographer, for the guidance. I am aware." Chen Tianxiu smiled slightly, and without further delay, turned to depart. Li Qingwan and the ferryman followed closely behind him. Before long, the trio returned to the inn. Excitedly, Li Qingwan exclaimed, "This is what it means to transport a corpse. This is the act of returning a soul. Truly, it is nothing short of eye-opening." She found herself at a loss for words to adequately express her astonishment. The events of the past few days had shattered her previous worldview. It turned out that corpse transporters indeed existed. There were powers in this world that diverged from that of martial artists. He chuckled, noting that this process was quite similar to the legends. To his surprise, the corpse herders, who had vanished for centuries, had re-emerged into the world. "Young man, you must carry this legacy forward," the ferryman remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Chen Tianxiu smiled and replied, "That is certainly the case. It was only through herding the corpses that he could earn rewards and enhance his strength. This was an unparalleled opportunity he would never forsake." Speaking of rewards, he had completed this side quest, and the system should now bestow upon him his due accolades. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, allowing the remains of the coffin maker, Qin Yuanhua, to return to his roots. Performance evaluation, S grade. Note: the rewards for side quests are fixed and will not vary based on performance level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received one exquisite spirit-enhancing pill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a pair of mid-grade magical boots, the 1,000-mile boots. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Chen Tianxiu's ears. His rewards had arrived. The spirit-enhancing pill was a means to elevate his cultivation, while the 1,000-mile boots, as the name suggested, would enable him to run with greater speed. As for the S-grade evaluation, Chen Tianxiu felt no discontent, considering that his earlier oversight had allowed a mischievous spirit to snatch the remains of Qin Yuanhua, resulting in some damage. Achieving an S grade was already commendable under the circumstances. "I am quite fatigued from the recent exertions. I shall take my leave and rest now. You two should also retire for the night," Chen Tianxiu said with a gentle smile to the others. Yet, he had no intention of sleeping. After all, those who cultivate the path of immortality do not require sleep. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experience the effects of the spirit-enhancing pill. Indeed. He had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in days. He decided it was time to rest. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan let out a long yawn, expressing her fatigue. She was genuinely exhausted. After all the commotion, it was already past 2 in the morning. "Very well, you all should rest properly. I shall pay a visit to old Qin," the elder said, nodding his head. He and Chen Tianxiu had been childhood friends, but as they grew older, they each inherited their respective crafts and had not spoken much in recent years. Chen Tianxiu chose not to prolong the conversation and retreated to his room. He secured the door and affixed several protective talismans upon it before sitting cross-legged on his bed. Subsequently, he retrieved the exquisite spirit-enhancing pill from his system space. The pill was pristine white, and being of exceptional quality, it bore 3 delicate patterns, not flaws, but rather the markings of the pill. Such markings could only appear on top-tier elixirs. "I wonder if the system will reward me with alchemy skills," Chen Tianxiu pondered, stroking his chin. With the art of alchemy, he could directly concoct pills to enhance his strength, which would be a viable approach. He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and opened his mouth to swallow the spirit-enhancing pill whole. As soon as it entered, the pill dissolved instantly, flowing like water into his belly. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of potent medicinal energy radiating throughout his body, rushing towards his meridians. Realizing this, he immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique to refine the immense energy. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the crack of the door. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, and a surge of overflowing spiritual energy seemed to burst forth like smoke. The spirit-enhancing pill was indeed remarkably potent. Chen Tianxiu smiled slightly as he spoke. After a night of refinement, the medicinal power of the pill had been completely assimilated by him. His current cultivation level had directly ascended to the 7th layer of Qi training, a commendable increase of 4 layers from before. He felt that if he were to encounter the spirit of the 8-headed serpent now, he would not even need to set up the 4 symbols manifestation array. He could simply crush it himself. He pondered how his 7th layer of Qi training would fare against practitioners of various ranks. Abandoning the martial path in favor of the immortal way was one option for him. Yet, he still yearned to understand just how formidable the immortal path could be compared to martial arts. However, he had no intention of testing that at the moment. Dismissing further thoughts, he rose to tidy up. There were still 2 corpses to attend to. His next destination was to return the body of the Eternal Empress to her ancestral home. Chapter 22. Causality. The ancestral home of the Eternal Empress was Bayou City, a place that once belonged to her realm of honor. Such realms were granted to martial artists who had made significant contributions to the nation. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, there were over a dozen prominent figures who possessed their own territories, most of whom were 8th or 9th tier martial artists. The term realm of honor signifies that one can autonomously manage all affairs within the territory, akin to being the lord of a city, with minimal governmental interference. However, in the event of major incidents, the rights to the territory must be unconditionally returned to the state. Bayou City is situated in the Central Plain province of the Dragon Kingdom, a large province located over 1,000 kilometers from Yuezhou. Chen Tianxiu calculated that, according to his pace, he could reach his destination within 3 days. However, as a corpse handler, he typically traveled only at night, under normal circumstances. One should avoid walking during the day, which could potentially double the time required. Nonetheless, having chosen this profession, he was naturally well prepared. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Li Qingwan awoke and emerged from her room. She stretched her limbs in a languid manner, feeling a significant sense of relief wash over her. The experiences of the past few days had proven far more exhilarating than her entire lifetime had been. Yet, the fatigue was undeniably palpable. Noticing that Chen Tianxiu's door was firmly shut, Li Qingwan's eyes glimmered with mischief as a smile graced her lips. She approached and knocked lightly. "Qianqiu Gij, are you inside?" Her melodious voice, prolonged and enchanting, could indeed send shivers down one's spine. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Chen Tianxiu, who regarded her with an expression devoid of emotion. "What is it?" he inquired. Li Qingwan was unfazed by his demeanor. She seized his arm and playfully bumped against him with her own, grinning as she said, "There is something, but can we discuss it inside?" Chen Tianxiu twitched his lips slightly and replied, "It's fine to speak here. A solitary man and a woman alone in a room would not reflect well on my reputation if word were to get out." Li Qingwan was taken aback, her incredulity evident. "I don't even care about that. Why should you?" Observing her astonishment, Chen Tianxiu reiterated, "Will you speak, or shall I take my rest? I am not departing until nightfall and intend to cultivate during the day, as I cannot afford to squander time. After all, what is more entertaining than cultivation?" He paused, then added, "Wait a moment." Li Qingwan hastily grasped Chen Tianxiu's arm, casting him an accusatory glare. After taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she declared, "I wish to take you as my master. Would you accept me?" This left Chen Tianxiu in a state of astonishment. What was this? She wanted to be his disciple? He had only just embarked on his own journey. Moreover, at such a tender age, Li Qingwan had already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier martial artist, indicating that her innate talent was exceptional, at least a grade 7 or 8. There was no way she could have advanced so swiftly otherwise. With prospects of reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, her future seemed bright. Why would she wish to take him as her master? He had no intention of accepting her. Although perplexed, Chen Tianxiu quickly responded. It was absurd. Being a corpse handler meant he constantly associated with the dead, enveloped in an aura of misfortune. Anyone who lingered in his company would undoubtedly encounter calamity. Thus, corpse handlers typically refrained from traveling with the living. While the idea of taking on a disciple was conceivable, as the craft must be passed down, it was a consideration reserved for old age, and there were specific prerequisites for accepting a pupil. As the elder fairy operator had mentioned, corpse handlers generally preferred to select those of unattractive appearance. This unattractiveness served a purpose. It could deter malevolent spirits. Li Qingwan, however, fell short on this first criterion. Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's refusal, She became anxious and immediately inquired, "Why? Am I not qualified?" "Indeed, your beauty is too striking." Chen Tianxiu replied with a nod. Li Qingwan was left speechless, recalling the elder fairy operator's words. She never expected that the barrier preventing her from becoming his disciple would be this. She found herself at a loss. Then if I do not learn the art of corpse driving from you, could you teach me the method of talismans? Specifically, the one for summoning thunder, or perhaps the one for invoking the four sacred beasts? Li Qingwan inquired with a hint of reluctance. Her curiosity about corpse driving was genuine. Yet her primary desire was to acquire such extraordinary powers akin to those of deities. One could hardly blame anyone who witnessed Chen Tianxiu's prowess for harboring such aspirations. Chen Tianxiu gazed at her and spoke solemnly. "Are you aware of a certain saying?" "What saying?" Li Qingwan asked, momentarily taken aback. "The way must not be lightly transmitted." Chen Tianxiu replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan opened her mouth as if to retort, but found no words to counter his statement. She had indeed heard this phrase before and understood its significance deeply. After all, within the realm of martial artists, there exist various systems. The path she had chosen was that of the Wan Hua Sword School, which possessed unique knowledge of body refinement and swordsmanship. In simpler terms, it encompassed martial techniques. The martial arts of the Wan Hua School were not easily obtained. They only accepted exceptionally talented practitioners. One could only learn their techniques by joining the school, where professional mentors would guide them. Should anyone leak the school's martial techniques to outsiders, they would face expulsion and potentially be taken to the martial artist court, where, in severe cases, the offender's dantian could be destroyed, rendering them incapacitated for life. This principle of the way must not be lightly transmitted was taken to the utmost extreme in this school. The path that Chen Tianxiu followed was evidently far more stringent than that of martial arts. It was not something that could be grasped merely through a few words from her. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Qingwan released her hold on Chen Tianxiu and murmured, "Is there truly no chance left?" Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at her, then deftly produced 3 talismans, presenting them before her. "As one who walks the path of my teachings, you must understand that all things are bound by fate. Your connection to the mystical is profound, and you have garnered the favor of the sacred beast, the white tiger. I firmly believe that you will encounter great opportunities ahead. These 3 talismans are the evil-repelling talisman, the ghost-slaying talisman, and the pestilence-exorcising talisman. They have been activated by me and will autonomously trigger when necessary, ensuring your protection for a time. Oh, this also serves as a means to offset the 500 yuan I lent you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing slightly, and her sorrow dissipated significantly. She then smiled gently and accepted the 3 talismans. With a spring in her step, she bounded a few paces before turning back, stating, "You are correct. Everything is indeed intertwined by fate. I refuse to believe that I cannot access your world. I shall accept these 3 talismans, but as for the 500 yuan I owe you, I shall not return it so easily. Consider it settled at 499. There remains 1 yuan, which you must remember to reclaim later." Having finished her words, Li Qingwan entered her room without a backward glance, denying Chen Tianxiu the opportunity to respond. Chen Tianxiu stood for a moment, gazing at her door, then chuckled softly and shook his head. "Well, it seems I've become entangled with her." Moreover, her final words invoked the wisdom of Taoism, speaking of cause and effect. Chapter 23. I will seek out the counselor to excuse Xiu'er. I shall not return tonight. During the day, Li Qingwan departed from Shui Lu town, having taken leave, as the holiday was fast approaching. At the mention of this, Chen Tianxiu nearly forgot that he was still a student. Upon arriving in the tranquil town of Waterflow, he promptly turned off his phone and did not power it on again. Eventually, he retrieved his device and switched it on for a brief glance. In no time, it began to vibrate incessantly, revealing over 100 messages. A quick inspection revealed that the majority were notifications of missed calls, predominantly from his roommates, with a few originating from his academic advisor. He calculated that he had been away for nearly 4 or 5 days, prompting a smile as he thought of his concerned companions. The camaraderie among the 4 in their dormitory was quite amicable. None were inconsiderate, and understanding his family's circumstances, his 3 roommates often extended their assistance. Without further contemplation, he decided to call back to assure them of his well-being. The phone rang for less than 3 seconds before being answered by a voice filled with anxiety. "Hello? Xiu'er, is that you? Where are you? Are you alive?" Chen Tianxiu hastily distanced the phone from his ear, startled by the roughness of the voice. After a brief moment of silence on the other end, he replied, "It's me, Zhang Wu. I'm fine." Hearing this, his roommate Zhang Wu exhaled in relief and quickly added, "You scared me to death. You left a note, and then you vanished. I thought you might have been lured into trouble. Where exactly are you now?" "I'm in Yuezhou. I won't be back for a while." "Have you managed to arrange my leave?" Chen Tianxiu responded. "Of course. We secured a week off for you, but if we don't hear from you soon." "We were preparing to inform the advisor and even consider filing a report," Zhang Wu replied. Chen Tianxiu twitched his lips upon hearing this. He was aware that Zhang Wu and the others would undoubtedly act in such a manner. Fortunately, he had set a deadline in advance. "I apologize, it's my fault. I need to stay outside a while longer. Could you please help me delay a bit?" Chen Tianxiu said. "That's feasible. But you must tell me what you are up to. Otherwise, we cannot approach the counselor," Zhang Wu replied. Chen Tianxiu pondered for a moment and then responded. "I can tell you, but you must promise not to spread it indiscriminately." "Xiu'er, why the secrecy? Are you involved in something unspeakable?" Zhang Wu inquired with a hint of concern. "Well, rationally speaking, it is indeed a bit," Chen Tianxiu said slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu became anxious and hurriedly exclaimed, "Xiu'er, please do not stray onto the wrong path. Your academic performance is outstanding. You are destined to achieve great things in the future. Do not engage in foolish behavior." "Not at all, actually. I am involved in corpse guiding," Chen Tianxiu stated solemnly. This was followed by a long silence. Zhang Wu was taken aback by this revelation and remained speechless for quite some time. After about 10 seconds, he incredulously asked, "What did you say? I must have misheard." "I said, I am involved in corpse guiding," Chen Tianxiu reiterated. Another silence enveloped the conversation. After another 10 seconds, Zhang Wu finally said, "Xiu'er, I know you are remarkable, but could you perhaps speak of something more tangible? Are you secretly making a fortune without us?" Chen Tianxiu chuckled softly and said, "It's quite literal. As for the reason for my leave, feel free to concoct one for me. Night is swiftly approaching, and I must prepare to attend to my duties. We shall converse at another time." With that, Chen Tianxiu ended the call. At that moment, in the dormitory of Jiangnan University, Zhang Wu stared at his phone in utter bewilderment. Beside him, two young men exchanged equally perplexed glances. "What did Xiu'er just say? He mentioned something about attending to corpses? Do you believe that?" Yuan Yuhua inquired. "I do not." Zhou Mingxing shook his head. "Do you?" "I also do not believe it," Yuan Yuhua echoed, shaking his head as well. "Then there is but one explanation. Xiu'er must be secretly off making a fortune without us," Zhou Mingxing declared with certainty. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Yuan Yuhua nodded in agreement, speaking in a lowered tone. Zhang Wu, upon hearing his roommate's remarks, let out a resigned sigh. Was there truly no one normal in this dormitory? Well, it is good that Xiu'er is safe. But he mentioned he would not be returning soon, so I must extend his leave. Zhang Wu rose and spoke gravely. He promptly opened the wardrobe, retrieved a suit, and made his way to the bathroom. Moments later, Zhang Wu emerged, sporting a sophisticated slick-back hairstyle and an elegant black suit. "I am going to speak with the counselor to request a leave for Xiu'er. He will not be returning tonight. Remember to come to the hotel in the morning to bring me back," Zhang Wu stated with a serious expression. Yuan Yuhua and Zhou Mingxing gazed at the strikingly handsome Zhang Wu in awe, then simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. The night was dark and the winds howled, and the hour of the rat had arrived. Chen Tianxiu, clad in a black robe and adorned with a black hat, stepped out of the door. The ferryman had long been awaiting him in the courtyard. Before him lay a meticulously arranged altar, suggesting he was well prepared. "Please, master of the path," the ferryman said with a beaming smile. Chen Tianxiu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he understood the significance of the situation. The corpse handlers, whether resting or embarking on their journey, would perform certain rituals to attract good fortune and ward off misfortune. Naturally, these rituals were to be conducted within the confines of the corpse handling inn. Elsewhere, they were optional. The ferryman's establishment of the altar indicated his willingness to treat this lodging as a temporary corpse handling inn, allowing Chen Tianxiu to perform the rituals and simultaneously cleanse the dwelling of any malevolent spirits. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu approached the altar, and the ferryman respectfully stepped aside. It was the witching hour, the time when the yin energy was at its peak, and the spirits roamed more freely. Chen Tianxiu drew forth his 1,000-year-old peachwood sword and gazed at a piece of ordinary talisman paper on the table. He executed a graceful sword dance, then pressed the blade against the yellow talisman paper. With a gentle tug, The paper soared into the air, cascading down like a gentle rain. Humans are separated by heavy paper, while spirits are barred by towering mountains. 1,000 evils cannot emerge, nor can 10,000 be unfettered. Command. Chen Tianxiu intoned the incantation to ward off spirits, and the flurry of yellow talisman paper began to spin mysteriously in midair. Light the firecrackers. Chen Tianxiu glanced at the firecrackers that had already been arranged on the ground, then pointed his sword, igniting them in an instant. The sound of firecrackers crackled through the night, piercing the tranquility with an unsettling clangor. Strangely, the townsfolk remained indoors, unperturbed by the cacophony, with not a single light illuminating the darkness. At that moment, the ferryman emerged from his chamber, carrying a platter of offerings: succulent pig's head, chicken's head, dried fish, and a medley of entrails, encompassing all manner of creatures, both avian and aquatic. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu extracted 3 soul incense sticks from the altar, igniting them before inserting them into a bowl of rice. Chapter 24. Bloodshed in the jungle. The rhythmic chime of bells echoed softly. Cool, sweet dew, the essence of boundless nourishment, mingling with rare treasures, unobstructed by the unseen. Partake of this sacred feast, ascend to the celestial realms, bask in abundant blessings, and purify the offerings. Chen Tianxiu murmured incantations. He then pointed decisively towards the mortuary. In an instant, the door swung open, revealing the Empress's corpse seated at its center. As if drawn by an unseen force, the Empress slowly rose, radiant golden light enveloping her feet, guiding her towards Chen Tianxiu. Meanwhile, the body of the corpse handler leapt forth from the room, bounding directly to the altar, arms raised and bowing slightly. Yet, just as it was about to touch the 3 incense sticks, it abruptly froze, then straightened itself, hopping back behind the Empress's corpse. Chen Tianxiu could only stare at the Empress, momentarily speechless. The ritual at the altar was intended to satiate the 2 corpses for their journey onward, while the souls, devoid of consciousness, acted solely on instinct and his commands. However, he did not anticipate that the imposing aura of the female emperor's corpse would so profoundly restrain the instincts of the spirit of the corpse handler, compelling it to partake in the second meal. At that moment, the female emperor's corpse gracefully floated to the altar, bending her form elegantly until her nose nearly touched the essence of the soul incense, pausing just before contact. The delicate smoke of the soul incense transformed into 2 streams, wafting into the nostrils of the female emperor's corpse, which burned at a visibly rapid pace. The corpse handler behind Chen Tianxiu began to tremble violently, and Chen Tianxiu could sense its emotions, as if it were pleading, "Leave some for me." Indeed, this corpse was extraordinary. The corpse handler had accomplished a significant deed this time. The ferryman, observing the female emperor's corpse, also remarked in admiration. Although Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan refrained from revealing the true identity of the female emperor's corpse, he could discern that it was no ordinary entity. Should it be returned to its ancestral home by Chen Tianxiu, it would be a remarkable act of merit. "Oh, it was merely a trifling task," Chen Tianxiu humbly responded. At that moment, the female emperor's corpse had finished her meal, straightening her form and slowly drifting behind Chen Tianxiu. The corpse handler could no longer contain itself, hastily leaping forward to ravenously absorb the remnants of the soul incense. Starved for centuries, the rare opportunity to feast, albeit on leftovers, was simply irresistible. In but a moment, the soul incense was entirely consumed, and the previously steaming offerings had lost their vapor, becoming cold. "The ritual is complete, esteemed sir. I shall take my leave," Chen Tianxiu said, clasping his fists in respect towards the ferryman. The ferryman returned the gesture, replying, "Safe travels, esteemed master." Chen Tianxiu gave a slight nod, then shook the purple gold bell and turned to leave. The sound of the bell rang out, dingling, dingling, dingling. The shadows yield to the light, and the living shall evade. With each low chant, the figures of 1 man and 2 corpses gradually faded into the night. In Cangzhou, amidst a dense forest, several figures swiftly traversed the thicket. Dongguai, this is Dong Lu. We have detected the presence of rebels 300 meters ahead." A figure clad in black spoke sternly into the walkie-talkie. "Dongguai received your message. Hold your positions for now. We will maneuver from the left and encircle the rebels. Await the signal to engage." A calm voice responded from the other end of the device. "Dong Lu understands." The black-clad figure replied. The group of over a dozen paused, ceasing their advance. They remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the front, not a single movement to betray their presence. Approximately 10 minutes later, a crackling sound erupted from the walkie-talkie, as if it had encountered some interference. Dong Lu, they have reinforcements. It's a 7th-tier warrior. Flee. Suddenly, a sound akin to something being torn apart echoed from the other side. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man's expression changed drastically. Fury etched on his face as he shouted, "Dong Guat!" At that moment, a hoarse voice crackled through the walkie-talkie once more. "Tell your leader to mind his own business if he wishes to live longer." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man's eyes blazed with rage as he demanded, "Who are you? Black Hawk? Or Wild Wolf?" A faint chuckle escaped from the figure opposite, who chose not to respond to the inquiry but merely smiled ominously, falling silent thereafter. The man in black, upon hearing that laughter, was immediately consumed by rage. However, he was not foolish. The adversary was a 7th-tier martial artist, and even their group of over a dozen would not suffice against such a foe. "Retreat," he commanded, turning to leave. "Captain, what about Captain Luo and his team?" A member questioned, his voice tinged with despair. Captain Luo led a squad of a similar number. Yet against a 7th-tier martial artist, it was likely that none would escape. The most probable outcome was annihilation, leaving no chance for capture. These rebels, entrenched within the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, would only bring trouble upon Captain Luo and his team, yielding nothing but harm. The surrounding wilderness teemed with beasts, including many low-tier monsters. If they departed now, it was likely that upon their return, there would be nothing left but the echoes of their demise. The man in black clenched his teeth and declared, "Retreat." That is an order. He felt equally helpless. But lingering here would only draw the attention of the 7th-tier martial artist, leading to their own deaths. They could not afford to make unnecessary sacrifices. They needed to report back to their superiors and request the dispatch of stronger reinforcements. "Understood," the others replied through gritted teeth. With that, they turned and made their way back, departing from the scene. The moon hung high in a star-studded sky, and a gentle breeze whispered through the night. The cold moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the earth, illuminating the darkness with a touch of brightness. In the depths of the mountains, a clear and melodious chime resonated, injecting a hint of liveliness into the tranquil forest. 3 figures swiftly navigated through the thicket, the foremost clad in black and donning a wide-brimmed hat, blending seamlessly into the shadows around them. A crimson silhouette floated conspicuously behind him, followed by another figure that appeared to be seamlessly blending into the shadows, bounding along in pursuit of the two. These 3 figures were none other than Chen Tianxiu, who had embarked from Yuezhou, traversing through 3 provinces and 5 mountains to arrive at Sangzhou, along with 2 corpses. Due to the peculiar nature of his task, Chen Tianxiu traveled exclusively under the cover of night and avoided populated areas. By the time he reached Sangzhou, 3 days had already elapsed. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance toward the thicket on his right. "Is there a scent of blood?" he murmured to himself. In the depths of these mountains, the presence of a blood scent was not unusual. Wild beasts would often leave remnants after their hunts, and Chen Tianxiu had become quite accustomed to such odors over the past few days. However, this particular scent was notably potent. Typically, when a beast hunted, it would leave but a single carcass behind, resulting in a relatively faint odor, and it was rare for more than 2 to be found in one location. Yet this scent was so intense that it suggested the presence of no fewer than 5 victims. Intrigued, Chen Tianxiu proceeded cautiously toward the source of the blood scent. After traversing approximately 200 meters, he beheld a massive aura of resentment, lingering ominously in the air. Scattered across the ground lay a dozen corpses clad in black, sprawled in disarray. Ding. Side quest triggered. Chapter 25, Stitching Corpses. Ding. Side quest initiated. 13 corpses of the Special 9th Team of the Qianqiu Military District have been discovered. Please return them to the Qianqiu Military District. Reward: initial understanding of basic talismans. The voice of the system echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears. It seemed that encountering corpses in the wilderness invariably activated a side quest. However, this time, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. A special operations team from the Qianqiu military region? How could these individuals have perished here? He found this perplexing. Descending from this mountain would lead him directly to Sangzhou, a location he was not entirely familiar with, yet certainly not far away. Yet, these individuals had met their demise in the remote mountains beyond Sangzhou. This was indeed curious. Nevertheless, such matters seemed to lie beyond his purview. Next, his gaze fell upon the rewards for this mission. He confirmed several times that the reward was the initial understanding of talismans, not the initial understanding of seals. Though the terms seal and talismans differ by just a character, the distinction is profound. The spells he utilized could be categorized as a type of basic seal. In contrast, talismans represent a form of magic, also referred to as script, ink talismans, or alchemical writings. Seals are merely one category among many. Their potency far exceeds that of ordinary seals. Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of joy. This reward was one he must obtain. He then glanced once more at the numerous corpses surrounding him. The pervasive stench of blood and the concentration of malevolent energy suggested that these individuals had not died more than half a day prior. Clearly, they had been slain by someone, and given that they were members of a military special operations team, their assailant must possess considerable strength. Chen Tianxiu's expression turned grave. He promptly produced a talisman, gripping it firmly in his hand before brushing it across his eyes. Instantly, a faint glow emanated from his gaze. With this ethereal light, Chen Tianxiu surveyed his surroundings. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, no living being could evade his sight. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Tianxiu noticed that the glow in his eyes had faded away. He sighed in relief. With the assistance of the spirit manifestation talisman, he observed the area within a kilometer. Aside from a few wild beasts and flying insects, there was no sign of human presence. In this dense jungle, it would be impossible for anyone to lie in ambush from such a distance. Suddenly, the sound of bells echoed, dings and rings, reminding him that while the living can be separated by layers of paper, the spirits can traverse mountains. No evil could conspire, nor could any malevolence penetrate. Chen Tianxiu shook the purple gold bell a few times, ensuring that the corpses of the Empress and the corpse handler remained undisturbed at their location. He then cast several protective spells around to safeguard the bodies from any lurking spirits. Having completed these tasks, Chen Tianxiu approached the dozen or so corpses. Upon closer inspection, he observed the grim state of the deceased. Each individual bore various knife wounds, typically no more than 2, with most having been cleaved nearly in half, death delivered swiftly by a merciless hand. It was evident that the assailant was ruthless and efficient, inflicting minimal suffering upon them. However, at that moment, wisps of dark gas emanated from the corpses, transforming into ethereal spirits, each only possessing an upper body, who began to wail incessantly. These were their souls, invisible to ordinary eyes, yet Chen Tianxiu perceived them with clarity. Each spirit was infused with resentment, with traces of malevolent energy clinging to their essence, clearly indicating their unwillingness to accept their fate. Chen Tianxiu sighed deeply. These individuals had perished in the defense of their homeland. It was a tragic irony that they met such an untimely death, remaining unknown and unclaimed. How lamentable! Rather than endure such torment, it would be preferable for them to find a moment of peace, sparing them the anguish of lingering spirits. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful bow, his countenance grave as he murmured incantations. By the decree of the Supreme, I transcend your solitary souls, banishing all specters and granting mercy to the 4 lives. Those with heads shall be liberated, while those without shall be reborn. As he pronounced the mantra of salvation, the surrounding vengeful spirits fell into a hushed stillness, retreating into their lifeless forms. Although the mantra of salvation was primarily intended for liberation, it also served to soothe the restless souls. These individuals had harbored intense obsessions before their demise, unwilling to depart quietly. They merely lay dormant within their cadavers. Had they been amenable to direct liberation, it would have spared Chen Tianxiu considerable trouble. Upon witnessing the calm of all vengeful spirits, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Next, he embarked upon the grim task of preparing the corpses for resurrection. Most of these bodies had been severed into halves, presenting a significant challenge. For the resurrection to proceed without complications, the corpses needed to be intact. Thus, he began the painstaking process of reassembling them, painstakingly matching each half to its rightful owner. This was indeed an exceedingly repulsive endeavor. Had an ordinary person been confronted with such a scene, they would likely have fainted from sheer horror. It was Chen Tianxiu's first encounter with such a sight, and though he felt a wave of discomfort, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After all, this was merely the beginning. He could very well encounter even more terrifying scenes in the future, and if he could not endure this, he would be unfit for the profession of corpse handling. After half an hour of relentless effort, Chen Tianxiu finally completed the gruesome task, restoring all the bodies to their original forms. He then retrieved 13 resurrection talismans, applying them to restore the corpses entirely. The horrific wounds upon them seemed to meld together as if bound by an adhesive, sealing tightly once more. However, this is merely a temporary measure. Once the corpse's essence dissipates, the effects of the corpse talisman will fade, necessitating the assistance of a mortuary expert to arrange the deceased's appearance. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu produced the purple gold bell and gently shook it. The sound resonated, tinkling like chimes, invoking the celestial realms for eternal life. The 3 souls and 7 spirits were summoned back, with the 3 souls residing on the left and the 7 spirits on the right. He commanded them to heed his call, to remain unseen in their movements, and to act swiftly. Upon completing his incantation, the 13 corpses on the ground trembled slightly, as if drawn by an unseen force, and stood upright. 3 souls, heed my command, align yourselves. Chen Tianxiu bellowed once more. The 13 corpses then began to leap and subsequently arranged themselves into a neat row. With the increase in numbers, they extended their arms to rest upon the shoulders of the corpse in front of them. With the return of the 3 souls, the celestial flames of the 3 talents flickered, 1 flame on each shoulder, momentarily concealed by the weight of the following corpses, thus reducing the likelihood of detection by minor spirits. Of course, this method is exclusive to the deceased. Should the living attempt it, the outcome would be contrary, as their vital energy would attract malevolent spirits. If the 2 celestial flames were extinguished, one would easily become entangled with such spirits. The bell rang once more, and as Chen Tianxiu shook the purple gold bell again, 2 hidden corpses slowly emerged from the shadows. The corpse of the mortuary worker sprang forth eagerly to the front of the line, allowing the corpses behind to rest their weight upon his shoulders. His form quivered slightly, as if imbued with excitement. It seems that there is finally a companion. Chen Tianxiu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon perceiving the thoughts of the corpse handler. Was this person, in life, not a bit of a jester? Subsequently, he did not dwell on it further. Shaking the purple gold bell a few times, he slowly made his way down the mountain with a pair of corpses in tow. Chapter 26. The dead walk the path to the underworld, while the living await in the world above. At this moment, in the Qianqiu military district, a perimeter of 500 meters was cordoned off with warning lines, and searchlights scanned the surroundings. At the entrance, several heavy artillery pieces were stationed, along with detection instruments. All on standby. A group of individuals clad in black awaited anxiously at the door. Before them stood a middle-aged man in uniform, his expression stern. "Where are the reinforcements?" "Commander, it has been over 3 hours." Dong Lu spoke urgently, his tone tinged with indignation. They had notified headquarters about their return, requesting personnel to be dispatched. Yet, until now, no skilled fighters had arrived. Headquarters lacked martial artists of the 7th rank or higher, thus they could only summon experts from other locations. The middle-aged man sighed upon hearing this and replied, "Old Yang, please be patient. 8th rank martial artists are indeed scarce, and the nearest ones will require considerable time to arrive. But Commander, it has been so long. Those individuals must have already fled, and perhaps even old Luo and the others' corpses will be lost." Old Yang exclaimed with eyes wide, filled with despair. The strongest in the Qianqiu military district was the middle-aged man before him, yet he was merely a 6th rank martial artist. Hardly a match for the 7th rank martial artist across from him. Should that martial artist dare to approach the Qianqiu military district, they possess the means to eliminate him, even capture him, yet they are not foolish enough to venture near. The disparity among martial artists is immense. The transition from the 6th to the 7th rank signifies a qualitative leap. Once one attains the 7th rank, even an abundance of lower-ranked warriors would be mere fodder against a 7th rank martial artist. Upon reaching this pinnacle, an esoteric title emerges, Master. Thus, they currently refrain from taking action, retreating instead within the confines of the military district, awaiting reinforcements. Upon hearing these words, Commander Qi let out a deep sigh. How he longed to eradicate those traitors. How he wished to retrieve the remains of the 9th squad. Yet, he cannot, for he cannot send his subordinates to their demise. What if that 7th rank warrior lies in ambush? The weaponry capable of slaying a 7th rank martial artist cannot be taken beyond the base. To venture forth would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, pragmatic considerations must prevail, lives must be safeguarded. As for the remains of the 9th squad, he can only hope to recover them intact. Report. There are individuals approaching from the jungle. At least 11. Suddenly, a soldier's voice crackled through the intercom. This was the observation report from the sentry stationed in the watchtower. Both Commander Qi and Captain Yang tensed at this revelation. Coming from the jungle? Who could it be? Surely, it cannot be those traitors. They are not so foolish as to approach the military district, for discovery would spell doom, even with a 7th-rank warrior among them. Remain calm, continue to observe, and ascertain whether they are merely lost in the deep mountains, Commander Qi instructed solemnly into the intercom. Report, Commander. One of them is clad in red, while the others don black attire. The leader sports a conical hat, appearing less like lost hikers. At this moment, the lookout soldier conveyed further intelligence. Upon hearing this, Commander Qi furrowed his brow. Such peculiar garb certainly does not suggest they are merely lost travelers. Could it be that the rebels have truly returned? It seems implausible. Commander, I believe I hear something, Captain Yang remarked, his brow knitted in concern. Report. I too have heard it. It resembles the sound of bells, came another soldier's voice. Report. I hear it as well. Report. So do I, echoed Captain Yang's team in unison. Without needing their confirmation, Commander Qi discerned the sound, unmistakably the faint tinkling of bells. Ding-ling, ding-ling, ding-ling. The sound was subtle, barely perceptible, yet it resonated deep within their hearts. I shall investigate, Commander Qi declared with a grave demeanor. He then proceeded towards the lookout tower, effortlessly leaping up to its platform. Upon entering, he found the space modest, merely 5 to 6 square meters, surrounded by specialized bulletproof glass. An anti-snoop film concealed the interior from prying eyes, while allowing a clear view of the outside. Commander, the lookout soldier saluted upon Qi's arrival. Yes, where are they? Commander Qi inquired. In the direction of 30 degrees northwest. The lookout soldier replied. Commander Qi immediately turned to gaze in that direction. Indeed, among them, a striking figure clad in red was conspicuously visible, easily discernible to the eye. Following this vibrant figure was a long line of individuals dressed in black, merrily bounding towards the military district. The sound of jingling bells rang out distinctly, resonating as if it were dancing in his ears. Commander Qi furrowed his brow. The movements and attire of these individuals did not resemble those of rebels, nor did they seem like lost hikers. Rather, they appeared to be performing a ritual dance. Commander Qi observed intently, and with the keen perception of a 6th-tier martial artist, he confirmed they were less than a kilometer away from the military district. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Despite their seemingly leisurely pace, each step they took brought them alarmingly closer. Initially, they were nearly a kilometer away, but now they were only 800 meters. With another step, 600 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. In just a few breaths, the group had approached to within 100 meters. At this moment, they ceased their movement, standing still. What is this? Am I seeing things? Commander Qi pondered with a furrowed brow. This defies all scientific rationale. Even the most formidable martial artist could not traverse such distances at such a languid pace. The clear sound of bells rang out once more, this time even more resonant, echoing in their minds like a thunderclap. Searchlights! Commander Qi shouted urgently. As the searchlights outside the military district simultaneously illuminated the couple, an eerie scene unfolded. The intensity of the lights was such that it rendered the surrounding area as bright as day. Yet, the space occupied by a dozen individuals remained shrouded in darkness, as if engulfed by shadows. A heavy gulp echoed behind Commander Qi, as the observing soldier stared wide-eyed at the figures, a hint of terror flickering in his gaze. Such a bizarre occurrence was unprecedented in their lives. At that moment, among the group, the leader stepped forward into the beam of the searchlight. He lifted his head and proclaimed, "The dead traverse the path of the underworld, while the living await them in the realm of the living. I am but a corpse courier, here to return 13 bodies of the Special Forces 9th Team from the Qianqiu military district. I kindly ask you to come forth and receive the deceased." Chapter 27. May I see the bodies? What? A corpse courier? Surely, this man cannot be jesting. Indeed, we live in an age of technology. How could a corpse courier possibly exist? Moreover, he claims to have brought back the bodies of the 9th Special Forces team. Is that true? I cannot say, but the fact that he knows of the deaths of the 9th team members likely ties back to the rebels. Precisely. Otherwise, this incident would be inexplicable. Chen Tianxiu's voice was not loud, yet those within the military district heard him clearly, sparking a wave of discussion. Should Chen Tianxiu catch wind of their chatter, he would undoubtedly scoff. After all, there are martial artists and cultivators among them. Must they still invoke the age of technology to rationalize extraordinary phenomena? Commander Chi's face was clouded with a grim expression. It had only been a few hours since the sacrifice of the Special Operations Team 9, their identities shrouded in secrecy, unknown even to those within the Qianqiu military district. The audacity of this individual claiming to bring the remains of Team 9 suggested a connection to the insurgents. These rebels had infiltrated the military district, stealing vital intelligence before being discovered and fleeing. They had lingered in Qianqiu for an extended period, familiar with everyone here. Yet, Commander Qi found himself perplexed. If this person were indeed linked to the insurgents, he would not resort to such clumsy theatrics to re-enter Qianqiu military district. The notion of a corpse transporter? Who would believe such a tale? However, the bizarre phenomenon outside eluded his comprehension, leaving him utterly at a loss. Commander, allow me to go out. I wish to see what this individual is up to. At that moment, Commander Chi's radio crackled to life with Captain Yang's furious voice. His tone was laced with indignation. With lives lost, how could anyone dare to jest? His patience had worn thin, even if the person outside were that enigmatic seventh-tier martial artist. His presence here would surely spell doom. Upon hearing this, Commander Chi's expression shifted dramatically. "Yang, hold on," he exclaimed, swiftly departing the observation platform and leaping down. He regarded the members of Special Operations Team 6, their faces set in seriousness. The identity of the person outside remains uncertain. Do not act hastily. Let us observe for the time being, Commander Qi stated in a grave tone. However, Captain Yang was poised to voice further objections, but was promptly silenced by a wave of Commander Qi's hand. This is an order. Captain Yang's countenance reflected his inner turmoil for a brief moment before he gritted his teeth, refraining from further protest or action. Commander Qi, observing the cessation of hostilities, exhaled a sigh of relief. He then addressed the intercom, stating, "Prepare the Killing God Sniper and the Divine Power Cannon. Do not engage without my command." "Received," came the prompt reply after but a second. Subsequently, Commander Qi signaled with a wave of his hand, "Open the gate." "Yes, sir." The sentinels promptly opened the gates of the military district. Facing them was a group of individuals. Commander Qi stepped out of the military district with measured pace, followed closely by Captain Yang and his comrades. With the Killing God Sniper at the ready, they felt no trepidation, even if their adversaries were to launch a sudden assault. The Killing God Sniper was specifically designed to counter high-ranking martial artists. A single shot could leave a 7th-tier warrior severely wounded, if not dead. Approximately 100 meters outside the base, Chen Tianxiu awaited a response from those within, yet after a prolonged period of silence, he was met instead with the sight of 2 red dots. Observing the red dots on his chest, a wry smile tugged at his lips. Indeed, a perilous choice it was to deliver corpses to the military district. Before long, he witnessed the gates of the base swing open, revealing a procession of individuals. The leader donned a uniform, while the others, numbering over a dozen, were clad in garments identical to those of the deceased behind Chen Tianxiu. They halted at a distance of 50 meters, a safe distance indeed. "Who are you?" Commander Qi inquired with a solemn tone as he came to a standstill. Chen Tianxiu, recognizing the man as the one in charge, performed a respectful bow and replied, "I am a corpse transporter. You must be the one in charge here, correct?" Commander Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he held the highest position within this military district. "I am, however, Your Excellency. It would be prudent to refrain from jesting about the corpse handlers. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear," Commander Qi stated solemnly, his presence formidable. Chen Tianxiu, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. He did not take offense at the questioning of his identity, for such reactions are natural among ordinary people, unlike Chen Tianxiu and the ferryman, who readily accept the existence of phenomena beyond the martial realm. "I am not jesting. It is evident to all," Chen Tianxiu replied. He then shook the purple gold bell, and the 13 corpses of the Special Operations Team 9 emerged from the shadows, illuminated by the searchlight. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they beheld the sight. "Old Luo," Captain Yang exclaimed upon recognizing one of the corpses, his excitement prompting him to rush forward, only to be halted by Commander Qi. The commander scrutinized the bodies, growing increasingly alarmed. The individuals appeared deathly pale, their lips darkened, and their pupils dilated. Each of the 13 corpses bore 1 or 2 ghastly wounds, as if they had been sliced open directly. They were unmistakably lifeless. Yet, He was perplexed as to how these corpses could move on their own. Could it be that this individual was truly a corpse handler? Commander, these are indeed the members of Special Operations Team 9. I see no signs of deception, Captain Yang declared, his eyes aflame with urgency. Indeed, I too perceive no artifice. If they were made up, how could it be so intricate after only a few hours? It is beyond comprehension. Could this person genuinely be a corpse handler? There seems to be no visible means of manipulation. It is utterly baffling. Members of the Special 6 Squad spoke one after another, leaving Commander Qi feeling utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? A lifetime of established principles made it difficult for him to accept the reality laid before him. Nevertheless, as a person of high rank, he managed to steady his emotions with a deep breath. Sir, from where did you find them? Commander Qi inquired, his brow furrowed. Chen Tianxiu contemplated for a moment before responding. Approximately 10 kilometers back, on the mountainside. When pressed for a more precise location, he found it challenging, as there were no discernible landmarks on the mountain, and he could only provide an approximate distance. Upon hearing this, Commander Qi turned to Yang Yong, who nodded slightly in affirmation, confirming that they had indeed been ambushed at a similar distance. Noticing this, Commander Qi's expression flickered before he addressed Chen Tianxiu again. Sir, may we examine the bodies? Certainly, but do so with haste and avoid any taboos. Do not gaze directly into the eyes of the deceased. Chen Tianxiu replied with a nod. Understood, Commander Qi acknowledged. Then, Chen Tianxiu shook the purple gold bell and uttered, "Go." At his command, 13 corpses stretched out their arms and began to bounce forward. Although the onlookers maintained a facade of calmness, their hearts were tumultuous with emotion. Yang Yong and others positioned themselves protectively in front of Commander Qi, their eyes fixed intently on the slowly approaching corpses. Chapter 28. A satiated departure step by step. The corpses drew nearer, and the tension among the group escalated. Their gazes remained steadfastly locked on the bodies, not wavering in the slightest. The distance of 50 meters is not particularly far, yet it felt to them as though they had traversed a century. Thud! At that moment, 13 lifeless bodies stood motionless about 3 meters ahead of them, ceasing their advance, with their hands slowly lowering, facilitating observation. Commander Qi and his companions, upon witnessing these corpses up close, felt their pupils constrict. From a distance, they could attribute the phenomenon to mechanical manipulation, but now that they were near, such speculation was swiftly debunked. Old Luo, Yang Yong trembled as he approached Captain Luo's lifeless form. As he drew near, he sorrowfully gazed upon Captain Luo's face, and his eyes unintentionally shifted to meet his lifeless gaze. Suddenly, Yang Yong found himself enveloped in a blur, the surroundings transforming into a dense jungle. Scattered around him were the severed bodies, lying in disarray, when a swift blade sliced toward him. With a piercing sound, he felt the world spin, before crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Yong cried out in alarm, clutching his head and retreating repeatedly. Captain, what has happened to you? Captain, are you all right? This corpse is cursed. It must be the work of that person. Members of the Special Operations Team 6 rushed to support Yang Yong, examining him closely, before their expressions hardened as they fixed their gaze upon Chen Tianxiu in the distance. Commander Qi's expression darkened as he commanded, "Silence." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell instantly silent. After glancing at them, Commander Qi continued, "It is not that person who is to blame. He just provided a warning moments ago." The crowd fell silent, seemingly realizing the truth in the earlier warning against gazing into the eyes of the deceased. Do not be transfixed by the corpse. The living may be startled by the specters. Chen Tianxiu slowly elucidated. He had anticipated that some would disregard his counsel. However, it mattered little. Experiencing pain remained merely an experience, not a true threat to life. The onlookers gasped in unison, astonished by the notion that staring into the eyes of the dead could evoke the agony they suffered in their final moments. Such a phenomenon was extraordinary, yet they dared not delve into it. The anguish of death was undoubtedly formidable. Just look at Yang Yong, who still struggled to recover. Thank you for your enlightening words. Commander Qi acknowledged with a nod. He then approached the body of Captain Luo. Rather than fixating on Luo's eyes, he meticulously examined the wounds. The gashes were cleanly delineated, appearing as though inflicted by a single, decisive strike, and astonishingly, there were no signs of suturing. Subsequently, he reached out to touch the corpse. The chilling temperature seeped into his palm, the skin notably rigid. Having risen from humble beginnings, He possessed a certain understanding of the transformations that occur post-mortem. Considering the time of death of Captain Luo and the others, this body precisely matched the criteria. Moreover, he could discern no evidence of artifice. It was indeed a genuine corpse. Following this, he inspected the other dozen or so bodies, each one conforming to the same unsettling standards. Commander Qi inhaled deeply, sensing that he was on the brink of confronting an extraordinary revelation. On the surface, it appeared to be a corpse, Commander Qi stated in a solemn tone. This implied that further examination was necessary, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed improbable. Have you all finished your observations? If so, let us proceed with the rites for the deceased without delay, lest we provoke the transformation of the body. Chen Tianxiu spoke gravely. Commander, they are indeed real. I witnessed the moments before old Luo's demise, and I felt his anguish and despair. At that moment, Yang Yong regained consciousness and spoke with profound sorrow. Commander Qi, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with respect. Yang Yong was one of his most trusted subordinates, and if he spoke thus, it appeared the individual in question was indeed a corpse handler. Subsequently, he bowed to Chen Tianxiu and inquired, Sir, how shall we proceed with the rites for the deceased? Since he had chosen to place his faith in this matter, he was bound to adhere to the customs. The profession of corpse handling was an ancient vocation, steeped in various traditions, of which he was unfamiliar and thus sought guidance. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu felt a sense of relief and replied, It is simple. Prepare an altar and offerings, and place them before the corpses. Very well, I shall have them ready at once. Commander Qi nodded emphatically and instructed a team member to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, a table was brought forth, adorned with offerings, positioned before the 13 corpses. They had initially intended to find an incense burner, but in the military district, such an item was scarce. Observing that the preparations had been made, Chen Tianxiu walked forward with measured steps. The atmosphere grew tense once more, yet Commander Qi raised his hand to signal for calm, graciously stepping aside to allow space. Chen Tianxiu approached the altar, his wrist flicking elegantly as a delicate incense burner and candles materialized in his hand. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. What was happening? How did these items suddenly appear in his grasp? A mere trick of illusion? Commander Qi squinted, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Unperturbed by the bewilderment of others, Chen Tianxiu meticulously arranged the incense burner, inserted the candles, and with a swift gesture, ignited them instantly. He then unsheathed a millennia-old peachwood sword, scattering a handful of yellow talismans while reciting, Majestic and revered, the essence of virtue is complete, descend to guide. The master treasures are self-bestowed. With compassion, sprinkle the waters of law, cleansing the deluded. Forever ferry across the 3 pure ones, and often bid farewell to the 5 turbidities. Holding the peachwood sword aloft, Chen Tianxiu pointed towards the corpses, uttering a command. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Drops of water began to materialize around them, coalescing above the 13 lifeless bodies. The droplets swelled in size, ultimately akin to basketballs. The spectators were left in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle. What was this? While previous occurrences could be forcibly rationalized by modern science, the spontaneous gathering of water defied contemporary understanding. To bathe the souls and cleanse the 5 turbidities, Chen Tianxiu remarked with an air of calm. Shortly thereafter, the 13 water spheres erupted, the amassed water cascading onto the corpses. The bodies, previously stained with blood and dirt, were miraculously washed clean, as though meticulously scrubbed anew. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu produced a bottle of erguo tu, took a sip, and then sprinkled it upon the altar, proclaiming, in the realms of darkness and light, from the yellow springs to the azure skies, flesh returns to the earth, spirit ascends to the heavens, blood flows to the waters, sinews meld with the mountains, breath transforms into specters, all shall reside in the netherworld. Dingling, 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 feast, partake and be satisfied, for the journey awaits. Chapter 29. The Soul Returns, Thoughts of Rebirth Unfettered. The crowd was taken aback by Chen Tianxiu's words. Feast? Who is to feast? He seemed to be addressing the corpses. Could it be that he intended for the deceased to consume the offerings laid upon the table? Skepticism enveloped them, for if these were indeed the departed, how could they partake of sustenance? Even if they could, digestion would be impossible. They fixated intently on the corpses, eager to witness any sign of consumption. However, After a prolonged gaze, no movement was observed from the bodies. Look quickly. The offerings on the table. Suddenly, one of the team members pointed at the altar, exclaiming. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention and gasped in astonishment. The incense in the burner had burned down entirely, yet the offerings on the table emitted no warmth. Although these offerings were not freshly prepared, they had been warmed prior, still retaining some heat when brought forth. How could it be that not a trace of warmth remained? At this juncture, Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at Commander Qi and, with a wave of his hand, stowed away the incense burner. This item had been purchased at a cost, and he foresaw its necessity for future use. It could not be left behind. The deceased have been ferried across. Henceforth, you need only to pay your sincere respects, and then you may reclaim the bodies, Chen Tianxiu remarked coolly. Having spoken, he took a step to depart. Noticing this, Commander Qi hurriedly called out to him, saying, Master of the corpse drivers, please wait. Chen Tianxiu halted his steps and turned his head, inquiring, what is it? Commander Qi pondered for a moment, glancing at the bodies, and asked, given your vast abilities, if there truly exist ghosts and deities in this world, could you assist me in locating the perpetrator responsible for their demise? He had been closely observing Chen Tianxiu's actions. Everything seemed genuine. After all, as a sixth-rank martial artist, his keen eyesight revealed no deception, compelling him to believe in the existence of supernatural entities. Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by the request for assistance in finding the murderer. To be candid, he was reluctant to involve himself, as such actions would entangle him in karmic repercussions. However, considering that these individuals were valiant soldiers who had died such tragic deaths while defending their homeland, he felt an obligation to act on their behalf. Very well, Chen Tianxiu replied with a nod. Commander Qi, upon hearing this, was instantly elated and promptly bowed, saying, I am most grateful to you. There's no need for thanks. Chen Tianxiu waved his hand dismissively. He then produced a talisman and recited an incantation, Jiazhan, Yi Li, Bing Xin, Kuan, Ding Qian, Wu Kan, Ji Sun Min, Geng Ri, Shi Wu, Di Shang Zhao, Ren Gue, Kuzai, Zhen Shang Sun. In an instant, the talisman ignited into ashes, and a wisp of smoke began to rise, guiding the way down a narrow path into the depths of the forest. Follow this indication to search, Chen Tianxiu instructed Commander Qi. Witnessing this miraculous method, Commander Qi nodded in astonishment. Chen Tianxiu chose not to elaborate further, taking a step forward and covering several meters in mere moments, arriving before the body of the Empress. He shook the purple gold bell, leading the two corpses deeper into the mountains. It was only then that Commander Qi came to his senses and hurriedly called out, Sir, may I have your name? The figure of Chen Tianxiu gradually vanished into the depths of the jungle, leaving no trace behind in but a moment. However, at that juncture, a voice echoed from afar, resonating through the hollow valley. Shadows traversed the path while the light retreated. The sound of bells rang out, clang, 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 outside the base, where a prolonged silence prevailed. Commander Qi let out a long sigh. At that moment, the whir of helicopter blades filled the air above. A figure descended from the sky, landing before the assembled crowd. The newcomer was a robust man, towering over 2 meters, his physique replete with rippling muscles, exuding an air of formidable strength. Upon touching the ground, he immediately saluted Commander Qi, declaring, Shui Qiji from the Jiangzhou Military District, at your service, Commander Qi. The commander acknowledged the arrival with a slight nod, saying, Thank you for your efforts, Major Shui. Shui Qiji nodded in response, then surveyed the surroundings, frowning as he inquired, Commander Qi, what are you doing here? Commander Qi shook his head and replied, You arrived just a moment too late. Otherwise, you would have witnessed the corpse handlers. What? Corpse handlers? Shui Qiji exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the words. Commander Qi nodded gravely and continued, Yet your timing is fortuitous. Come to pay your respects to our fallen heroes. With that, he approached the altar, where a stick of incense left by Chen Tianxiu awaited their tribute. Shui Qiji, taken aback, was rendered speechless. However, upon seeing the 13 lifeless bodies laid before the altar, his eyes widened in shock as he pointed at the corpses, stammering, Commander Qi, this is a scene of death? How could this be here? Moreover, they stood resolutely. These are the corpses brought forth by the corpse herders, our valiant heroes from the Special Forces Team 9. Commander Qi sighed deeply. Old Luo, Yang Yong, and his squad members were filled with tears. The two teams had pursued the rebels, Had it not been for Team 9's proactive flanking maneuver, they too might have met a similar fate. In a sense, they had saved their lives. Commander Qi recounted the recent events to Xue Qizhi. Upon hearing this, Xue Qizhi could scarcely believe it. Could there truly be supernatural powers in this world? Did corpse herders genuinely exist? Yet these words came from Commander Qi, a man of high rank who would not deceive him. This was no trivial matter, and disbelief was not an option. Salute. At that moment, Commander Qi commanded solemnly. The crowd promptly removed their hats and saluted the 13 corpses. After a silence of approximately 3 minutes, Commander Qi called out again, "Incense." He stepped forward first, lighting 3 sticks of incense, but lacking a censer, he inserted them into an overturned bowl of rice. Following suit, the others offered incense to the heroes. At that moment, an eerie spectacle unfolded. From the 13 corpses, ethereal figures slowly ascended. These figures were translucent and bore identical features to the members of Special Forces Team 9. Each phantom wore a smile and saluted the gathered crowd. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with astonishment, yet predominantly, they felt profound sorrow. Commander Qi trembled, his lips quivering, as he reached out slightly, yearning to touch those spectral figures. He murmured, "The soul returns, do not dwell on the afterlife. The soul returns, do not dwell on the afterlife. The soul returns, do not dwell on the afterlife." Commander Qi's voice grew increasingly louder until it culminated in a roar. Witnessing this, the crowd joined in unison, shouting, "The soul returns, do not dwell on the afterlife." As if responding to their fervent cries, the 13 figures, their faces adorned with smiles, began to slowly dissipate. In but a moment, they vanished completely. Commander Qi discreetly brushed away the moisture at the corner of his eye and solemnly addressed Xue Qizhi. "Xue Qizhi, heed my command." "Yes." Xue Qizhi immediately stood at attention, his expression grave. "In my capacity as the commander of the Qianqiu military district, I order you to apprehend the rebels. Should you encounter resistance, life and death are inconsequential." Commander Qi spoke with gravity. "Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the task," Xue Qizhi promptly replied. Without hesitation, he pursued the wisp of smoke that lingered in the air. Commander Qi felt assured in sending Xue Qizhi alone, for he was an 8th-rank warrior. Chapter 30, Paper Soldier's Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest and obtained a basic understanding of talismans. Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly upon hearing the voice in his ear. A basic understanding of talismans, indeed. With this knowledge, the potency of his charms could ascend to new heights. "System, I wish to learn the basics of talismans," Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. Ding. Learning successful. The system's voice resonated once more, and shortly thereafter, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind, inscribing itself deep within. All the martial arts techniques and secret skills he acquired would follow this pattern. The system would assist him in comprehension, ensuring he would not forget. However, whether one can utilize it flawlessly is an entirely different matter. The initial of the talisman encompasses 72 varieties of talismanic elixirs that enhance the potency of spells and 36 varieties of, yet it lacks so entirely. This is merely the preliminary, such high-grade items as are unlikely to be easily acquired. After assimilating this knowledge, Chen Tianxiu strolled along, endeavoring to comprehend it all. As the sun reached its zenith over Qianqiu City, within a modest eatery, the proprietor idly perused his phone, engrossed in the news. At that moment, a young man entered. Smiling as he said, "Boss, a large bowl of mixed sauce noodles, please." "Coming right up." The owner responded promptly, rising to enter the kitchen to prepare the noodles. Chen Tianxiu casually selected a seat and sighed deeply. "Isn't it said that cultivators avoid consuming food? Why am I still unable to abstain?" He lamented inwardly. After departing from the Qianqiu military district, he had descended the mountain with 2 corpses in tow. As dawn approached, and with daylight not conducive for travel, he sought refuge in a concealed cave to hide the bodies. Yet, he found himself ravenously hungry. With no other option, he ventured into Qianqiu City in search of sustenance, planning to dispose of the corpses later that evening. In truth, he had been famished for a day or two, without so much as a morsel of food or a drop of water. The primary reason for his hunger stemmed from the inability to find food in the mountains. Carrying the corpses caused the emanating to frighten away potential game. Although there were mushrooms available in the forest, he was unfamiliar with them and feared that consuming them might lead to dire consequences. As a 7th-layer Qi cultivator, he could not abstain from food. Must he truly wait until reaching the foundation establishment stage to forego eating and drinking? Such matters were best left aside for the moment. Upon arriving in Cangzhou, Chen Tianxiu discovered a troubling reality. He was out of money. Having started in a state of poverty, he had borrowed 500 yuan from Li Qingwan. But that amount had nearly been exhausted. Otherwise, he would not have found himself wandering into this obscure eatery for a bowl of noodles. He pondered a solution to earn some money. Otherwise, he might perish from hunger, having narrowly escaped death on the corpse-fetching road. Before long, Chen Tianxiu's plate of zhajiang noodles was served. The enticing aroma heightened his hunger, and without a second thought, he began to devour the dish voraciously. The proprietor observed his manner of eating and shook his head in dismay. "Excuse me, could you assist me with a query? Do you know where He Banjian's stall is located?" At that moment, a passerby at the entrance inquired of the shopkeeper. He Banjian. Chen Tianxiu, intrigued, turned to glance at the newcomer. The man was slender, clad in an expensive suit, and carried a briefcase. He appeared to be in his 30s. Yet his sunken eyes and pallid complexion suggested he had not rested in several days. The shopkeeper, realizing the inquiry's significance, replied, "Ah, you are looking for He Banjian. Unfortunately, he is not setting up his stall today. He only operates on Tuesdays and Sundays, and today is Monday. Not setting up? Then, do you happen to know where He Banjian resides?" The man, upon hearing this, grew anxious and hurriedly pressed for information. "I'm afraid I do not know," the shopkeeper responded, shaking his head. "Very well, thank you," the man replied, his expression now one of disappointment as he turned to leave. At this juncture, Chen Tianxiu inquired, "Sir, who is this He Banjian you speak of? Is he particularly formidable?" Upon engaging in conversation with Chen Tianxiu, the boss opened up, exclaiming, "Ah, what is so remarkable about it? It's merely a charlatan, a fortune-teller. In this day and age, who still believes in such nonsense? That person must have been in some sort of trouble to seek out that so-called master He. It's likely a last-ditch effort." "Oh, I see," Chen Tianxiu nodded in response. However, he held a slightly different perspective. The man exuded a palpable aura of negative energy. While staying up late could indeed cultivate a certain dampness within one's body, it wouldn't be so pronounced. This individual clearly had encountered something malevolent. How fortuitous, Chen Tianxiu murmured to himself, just as he was pondering how to earn some money. An opportunity had presented itself. He hastily finished his meal, leaving not a drop of soup behind, settled the bill, and rushed out. Following the direction the man had taken, he soon spotted him. Yet, he refrained from approaching directly. Clad in casual attire, he feared that if he were to offer assistance, he would likely be perceived as a fraud. Surveying his surroundings and finding no potential witnesses, he discreetly retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper. He then skillfully folded it into a small paper figure and placed it upon the ground. "Spirit, heed my command, assist those in peril, and manifest as my envoy. The 3 souls to the left, the 7 spirits to the right, arise swiftly and obey my decree." Chen Tianxiu chanted the incantation, then pointed decisively at the paper figure. In that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The paper figure trembled slightly, then astonishingly stood upright and performed a subtle bow towards Chen Tianxiu. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression remained unperturbed as he commanded, "Go." The paper figure complied instantly, turning and dashing towards the man ahead. Despite its diminutive size, it traversed an impressive distance with each step, quickly catching up to the man. Jing Wenxuan, having failed to locate anyone, felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he sighed while walking. Suddenly, he sensed a resistance beneath his feet, preventing his right foot from moving forward. Assuming that some adhesive had ensnared his shoe, he glanced down, only to discover a petite paper figure standing atop his foot, pointing in a particular direction. Taken aback, Jing Wenxuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "A ghost." The nearby pedestrians turned their attention towards him, bewildered. "Goodness, you startled me. Why are you shouting so loudly? Where would a ghost come from in broad daylight? What bad luck," they muttered under their breaths. Finding no entertainment in the scene and departing. Stung by their remarks, Jing Wenxuan hastily looked down again. The paper figure remained on his foot, unwavering, still directing him towards a narrow alleyway to his right. His eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, ready to scream once more. However, he was struck by an unsettling realization. No matter how hard he tried, he could not produce a sound. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Do not panic. Though the paper figure has come, I can unravel your confusion." Chapter 31. The phantom in the dream Jing Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback by the words whispered in his ear, but he quickly widened his eyes and sprang to his feet. The paper figure at his feet released its hold on him and leaped onto his shoulder. Unfazed by this, Jing Wenxuan hurriedly dashed towards the narrow alley. Behind this alley lay a residential building, its age causing it to be constructed in close proximity to other structures. The paper figure pointed the way, and Jing Wenxuan navigated through the twists and turns of the alley until he finally arrived at a dead end. There was not a soul in sight, yet Jing Wenxuan felt no fear whatsoever. He was simply aware that he had grasped a thread of hope. "Master, I have come. Where are you?" Jing Wenxuan called out urgently. From afar, yet seemingly close at hand, a voice echoed softly. In that moment, Jing Wenxuan's vision blurred, and a young man clad in a Taoist robe materialized in the dead end, while the paper figure leaped into his hand. Jing Wenxuan's eyes widened. He could assert with absolute certainty that there had been no one here moments ago. "Master, the true master," he exclaimed, promptly kneeling and bowing his head to Chen Tianxiu. "Master, I implore you to save the lives of my family." Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu gently waved his hand in the air, lifting Jing Wenxuan from the ground. "Since I have come to seek you, it is only natural that I shall assist you in resolving your troubles. Now, speak of the matters that beset you." "Good." Jing Wenxuan nodded vigorously and began to recount his harrowing experiences. He is an executive at a publicly listed company in Qianqiu, residing in a luxurious apartment. Owning both a car and a beautiful wife, along with a daughter, his life is relatively comfortable. However, just a week ago, he took a vacation to go fishing with friends to unwind, only to unexpectedly reel in a jar from the river. Strangely enough, the jar contained 3 carp, 2 large and 1 small. For an angler to catch 3 carp at once is indeed a joyous occasion. Consequently, he decided to take the 2 larger carp home to prepare a soup, which the entire family enjoyed together. This, however, led to unforeseen troubles. After consuming the carp, the family experienced nightmares that night, all involving a similar scene with 2 adults and a little girl. The dreamscape was shrouded in darkness, with the 3 figures appearing disheveled, their bodies swollen and eyes bulging as if they had been submerged in water for an extended period. Their clothes dripped with moisture, creating a rather horrifying sight. They merely stood there, gazing at the Jing Wenxuan family without any action. Nonetheless, this was sufficiently terrifying. That night, the Jing Wenxuan family struggled to find peaceful rest. Upon waking, Jing Wenxuan dismissed it as trivial, but the following days saw the same nightmare recurring. Even more unsettling was the fact that the figures in the dream drew closer to them, until it felt as if they were less than a meter away. Consequently, the Jing Wenxuan family was plagued by sleepless nights, with Jing Wenxuan himself going 3 days and nights without closing his eyes. Each time he did, he was confronted with the haunting visage of that family, rendering him too frightened to sleep. Eventually, Jing Wenxuan concluded that his family was haunted and sought out various specialists to find a resolution, consulting psychologists and visiting temples and Taoist establishments. Though the results were not notably effective. Today, he came here upon hearing that a certain fortune teller, He Banxian, possessed remarkable abilities. Thus, he sought to tempt fate. After listening to Jing Wenxuan's narration, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. Jing Wenxuan's predicament was evidently dire. He had encountered not 1, but 3 malevolent spirits, and, astonishingly, they were a family. This posed quite a conundrum. You must have encountered water ghosts. The 3 carp you caught are their host souls. Consuming their flesh will compel you to replace them in the river, granting them the opportunity for reincarnation. Chen Tianxiu spoke gravely. Water ghosts are bound in such a manner, trapped by the river's flow, preventing direct reincarnation. Unless someone takes their place as a spirit of the river, they remain shackled to their fate. Alternatively, one could locate their remains and bring them to a temple or Taoist shrine to hear the sacred texts recited for 49 days, thereby liberating them for rebirth. However, finding a corpse in the river is no easy task. The currents are ever-changing, and without immediate action upon death, subsequent searches rely solely on fortune. Of course, there exists a simpler solution, to eliminate the 3 water ghosts, thus resolving the matter once and for all. Water ghosts? Jing Wenxuan trembled at Chen Tianxiu's words. Though he had surmised as much, the confirmation left him in disbelief. After all, he was a product of modern education. Notions of spirits and the supernatural were merely tales to entertain, not truths to be taken seriously. "Master, you must save my family." We are willing to pay any price. Jing Wenxuan implored, his body quaking as he fell to his knees in desperation. Chen Tianxiu quickly supported him, saying, "There is no need for such grand gestures. My esteemed guest, as I have mentioned, since I have sought you out, I will certainly assist you in resolving your issues. As for the compensation, I have no exorbitant demands. A modest sum of gold and silver will suffice." Ding. Side quest activated. Locate the corpses of 3 water ghosts and return them to their ancestral home. Reward, dependent on evaluation level. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears, causing him to pause in astonishment. How intriguing it was that matters concerning corpses always triggered side quests. Furthermore, this time the reward varied based on evaluation. Excellent, excellent. As long as the master resolves this matter for me, I shall present a generous gift. Is 100,000 sufficient? Jing Wenxuan nodded eagerly in response. 100,000? Chen Tianxiu gasped in disbelief. Such a sum of money he had never encountered in his lifetime. What about 200,000? Observing Chen Tianxiu's reaction, Jing Wenxuan presumed he had offered too little and promptly raised the offer. Hiss! Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He could surmise that this individual was affluent, but to produce 200,000 without batting an eye was truly extravagant. 300,000. Master, upon successful completion of this task, I shall bestow upon you 300,000 in merit money. This is all my savings. Jing Wenxuan declared with determination. Enough, enough. You are exceedingly generous, my esteemed guest. I traverse this world without need for excess. Let it be 20,000. Chen Tianxiu hastily replied. Goodness. Just a moment of pause, and the amount escalated to 300,000. If it weren't for his previous odd jobs, he might have suddenly felt that earning money was remarkably effortless. Nevertheless, a task is a task. The payment must be collected, for without it, one would be left to subsist on the winds of the northwest. Very well. The sum shall be 200,000. Now, esteemed master, let us proceed to address the issue at hand. Jing Wenxuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, Chen Tianxiu responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Jing Wenxuan led Chen Tianxiu to his parked vehicle by the roadside, and they swiftly made their way to his residence. Chapter 32. The Water of the Yin Corpse. Half an hour later, the car entered an upscale community in the heart of Cangzhou City. Cangzhou can be regarded as a second or third-tier city, and the mere fact that one could purchase an apartment in the city center speaks volumes about Jing Wenxuan's affluent background. Under Jing Wenxuan's guidance, the two arrived at his home. Upon opening the door, Chen Tianxiu immediately noticed 2 figures, one large and one small, standing in the living room. They were Jing Wenxuan's wife and daughter. However, at that moment, their demeanor appeared rather peculiar. They stood in the living room, facing the entrance, their heads bowed, their hair veiling their faces, remaining silent without uttering a word. Upon witnessing this, both Jing Wenxuan and Chen Tianxiu's expressions shifted dramatically. Jing Wenxuan hurriedly rushed over to embrace his wife, anxiously shaking her as he inquired, "My dear, Wenwen, what has happened to you? Please, speak to me." Regardless of Jing Wenxuan's fervent calls, the two remained mute. Chen Tianxiu approached, scrutinizing the pair intently. An overwhelming aura of negativity enveloped them, and their souls seemed ensnared in a state of confusion. They had been bewitched. "Master, what has happened to my wife and daughter?" Jing Wenxuan grasped Chen Tianxiu's arm, urgently asking. Chen Tianxiu replied in a grave tone, "They have fallen under the spell of a malevolent spirit. You must step back." "Yes, yes, of course." Upon hearing this, Jing Wenxuan swiftly stepped aside. Chen Tianxiu, with a flourish of her hand, produced a millennium-old peachwood sword. As the sword emerged, its potent yang energy elicited a reaction from both the mother and daughter, who instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces and retreated in haste. Chen Tianxiu brandished the peachwood sword, pricked her finger, and concealed the sword behind her back. With her bloodied finger tracing patterns in the air, she intoned, "Countless beings harbor grievances, grievances deep and difficult to resolve. In one lifetime, grievances are formed, and in 3 lifetimes, retribution is unceasing." Command. Upon completing the incantation, Chen Tianxiu shouted, and a blood-red script materialized in the void. This script immediately radiated a golden light, illuminating the mother and daughter. "Ah!" They both cried out in piercing anguish as the golden light enveloped them, and wisps of black smoke began to rise from their bodies. This was the grievance-binding spell, aptly named for its connection to unresolved resentments. The essence of the spell conveyed that although Jing Wenxuan's family might take their place as water ghosts, the grievances established in this life would remain unavenged through 3 lifetimes. What of reincarnation? Could one truly ensure that in the next life, they would not be dragged back into the depths by Jing Wenxuan's family to once again become water ghosts? Before long, as the black smoke dissipated, the mother and daughter appeared utterly drained, collapsing into a seated position. Jing Wenxuan, witnessing this, hurried to support them, cradling them in his arms. "My wife, Wenwen, are you all right? Please, say something," he implored anxiously. At that moment, the two slowly opened their eyes. The mother, upon seeing Jing Wenxuan's face, weakly murmured, "Darling, what has happened to me?" The daughter added, "Dad, my head hurts so much. I just had a nightmare again." The little girl softly spoke. Seeing the two regain their composure, Jing Wenxuan was overwhelmed with joy and tearfully declared, "It's all right. It's all right. Father is here. You shall be safe." Chen Tianxiu observed the trio's affectionate exchange, reluctant to partake in this display of affection, and began to scan the surroundings. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a jar placed on the kitchen floor. The jar, though modest in size, bore an ancient appearance, adorned with moss that suggested it had been retrieved from the depths of water. It emanated a distinct aura of malice, evidently one that Jing Wenxuan had fished out. To his surprise, Jing Wenxuan had chosen to keep this jar at home. Approaching it, he peered inside, revealing murky water that resembled oil, exuding a pungent odor. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted abruptly, followed by a grave demeanor. "Corpse water?" Chen Tianxiu intoned. This water was not ordinary, but rather the terrifying essence known as corpse water, which could only form in a corpse-rearing ground. The presence of such water indicated the existence of a burial site. Typically, these sites are malevolent, and the corpses within are prone to transformation. "Master, this is the jar I fished up. Is there a problem?" At that moment, Jing Wenxuan approached, inquiring. Noticing Chen Tianxiu's furrowed brow and serious countenance, he felt a sense of puzzlement. Chen Tianxiu glanced at him, pointing towards the jar, and asked, "Where did the water inside come from?" Jing Wenxuan glanced at the jar, frowned, and then covered his nose, exclaiming, "What a foul stench! It's strange. How did this water become like this?" "Master, this is what I retrieved from the river. I have not dared to touch it since the incident occurred." "The river? Where is it located?" Chen Tianxiu inquired, furrowing his brow. "It lies at the foot of Qianqiu Mountain, just outside the city," Jing Wenxuan promptly replied. "Very well. Take me to the spot where you previously fished." Chen Tianxiu nodded. "That is feasible, but master, is there any issue with my wife and the others?" Jing Wenxuan asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Chen Tianxiu glanced at the mother and daughter, assuring him, "There is no problem here for the time being. The true affliction resides within that river." He had already forcibly severed the entanglement between Jing Wenxuan's wife and child with the water spirit, ensuring they would not fall prey to its enchantment for now. "Oh, understood." Jing Wenxuan nodded repeatedly. He then led Chen Tianxiu towards the location where he had previously fished. Qianqiu Mountain is a considerable distance from the city, and it took them over an hour to arrive by car. At the base of Qianqiu Mountain, a river flows beneath a reservoir. This river is publicly owned and not contracted out, making it a popular spot for fishing enthusiasts. Jing Wenxuan parked the car in a lot at the foot of the mountain, facing a bridge, yet there was no direct path to descend. He pointed toward a thicket approximately 200 to 300 meters away, saying, "Master, we must take a small path to reach the riverbank, which will take about half an hour." Chen Tianxiu observed the sky. It was already afternoon, and darkness would soon descend. "How can we afford to walk for another half hour?" he queried, turning to Jing Wenxuan. "What rank of warrior are you? Have you mastered lightness skills?" Lightness skill is indeed a form of technique. Generally speaking, only a third-tier martial artist is capable of cultivating it. Once mastered, one can gracefully traverse the rooftops as seen on television, leaping several meters, even dozens of meters with ease. Upon hearing this, Jing Wenxuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "Master, my innate talent is lacking. I have already reached my limit as a second-tier martial artist." Chen Tianxiu, unfazed by his words, understood that the vast majority of individuals possess poor martial arts aptitude. Even being a second tier is considerably better than most. "All right, hold on tight," Chen Tianxiu instructed, nodding in affirmation, before grasping Jing Wenxuan's shoulder and leaping towards the flowing river below. "Wow, Jing Wenxuan gasped in astonishment. Is this lightness skill? It appears markedly different from what he had previously witnessed. This is unmistakably akin to flying. Chapter 33. The old man Chen Tianxiu swiftly soared through the air with Jing Wenxuan, the surge of spiritual energy beneath their feet, allowing him to hover momentarily. Before long, they descended at the riverbank. Standing firmly on solid ground, Jing Wenxuan exhaled a sigh of relief. The initial experience of flight, with nothing to shield him on either side, was indeed somewhat intimidating. Chen Tianxiu paid him no mind, instead approaching the river's edge to peer down. The water was not particularly clear, visibility reaching only about a meter, rendering the riverbed unseen. He turned back to inquire, "Is this where you fished that jar? Is this also the spot where you collected the water?" Jing Wenxuan nodded, surveying the surroundings before pointing to a stone about 5 or 6 meters to the left, saying, "I fished from atop that very stone, never changing my position." Chen Tianxiu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It is quite peculiar. There is no trace of malevolent energy lingering here. Yet the ominous water teems with an overwhelming presence of such energy, suggesting that its origin must be steeped in darkness. However, Jing Wenxuan claims that he collected the water from this very spot, where not a hint of malevolence can be detected. 3 possibilities arise. Either the malevolent energy here is concealed by some extraordinary means, enabling the ominous water to be transported to this location, or someone has intervened, purging the malevolent water from the river entirely, or, lastly, Jing Wenxuan may be deceiving us, having sourced the water from elsewhere entirely. The likelihood of the latter seems minimal, as the territory of the ominous water is known to be a burial ground. Jing Wenxuan, a mere second-tier warrior, would find it easy to attract sinister influences there, leaving traces upon him. For now, Chen Tianxiu refrains from drawing any hasty conclusions. He crouches by the riverbank, observing the surrounding flora. He casually plucks a stray weed and tastes it, pondering its essence. Unaware of Chen Tianxiu's intentions, Jing Wenxuan obediently stands behind him, awaiting the outcome. Soon after, Chen Tianxiu rises, suggesting, "Let us investigate upstream." "Absolutely." Jing Wenxuan nods eagerly, and without further ado, Chen Tianxiu strides along the riverbank toward the upstream direction, with Jing Wenxuan following closely. The banks of the river are flanked by dense forests, devoid of any discernible pathways, save for the narrow trails worn by fishermen. The terrain proves treacherous, and after approximately 10 minutes of trudging, they spot a farmhouse faintly visible in the distance, situated not far from the riverbank. One can only imagine that should a flood arise, the farmhouse would soon find itself submerged. "Oh, when did a household appear here?" "The last time we came, there was no sign of one," Jing Wenxuan remarked, perplexed. The previous time he and his friends had wandered along the riverbank in search of a fishing spot. They had traversed quite a distance without encountering any dwelling. "Perhaps you simply overlooked it. Let us ascend and see if we can inquire about the situation," Chen Tianxiu suggested after casting a glance at him. "All right," Jing Wenxuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two made their way toward the farmhouse. Although it appeared relatively close, there was no direct path leading to it. Fortunately, both possessed the strength to navigate the terrain without difficulty. After approximately 10 minutes of trekking, they arrived at the mountain behind the farmhouse. From their elevated vantage point, they could discern the surroundings. It became evident that there were no accessible roads leading to this household, nor any cultivated fields in sight, giving the impression that the family had abruptly materialized in this isolated location, or perhaps had never ventured beyond its confines. "Master, this house seems rather eerie," Jing Wenxuan whispered, trembling as he hid behind Chen Tianxiu. It was understandable. Anyone observing the peculiar arrangement of the dwelling would sense something amiss. "Do not be afraid. There is nothing wrong with this house. Let us descend and investigate," Chen Tianxiu replied calmly. "Master, perhaps I should wait for you up here?" Jing Wenxuan suggested hesitantly, still feeling trepidation. Chen Tianxiu regarded him for a moment and said, "That is acceptable, but do not wander about aimlessly." Yes, I understand. I will remain here," Jing Wenxuan assured, nodding vigorously. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu did not linger in conversation. He leapt gracefully down, without any attempt at concealment. He confidently strode along the side of the house until he reached the entrance. As he approached, he noticed an elderly man in the courtyard meticulously polishing a gong. The surroundings were quite simple, reminiscent of an ordinary rural homestead. The old man was diminutive in stature, clad in a patched linen garment, his face gaunt, with one eye sunken, clearly blind. As soon as Chen Tianxiu appeared at the doorway, the old man turned his head to regard him. Taken aback, Chen Tianxiu acknowledged the old man's remarkable perceptiveness. It was uncommon for an elderly person to detect an arrival so swiftly without any audible cue. "Who are you? What brings you here?" the old man inquired brusquely. Unperturbed, Chen Tianxiu smiled and replied, "Good sir, I am merely passing through and happened upon your abode. My curiosity led me to take a look." The old man scrutinized Chen Tianxiu with a cold expression. In this secluded spot, there were no direct paths leading here, and it was rare for anyone to even notice this house. Moreover, seeing Chen Tianxiu garbed in a Taoist robe, he found it incredulous to claim one was merely visiting for leisure. The robe had belonged to a corpse handler, and since he lacked his own, he had borrowed it for convenience. "Now that you have seen, you may leave. Outsiders are not welcome here," the old man stated with indifference. Chen Tianxiu regarded the old man in silence, and they shared a moment of mutual gaze. "Very well, sir, I apologize for the intrusion," he eventually said with a slight smile, before turning to depart. However, after taking just a few steps, Chen Tianxiu leisurely remarked, "Alas, the long night is filled with suffering, and the heat is intolerable amidst the three burdens of anguish and worry." Upon hearing these words, the old man's pupils suddenly contracted as he fixed his gaze upon the space behind Chen Tianxiu. With a subtle smile, Chen Tianxiu chose not to linger and retraced his steps. Jing Wenxuan, surprised at Chen Tianxiu's swift return, wondered why the master had merely glanced at the house before departing. "Well, there is nothing here that we seek. Let us return," Chen Tianxiu stated at that moment. "Master, are you certain?" Jing Wenxuan inquired anxiously. The house exuded an eerie aura, and he was somewhat unnerved, having been frightened by supernatural entities in recent days. "Absolutely certain. Let us depart," Chen Tianxiu affirmed with a nod. "Very well," Jing Wenxuan replied, also nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu guided Jing Wenxuan back to the parking lot, where the darkness had deepened and the moon began to rise. Chen Tianxiu did not accompany Jing Wenxuan back to his home. Instead, he requested to be dropped off not far from the city gate. There were still 2 hidden corpses outside the city that he needed to inspect. Moreover, tonight, he harbored a bold idea to bring the corpses into the city. Under normal circumstances, he would refrain from such actions, as being seen could incite chaos, and the dense population within the city, with its abundant yang energy, could potentially harm the remains. However, he now felt no such apprehension. Chapter 34. The Night Watchman. The corpse breeding ground. The serpent corpse. As the moon reached its zenith at the hour of high, a melodious voice echoed through the woods beyond Sangzhou, making its way towards the city. The sound of bells rang, ding-ling, 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 as the shadows of trees swayed gently. 3 figures, 2 clad in black and 1 in red, materialized before a long bridge. Beside the bridge stood a signpost inscribed with the words Jiangxing Bridge in large characters. The trio paused at the bridge's edge, refraining from crossing immediately, instead remaining in quiet anticipation. Time trickled by, with the hour of the early morning approaching. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed from afar. Bang bang, bang bang, though faint. It resonated with startling clarity, soothing the mind and enhancing the quality of slumber for those who heard it. Chen Tianxiu, upon hearing the sound, offered a slight smile and raised the purple gold bell, gently shaking it. Ding-ling, 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 2 distinct sounds intertwined in the stillness of the night, evoking a sense of harmonious duet. As the sound of the purple gold bell resonated, the distant noise seemed to pause momentarily before resuming, growing ever closer. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, ding-ling, 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 the sounds converged, and Chen Tianxiu fixed his gaze ahead. Before long, a hunched silhouette gradually emerged. The figure wielded a gong and mallet, donned large hemp trousers, and was bare-chested, with a bright red belt cinched at the waist, creating an eerie spectacle. As it approached, one could discern a tattoo on its chest depicting a fierce visage with protruding fangs, resembling a nightmarish demon. Bang bang. Upon reaching the far end of Jiangxing Bridge, the figure struck the gong twice more before pausing, lifting its gaze towards Chen Tianxiu. One eye of the old man was sunken, while the other sparkled with intensity, fixated firmly on Chen Tianxiu. It was indeed the elder he had encountered earlier that day at a farmer's home. Chen Tianxiu halted his ringing of the bell and performed a respectful gesture towards the old man. "I am Chen Tianxiu, the corpse herder, and I have met the night watchman of Sangzhou," he declared solemnly. Indeed, the elder's visage was reminiscent of the night watchman. The large red sash at his waist was said to ward off evil, while the demonic tattoos adorning his body frightened spirits. And the bronze gong and hammer he wielded could rouse the divine. Though his blind eye appeared vacant, Chen Tianxiu surmised it possessed the ability to see the supernatural. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately returned the gesture, saying, "Are you the Taoist who came by during the day?" "That would be me," Chen Tianxiu acknowledged with a nod. When he had first seen the elder, the old man was polishing the bronze gong, which emanated a distinct aura of spiritual energy, clearly a magical artifact. Observing the elder's appearance, Chen Tianxiu speculated that he might indeed be a night watchman. Typically, every city harbors a night watchman, whose duties extend beyond merely keeping time. They also exorcise malevolent spirits and safeguard the tranquility of the land. However, due to their nocturnal wanderings and the demonic presence they embody, they are often regarded as ominous figures, best kept at a distance from ordinary folk. Engaging too closely with them could lead to misfortune and the accumulation of karmic debt. Thus, it was no surprise that the old man's dwelling had an air of strangeness about it. Seeing Chen Tianxiu's acknowledgement, the elder sighed softly, saying, "I never imagined that a corpse herder still existed in this world. It brings me some comfort. As for the events of the day, it was my fault, and I hope you will not take offense. Wherever you are, it is I who have made this sudden visit. No wonder you are surprised," Chen Tianxiu humbly remarked. "Hee, that is well. Might you be guiding the deceased into the city?" The old man chuckled, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, making even his laughter appear somewhat fearsome. Such ancient professions often attract individuals of notable unattractiveness, for they possess the ability to frighten away spirits. "Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance, Night Watchman," Chen Tianxiu nodded. Guiding the deceased into the city would undoubtedly save considerable time, and the Night Watchman's drums could repel malevolent spirits, alleviating any fears of mischievous ghosts lingering about. "Very well, let us commence," the Night Watchman acquiesced. He then raised his drums and began to strike them. Bang! Bang! The master of the departed enters the realm of shadows, with the spectral guides leading the way. Surrounding spirits, do not entangle. The night demons manifest their divine presence. Following this, the Night Watchman recited a lengthy incantation, spanning several hundred words. Upon its conclusion, he struck the bronze gong with great force. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A towering ethereal gate suddenly materialized above the Zhangxing Bridge. This phantom gate soared several dozen feet high, with two great red wooden doors tightly shut. Inscribed with the characters Tsangzhou, "Open," the Night Watchman commanded in a deep voice. Instantly, the great red doors began to creak open, releasing a waft of eerie energy. This was Chen Tianxiu's first encounter with such a spectacle. According to his understanding, the Night Watchman safeguarded the peace of the city, should any external malevolence intrude without permission. The Night Watchman would summon the demons to subdue it. The corpses guided by the corpse driver were also considered malevolent entities. Thus, for Chen Tianxiu to escort the corpse into the city, it is imperative that he secures the consent of the watchman. Entering through the ancient city gate, this is the established protocol. Furthermore, the watchman ensures that the corpse will not be coveted or seized by other spirits. Only upon safely escorting the corpse bearer out of the city does his duty conclude. This is the intricate scheme devised by Chen Tianxiu. Leaving the corpse outside the city is fraught with danger. By bringing it within the city's walls under the watchman's protection, he can resolve his affairs and subsequently traverse directly through Tsangzhou without detours, an endeavor yielding multiple advantages. Of course, acquaintance with those well-versed in the ancient trades is of paramount importance. "Master Footman, please enter," the watchman intoned, performing a respectful bow as the city gates swung wide open. Indeed, Chen Tianxiu acknowledged with a nod, then shook the purple gold bell. "Spirits, make way, the living shall retreat." The melodious chime resonated, dingling, 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 as he stepped forth towards the gate. Behind him, the corpse stirred. The Empress's body levitated, hovering approximately 3 feet off the ground, while the corpse bearer merrily bounded along in pursuit. The watchman, witnessing the Empress's ascent, was momentarily taken aback. Is it the manifestation of national fortune? He possessed some understanding and was naturally aware of the implications of a corpse embodying the national fate. His expression grew grave, with a body imbued with protective fortunes. He could not allow any missteps. Thus, the watchman led the way, while Chen Tianxiu followed closely behind, ushering the corpse along. Bang bang, bang bang. Master Footman enters the realm of shadows. The guiding spirit leads the way. Let not the surrounding spirits entangle. Let the night specters reveal their divine might. In the blink of an eye, several figures receded into the distance, having traversed several dozen meters. As they departed, the ancient city gate's phantom upon the Xing Bridge gradually faded, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Under the guidance of the town crier, Chen Tianxiu transported the corpses to his humble farmhouse courtyard. The crier cleared a vacant room to serve as a temporary mortuary, ushering the bodies inside to allow them a moment of repose. Please do not mind the modesty of my abode. I live here alone, and thus the place has not been meticulously maintained, remarked the town crier. Not at all. We wanderers of the world can find solace anywhere. A single room to shield us from the elements suffices, Chen Tianxiu replied with a respectful gesture. Indeed, that is true. However, I do have a matter to discuss with you, esteemed practitioner. I trust your visit here today is not without purpose? The town crier said with a knowing smile. Oh, you seek my assistance? Chen Tianxiu expressed his surprise upon hearing this. If my intuition serves me well, you have come regarding the necromantic grounds, the town crier suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu nodded. It was no surprise that the crier, being privy to the city's affairs, could deduce such matters, especially given Chen Tianxiu's prominent identity. The crier appraised Chen Tianxiu once more and inquired, "Pardon my boldness, but may I ask about your cultivation in the art of qi nurturing?" The term qi nurturing in Taoism refers to the practice of cultivating one's life force, and the question sought to ascertain Chen Tianxiu's level of proficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu replied, "I have practiced since childhood and have attained the 5th level of cultivation." In truth, his mastery extended to the 7th level. However, revealing his true prowess to outsiders would be unwise. Hence he understated his abilities by 2 levels. Oh, has it reached 5 layers? This complicates matters. The night watchman squinted and shook his head. What does this mean? Chen Tianxiu inquired, his brow furrowed. The night watchman sighed, saying, "You may not be aware, but the burial ground you seek is not an ordinary one. Within it lies a corpse of a failed tribulation serpent." A serpent? Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. A serpent, known as a huai, is a transformation of a snake that has cultivated its essence, imbued with immense venom. After a century of enlightenment, it may evolve into a python, after another century, into a large constrictor, and after an additional 3 centuries, it becomes a huai. If it continues to cultivate for an additional 5 centuries, it may transform into a jiao. Each transformation demands the passage of a heavenly tribulation, a perilous ordeal where survival is uncertain. Only by successfully navigating the tribulation can one ascend to the next stage, and failure results in death, with no alternative outcome. The night watchman mentioned that the huai had failed its tribulation, indicating it was on the verge of transforming into a jiao, having cultivated for at least a millennium. The mere existence of such a huai corpse sent shivers down Chen Tianxiu's spine. Although the huai had perished in its tribulation, its presence in the burial ground posed a significant risk of reanimation. Chen Tianxiu doubted his ability to confront such a formidable undead creature. "Sir, is it possible for the huai to reanimate?" Chen Tianxiu asked, concern etched on his face. The night watchman shook his head, replying, "I cannot say. The burial ground is sealed underground, and I dare not breach it. Should the yang energy seep in, even if the corpse is not yet reanimated, it may be provoked to do so prematurely." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression grew more troubled. This presents a dire situation. If the huai were to rise, the entire Cangzhou would be in peril. What is the strength of that huai? Chen Tianxiu inquired, his concern evident. The 1,000-year-old demon serpent, now a corpse, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Yet, a deceased entity could never rival the living. Facing a living 1,000-year demon serpent might still offer a glimmer of hope. It is said that a serpent, after a millennium, undergoes a great transformation into a dragon, during which a dragon pill is formed within, akin to the golden pill of cultivators. This suggests that the living serpent's prowess could very well reach the pinnacle of foundational establishment. However, in death, its strength would surely wane significantly. Still, I estimate it to be at the initial stage of foundational establishment. The night watchman spoke with a grave demeanor. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu nodded solemnly. The initial stage of foundational establishment. He currently only possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refining. In the realm of cultivation, Each stage signifies a qualitative leap. Even at the 9th layer of Qi refining, he would stand no chance against it. Unless one could weave a web of strategy to avoid direct confrontation, a fleeting opportunity to vanquish the creature might arise. However, such chances are exceedingly rare. The most prudent approach would be to return once his cultivation has deepened. The Night Watchman continued, "Do not be overly troubled, my dear master. I sought you not only for your prowess, but also to enlist your assistance. I have been a Night Watchman in Qianqiu for a decade, and I cannot bear to witness that demon serpent wreaking havoc upon the world. My sole request is for you to help me find like-minded allies during your travels, to assist in exterminating the demon." At this moment, the Night Watchman spoke again. "You wish to confront the demon personally? Are you certain of your ability?" Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and replied, "With the support of allies, I might have a 1 in 10 chance." The Night Watchman nodded in agreement. Chen Tianxiu. "A mere 10% certainty. What difference does it make from courting death? Without a complete assurance, rounding up is still akin to inviting demise. I have another matter I wish to inquire about. Given the current prevalence of martial arts and the scarcity of those who cultivate the path of immortality, why not seek out some martial artists to assist in vanquishing the demons?" Chen Tianxiu queried. "In today's world, martial artists possess formidable strength. A 3rd-tier martial artist can single-handedly form an army. A 9th-tier martial artist, on the other hand, could withstand 1,000,000 troops. Isn't that absurdly powerful?" The Night Watchman shook his head in response. "Your master still possesses youthful naivety, lacking in experience." Chen Tianxiu. Has he misspoken? Why has the conversation suddenly turned to my experience? The Night Watchman continued. "Let us not forget that there are 10,000 corpses within the burial grounds. Should they all mobilize, it would form an army of the undead. As for that demon serpent's corpse, without the intervention of a 9th-tier martial artist or several 8th-tier martial artists, it cannot be stopped. Moreover, that demon serpent has cultivated for a millennium, possessing numerous arcane techniques. Once unleashed, any ordinary martial artist would meet their end upon contact. Martial artists are the backbone of our dragon nation. Rather than allowing this old man, who is already half a foot in the grave, to confront such peril, it is unwise to send them forth either." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of respect. The Night Watchman's awareness was indeed commendable. However, the Elder's remarks regarding the comparison of strength between cultivators and martial artists piqued his interest. He inquired, "Elder, may I ask how the cultivation of our Qi refiners compares to that of martial artists?" The Elder, upon hearing this, glanced at him and chuckled. "Ha! I had assumed you were already aware. Please enlighten me, esteemed Elder." Chen Tianxiu respectfully inclined his head and said, "Very well, I shall share my insights with you." The Night Watchman, without any circumlocution, waved his hand and explained, "We, as practitioners of the immortal path, dedicate ourselves to the cultivation of refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, and returning spirit to emptiness. Thus, we are often referred to as Qi refiners. The process of Qi refinement comprises 9 levels, and upon reaching the 9th level, one begins to establish a foundation. In the initial stages of Qi refinement, one's magical power is scant, offering little protection and limited ability to wield spells or divine arts, rendering us considerably weaker compared to martial artists. From the onset of their training, martial artists possess a vital force known as blood Qi, which parallels our absorption of spiritual energy to generate spiritual power. However, while blood Qi fortifies the physical body, spiritual power is transformed into magical power, which can then be utilized through spells and divine arts. Upon reaching the 7th rank, martial artists generate another form of energy known as true Qi. This energy can be released externally to enhance martial techniques, yielding formidable strength. I have witnessed a battle involving a 7th rank martial artist, and I estimate that, while he is considerably more powerful than I, he remains somewhat inferior to a foundation-establishing immortal master. After a lifetime of diligent cultivation, I have attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. Therefore, martial artists below the 7th rank should correspond to an entire stage of Qi refinement. You, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, should, when combined with spells and divine arts, be able to match the prowess of a 3rd-rank martial artist. Chapter 35. The Rules. Upon hearing the Night Watchman's account, Chen Tianxiu was utterly astonished. He understood that cultivating the immortal path was impressive, but he had never imagined it to be this extraordinary. The 5th level of Qi refinement could indeed rival that of a 3rd-rank martial artist? It is important to acknowledge that the martial arts of this world have reached a level of remarkable maturity. Should a formidable cultivator suddenly emerge, it would undoubtedly constitute a significant dimensional blow to the realm. His true cultivation level stands at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, which, by inference, is comparable to that of a 4th or even 5th-tier martial artist. Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of excitement. His martial arts aptitude was merely classified as 1st tier, destined for limited achievements. Yet the path of cultivation now offered him a glimmer of hope. However, do not rejoice too soon. Although Qi refiners are indeed more potent than martial artists in the initial stages, cultivation is not a simple endeavor. Take me, for instance, over 30 years ago. I had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and yet now, I remain at the same level. I fear that I have reached the pinnacle of my potential in this lifetime, sighed the night watchman. Chen Tianxiu was doused with cold water, bringing him back to a state of calm. Indeed, if cultivation were so easily attainable, the resurgence of spiritual energy would not have led to the rise of martial arts. I appreciate your insight, esteemed sir, Chen Tianxiu said with a respectful gesture. The night watchman nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Your youthful appearance suggests that you may have the potential to break through to the foundation establishment stage in the future. Indeed, as you have rightly pointed out, cultivation is far from easy. Who can predict what the future holds? Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. Nonetheless, he firmly believed in his ability to transcend the foundation establishment stage, for he possessed a system. Not to mention, there was also hope for forming a golden elixir. Now, let us set aside this matter for the time being. The burial ground for the dead lies beneath our feet. According to my calculations, the outburst of corpse energy within is likely to take another year to unfold. During this year, I hope you will be able to invite a few more like-minded individuals to join us. The night watchman spoke. Is the burial ground for the dead right beneath our feet? Chen Tianxiu glanced at the ground, noting the absence of any ominous atmosphere surrounding the house. If what the watchman claimed were true, then his ability to subdue malevolent spirits was indeed remarkable. Centuries ago, Sangzhou was a strategic stronghold and a battleground fiercely contested by two nations, resulting in numerous corpses both within and beyond the city. The sites of their burial were also located here. Moreover, the serpent demon, a creature from the river, had its place of tribulation in this very area. And upon its demise, its body fell into the mass grave, thus forming this necropolis over time. I am imbued with the spirit of the night demon, residing above this burial ground, and I can quell the vengeful energy emanating from it, the night watchman elucidated. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and nodded, acknowledging this explanation. He then spoke earnestly. Rest assured, good sir, when the corpse energy surges within the year, I shall surely return. The night watchman nodded in appreciation. That would be most excellent. Having concluded the matter of the necropolis, Chen Tianxiu turned his attention to investigating the affairs of Jing Wenxuan. His hope now rested on the notion that the bodies of the 3 water ghosts were not interred within the necropolis. After relaying his thoughts to the night watchman, the latter's expression remained unchanged. I am already aware of this situation. The Jing Wenxuan family has consumed the lingering spiritual entities of the 3 river ghosts and must endure certain tribulations. Otherwise, the resentment of these spirits will not dissipate, and they may transform into malevolent apparitions. I had originally planned to intervene and extract those 3 ghosts from the Jing Wenxuan household 9 days hence, but it seems our paths have crossed unexpectedly. The night watchman remarked. You are aware of this? Then why not act directly to thwart those 3 water ghosts? Though the Jing Wenxuan family had consumed their host spirits, they remained unaware of their actions as mere ordinary individuals. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, contemplating the phrase ignorance is no excuse. While this sentiment may seem somewhat biased, Jing Wenxuan's actions did not contravene the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. They merely partook in a few fish without knowledge of their spiritual nature, and thus, logically, should not face punishment. The gravekeeper chuckled softly upon hearing this and remarked, my young friend, as a corpse chaser, you ought to be aware that the earthly realm has its own rules, just as the underworld possesses its own regulations. Matters must be weighed in terms of significance. My earlier inaction regarding the entanglement of the 3 spirits in the river with the Jing Wenxuan family was a means to dissipate the resentment from their consumed spirits. It is nearly time for me to intervene. If their grievances remain unexpressed, the accumulated resentment could manifest into malevolent spirits, posing a future threat to those who traverse this river. Chen Tianxiu opened his mouth to respond, yet ultimately refrained from further comment. The Gravekeeper's decision was to prioritize the greater good over minor interests. Bearing the spirit of the night demon, he was, in a sense, a half-ghostly enforcer of the underworld, tasked with overseeing the spirits, yet he could not arbitrarily extinguish their lives, for such was the established order. The concept of order held weight beyond measure, and at present, Chen Tianxiu lacked the capacity to challenge its authority. My young friend, I understand your discontent, but I too bear the burdens of this responsibility. In our positions, we must navigate our duties, and as we exist within these regulations, we are bound to adhere to them, the Gravekeeper added with a shake of his head. After a prolonged silence, Chen Tianxiu finally sighed and conceded, "Very well, it seems I have acted recklessly. Since the resentment of those three spirits has nearly dissipated, might you know the whereabouts of their remains? I will return it to its ancestral home. There should be no issue, I trust. This is also the custom of the corpse bearer." The night watchman nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, the bodies of the three spirits lie beneath the bridge ahead. Alas, they too are unfortunate souls, particularly that child. At such a tender age, she has lost her life. I hope she finds a kind family in her next life." Chen Tianxiu noted the location and nodded in agreement, saying, "I believe so. It is getting late. I shall proceed to unearth the corpses." The night watchman glanced at the sky and replied, "Yes, I must attend to my duties as well. Young friend, return once you have completed the task." Chen Tianxiu did not linger in conversation. With a firm step, he proceeded towards the location indicated by the watchman. The corpse bearer observed Chen Tianxiu's departing figure, shaking his head slightly, remarking, "The corpse bearers have vanished for hundreds of years, and here stands the heir who has re-emerged, yet he is merely a naive youth. It is uncertain whether this is a cause for sorrow or joy." With that, he grasped his copper gong and hammer, making his way into the depths of the forest, gradually vanishing into the night. Bang, bang, be cautious of fire in the dry season. The witching hour has arrived. Chapter 36. As the mortal realm bears no name, one must venture to the netherworld. Chen Tianxiu swiftly arrived beneath the bridge as described by the night watchman. It was the very bridge he had crossed upon entering the city. However, this bridge, known as the Bridge of Rising, bore the irony of harboring corpses below. He walked along the riverbank, observing the situation beneath the bridge. Bubbles rose to the surface of the flowing water, indicating the presence of something below. Chen Tianxiu pointed his sword forward, brushing his eyes momentarily, and then his gaze radiated with a brilliant light, sparkling vividly. Once more, he gazed towards the bridge below, observing that the bridge's pier was enveloped in a faint golden aura, a manifestation of the vitality of the nation. In the Dragon Kingdom, every bridge and every road holds immense significance, for they bear the very foundation of the nation's fortune. As the saying goes, to achieve prosperity, one must first build the roads. The Dragon Kingdom has thoroughly implemented this principle. With the protection of the national vitality, the malevolent energy from below the bridge would not manifest, which is why Chen Tianxiu had not noticed the bodies beneath the bridge during his initial visit. He retrieved his peachwood sword, holding a talisman in one hand. With a swift motion, he cast the talisman and pierced it effortlessly with his sword. In the vast realm of Fengdu, amidst the towering Vajra mountains, the boundless light of spiritual treasures illuminates the fiery pools of affliction. The souls of myriad sins from the 9 abysses accompany the fragrant clouds. The blue lotus of determination and wisdom rises, granting eternal peace to the divine. Command. He murmured the incantation, then directed the peachwood sword towards the pier beneath the bridge. Instantly, the talisman on the sword transformed into a beam of golden light, plunging into the river and vanishing from sight. Chen Tianxiu maintained this position, unwavering. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. After a full quarter of an hour, the water's surface suddenly surged. With a splash, 3 figures emerged from the depths, their bodies swollen, their skin in a ghastly state. Indeed, a sight to behold. Their attire appeared rather ordinary and tattered, clearly indicating they were not of affluent origin. As their corpses lingered beneath the bridge, untouched by fish or shrimp, they remained intact, albeit grotesquely swollen. Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful gesture towards the 3 corpses and declared, "In the realm of the living, you are nameless. Thus, you shall venture to the underworld. Your presence in this river has brought harm to many lives, and in hell, you shall not find a favorable reincarnation. Come with me." Upon finishing his words, the three corpses gradually rose, their feet seemingly gliding upon the water's surface, as if they possessed the ability to tread upon it. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu took out a purple gold bell and shook it vigorously. Dingling, 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 open the heavenly gates. Grant eternal life. Restore the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls reside on the left, the 7 spirits on the right. Heed the divine command. And observe the ominous, whether in motion or stillness, be unseen and unknown, with utmost urgency, arise. At his command, 3 strands of black mist materialized above the heads of the corpses. From afar, more black mist began to converge towards them. In a short while, the mist coalesced into 3 ethereal silhouettes. The male figure appeared to be in his 30s, bearing a haggard countenance, while the female figure mirrored his desolate expression. The child, however, wore a look of innocence and curiosity as she gazed at Chen Tianxiu. It was evident that this family had endured hardships, with only the child remaining blissfully unaware of the world's harshness, embodying a naive innocence. Yet, it was tragic that her parents' despair had led them to take her along, abruptly ending her life in a bewildering manner. With a sigh, Chen Tianxiu gently waved his hand, causing the 3 ethereal figures to dissolve into specks of light that merged into the corpses. Subsequently, the 3 corpses slowly raised their arms and hopped towards him, emerging onto the shore, where they obediently stood behind Chen Tianxiu. Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at them and affixed a corpse-repelling talisman to his forehead. Subsequently, he gently shook the bell and made his way slowly towards the riverside cottage. Meanwhile, in the city, Jing Wenxuan had already returned home. He, along with his wife and child, sat in the brightly lit living room, where every light was turned on, illuminating the space thoroughly. Although it was nighttime, none of the 3 dared to succumb to sleep. In the days prior, whenever they closed their eyes, the haunting image of the 3 water ghosts would invade their thoughts, leaving them terrified and restless. "Dad, I'm so tired." At that moment, Wenwen rubbed her eyes vigorously and mumbled. Jing Wenxuan and his wife exchanged pained expressions upon hearing her. Their own hardships were bearable, but it was the child who suffered. Innocent and oblivious, yet forced to endure their plight. Jing Wenxuan felt a mix of sorrow and guilt as he gently stroked Wenwen's head, managing a strained smile. "Wenwen, just hang in there a little longer. Once the master returns, we can finally sleep, all right?" "Okay." Wenwen obediently nodded in response. His wife, however, furrowed her brow and questioned. "Dear, do you think that master you found will be able to help? It's almost 5 o'clock, and we haven't heard from him." Previously, Jing Wenxuan had sought the assistance of numerous Taoists and monks, but none had proven effective, which led her to harbor doubts about these practitioners of the arcane. "He will certainly succeed. I have witnessed the master's skills, unlike any of those charlatans posing as Taoists or monks." Jing Wenxuan replied with a serious demeanor. Having experienced the art of paperman technique and witnessed Chen Tianxiu's prowess, he knew he was dealing with a true expert. How could he possibly fail? Unexpectedly, "You believe in me so much." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Jing Wenxuan and his wife were taken aback and quickly turned towards the source of the sound. There, on the balcony, stood Chen Tianxiu, clad in a Taoist robe, silently observing them with a smile. Upon seeing this, Jing Wenxuan's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly approached. "Master, you have finally arrived. What is the situation? Has it been resolved?" he inquired anxiously. Chen Tianxiu nodded and replied, "I have located the remains of the 3 water ghosts. I shall ensure they are given a proper burial. However, I must expel the lingering soul remnants within you." Hearing this, Jing Wenxuan was overjoyed and repeatedly nodded. "Excellent, excellent. Master, please proceed." He ushered Chen Tianxiu into the room, while his wife and child stood obediently, gazing at Chen Tianxiu with trepidation, particularly his wife, who was greatly astonished. After all, they were on the 27th floor. How had this Taoist appeared on their balcony? Could it be that he flew up? To her surprise, she was correct. Chen Tianxiu had indeed ascended through flight. Although his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement did not grant him the ability to soar through the skies, he could manipulate flying talismans to spiral upwards. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to emerge, which he gently smeared on the foreheads of Jing Wenxuan and his family. Instantly, a blood fingerprint appeared on each of their foreheads. Gradually, the blood marks began to dissipate, and a substantial amount of yin energy emanated from them, with Jing Wenxuan being the most affected, as the lingering spirit of the 3 ghosts had been caught by him. Once the Yin energy completely vanished, the three of them felt a remarkable sense of lightness, a truly wondrous sensation. It was as if a colossal stone weighing thousands of pounds had been lifted from their shoulders, bringing them immense relief. Chapter 37. The Captivating Pearl Master. Thank you, Master. You have saved the lives of my family, exclaimed Jing Wenxuan, kneeling before Chen Tianxiu, his voice trembling with emotion. The mother and daughter, witnessing this, followed suit and knelt down as well. Chen Tianxiu waved his hand gently, releasing 3 streams of spiritual energy that lifted the trio back to their feet. With a smile, he remarked, "Vanquishing demons and dispelling evil is a duty I undertake, and you have already compensated me. To receive payment is to alleviate misfortune on behalf of others." Indeed, Master, this card contains 200,000, and the password is 114514. Please accept it. Jing Wenxuan hastily produced a bank card, presenting it to Chen Tianxiu with both hands. Upon hearing Jing Wenxuan's words, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. What a peculiar password, he thought. Nevertheless, he accepted the bank card and smiled, saying, "I shall temporarily accept this wealth. However, although the matter is resolved, you have consumed another's spiritual essence. According to custom, you must burn incense by the river on the anniversary of your consumption to atone for the karmic ties. That is only right. Thank you for the reminder, Master." Jing Wenxuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall take my leave now," Chen Tianxiu said with a slight smile, performing a respectful bow to Jing Wenxuan and his family as he prepared to depart. At that moment, Jing Wenxuan hurriedly called out to him, saying, "Master, may I have your name and contact information?" Having witnessed Chen Tianxiu's remarkable abilities, he naturally wished to forge a connection. Now that this matter had been resolved, should similar issues arise in the future, they would have someone to turn to. Such is the nature of humanity. However, Chen Tianxiu shook his head and replied, "I am a being of the netherworld. As such, one must traverse this world without inquiry or disturbance in order to exist peacefully." He then made no further delay, stepping onto the balcony where the energies of his magic swirled beneath his feet, and his form began to ascend gently, gliding downward. The Jing family, witnessing this, widened their eyes in astonishment and hurried to the balcony to peer below. Yet, Chen Tianxiu's silhouette had long vanished into the night's embrace, eluding their search entirely. As the rooster crowed at dawn, Chen Tianxiu returned to the small courtyard of the night watchman, who had just arrived back as well. The watchman gazed at Chen Tianxiu and inquired, "Have you resolved it?" "Indeed," Chen Tianxiu replied with a slight nod. "Are you departing tonight?" The watchman asked again. "Yes. There were originally 2 corpses to escort, but now there are 3 more. Quite a busy night." Chen Tianxiu sighed. He recalled that his initial purpose was to return the corpse of the Empress to her ancestral home, but unexpectedly, he had already escorted nearly 20 corpses along the way. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. "Please wait a moment," the watchman said after a brief silence, before stepping inside his dwelling. Before long, he emerged holding a small wooden box, no larger than a palm, crafted entirely of wood, adorned with simple patterns. These patterns bore no particular significance, merely decorative. The watchman extended the box to Chen Tianxiu, stating, "This is for you. I acquired it over 40 years ago during my travels." "What is it?" Chen Tianxiu asked, furrowing his brow. "It is a confining evil pearl," the watchman replied gravely. "A confining evil pearl? Used to dispel malevolent energies?" Chen Tianxiu responded, still frowning. The night watchman nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. Indeed, one who frequently encounters corpses cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering a Zongzi in the future. "This pearl can lend you a helping hand. Consider it a token of my interest for your assistance in vanquishing the demons that plague me." Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback. What a treasure this was. The night watchman was quite generous to gift it to him. "Take it," he insisted. "This item is of no use to me anymore. Should I fail in my endeavor against the demons, it would merely gather dust here." The watchman placed the pearl upon the table before him, waved his hand, and retreated into the room. Chen Tianxiu gazed at his departing figure, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Finally, he resolved his thoughts and held the wooden box in his hands. Gently, he opened it to reveal a red pearl, emanating a faint aura of malevolence and spiritual energy, truly remarkable. Based on Chen Tianxiu's keen perception, this artifact was at least of medium grade. A highly valuable item in this current era. When presented with such a gift, one should not hesitate to accept it. Thus, he promptly stored the confounding pearl within his storage space. During the day, Chen Tianxiu ventured into the city to procure various supplies. Whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time wielding a fortune of 200,000. His initial impulse was undoubtedly to indulge in a bit of shopping. After a day spent exploring the marketplace, he acquired numerous supplies, including 2 sets of clothing for each season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to prepare for any eventuality. By the end of his excursions, he had spent nearly 10,000. Despite possessing such wealth, his mindset remained that of an ordinary person, cautious in his expenditures, unwilling to be extravagantly wasteful. After purchasing supplies, Chen Tianxiu calculated that if he were to find himself trapped in a certain place, he could at least endure for a month. As he prepared to approach the riverside cabin, he suddenly noticed 2 individuals. They were seated on a bench by the roadside, engaged in conversation. One was an elderly man, and the other a middle-aged gentleman. The middle-aged man sat upright on the bench, conversing amiably with the elder. To Chen Tianxiu's surprise, he recognized both men. The elder was none other than the town crier, while the middle-aged man was none other than Commander Qi of the Qianqiu military district. How could they possibly know each other? Frowning slightly, Chen Tianxiu contemplated a discreet exit from the scene. However, the town crier had also noticed him. His lips moved slightly, and Chen Tianxiu heard a voice whisper in his ear, "Young friend, come over here, there is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu paused, considered for a moment, and then turned to approach the 2 men. Upon reaching them, he bowed respectfully to the elder and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Senior, what a coincidence to encounter you here." The town crier smiled and nodded, then turned to Commander Qi, saying, "Changfeng, this is a young friend of mine. He possesses some abilities as well. You should become acquainted." He then directed his gaze back to Chen Tianxiu, stating, "This is Commander Qi Changfeng of the Qianqiu military district. We are quite familiar with each other. I heard there were some incidents in his district recently, and he came to inquire about the situation." Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Inquiring about the situation? Surely, he wasn't referring to matters concerning the corpse handler? "I am Chen Tianxiu, honored to meet you. Commander Qi," he said politely, bowing slightly to Commander Qi Changfeng. Qi Changfeng also stood up, quickly exclaiming, "Ah, it is Chen Xiaoyu, my apologies." Chen Tianxiu merely nodded, standing aside, choosing not to utter another word. Upon observing this, Qi Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. His initial impression was that Chen Tianxiu was somewhat difficult to engage with, which rendered him slightly uncomfortable. "Changfeng, as a person of high standing, you are naturally aware that some matters are better left unspoken. Regarding that individual, it would be prudent not to inquire further," the watchman spoke in a reassuring tone. Qi Changfeng sighed upon hearing this. "Thank you for your wise counsel, Senior Zhang." "Very well, then we shall take our leave," the watchman replied, rising to his feet and nodding in acknowledgement. "I apologize for the intrusion, Senior." Qi Changfeng also stood, bowing respectfully to the watchman, then nodded at Chen Tianxiu before turning to depart without offering any farewell. At that moment, the watchman glanced at Chen Tianxiu with a smile, saying, "In Sangzhou, I have spent my entire life, and I possess a certain standing here. Earlier, that young man came to inquire about you, but I refrained from disclosing too much." Chen Tianxiu twitched his lips at this. It was indeed remarkable that even the commander of the Qianqiu military district treated him with such courtesy, referring to himself as having some standing. Earlier, the watchman had deliberately mentioned that there had been some recent issues within the military district. What could those issues have been but the matter of his journey to retrieve the corpses? Chen Tianxiu remained silent, indicating his desire to keep his identity concealed. After all, Commander Qi was an official figure. Should he become entangled with him, it could lead to future complications. "Thank you." Chen Tianxiu nodded in acknowledgement. He chuckled softly and said, "Let us depart. Tonight, I shall escort you beyond the city." As night descended, Chen Tianxiu followed the watchman back to the riverside cottage. It was the early hours of the night. The watchman, well-versed in rituals, set up an altar to perform a farewell ceremony for Chen Tianxiu. Once the ceremony concluded, under the watchman's guidance, Chen Tianxiu transported 5 corpses, traversing Cangzhou towards the plains. Chapter 38. The Eerie Dormitory at Jiangnan University. A long cordon was established beneath the female dormitory, where a multitude of students gathered to observe, many snapping photos with their mobile devices. Inside, a dozen police officers were diligently at work, and on the ground lay a figure covered by a red cloth. Rather than merely red, it resembled a white cloth saturated in blood. The vivid crimson hue had thoroughly drenched the white fabric, rendering the scene extraordinarily bizarre. At first glance, it appeared to be a commonplace case of suicide. However, among the investigating personnel were not only forensic experts and inspectors, but also an elderly man clad in a long black robe. Each bore a grave expression, ensuring that no one approached, while several officers tightly guarded the old man. Is this not the third occurrence this year? How peculiar it is that these individuals all chose to leap from the same place, meeting their end in identical circumstances. It is said they were adorned in bright red dresses, clutching dolls. Could it be that the place is haunted? Oh, how absurd. In this day and age, to speak of hauntings? I have heard whispers that these victims may be connected to the rebels. Such a fate could very well be the result of their indoctrination. Indeed, I have heard as well that we now reside in a technological era where the existence of phantoms seems implausible. Nevertheless, the manner in which these individuals met their demise is undeniably chilling. It is a lamentable situation. One cannot help but acknowledge that those rebellious souls have inflicted significant harm and deserve their fate. I share this sentiment. The surrounding students began to engage in animated discussions. The term rebels does not merely refer to those who oppose the Dragon Kingdom. Rather, it pertains to those who defy the martial way. In every realm, there exists a dichotomy of good and evil, and the martial arts are no exception. The term rebels is thus employed to describe those who practice malevolent martial arts. It is widely recognized that in the pursuit of martial prowess, the foremost criterion is innate talent, followed closely by diligence. For those lacking in talent, their potential is capped, and without extraordinary fortune, it is exceedingly difficult to transcend these limitations. Conversely, those who engage in malevolent martial practices can effortlessly shatter this mold, offering a glimmer of hope to those with lesser abilities who yearn for greater strength. However, the techniques and philosophies embraced by these malevolent practitioners lean towards the dark arts, making it all too easy for their minds to become corrupted, leading them to the brink of madness, ultimately devolving into mere beasts driven by bloodlust. The consequences of a high-level martial artist succumbing to madness are profoundly terrifying, which is why the global community exerts tremendous effort to eradicate malevolent practitioners. Consequently, these practitioners have become pariahs, universally reviled and reluctant to emerge from the shadows. Yet, the allure of power remains a potent temptation for many, and thus the ranks of malevolent practitioners persist. Moreover, as a result of governmental crackdowns, these practitioners operate with impunity, often seeking to entice others into their fold, thereby ruining their lives. Amidst the throng, a striking figure furrowed her brow as she observed the unfolding events. Li Qingyuan gazed intently at the figure draped in red cloth at the crime scene, her heart racing with unease. This marked the third such incident this year, each eerily identical in location, timing, and manner of death, differing only in the victim. The deceased was a girl from her neighboring dormitory, known for her vivacious spirit, striking beauty, and excellent academic performance. Her affluent background promised a bright future, making her an unlikely candidate for self-destruction. Considering the repeated nature of these deaths, Li Qingyuan pondered whether it was possible that the perpetrator was not a rebel at all, but rather, could it be that ghosts truly exist? Xiaowan, let us leave quickly. It's quite frightening here. If we linger too long, we'll have nightmares tonight. A girl beside her tugged at her hand, breaking her reverie. All right, let us go. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, turning to depart. As the weather had turned chilly recently, she donned a coat and instinctively slipped her hands into her pockets. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She felt an intense heat emanating from within her pocket. There lay 3 talismans gifted to her by Chen Tianxiu, now radiating an unusual warmth. Could it be that there truly were spirits? With this thought racing through her mind, Li Qingyuan quickened her pace, hurrying back to the dormitory. Hey, Xiaowan, why are you running so fast? The girl behind her called out in confusion, but Li Qingyuan was already too swift, disappearing into the dormitory in no time. Once back in her room, Li Qingyuan hastily retrieved the 3 talismans. The characters inscribed on the central talisman emitted a faint glow, an unsettling sight indeed. The talisman in question is the plague-repelling charm, capable of warding off surrounding malevolent forces. To her astonishment, this charm suddenly glowed. Could it be that this dormitory building truly harbors spirits? Li Qingyuan expressed her anxiety. While she might have some strategies for dealing with humans, when it came to ghosts, she found herself utterly at a loss. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to Chen Tianxiu. Unfortunately, When she departed from WNLQ NGSHN, she had failed to obtain his contact information. And now he was also engaged in his own pursuits, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts and unable to reach him. Xiaowan, why are you running so fast? I thought something had happened. At that moment, a girl who had been following Li Qingwan entered the room. Upon hearing her words, Li Qingwan hurriedly tucked the 3 talismans into her pocket and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I just felt a bit unsettled after witnessing that scene." Really? The girl regarded her with skepticism. Of course it's true. I'm perfectly fine. Li Qingwan elongated her tone. Well, all right then. The girl nodded, accepting her explanation. Li Qingwan exhaled in relief, her fingers brushing over the 3 charms in her pocket, and a sense of peace washed over her. The night was dark and the wind howled, casting wavering shadows from the trees. After departing from Qianqiu, Chen Tianxiu continued along the mountain path towards the plains. However, he paused briefly in Fukang town, located 300 miles from Qianqiu. This small town, perched atop a grand mountain, featured a central urban area surrounded by scattered farms. The ancestral home of the 3 water ghosts Chen Tianxiu had encountered in Qianqiu was situated here, making it a convenient stop. Yet, those 3 water ghosts had no surviving relatives. Their line had ended, and no one was present to receive their remains. However, there was no way to bury the corpses, leaving Chen Tianxiu with no choice but to personally inter them. He sought out an auspicious location, incinerated the 3 bodies to ashes, and on a propitious day, he laid them to rest, completing the task in just 2 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest. Based on your performance, the evaluation level is SS Great. At that moment, the sound of the system echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Startled, he exclaimed, "Hey, system, why only SS Great? I personally dug the graves for them. Surely, I deserve an SSS Great." Side quest reward, a copy of the Golden Light spell. The system offered no response to Chen Tianxiu's inquiry. However, upon hearing the reward, his desire for justification quickly dissipated. Chapter 39, Gaining the Golden Light spell. Guardian of the ancient city gate, the Golden Light spell? Astonishing. Standing before the graves, Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened, and he took a sharp breath. If he was not mistaken, the Golden Light spell was one of the 8 great spells of Taoism. This incantation was specifically designed to combat malevolent entities, making it exceedingly effective. System, quickly, grant me the ability to learn the Golden Light spell. Chen Tianxiu could hardly contain his eagerness. He was eager to ascertain whether this spell was indeed as he imagined. Ding! Learning successful. The system's voice resonated in his ears. Shortly thereafter, a wealth of memories surged into Chen Tianxiu's mind, far surpassing the initial understanding he had gained from the talisman. After about a quarter of an hour, he gradually composed himself, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Ha ha ha! Truly, it is the Golden Light spell," Chen Tianxiu exclaimed with laughter. This incantation is one of the 8 great spells of Taoism. To receive such a precious spell directly is indeed a delightful surprise. This system is remarkable. After a moment of exhilaration, Chen Tianxiu gradually calmed down. He decided not to leave today, but to stay in the town and thoroughly digest the Golden Light spell. With this thought in mind, Chen Tianxiu did not hesitate. He arranged the bodies of the Empress and the corpse handler in the wilderness before heading directly to the town. It was not until the night of the following day that Chen Tianxiu emerged from the inn. At this moment, 2 faint glimmers of golden light shone in his eyes, captivating the soul. With the aid of the system, his comprehension of the Golden Light spell progressed rapidly. Within a day, he had grasped it to a small degree of mastery. Even at this rudimentary level, its power was still immensely formidable. Next, he pondered the Empress's corpse. He wondered what kind of reward he would receive for returning it. Chen Tianxiu murmured, filled with anticipation, unencumbered by any constraints. He resolved to ignore any corpses he might encounter along the way, prioritizing the return of the Empress's body. At midnight, the distance to Bayou City was only 400 to 500 miles. Chen Tianxiu hastened with the corpse, swiftly making his way toward Bayou City. In the mountain woods, 3 figures darted rapidly through the thickets. 2 days later, outside Bayou City, the cold moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the endless mountain ranges as 3 figures approached the city. Bayou City, now under national jurisdiction, is a directly governed municipality where the people live in peace and prosperity, free from worries. As night has fallen, Chen Tianxiu hastened the corpse's journey, arriving outside the White Jade City. He stood atop an elevated platform, gazing at the distant, vibrant lights. A sigh of relief escaping his lips. Finally, I have arrived, Chen Tianxiu murmured. In the span of 2 days, he had traveled relentlessly towards this destination, only resting during daylight hours. Observing the flourishing scene before him, he felt a sudden tremor from the Empress's corpse behind him. Her exquisite visage, framed by long eyelashes, quivered slightly, her unfocused gaze fixated on the enchanting view, as if wishing to absorb every detail of the splendor. Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at the Empress's corpse. After being suppressed in the distant mountains for a century, her current demeanor suggested a longing for home. Fear not, for we have reached White Jade City. I shall ensure your burial is nothing short of magnificent, Chen Tianxiu reassured her. Upon hearing his words, the Empress's corpse ceased its trembling, returning to its former stillness. Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly, gently jingling the purple-gold bell as he proceeded towards the city. In the heart of White Jade City, a towering statue stood prominently. The likeness depicted was none other than the legendary Empress of 1,000 Autumns. Following her mysterious disappearance, the nation had dispatched search parties. Yet none had succeeded in locating her after the war's conclusion. In despair, they constructed this statue based on their memories, erecting a mausoleum in her honor, a tribute to the Empress of 1,000 Autumns. At the base of the statue lay a stone tablet inscribed with her lifelong achievements. An elderly man, bent with age, stood silently before the tablet, his presence a testament to reverence. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, the frigid moonlight cast upon the elder, rendering his figure somewhat desolate. Suddenly, an eerie chime resonated from afar, piercing the stillness. The elder lifted his aged visage, gazing toward the outskirts of the city, his countenance filled with astonishment. In the next moment, his silhouette mysteriously vanished before the stone tablet, leaving no trace behind. Outside the White Jade City, Chen Tianxiu hurriedly transported the corpse to the toll station. He had never ventured into White Jade City and sought to quickly find his way by following the expressway. The road was bustling with numerous vehicles, compelling Chen Tianxiu to evade the prying eyes of passers-by, forcing him to navigate through the mountain paths. The terrain was rugged, and the night was shrouded in darkness, as 3 figures swiftly darted through the shadows of the trees. After a brief while, Chen Tianxiu halted, his gaze fixated on the path ahead. In the depths of the darkness, a figure gradually materialized, as if emerging from the very fabric of space. The chilling moonlight poured down, illuminating the obscurity before him, revealing an elderly man clad in a long black robe, his stooped form standing quietly several meters away. The elder's eyes sparkled with an uncanny brightness, glimmering with unshed tears. His flowing white beard and hair, along with his attire, were decidedly anachronistic, exuding an air of the bizarre. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tianxiu regarded the elder with curiosity, sensing the peculiar nature of his appearance, devoid of any forewarning. Despite this, he discerned, with a slight perception, that the elder was not a specter but a genuine human, a master of his craft. Pray tell, who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? Chen Tianxiu's expression was grave. Not daring to underestimate the situation, he inquired in a deep voice. The elderly man ahead, upon hearing this, opened his mouth, then clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Chen Tianxiu, and said, I am the gravekeeper, Gu Shiyuan. I have come upon hearing the sound of the bell. I apologize for my presumption and hope you will forgive me. Might you be the legendary corpse handler, gravekeeper? Upon hearing these 3 words, Chen Tianxiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering another figure from the ancient profession so soon after meeting the bell ringer, especially one of such significance as a gravekeeper. As the name suggests, a gravekeeper is one who safeguards tombs, typically associated with grand sepulchres, and their masters are often individuals of noble status. These guardians share a common belief that the living coexist with the graves, ensuring that nothing belonging to the tomb's master is desecrated. Such individuals merit deep respect. Naturally, to protect a tomb, one must possess considerable strength. Thus, gravekeepers are generally formidable in their capabilities. Without power, nothing can be adequately safeguarded, particularly not a tomb. With a serious demeanor, Chen Tianxiu returned the gesture of respect and stated, Indeed, I am the corpse handler. Chapter 40, Night of the 100 Ghosts. Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's response, Gu Shiyuan could no longer contain his tears. He knelt down fully, offering a profound bow of reverence towards Chen Tianxiu. Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted in surprise. What could possibly prompt such a sudden display of humility? There is no need for such formalities, sir. I cannot bear this. He swiftly interjected, stepping back. However, Gu Shiyuan paid no heed to his words, continuing with his ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations, proclaiming loudly, "Unfilial descendant Gu Shiyuan warmly welcomes the return of my esteemed aunt." As those words were spoken, the surrounding air grew tumultuous, and a myriad of sorrowful wails erupted. The cries of countless spirits resonated in unison. Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in realization. He understood that Gu Shiyuan was not kneeling before him, but before the Empress Qianqiu. It was revealed that this gravekeeper was indeed the nephew of the Empress Qianqiu. At that moment, the Empress's corpse trembled slightly, her national fortune manifesting as it slowly moved forward several meters. However, she was merely a lifeless body, and this movement was but a reaction of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, responding to the profound sorrow of their kin. After a considerable time, the weeping gradually subsided. Chen Tianxiu sighed and said, "Old sir, please rise quickly. I have now brought the body of the Empress Qianqiu. It is best to lay her to rest as soon as possible." Gu Xiyan nodded gravely, standing up with a serious demeanor as he bowed deeply to Chen Tianxiu. "I am grateful to you, master, for returning my aunt to her ancestral home. As you have said, after a century of wandering, it is indeed time for her to find peace in the earth. Indeed, upon my arrival here, I was uncertain how to proceed with the burial of the Empress Qianqiu. However, now that I have encountered you, it has become considerably easier. I kindly ask you to guide me into the city." Chen Tianxiu replied, nodding in agreement. "Certainly, master. Please follow me," Gu Shiyuan responded, leading the way towards the White Jade City. At this moment, he raised his voice once more, "The golden soul returns." And all weep in unison. 10,000 ghosts heed the call and accompany in sorrow. Flowers witness the mourning of flowers, leaves bear the lament of leaves. The talented from ancient to modern times depart, evoking grief in harmony with heaven and earth. In the next instant, the darkness ahead suddenly brightened, revealing countless ethereal figures materializing along both sides, each one consumed by profound anguish, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. The verdant branches and leaves turned yellow, and the flowers at their feet drooped, as if the very universe shared in their sorrow. The golden soul returns, and all weep in unison. 10,000 ghosts heed the call and accompany in sorrow. Flowers witness the mourning of flowers, leaves bear the lament of leaves. The talented from ancient to modern times depart, evoking grief in harmony with heaven and earth. Gu Xian recited this refrain repeatedly, stepping forward as flowers blossomed beneath his feet. Chen Tianxiu had never encountered such a scene, yet upon glancing at the Empress's corpse, a sense of acceptance washed over him. The Empress of 1,000 autumns, her contributions spanning countless ages, was deserving of such an honor. He smiled faintly, gently shaking the purple gold bell in his hand, and followed Gu Shiyuan along the path, moving slowly. Dingling, dingling, dingling. In the White Jade City, the soft red light stretched for 10 zhang. At this moment, it was around 3 in the morning, and most of the residents were fast asleep. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared on the streets of the city. The 4 figures at the forefront solid and tangible, while behind them trailed a long procession of translucent, ethereal forms. The golden soul returns, and all weep in unison. 10,000 ghosts heed the call and accompany in sorrow. Flowers witness the mourning of flowers, leaves bear the lament of leaves. The talented from ancient to modern times depart, evoking grief in harmony with heaven and earth. Dingling, dingling, dingling. A mournful cry resonated, mingled with the clear, ringing sound of the bell. The sound is not particularly loud. It resembles a whisper or a soft murmur, yet it manages to resonate across a vast expanse of 100 miles. Those lost in slumber hear this sound and do not find it bothersome. Rather, it brings them a deeper sense of tranquility. In their dreams, countless individuals find tears streaming down their cheeks for reasons unknown. Within an office building, the late-night storyteller Yang Yueying is narrating tales to those who find themselves restless during the night. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed in her ear. Upon hearing it, Yang Yueying felt an inexplicable sorrow wash over her, and she could not help but weep. "Oh, why am I crying?" she lamented. She wiped away her tears, but they continued to flow uncontrollably. The staff around her were similarly affected, each succumbing to quiet sobs. "Host, what is wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Indeed, How could you suddenly burst into tears? Could it be that the story of the Calabash brothers battling the little monsters struck a chord with the host? Come on, don't joke around. This tale has me feeling electrified. It's clearly an action-packed saga. Where could the emotional depth be? Oh, by the way, host, when will this story be adapted into a film? I wish to see it. Me too. Scattered comments floated across the screen. Yang Yueying sniffled and glanced at the comments, saying, I have no idea. Suddenly, I just felt like crying. Oh dear, oh right. I think I just heard something, didn't I? Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang. At that moment, a staff member discreetly waved towards Yang Yueying. Taken aback for a moment, she addressed the camera, saying, Please hold on a moment. I need to use the restroom. Without further ado, she left her seat and approached the staff member. Brother Sun, what is going on? Yang Yueying inquired. Oh, don't ask too many questions. Just come and see. Brother Sun replied, leading her towards the window. Yang Yueying, though puzzled, followed him. Upon reaching the window and gazing down, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she gasped in disbelief. What is this? She stammered, rendered speechless by the sight below. Despite the late hour, a considerable crowd was parading beneath them, at least 1,000 people, if not more. Moreover, there was something peculiar about them. A figure in bright red stood out prominently at the front, while the thousands behind him emitted a faint glow. Here, use this, Brother Sun said, handing her a high-definition camera. Upon receiving it, Yang Yueying looked down through the lens. To her shock, she realized that the individuals in the scene appeared ethereal and transparent, floating as if, like ghosts. Ah, Yang Yueying exclaimed, taken aback, and she collapsed onto the ground. Trembling, she asked, Brother Sun, what on earth is happening down there? I have no idea, he replied. Sun furrowed his brow and remarked, although current AR technology has reached maturity, it is implausible to envision such an extensive projection, particularly when the situation below appears incongruous with what AR is capable of achieving. Furthermore, it might be a mirage, or perhaps, there truly are spirits in this world. Spirits? That cannot be possible, Yang Yueying stammered, her lips quivering. Sun's explanation held merit. The AR projection seemed uncharacteristic, and such a vast display would undoubtedly require prior notice. Even if that were not the case, at this late hour, who would be observing it? The notion of a mirage seemed even more absurd. Historical records suggest that no mirage has ever appeared so convincingly real. By process of elimination, only one possibility remained. Yet, educated as they were, the concept was beyond their comprehension. Nevertheless, the scene before them evoked thoughts of the supernatural. Say no more, Xiaoyang. This is your opportunity. You must seize it, do you understand? Sun gestured dismissively, his tone grave as he addressed Yang Yueying. Upon hearing this, Yang Yueying swallowed hard and replied, Sun, do you mean for me to go live? She was merely a small streamer, broadcasting during the night hours, and at this time, only a handful of viewers tuned in, hardly a significant audience. If she were to stream a night of wandering spirits, it would surely cause a sensation. Well, whether or not you go is up to you. As a fellow streamer, you should comprehend how vital opportunities are. Sun continued to entice her. Yang Yueying bit her lip, feeling an inner turmoil. Upon reflection, I find merit in what Brother Sun has articulated. She too believes that there are no spirits in this world, and that the peculiar occurrences below must certainly be the product of some advanced technology. With her first revelation, she is bound to garner a significant wave of popularity. Brother Sun, I am resolute. Yang Yueying nodded emphatically. Upon hearing this, Brother Sun smiled faintly and replied, Excellent. Prepare yourself swiftly. We shall venture down together. That evening, there were 4 staff members present, one for the live broadcast, another adjusting the camera's hue, and 2 others idling. Now, all were set into motion. Yang Yueying tidied her hairstyle and resumed her position as the host, her face adorned with a smile. Dear viewers, I am about to unveil an electrifying scene. Transitioning from indoors to outdoors, I have suddenly come to the realization that there might truly be spirits in this world. Please, do not be frightened. Wait, host. After your prolonged absence, you return only to say this? Are you planning to explore a haunted house? Indeed, this theme has become so ubiquitous, there are no ghosts, merely some unsettling settings. I implore you, dear host, on this late hour, refrain from creating a stir. Share your story instead. Your storytelling is quite captivating. I was nearly asleep just now. Goodness. Hearing you all, I glanced at the time and realized it is nearly 4 o'clock. Sleep beckons. My life is precious. Farewell. My friends. The brother ahead cannot be serious. Sleeping at 4 o'clock? Look at me. I am on the verge of crossing the bridge of helplessness. In my next life, I shall continue to burn the midnight oil. Oh, right. I forgot to bring my fishing rod. Otherwise, I would have cast a line or two while crossing the bridge to see what I might catch. Incredible, my friend. You're so bold as to cast a line even at the bridge of helplessness? Wouldn't that mean you'd need to sprinkle in a couple of handfuls of coriander into Meng Pi's soup? Ha. As Yang Yueying spoke, the barrage of comments on the screen began to scroll rapidly. Live broadcasts exploring ghosts and the supernatural are abundant these days, as there are indeed many who are intrigued by the unknown and seek thrills. However, while many may watch, most remain skeptical of such phenomena. Yang Yueying, unfazed, smiled and said, "What I'm saying is all true. If you don't believe me, you'll find out for yourselves if you come along with me later." With that, Yang Yueying rose, and the crew, bearing the camera, followed in her wake. "Now, let us see if there truly are spirits in this world," she declared solemnly to the camera. In the streets of Bayou City, Chen Tianxiu glanced back at the long procession of souls, offering a wry smile. With such a spectacle, surely the entire nation would know by tomorrow, wouldn't they? Although he intended to give the Empress of 1,000 Autumns a grand burial, he hadn't anticipated such a grand display. Having just entered the city, even the night parade of 100 ghosts had commenced. What does it matter? If it's exposed, then so be it, he sighed softly. Gu Shiyuan led him through the main street, arriving at the magnificent statue of the Empress in the heart of the city. Towering several dozen meters, it is akin to a grand building. This statue stands as a symbol of Bayou City and was erected by Longwo in honor of the Empress of 1,000 Autumns. Gu Shiyuan paused before the stone tablet beneath the statue of the Empress, then knelt once more. "We, the descendants, humbly welcome the return of the millennial Empress to her ancestral home. May her soul find peace and not linger in the afterlife," he proclaimed with a voice resonating with reverence. Following suit, the army of spirits behind him also knelt, bowing towards the statue of the Empress while echoing his words. In the next moment, a golden light emanated from the Empress's corpse, and her body began to ascend slowly into the heavens, resembling a divine being. The Empress's form floated before her statue, turning to face the army of the dead. To everyone's astonishment, a faint smile graced her formerly rigid features. She uttered not a single word, yet her silence spoke volumes. Chen Tianxiu, witnessing this spectacle, quietly stepped aside. He gazed up at the Empress's remains, his eyes shimmering with wonder. By heavens, if I am not mistaken, the millennial Empress possesses the essence of faith. The existence of such divine power could only arise from devoted followers. Aside from extraordinary individuals, only deities could wield such strength. This revelation implied that the millennial Empress had once been human, a warrior, but now she had transcended to divinity. She had become the deity of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, a van came to a halt at the rear of the procession, and a group of people disembarked. Yang Yueying stared in awe at the statue of the millennial Empress, her mouth agape with astonishment. The 3 staff members beside her wore equally shocked expressions. The millennial Empress? Returning to her ancestral home? Has the body of the millennial Empress been found? Yang Yueying spoke with palpable tension. Her words were broadcasted live, and the camera was trained on the statue of the Empress. The viewers in the live stream found themselves in a state of utter disbelief. What on earth? Why are these individuals transparent? Is this some kind of special effect? A ghostly illusion? Such a grand and realistic scene. If it is indeed a special effect, how much would it cost? Can the host even recoup that expense? One exclaimed, "I recognize this place. This is the statue of the Eternal Empress." Moreover, what did the host just say? That the remains of the Eternal Empress have been discovered? How can that be? The Eternal Empress has been missing for over a century. If she has truly been found, the online community in the Dragon Kingdom would surely erupt. Enough chatter, my friends. I reside in Bayou City, not far from the Empress's statue. I shall head there at once. Another declared, "Good brother, remember to return and inform us of the developments." Yang Yueying and her companions were equally stunned. They had initially planned to witness a ghostly phenomenon, but were instead confronted with such an explosive revelation. The Eternal Empress holds a profound significance in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If this is genuine, they would possess first-hand information and would have no cause for concern over its popularity. Chapter 41. The Empress transcends, bestows radiant treasures. Yueying, quickly, let us move forward. Sun spoke with urgency. All right, but the way ahead is obstructed. It seems we cannot pass, Yang Yuang murmured. The army of the undead had occupied the entire street. To reach the front, they would have to traverse through the legion of phantoms. Yet, these figures appeared ghostly, and Yang Yuang lacked the courage to proceed. Observing the situation, Sun also grew anxious. While filming here was possible, the clarity was compromised, and there would be numerous complications in promoting the footage later. With a resolute determination, Sun stepped boldly towards the army of the undead. Before long, he found himself at the rear of the legion. He surveyed the ethereal figures kneeling around him and swallowed hard. It was astonishingly real, far too real to be a product of modern technology. Could they truly be spirits? Despite his usual courage, the sight before him made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Tentatively, he extended his hand to touch one of the spectral figures before him. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. His hand passed straight through the figure's form, grasping only the emptiness of air. Suddenly, the apparition seemed to sense his presence. Turning to cast a glance in his direction, a gaze that sent chills down his spine. Immediately, the souls in front of him all turned in unison to regard him. There were at least tens of thousands of these spectral beings. Under the weight of such scrutiny, Sun was overwhelmed with terror, collapsing onto the ground. Feeling warmth spread in his trousers. "No, don't come closer. Please, don't," he cried out in desperation. However, the spirits remained motionless, merely observing him in silence, while he terrified himself further. At that moment, a booming voice resonated, "Spirits of the underworld, living souls retreat." With that, the undead turned away. Ceasing their watch upon Sunday relieved, he hastily scrambled backwards. This scene was captured by the camera, and the comments flooded in. What did I just witness? Did he really pass through that figure? Could they truly be ghosts? Moreover, the previous voice exuded an ethereal and hollow sensation, although it was not particularly loud. It resonated within my mind as though emanating from within. "Broadcaster, it would be prudent for you to refrain from approaching just yet, and instead ascend to a higher floor to capture the image of the Empress. Indeed, hasten your actions, lest they vanish before we have the chance." Yang Yueying, observing the barrage of comments, found some merit in the suggestion. Upon noticing that Sun Gu had returned, she conveyed her thoughts to him. However, Sun Gu appeared to be in a daze, shaking his head repeatedly and exclaiming, "No more filming, no more. They are truly spirits. I dare not continue. I must depart." As he spoke, he disregarded Yang Yueying and the others, hastily retreating. Yang Yueying, witnessing this, could not help but glare. "Did you not claim you wished to film? Why are you the first to flee? Why Yang Jia? Should we still continue filming?" A staff member inquired at that moment. Yang Yueying clenched her teeth, gazing at the comments on the screen, and resolutely nodded. "Film. This is an opportunity. We shall not proceed forward, but rather ascend to the high-rise for our shots." With that, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted a residential building, making her way towards it. The two staff members promptly followed in her wake. Before the Empress's statue, Chen Tianxiu observed the distant figures departing, shaking his head in contemplation. People, it seems, are always drawn to the allure of commotion. Fortunately, the army of spirits present here consists solely of pure souls, devoid of hostility or inclination to attack. Otherwise, they would be in for quite a tumultuous experience. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu lifted his gaze to the heavens above. At that moment, a spectral figure gradually emerged from the head of the female emperor's corpse. This was none other than the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the eternal Empress. As the 3 souls and 7 spirits manifested, the Empress's corpse slowly descended, sitting cross-legged before the statue of the Empress. Above in the heavens, countless wisps of faint golden light appeared, swiftly merging into the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the eternal Empress. Chen Tianxiu felt the power of faith emanating from these strands of golden light. Simultaneously, from the myriad souls kneeling before the Empress's statue, a ray of golden light soared forth, heading towards the Empress's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Upon the saint's platform, one observes the stars, celestial bodies move in harmonious sequence. By dispelling malevolent thoughts and resisting temptation, one can safeguard life and maintain resilience. With wisdom illuminating the mind and purity in the heart, clarity of thought brings tranquility. The soul remains ever present, unfading, and the essence eternally preserved. The ancient cultivator gazed reverently at the celestial Empress's spirit, murmuring softly. In that moment, the clouds parted above, and a beam of golden light descended, enveloping the entire white jade city in a radiant glow akin to daylight. The spirit of the Empress also slowly descended, merging into the statue. The stone-carved eyes of the statue ignited with brilliance, as if surveying the entire city. The voice resonating in the hearts of the onlookers was gentle and profound. Where my heart leads, there lies eternity. Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianxiu felt a jolt within his soul. The eternal Empress has ascended to divinity? He was filled with astonishment, murmuring in disbelief. The eternal Empress, having gathered myriad faiths, returned to her ancestral roots, her soul escaping the cycle of reincarnation to become a deity, intent on safeguarding the dragon kingdom for eternity. This was the acknowledgement of the heavenly path. Chen Tianxiu never anticipated that he would witness such a momentous ceremony of ascension. Certainly, the deity known as the Eternal Empress is not one who ascends to divinity in the manner of mythological tales, but rather resembles the deities of the land, mountains, and hearth, similar to the earth god, mountain god, kitchen god, and city god. Most of these beings are believed to be the souls of virtuous individuals from the mortal realm who, upon their passing, transcend reincarnation and transform into divine guardians of their respective territories. Ancient cultivator Gu Shiyuan also heard that voice and was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Unfilial descendant Gu Shiyuan, congratulations to my dear aunt for achieving divinity." Chen Tianxiu, with a serious demeanor, bowed respectfully before the statue of the Empress and declared, "I, Chen Tianxiu, the corpse transporter, extend my congratulations to the Eternal Empress on her ascension. We all join in congratulating the Eternal Empress on her attainment of divinity." Immediately, the legion of spirits behind them echoed their congratulations. As soon as the words were spoken, a radiant light burst forth from the statue of the Empress, enveloping all the spirits. It appeared as though their very souls were cleansed, each spirit wearing a serene smile. One by one, they began to vanish, and in a matter of moments, thousands of spirits had completely dissipated. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu understood the situation. The Eternal Empress had intervened to absolve these spirits of their karmic burdens, allowing them to be reborn. These individuals had once been followers of the Eternal Empress. Now, a century later, they had passed away, yet their hearts remained loyal to her. With the Eternal Empress returning to her ancestral home and achieving divinity, they had fulfilled their aspirations and could now peacefully reincarnate. Subsequently, another beam of golden light descended from the statue, piercing directly into Chen Tianxiu's body. Although surprised, he did not resist. Before long, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of spiritual energy within him, propelling him to break through a minor stage and reach the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, he sensed the presence of something concealed within his dantian. "Thank you, corpse driver, for escorting me home. This is but a small token of appreciation for you." At that moment, a warm voice resonated in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Startled by the sound, Chen Tianxiu swiftly comprehended the gift bestowed upon him by the Empress of Millennia. It was a protective golden light, capable of dispelling evil, calming the spirit, and safeguarding one's life. Such a magnificent gift. Chen Tianxiu's expression turned serious as he bowed respectfully towards the statue of the Empress, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this precious treasure." Immediately thereafter, another beam of golden light descended, merging into Gu Shiyuan's body. Before long, Gu Shiyuan's stooped figure began to straighten, and even his once pure white beard and hair transformed into a speckled gray. Realizing the change in his body, Gu Shiyuan's face beamed with joy as he bowed thrice before the statue of the Empress, saying, "Thank you, dear aunt, for extending my life." Despite his earlier brisk pace, having traversed several dozen miles from the outskirts of Baiyu City with Chen Tianxiu, Gu Shiyuan had already reached the venerable age of over 100. Given his cultivation, longevity was feasible, yet immortality was elusive. His lifespan was limited, and he would not last many more years. Now, however, the Empress had granted him a new lease on life, ensuring at least another 2 decades. Chapter 42. The nation in uproar with the bestowal of the Empress's treasure concluded. The extraordinary phenomena surrounding them gradually faded. Although the statue of the Empress of Millennia appeared unchanged, it now exuded an additional layer of divine aura. Gu Shiyuan rose to his feet and performed a deep bow towards Chen Tianxiu, stating, "Master, your profound kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Chen Tianxiu hastily assisted him to his feet, saying, "Senior, Please rise. It is my duty to do so. If one were to speak of needs, there is indeed a pressing matter at hand. There lies a burial ground for the dead in Qianqiu awaiting my attention, and it seems that Gu Shiyuan has fortuitously crossed my path. However, it is not yet time to disclose this. The Empress's spirit has transcended, yet her physical form remains to be interred. The matter is far from resolved. Senior, I have just calculated that tomorrow is an auspicious day. When do you intend to lay the Empress to rest? Chen Tianxiu inquired. Gu Shiyuan, without much contemplation, replied, naturally, the sooner, the better. For my dear aunt has wandered for over a century. However, her burial cannot be conducted in a hasty manner. Master, please accompany me to my humble abode for the night. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Very well. Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. After all, this was the remains of someone's beloved aunt. Although he was a corpse handler, it would be inappropriate for him to overstep. Subsequently, Gu Shiyuan led him back to his abode, a manor located on the eastern side of Baiyu City. Chen Tianxiu surveyed the estate, then glanced at the impassive Gu Shiyuan beside him, unsure of what to say. Was this truly a humble dwelling? What had he previously occupied, a shed? It must be noted that this was Baiyu City, a directly governed municipality of the Long Kingdom. With the illustrious reputation of the Empress, even after a century, the city remained vibrant and prosperous, having evolved into a first-tier city. To possess a manor within such a metropolis, one could only imagine the wealth Gu Shiyuan must possess. Chen Tianxiu, lacking experience, could hardly fathom it. Gu Shiyuan then escorted Chen Tianxiu to a guest room and arranged for a mortuary room for the preservation of the body. The master of the foot rituals may rest comfortably. By this afternoon, the burial ceremony shall commence, ensuring that the auspicious hour is not missed, smiled Gu Shiyuan. Chen Tianxiu nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The dawn was nearly upon them, signifying that it was almost 5 o'clock. And today's auspicious hour was set for 3 in the afternoon, leaving only half a day to prepare for the burial ceremony. Could such a short span of time suffice for the necessary arrangements? Yet, considering Gu Shiyuan's possession of this humble abode, Chen Tianxiu felt reassured. It was likely that Gu Shiyuan would employ his financial resources to facilitate the preparations. Very well, senior, please attend to your matters, Chen Tianxiu remarked with a nod. Gu Shiyuan acknowledged him and hastily departed. Chen Tianxiu carefully placed the corpse of the corpse driver and that of the female emperor in order. Although the female emperor was devoid of a soul, she remained a corpse, naturally under his control. Having accomplished this, he returned to his chamber to rest. The room spanned at least 200 square meters, significantly larger than the average household, and was adorned with exquisite furnishings. A sofa, a bookshelf, a bathroom, and a bed, everything one could desire. Chen Tianxiu reclined upon the grand bed and exhaled deeply. The journey from Qianqiu to Baiyu City, while not fraught with many incidents, had nonetheless taken a toll on him after traversing several hundred miles. Though his body did not feel fatigued, his spirit was weary. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, allowing himself a well-deserved respite. Meanwhile, before the female emperor's form, Yang Yueying and 2 staff members stood attentively. They had just captured the entire process of the female emperor's transformation and her bestowal of treasures upstairs, and the clarity of the footage was astonishing. The excitement was palpable. At that moment, thousands of viewers were already tuned into her live broadcast. Yang Yueying, filled with excitement, addressed the camera, exclaiming, "Dear viewers, the Eternal Empress has truly returned. Moreover, she has transformed into a divine being, continuing to protect the lands of our dragon nation. This is a moment of profound exhilaration. I believe everyone has encountered the tale of the Eternal Empress in their textbooks. Her Majesty ought to resonate throughout the entirety of the dragon nation." At that moment, a flurry of comments cascaded across the screen, dazzling to behold. Indeed, there are spirits in this world. This is no mere special effect. Certainly not advanced technology. The residents of Baiyu City had all dreamt of a scene the previous night, depicting the Eternal Empress's valiant resistance against a million-strong army, alongside visions of her return, which have now spread across the internet. Furthermore, last night, some individuals reported witnessing a golden light shimmering above Baiyu City and captured photographs, which perfectly mirrored the live broadcast of the streamer. The Eternal Empress has returned. How could I have been asleep during such a significant phenomenon? Why on earth did I not stay awake a little longer? Have you all noticed? The Empress appears even more radiant than before. A single glance feels as though my very spirit has been cleansed. Is this not obvious? The divine essence resides within her. She is, after all, a deity. Such occurrences are entirely natural. Let us not linger on words, my friends. I am currently in the capital and have already purchased my plane ticket. I shall journey to Bayou City this afternoon. Take me with you. I wish to go too. Me as well. Just then, a banner suddenly appeared at the top of the screen, inscribed in bold, striking letters. The body of the Eternal Empress has been discovered. This afternoon at 3 o'clock. A burial ceremony will take place in Bayou City, with the esteemed Second Commander Zhou in attendance, welcoming the century-old hero home. The event will be broadcast nationwide. The moment this announcement was made, an overwhelming wave of excitement flooded the comments section. Yang Yueying was momentarily taken aback, then her heart raced with exhilaration. The second commander is personally coming to Bayou City? This matter is now firmly established. The Eternal Empress has truly ascended to divinity. To ensure her understanding, she quickly pulled out her phone to search for more information. Without needing to search extensively, she opened the app, and the homepage was filled with this very news. She tried different applications, and regardless of which one she entered, the same announcement appeared, truly a nationwide notification. Friends, did you see that? The second commander is coming to Bayou City. This is real. The Eternal Empress has indeed returned. Yang Yueying exclaimed excitedly to the camera. What? The burial ceremony is happening today? At 3 o'clock? I won't arrive in Bayou City until 4. Same here. I booked a flight that lands at 5. How infuriating. Am I going to miss it? I must change my ticket. It's impossible now. All the flights are fully booked. What should I do? I can't miss the live broadcast. Such a grand occasion. How could I not witness it? Oh no. Brothers, I'm at the airport, and I just saw a 7th-tier warrior running off with a plane. What? Is that even possible? Do not speak. The individual is aboard an aircraft, traveling at great speed amidst considerable turbulence, likely to arrive at the netherworld by afternoon. It is currently 8 in the morning, and the early sunlight has just begun to descend, yet the entire Dragon Kingdom is engulfed in turmoil. Chapter 43. To perform a ritual? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Tianxiu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. After several hours of rest, he felt invigorated. Stretching his limbs, he proceeded to the bathroom for his morning ablutions and then waited in his room for news. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Chen Tianxiu called. The door opened, and a young man entered. Upon seeing Chen Tianxiu, he bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Chen, I hope you have rested well. I am the grandson of my grandfather, named Gu Hongrui. You may call me Xiao Rui. Chen Tianxiu glanced at Gu Hongrui, noting the aura of spiritual energy radiating from him, indicative of his cultivation. He smiled slightly and inquired, Not bad, Xiao Rui. How are the preparations outside? Gu Hongrui replied courteously, Everything is nearly ready. I have come to invite you. My grandfather is awaiting you in the living room. Very well, let us go. Chen Tianxiu nodded and followed Gu Hongrui toward the living room. Before long, they arrived in the living room, where Gu Shiyuan was seated in the center on the sofa, flanked by 3 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. The group listened attentively to Gu Shiyuan, offering no dissent, resembling obedient children. Upon noticing Chen Tianxiu's arrival, Gu Shiyuan stood up and exclaimed, Master, I trust you have rested well? I hope I have not disturbed you. Chen Tianxiu shook his head and said, No, I have just awakened. Haha, that is good, Gu Shiyuan replied with a smile, then turned to his children and said, You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Master Zhoujiao. Yes, they responded in unison and exited the living room, with Gu Hongrui following closely behind. The spacious living room was left with only Chen Tianxiu and Gu Shiyuan. Master Zhoujiao, please take a seat, Gu Shiyuan said politely. Chen Tianxiu nodded and settled onto a side sofa, gazing at Gu Shiyuan. What matters do you wish to discuss, senior? Gu Shiyuan smiled slightly and said, Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. There are 2 matters. The first is to inquire about where you discovered the remains of my aunt. Chen Tianxiu nodded and replied truthfully, The body of the Empress Qianqiu has been suppressed within the confines of the vast Green Mountains. She was held under the yin-yang sealing technique for a century. By chance, I stumbled upon it, disrupted the sealing technique, and retrieved the Empress's remains. The yin-yang sealing technique. Humph, it truly was the work of those Japanese. Gu Shiyuan's expression darkened upon hearing this, and in his fury, he struck the marble coffee table before him, causing several cracks to appear. They had suspected in the past that the Japanese had lured the Empress Qianqiu outside the city, yet lacked the evidence. After their victory in war, the Japanese had become the lapdogs of that great nation across the ocean, and they could not venture into the land of cherry blossoms to investigate. Thus, the whereabouts of the Empress Qianqiu had remained elusive until now. Unexpectedly, the Empress of 1,000 Autumns did not venture abroad. Instead, she was lured deep into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, amidst the vast expanse of verdant mountains. The yin-yang suppression technique was exceedingly complex, and I exerted considerable effort to master it. Furthermore, the spirit of the eight-headed serpent was employed as a guardian deity, which was particularly effective against the Empress, a martial artist who succumbed to its influence. Chen Tianxiu sighed and continued, "These wretched Japanese truly spared no expense. They even summoned the spirit of the eight-headed serpent." Gu Xuan ground his teeth in frustration, seething with anger. The eight-headed serpent is regarded as a deity in the land of cherry blossoms. Its spirit, used to suppress the Empress when she was still a martial artist, possesses formidable power. Observing Gu Shiyuan's furious countenance, Chen Tianxiu remained silent, recognizing that had Gu Shiyuan possessed the strength, he likely would have stormed into the land of cherry blossoms at that very moment. However, with the two nations now maintaining diplomatic relations, such an action would jeopardize their ties, and not to mention, the free nation across the ocean would certainly disapprove. After a considerable pause, Gu Shiyuan exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "I shall remember this grievance. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure the annihilation of those Japanese." He then turned his gaze toward Chen Tianxiu, stating, "I have grasped the first matter. The second is to request that Master Jiao perform a ritual for my aunt. I am not adept in such affairs, but once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely." "A ritual, you say?" Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. While it was not impossible, the considerable commotion from the previous night would surely attract a throng of onlookers to the Empress today. If a ritual were to be performed for the Empress, would he not be exposed to the gaze of the entire nation, or even the world? Gu Shiyuan observed his hesitation, seemingly understanding his concerns, and continued, "There is no need for you to worry, Master Zhua. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. No, I am willing to assist, but I have a request." Chen Tianxiu replied, raising his hand. "What is your request?" Gu Shiyuan's eyes brightened at the words. Anything would be agreeable as long as he agreed. Chen Tianxiu spoke slowly. "I shall wear a mask while performing the ritual." This. Gu Shiyuan hesitated at this suggestion. A ritual is not akin to a shamanistic dance. Orthodox Taoist ceremonies require one to reveal their face. To conceal oneself would be a sign of disrespect to the deities. However, conducting a ritual, especially one led by a Master Zhua, comes with numerous benefits. Throughout history, there has been a saying in Longhua, treating the remains of ancestors with reverence ensures peace for future generations. Naturally, he wished to provide the most honorable farewell for the Empress Qianqiu. After much contemplation, Gu Shiyuan nodded slightly and said, "Very well. It is better to proceed than to abstain, and I have faith in your abilities." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu smiled gently. "That is good." By 2:30 in the afternoon, the area before the statue of the Empress was already teeming with people. Special forces had been deployed to maintain order at the scene. Beneath the statue of the Empress lay a tomb, yet it did not house the remains of Empress Qianqiu, but rather her ceremonial attire, known as a clothing tomb. With a suitable location already available, there was no need to relocate elsewhere for the ceremony. At that moment, in a towering edifice across the street, 3 middle-aged men stood at the window, gazing down at the statue of the Empress. Behind them, a dozen uniformed men clad in black remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. At the center stood a man with a square face. Despite his gentle demeanor, he exuded a unique aura, as if he carried the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The Empress of 1,000 Autumns, whose contributions spanned the ages, once single-handedly faced a million-strong army, securing a precious moment of respite for our dragon nation. That pivotal moment enabled us to turn the tide of battle. Little did we expect that she would not perish on the battlefield, but rather vanish without a trace. Now, a century has passed, and she has returned. Surely, witnessing this prosperous era, she must find solace. The middle-aged man sighed and spoke softly. Indeed, the Empress of 1,000 Autumns must be at peace. Otherwise, she would not have transcended to become one with the statue. In the past, she safeguarded the dragon nation. Henceforth, she will continue to watch over us and protect our land. Another middle-aged man replied with a solemn expression. Chapter 44. Truly the patriot Empress of 1,000 Autumns. Before the statue of the Empress, a vast space was cleared, and all present awaited in silence. Among the crowd, numerous journalists documented this historic moment, capturing it for posterity and broadcasting it to every corner of the Dragon Nation. Attention, esteemed viewers. The clock approaches 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the ceremony is about to commence. Please stay tuned to my live stream, where I will provide a complete report of this grand burial ceremony. In the crowd, Yang Yueying declared, holding her phone aloft. From the break of dawn, the crowd here has been steadily increasing. She and the staff have lost their way, but fortunately, the ability to live stream on her mobile device has prevented them from falling behind. Currently, her live stream has garnered an impressive audience of over 2 million. It is truly a remarkable sensation. As the clock approaches 3 o'clock, a peculiar feeling lingers in the air. Why is there no semblance of a ceremony taking place ahead? I share your sentiment. The area surrounding the mausoleum is devoid of people, not even a single soul to be seen. Was it not said that the second leader would also be present? Could it be that we have missed the appointed time? Or perhaps the ceremony was not scheduled to commence at 3 in the afternoon. My dear brother, this announcement has been reported even by official sources. How could it possibly be inaccurate? Moreover, with so many congregated before the statue of the Empress, would it not be a jest if the event were to be cancelled? Indeed, the words of the authorities carry weight. After all, it has yet to reach 3 o'clock. There is no need for haste. As the hour draws nearer, the tension among the crowd intensifies. With merely a few minutes remaining, it feels as though a century has passed. At that moment, an unusual chime resonated, soft yet reverberating in the hearts of all present. Dinkling, dinkling, dinkling. How odd. Did you hear that sound? I did. It resembles the tinkling of a bell. Who could be playing with bells? Moreover, there is something peculiar about this chime. Wow. Look quickly. Someone is descending from the sky. Suddenly, a voice erupted amidst the crowd. All present turned their gazes skyward, where a figure clad in a robe and donning a black mask gracefully descended. The crowd gasped in astonishment, collectively inhaling sharply. Goodness! Is he flying? Is there a harness? How can he descend so slowly? One exclaimed, Brother, are we blind in broad daylight? There is nothing atop his head. And apart from the statue of the Empress, the surroundings are utterly empty. If there were a harness, surely we would have noticed it amongst so many of us. Could it be he is genuinely flying? Has he mastered some form of lightness skill? The murmurs rippled through the crowd as the figure finally touched down. Holding an ancient bronze bell in one hand and a peachwood sword on his back, his tall stature exuding an aura of handsomeness. As he gently shook the bell, a familiar sound echoed in their minds once more. So was he ringing the bell? Observing his attire, it was evident that he was a Taoist priest. Yet, what purpose could he serve at such a significant occasion? Had the state begun to believe in spirits? It was a jest, of course, after all. Hadn't they witnessed the video of the Empress transforming into a deity during last night's gathering of spirits? The entire nation was aware of it now. Did one truly need to question the veracity of such events? However, could this Taoist truly perform? This was the burial of the illustrious Empress, broadcast nationwide. It was imperative that he did not falter. Brother, this individual seems oddly familiar. He resembles the one who stood beside the statue of the Empress in last night's video, albeit now masked. Upon reflection, the resemblance was indeed striking. The crowd continued to murmur as they beheld Chen Tianxiu's entrance. After all, this is an official event, and based on the past experiences of the Dragon Nation, it is unlikely to engage in anything overly mysterious. However, this time is different. The return of the Empress's corpse to Bayou City has stirred an unprecedented commotion, which the authorities can no longer conceal. Moreover, with Gu Shiyuan's endorsement, the official recognition of this phenomenon is tacitly acknowledged. Otherwise, Gu Shiyuan would not have been permitted to perform rites for the Empress Qianqiu. Dingling, dingling, dingling. Chen Tianxiu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, gently shaking the purple gold bell. At that moment, a figure clad in red descended from the heavens, stepping upon golden light, landing gracefully before Chen Tianxiu. All present gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Empress's corpse. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the Empress Qianqiu, at least an 80% likeness. How could they not recognize her? Incredible. The corpse of the Empress Qianqiu. It showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Astonishing. The Empress Qianqiu was truly this breathtakingly beautiful. A vision of unparalleled allure. This defies reason. She has been missing for over a century. How could she still appear so youthful? Brother, the Empress has ascended to divinity. Is it so strange for her corpse to retain its youthful beauty? Perhaps not. Chen Tianxiu gazed at the Empress's corpse, then looked skyward, noting that it was the auspicious hour. With a slight shake of his shoulder, the millennium-old Peachwood sword swiftly emerged from behind him, swirling in the air above. Immediately thereafter, he pointed his sword forward, performed a ritual gesture, and murmured, "Majestic virtue, the supreme essence, has reached its consummation. Descend to guide, as the Master graciously assists. Compassion showers the waters of the law, cleansing the deluded, eternally ferrying across the three pure lands, ever departing from the mire of the five turbidities." At that moment, the sky darkened with dense clouds, and the eternal Empress radiated golden light, enveloping the land for 100 miles. Suddenly, a delicate rain began to fall, cascading upon the crowd. The onlookers, taken aback by the unexpected downpour, soon sensed an extraordinary force emanating from within them. It felt as if their worries had been forgotten, allowing them to stand atop the heavens, gazing down upon the splendor of the world. This wondrous sensation enveloped them, rendering them utterly entranced. Chen Tianxiu, observing the sky, could not help but sigh in awe. The soul-bathing mantra may only be employed once in a lifetime after death. For the divine eternal Empress, it also serves to purify her soul from any taint. To his surprise, she transformed her pure nectar of the soul into rain, bestowing it upon the entire populace of Bayou City. Truly, she is the beloved and devoted eternal Empress. Chapter 45. How fortunate it is to enter the Dragon Kingdom. In that moment, atop a towering edifice, three middle-aged men beheld the scene below. The man in the center furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that the long-lost corpse handler from centuries past?" "Indeed, sir," replied one of the men beside him. Gu Xiao Yuan mentioned that he sought the corpse handler's assistance to perform a ritual for the eternal Empress. It must be this individual. The second commander squinted and stared at Chen Tianxiu for a long while before speaking. "To my knowledge, not long ago, traces of a corpse handler were also found in the Qianqiu military district, which even returned the remains of a martial artist squad. Could this be the same individual?" The man beside him furrowed his brow upon hearing this and replied, "According to Qi Chongfeng's description, the corpse handler that appeared in the Qianqiu military district differs in attire from this one, yet their physiques are quite similar. It's possible they are the same person, but it could also be otherwise. Regardless, we must cultivate a good relationship with the corpse handler. After the ceremony concludes, you shall visit this corpse handler on my behalf." The second commander affirmed, "Understood." The man beside him responded. Below, Chen Tianxiu continued his ritual. At that moment, Gu Shiyuan emerged from behind. He stood beside Chen Tianxiu, hands crossed, bowing his head in quiet anticipation. Chen Tianxiu found this unremarkable, as family members were expected to pay their respects during a burial. He then shouted with authority, swiftly forming seals with his hands, murmuring, "In the realms of the underworld and the celestial, the flesh returns to the earth, the spirit ascends to the heavens. Blood returns to the waters, sinews to the mountains. Breath transforms into souls. All shall converge in the depths of the nether. All people bow in reverence. Summon the eternal Empress into the coffin." Immediately, the Empress's corpse floated upward, soaring into the air. A phantom red figure quietly materialized above the Empress's likeness, gazing down upon the multitude. The Empress's spirit has emerged. Incredible. The eternal Empress has truly ascended to divinity. "Empress, grant me your blessing to find a girlfriend this year." "Ah, esteemed elder, how old are you? Have you yet to find a wife?" The apparition of the Empress has manifested. Bless the Dragon Kingdom. Bless the Dragon Kingdom. Upon witnessing the ethereal red figure upon the statue of the Empress, the crowd fell to their knees, fervently offering their devotions. The Empress, who safeguarded our homeland a century ago, has now ascended to divinity and rightfully deserves this honor. On the towering edifice, the second in command, upon witnessing the divine presence of the Empress, was taken aback. Although he had not been present the previous night, he had reviewed the footage and the investigations conducted by his subordinates, leading him to believe in the authenticity of the event. However, to behold the Empress's divine form was an entirely different experience. The Empress, whose legacy endures through the ages, is a hero of our Dragon Kingdom and merits our reverence. The second in command sighed, placing his hands at his sides and bowing slightly. Those nearby, observing his demeanor, assumed solemn expressions and also inclined their bodies in respect. Chen Tianxiu gazed up at the divine figure of the Empress, feeling a sense of discomfort. He had spoken of interment. Yet the Empress's spirit had seized control over the corpse, rendering the ceremony beyond his grasp. Alas, it is her body, and she shall do as she wishes. Chen Tianxiu sighed again, offering a respectful gesture towards the Empress's statue. The divine spirit of the Empress absorbed the myriad hues of the populace, then turned her attention to her own corporeal form. Without uttering a word, she extended her delicate hand and pointed at her own body. In that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The Empress's corpse radiated a blinding luminescence, enveloping her form in its brilliance, obscuring it from view. Gradually, the light diminished, splitting and transforming into 5 orbs of varying colors: brown, white, red, green, and gray. The gray orb of light was drawn into the body of the Empress deity, rendering her form more solid than ever. From a distance, one might truly believe she was a living being. Subsequently, the remaining 4 orbs of light dispersed in all directions. The brown orb sank into the earth, the white orb ascended into the clouds, the red orb submerged into the water, and the green orb entered the mountains and rivers. It was autumn, and the sky over Jade City was warm and radiant, with verdant trees lining the streets and flowers blooming vibrantly. The rivers, both within and beyond the city, had become crystal clear, and fish danced joyfully in the waters. Such a wondrous and beautiful scene. Chen Tianxiu sensed the magnitude of the Empress's actions and marveled at them. The incantation he had chanted was a transformation that occurred after death, emulating the feats of the primordial Pangu. The Empress deity, in this moment, truly mirrored Pangu with her own mortal remains, bestowing blessings upon the world. Indeed, she was a divine being, deserving of his admiration for such profound enlightenment. Once she had dealt with her corporeal form, her figure gradually faded, returning once more to the statue. However, the worshippers outside did not cease their kneeling and continued their fervent prayers. Chen Tianxiu straightened his posture and turned to Gu Shiyuan, stating, "Now that the body has vanished, the following rituals cannot proceed. There is no need for a burial in the honored tomb. Thus, the rites have concluded." Gu Shiyuan paused, taken aback by the words, then sighed, "Alas, let it be as it is. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. We shall take it from here." "Very well." Chen Tianxiu nodded, offering no further words, and departed from the scene. As Gu Shiyuan watched the figure of the Empress after he departed, he lifted his gaze towards her statue, his eyes brimming with tears. Yet, the statue offered him no response. After standing for a moment, he turned his attention to a nearby grand edifice, nodded slightly, and left the presence of the Empress's likeness. At that moment, a squad clad in distinctive uniforms emerged, heightening the atmosphere of vigilance in the vicinity. A middle-aged man slowly approached from the side. Upon sighting this man, the crowd erupted in exclamations. "The second commander! It is indeed the second commander! Greetings to you, second commander!" They speculated that he had just witnessed the Empress's miraculous manifestation and pondered whether he would bestow a title upon her. "Come now, let us not jest. This is not a century ago. How could a title be conferred? Indeed, this is a new era. Bestowing titles is unthinkable." The crowd, filled with excitement at the sight of the second commander, engaged in fervent discussions. The second commander raised his hand to calm the air, his expression grave, stating, "I have witnessed the recent spectacle. The Empress of Eternity has rendered her service through the ages. She is a hero of our dragon nation and a revered ancestor. Therefore, according to the decision of the Central Council, a special ceremony will be held in the capital 3 days hence to confer the title of Special Merit upon the Empress of Eternity." At these words, a hushed silence enveloped the gathering for several seconds before erupting into fervent cheers. "To be born in the Dragon Nation, we live without regret. To be born in the Dragon Nation, we live without regret. Congratulations, host, on completing the primary mission of returning the remains of the Eternal Empress to her ancestral home in Bayou City and laying her to rest. Based on your performance, you have been awarded the prestigious rating of SSS. The rewards for this mission include 10 exquisite foundation establishment pills, 1 flawless yin yang pill, a copy of the intermediate corpse controlling technique, a supreme spiritual artifact known as the soul settling pagoda, and a pair of postnatal yin yang eyes." Within the manner of Gu Shiyuan, a series of system notifications echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ears, bringing a radiant smile to his face. He was astonished to find that the rating for the primary mission had achieved the highest level, SSS, and the rewards were remarkably generous. The foundation establishment pills, which significantly enhanced the chances of successful foundation establishment, were particularly exciting for him. currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement. He would soon be able to attempt foundation establishment. Upon accomplishing this, his lifespan would double, reaching a staggering 200 years. As for his strength, it goes without saying that, according to estimations by the patrollers, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator could at least match the prowess of a 7th-grade martial artist. In the Dragon Kingdom, a 7th-grade martial artist is exceedingly rare. As for the other rewards, he was less familiar with them. The intermediate corpse controlling technique is simply an upgraded version of the basic technique, requiring no further explanation. However, the postnatal yin-yang eyes were an unexpected surprise. These eyes possess the ability to see through all illusions. While they may lack considerable power, their utility is undeniably profound. Typically, yin-yang eyes are innate, naturally accompanying one's birth. Yet the system has provided him with postnatal yin-yang eyes. One wonders how their efficacy compares to the innate variety. Chen Tianxiu hesitated no longer. The affairs of the outside world had become largely irrelevant to him. He seated himself cross-legged on the bed and commenced the absorption of the acquired yin-yang eye. After approximately 3 hours, Chen Tianxiu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a remarkable sight. From each eye emanated wisps of black and white energy. His left eye bore a white iris against a black pupil, while the right displayed a black iris against a white pupil, a most peculiar phenomenon. With a focused gaze, he turned towards the wall, perceiving beyond it to the faint traces of lingering yin energy. These remnants were left by wandering souls, their energy insubstantial enough to pose no threat to the living. This is truly remarkable. The yin-yang eye is indeed a powerful tool. Chen Tianxiu mused with a smile. With the yin-yang eye, there was no longer a need for talismans to temporarily open a celestial vision, for overuse could be detrimental to one's eyesight. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. It had been over 3 hours since he began his practice, and the burial ceremony was likely concluded. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu approached and opened the door. Standing outside was the young Gu Hongrui, who greeted him with a respectful demeanor. "Mr. Chen, do you have a moment? My grandfather requests your presence." "Yes, I am available." "Let us proceed," Chen Tianxiu replied with a nod. "Good, please follow me," Gu Hongrui said with a slight smile as he turned to lead the way. In a short while, Chen Tianxiu arrived in the living room, where Gu Shuyuan was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. Their tones suggested a lively and pleasant discussion. "Grandfather, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chun has arrived," Gu Hongrui announced respectfully. "Ah, Hongrui, you may step aside for now," Gu Shuyuan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. "Understood." Gu Hongrui nodded and then left the living room. Following that, Mr. Zhang also rose, clasped his fists towards Chen Tianxiu, and said, "You must be the master of the walking corpses, correct? I am Zhang Daoming, the secretary to the second in command. It is a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, Zhang Daoming extended his hand towards Chen Tianxiu. Upon learning that this individual was the secretary to the second in command, Chen Tianxiu was taken aback but did not dwell on it, shaking hands with Zhang Daoming and replying, "The pleasure is mine." Subsequently, the three of them took their seats. Gu Xuan remarked, "Haha, Mr. Chen, I did not wish to disturb you today, but with Mr. Zhang's arrival, I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to meet." "It's no trouble at all." Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. "I have heard of your remarkable deeds, Mr. Chen. To have unraveled the yin-yang town technique of the Sakura Kingdom from thousands of miles away, and to have returned the remains of the Eternal Empress. Such a great distance truly commands my admiration," Zhang Daoming praised. Chen Tianxiu offered a slight smile and replied, "As practitioners of corpse guiding, it is our duty to ensure that the wandering souls find their way back home, regardless of the distance." Hearing this, Zhang Daoming expressed his respect, stating, "The work of corpse guides is deserving of our utmost reverence." Indeed, Chen Tianxiu nodded. "Now, Mr. Chen, there is something I wish to inquire about. Were you the one involved in the incident at the Qianqiu military district?" Zhang Daoming asked. Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by the question, but upon reflection, he realized that the Qianqiu military district would certainly report the matter, and he had not intentionally concealed his identity, so there was nothing wrong in discussing it. He nodded and said, "It is I." Zhang Daoming smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, it is you, Mr. Chen. Your assistance in facilitating the return of our soldiers to the military district has been invaluable, preventing them from wandering the wilderness and becoming prey to beasts. You are truly a hero of our dragon country." "Ah, a hero is perhaps an overstatement. Please do not bestow upon me the title of a meritorious subject, second commander." Chen Tianxiu responded, momentarily taken aback, and then hurriedly added, if he were to receive such an honor, it would surely make him known across the nation, even the world, and he would be recognized wherever he went. Ha ha, that certainly won't happen. We understand this well, Zhang Daoming assured him. Moreover, the title of meritorious subject is not easily attained, though it may sound ungracious. Merely retrieving a dozen or so bodies of the squad does not meet the criteria for such an accolade. That is a relief, Chen Tianxiu sighed. Well, having met you, Mr. Chen, my task is now complete. Old Gu, Mr. Chen, I shall take my leave. Zhang Daoming rose to depart. Mr. Zhang has pressing matters. I shall not detain you further. Please travel safely. Old Gu also stood to see him off. Indeed, I shall visit again when time permits, Mr. Chen. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to have Old Gu relay your needs, Zhang Daoming said politely. Very well, I understand, Chen Tianxiu nodded. Sensing Zhang Daoming's purpose in his visit was to extend goodwill, it seemed the state was not particularly surprised by the emergence of a corpse driver like him and would not hinder his endeavors in this regard, which was indeed a positive development. Zhang Daoming then took his leave. Only Gu Shiyuan and Chen Tianxiu remained. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu spoke without hesitation. Senior Gu, there is a matter on which I require your assistance. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyuan burst into laughter, saying, Haha, Mr. Chen, you have already rendered me such great service. Do not hesitate to share your request. I shall exert every effort to assist you. Reassured by these words, Chen Tianxiu continued. Are you familiar with the Night Watchman of Cangzhou? The Night Watchman of Cangzhou? Old Zhang, perhaps? Could it be that your request pertains to resolving the issue of the corpse rearing ground there? Gu Shiyuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Are you aware of this matter? Indeed. According to Senior Zhang's conjecture, that corpse rearing ground is on the brink of eruption within a year, and the demon serpent's corpse may soon become uncontainable. He seeks companions of the same path to subdue the demon serpent's remains, Chen Tianxiu revealed, astonished. Ah, to subdue the demon serpent's corpse? That complicates matters. For the demon serpent is no trifling foe, Gu Shiyuan remarked, stroking his grizzled beard. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Tianxiu responded, in truth, it may not be insurmountable. I believe that within a year, I shall devise a solution. Oh, you have a plan? Gu Shiyuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I should have one. Chen Tianxiu affirmed with a nod. He possessed 10 superior foundation-building pills, 2 spiritual artifacts, and various magical tools. He felt confident that within a year, he could achieve a breakthrough in the foundation-building stage. Once he reached that stage, everything would become manageable. Chapter 47, Task Modification, Unforeseen Circumstances. With Chen Tianxiu's resolute assurance, Gu Shiyuan could no longer maintain his reservations. Very well. Having agreed to the matter at hand, I recognized that the malevolent serpent's corpse had indeed become a significant threat. If left unresolved, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Now that my aunt's remains had returned, I felt little left to fear regarding my own frail existence. Gu Shiyuan, with a solemn expression, nodded in acknowledgement. As the guardian of the tomb, his duty was to safeguard the mausoleum, precluding him from straying even a step away. However, now that the spirit of the eternal Empress had transcended, his guardianship bore no tangible difference. Chen Tianxiu, upon witnessing his acquiescence, offered a subtle smile, saying, Your noble intentions, esteemed elder, shall be etched in my heart. Indeed, Gu Shiyuan replied with a chuckle. There remains a year's time. Your mentor must be off to another location for the transport of corpses, I presume? Is there anything else in which I may assist you? Speak freely. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu responded, There is indeed a matter where I seek your assistance. I intend to journey to Donghe province, which lies quite a distance from here. Transporting a corpse makes it impractical to travel by vehicle, and I hope you could arrange some means for me. Ah, I understand, Gu Shiyuan remarked. In this era, traversing beyond 100 miles is a rarity, and the path for those who transport the deceased has grown even more arduous. Very well. This shall not pose a challenge. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Chen Tianxiu exhaled in relief. The journey to Donghe was no less than 3,000 miles. Traveling on foot would undoubtedly require 10 days to half a month, so a vehicle would indeed be most convenient. The two conversed a while longer before Chen Tianxiu returned to his guest room, awaiting the knight's departure to awaken the corpse. He too remained industrious, as he had yet to fully assimilate the rewards bestowed by the system. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to delve deeper into them. Time passed slowly, and as dusk approached, Chen Tianxiu was suddenly greeted by the voice of the system in his ear. Ding! Due to unforeseen circumstances, the side quest has been upgraded to a main quest. Please return the corpse of the corpse driver Qi Xiuqing to his ancestral home in Donghe Province, Beiqing City, Filong Village. Task reward, to be determined based on the host's performance level, to be issued simultaneously with the previous side quest rewards, regarded as an additional reward. Startled by this announcement, Chen Tianxiu opened his eyes wide and furrowed his brow. What was happening? A side quest transforming into a main quest? And what on earth were these unforeseen circumstances? From his experience with corpse driving, he understood that main quests were inherently more challenging than side quests. The content of this task had not changed in the slightest, indicating that the system deemed the difficulty of this side quest equivalent to that of a main quest. The corpse driver Qi Xiuqing had become increasingly enigmatic. Where there is a will, there is a way, he thought. Perhaps it was best to proceed and see for himself. After contemplating for a moment, he still found himself perplexed and shook his head. Regardless of the difficulty, could he possibly choose not to go? He then closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in the contemplation of the intermediate corpse driving techniques. The moon hung high in a sparse, starry sky, and the early hours of the day had arrived. Within the manor, Gu Shuyuan had already prepared the altar, awaiting Chen Tianxiu to perform the necessary rites for the journey. Chen Tianxiu entered the courtyard with the corpse of the corpse driver and offered a respectful gesture to Gu Shuyuan. Master, the hour is late. Please commence. Gu Shuyuan returned the gesture with a smile. Indeed. Chen Tianxiu nodded slightly and approached the altar. The sound of bells tinkled, tinkle, 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 as he gently shook the purple gold bell. The corpse of the corpse handler leaped forward, arriving at his side. With the cold and sweet dew, the essence of the law is boundless. Soaring and flowing with the seven treasures, what hinders in the void? Partaking in this divine sustenance, ascend to the celestial realms. May fortune and virtue rise majestically. And may the offerings be pure. Chen Tianxiu muttered incantations under his breath, lifting the wine cup from the altar and pouring the liquid at the feet of the corpse. The surface, originally a cement pathway, absorbed the wine rapidly, as if drawn by an unseen force. Once the liquid completely vanished, the corpse began to tremble slightly, as if exclaiming, "Good wine. Feast. This time, no one will compete with you. Eat your fill for the journey ahead." Chen Tianxiu stated with an impassive expression. He then lit 3 sticks of soul incense, gently shaking the purple gold bell. The corpse handler, upon catching the fragrant scent, leaped to the altar, ravenously consuming the offerings. Previously, with the presence of the Empress's corpse, it could only partake of the remnants, which was indeed a pitiful existence. Now, with no one to contest its feast, it was destined for a hearty meal. The soul incense burned at a visibly rapid pace, and in mere moments, it was entirely consumed. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu swiftly shook the purple gold bell, returning the corpse to its rightful place. As the last remnants of the fragrant essence lingered, an incantation was swiftly uttered. The vast essence of the law coalesces within the celestial realm, where the 2 luminaries shine forth in clarity and the 5 constellations intertwine, illuminating the 3 celestial lights. In the imperial abode, the 9 elders consumed the rich essence, as the golden radiance bathes the offerings upon the altar. Thus, I unite with the sun and moon, invoking the eternal longevity before the sacred presence. At that moment, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The final wisp of fragrant essence fused with the burning incense ash, cascading down onto the offerings laid upon the altar. The once lifeless offerings now radiated a subtle luminescence, seemingly transformed into delectable fare. Ancient cultivator Gu Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with realization, and he bowed respectfully to Chen Tianxiu, exclaiming, "Master Zhoujiao, your benevolence is akin to that of the saints." Gu Shuyuan and the descendants of the Gu family expressed their gratitude here. The surrounding disciples of the Gu family were momentarily taken aback. Why had their elders suddenly shown such reverence to Master Zhoujiao? However, with Gu Shuyuan's actions as precedent, they dared not question further, hastily bowing in unison. "We, the Gu family disciples, thank Master Zhoujiao." Chen Tianxiu did not impede their gesture and accepted their homage, stating, "You are all guardians of the tomb, often engaging with spirits and apparitions, thus harboring considerable energy within. I have employed the 3 lights transformation spell upon these offerings. Consuming them will dispel the energy from within you, providing sustenance for a time to prevent further erosion by malevolent forces. Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's explanation, the crowd comprehended why Gu Shiyuan had shown such profound respect. As a tomb guardian, he was susceptible to the attention of malevolent spirits. His strength was not a concern. But the younger generation bore the brunt of such afflictions. The descendants of ominous figures often found themselves entwined in misfortune. If what Chen Tianxiu claimed is true, that consuming these offerings could eliminate the malevolent energies within one's body, then indeed it is a remarkable gift. With a faint smile, Chen Tianxiu considered that his actions were merely a trifling effort. Moreover, the Gu Yuan family is a descendant of the eternal Empress, who has now ascended to divinity, thus indicating a gesture of goodwill. Should any matters arise in the future, communication would undoubtedly be more amiable. He would not engage in ventures that lead to disadvantage. Chapter 48. The Goddess of Beauty. After completing the ritual, Chen Tianxiu stepped into the Rolls-Royce hearse that Gu Yuan had prepared for him. Along the way, Gu Yuan had also arranged for his driver's license and a black license plate. With these items in hand, he could traverse anywhere, except abroad, without hindrance. Upon first gazing at these items, Chen Tianxiu fell into a prolonged silence. He was aware of Gu Yuan's formidable financial prowess, yet he had not anticipated it to be this extraordinary. In just one afternoon, not only had he secured his driver's license, but he also possessed a coveted black plate. Such an item, one would surmise, could hardly be obtained even with wealth. However, recalling the secretary of the second-in-command he encountered earlier, the pieces fell into place. The second-in-command would certainly not assist Gu Yuan directly, but as long as he remained silent, the subordinates would manage affairs adeptly. Since they had shown Chen Tianxiu goodwill, it was only fitting to offer a token of appreciation. With this thought, Chen Tianxiu readily accepted the gifts. He was indifferent to the official stance towards him. Whether favorable or unfavorable, his sole purpose was to conduct the corpse transport and fulfill his mission. Now equipped with a vehicle and license, his endeavors would be considerably more convenient, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Chen Tianxiu had not obtained a driver's license. In the past, he lacked the financial means. However, the vehicle he encountered was equipped with an automatic transmission, and possessing a certain level of skill, he mastered it in just a few minutes. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Gu Yuan and set forth towards Donghe province. At Jiangnan University, in a dimly lit room illuminated solely by a flickering candle, four young women gathered around a table. Upon the table lay a burning candle, a fruit knife, and a doll clad in red attire. Each of these young women radiated beauty. Should they venture outside, they would undoubtedly be deemed goddess-like figures. Yet at this moment, their eyes widened in trepidation, fixated upon the red-dressed doll. Xiao Li, this marks the third incident. It must be the cause of their demise. Should we proceed? One girl uttered, her voice trembling. Xiao Li, the girl in question, cast a glance at the three, whose eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. In stark contrast, she remained remarkably composed, her expression betraying no hint of turmoil. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Li spoke. You have all been graced by the favor of the goddess of beauty, and it is exceedingly difficult to turn back. Unless you are willing to forfeit your beauty, withdraw from your studies, and never return, you may escape her grasp. Furthermore, there is no need for fear. Those who have suffered are merely those who betrayed the goddess. She has reclaimed what she bestowed upon them. As long as you offer your devotion sincerely, you shall encounter no harm. The three girls clenched their jaws at her words. To sacrifice their beauty? To abandon their studies and return home? They were merely ordinary girls, devoid of martial prowess, destined to attend a mundane university to obtain a diploma, subsequently seeking employment, and eventually finding a willing partner to marry and spend their lives with. Should they adhere to this path, these utterly commonplace aspirations would dissolve into mere illusions. Indeed, their dreams were previously quite unremarkable, as they were not particularly appealing before enrolling in university. Among them, two had succumbed to their appetites, their weights exceeding 200 pounds. One of them bore a prominent birthmark on half of her face. The other, known as Xiaoli, exemplified both of these traits. They had endured relentless mockery from others, attracting disdainful glances wherever they went. However, everything changed when Xiaoli introduced them to the goddess of beauty. They began to worship the goddess, and within a month's time, their transformations were nothing short of miraculous. They attained stunning figures and exquisite features, stepping out into the world, regarded as goddesses themselves. They reveled in the envious, jealous, greedy, and lustful gazes directed at them, as if they had been transported to paradise. The prospect of losing their beauty and reverting to their former selves felt akin to plummeting into hell. As the three girls listened to Xiaoli, the fear and trepidation in their eyes gradually transformed into resolve. I refuse to return to the past, Xiaoli. I will heed your words and continue to honor the goddess of beauty. I have already secured a wealthy boyfriend, and there is no turning back. I aspire to embody the form of the goddess of beauty. I too. Three young women expressed their sentiments. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's cold visage softened into a smile. Very well, let us, the four sisters, advance and retreat together, striving to become the most devoted disciples of the goddess of beauty, Xiaoli declared with unwavering resolve. Subsequently, she seized a fruit knife from the table, her eyelids betraying no tremor as she sliced into her own wrist. In an instant, crimson blood flowed forth, and Xiaoli placed her bloodied wrist atop the head of a red-clad doll. The searing, vibrant blood drenched the doll, rendering its red attire even more resplendent. 3 days later, outside Jiangnan University town, a Rolls-Royce luxury vehicle glided into view. Due to its black license plates, the security personnel at the entrance dared not impede its passage, allowing it to proceed unchallenged. In fact, the head of security even dispatched a contingent of 12 men to escort it. Inside the vehicle, Chen Tianxiu observed the scene with a wry smile. Damn it, he thought. I anticipated the convenience of this car, but I never expected it to attract such attention. A miscalculation indeed. The head of security personally guided Chen Tianxiu to a secluded parking area. He even inquired if Chen Tianxiu wished to notify the principal. Terrified, Chen Tianxiu hastily waved his hands. He had no time to deal with the principal and his associates. He was merely passing through, intending to take a brief look around before departing that very night. As fate would have it, his journey to Donghua province led him past Jiangnan University, a place he had not visited in quite some time, thus prompting his visit. After dismissing the security personnel, Chen Tianxiu changed into casual attire and made his way towards the dormitory, uncertain whether any of his roommates were present. Before long, he arrived at the dormitory door, navigating the familiar path with ease. As I was about to open the door, I heard a faint sound emanating from within. Though subtle, his heightened senses allowed him to perceive it clearly. Speaking of which, General Zhao is indeed a formidable warrior. Armed with a gleaming silver spear and riding a majestic white dragon steed, he charged into Changban Slope, invincible in his path. Just as anticipated, a glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon, advancing and retreating 7 times, causing chaos among the ranks of Changban Slope. With cries of despair echoing, Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly upon hearing the commotion. When did these fellows develop an interest in such tales? At that moment, further developments emerged. However, Changban Slope was not one to back down. She was the star of Lichuan Courtyard, possessing remarkable equestrian skills. Instantly, she turned and launched a relentless assault, causing General Zhao's expression to shift dramatically. His teeth clenched in determination as he struggled to endure. Chen Tianxiu thought, indeed, there is not a single sane person in this dormitory. Chapter 49. The Art of Enchantment, 1-4. Upon opening the dormitory door, Chen Tianxiu beheld 3 individuals huddled around the computer, utterly oblivious to his entrance. Clearing his throat, he attempted to draw their attention. Yet, the trio remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, he pondered just how engrossed they were. Approaching them, he gently nudged Zhang Wu, prompting the 3 to turn their heads towards him. What he encountered was a look of bewilderment on their faces, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, as if they had slipped into a stupor. Taken aback, Chen Tianxiu stepped back a few paces, eyeing the 3 with caution. However, his actions elicited no excessive reactions from the 3 individuals, who instead turned back to their computers. Remaining motionless, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. What was going on? Were they possessed? Yet he sensed no trace of malevolence emanating from his roommates. With a serious demeanor, Chen Tianxiu's eyes immediately radiated a duality of black and white, transforming into a striking contrast as his innate yin-yang vision activated in an instant. Bolstered by this newfound perception, he cast his gaze once more upon Zhang Wu and the others. He observed that the celestial flames, representing their life forces, flickered weakly above their heads, diminished to the size of a mere candle's glow, an ominous sign of soul loss. In a healthy person, these celestial flames would be no less than the size of a fist, infused with their 3 souls. Each extinguished flame signified the loss of a soul. Once all three flames were extinguished, all three souls would be lost, leading to death. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu withdrew a talisman, skillfully maneuvered it, and swiftly chanted an incantation. A thunderous boom resonated through the air, banishing malevolent forces. From the 33 heavens and the silent realms of the underworld, the divine weapon surged forth as commanded. He murmured the spell, and as his voice faded, he released the talisman. It soared into the air, hovering above the three individuals, before erupting in a brilliant golden light that enveloped them. At that moment, the celestial flames within them surged to a size characteristic of a healthy individual, yet simultaneously. Their eyes fluttered shut, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chen Tianxiu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, no further calamities had befallen them. Nevertheless, their earlier condition was indeed perplexing. How could they be devoid of malevolent energy, yet still suffer the loss of their souls? Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brows, and then turned his gaze towards the computer that lay before him. On the screen, a historical drama was playing, captivating in its allure. However, upon merely gazing at it, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of restlessness within, as if his very soul were attempting to break free and immerse itself in the role of the male protagonist. As a cultivator, upon experiencing such a sensation, he swiftly channeled a stream of spiritual energy to his mind, restoring his clarity. Ah, so it is the soul enchantment technique. Chen Tianxiu exhaled deeply. He then approached the computer and turned it off, and with that action, the unsettling feeling vanished instantaneously. Thus, he could ascertain that the source of the disturbance lay within the device. The imagery contained therein had invoked the soul enchantment technique. The secret art of corpse manipulation had mentioned this. The soul enchantment technique could ensnare souls from afar, and those who wield such malevolent sorcery typically delighted in devouring souls. This implied that a malevolent spirit lurked within Qianqiu University, ensnaring victims through the guise of a short film. It must be said, this method was indeed effective. Chen Tianxiu meticulously examined the physical conditions of his roommates, and upon confirming their well-being, he felt a sense of relief. Although only 2 of their spiritual flames had returned to normal, the 3 souls were intact. Merely 1 flame was weakened, and it would require some time to recover. Subsequently, he extended 3 streams of spiritual energy towards Zhang Wu and the others. Before long, the trio gradually regained consciousness. Oh dear, what happened? My head feels so dizzy, Yuan Yuhua murmured, cradling his head. I feel a bit disoriented too. Could it be that I overindulged in calculus discussions with the counselor last night? Zhang Wu replied, in a similar state of bewilderment, shaking his head. Oh, I had a rather peculiar dream in which I encountered an enchanting beauty. Alas, it ended too swiftly, leaving me unaware of what transpired thereafter, Zhang Mingxing remarked. His legs crossed. Upon hearing the conversation, Chen Tianxiu felt a series of dark lines form on his forehead. Goodness, a perilous spring dream. And it is still worth reminiscing? Ahem. Chen Tianxiu cleared his throat with a pronounced cough. The trio looked up in unison, only to find Chen Tianxiu standing before them. They were momentarily taken aback before springing to their feet. What on earth? Xiu'er, you have returned. Xiu'er, let me see if you have lost weight during your days away. What brings you back so suddenly? Just yesterday, I nearly exhausted myself to secure you an additional fortnight's leave. The expressions of his roommates reflected surprise and relief. Although their words lacked kindness, they were undoubtedly concerned for Chen Tianxiu's well-being. Sensing the familiar atmosphere of their dormitory, Chen Tianxiu smiled gently and said, I happened to pass by and thought I would check on you all. However, had I not returned early, you might have been in dire straits. He continued with a serious demeanor. Now, putting other matters aside, can you enlighten me as to where you discovered those films on the computer? What? We might have been in peril? What does that mean? Zhang Wu inquired, perplexed. They had been bewitched by the mesmerizing art of seduction, awakening with the impression that they had merely dreamt, without any other implications. Yuan Yuhua and Zhou Mingxing gazed curiously at Chen Tianxiu. Chen Tianxiu then asked, Did you all not just dream? Did you not envision yourselves as the protagonists in those films? How could you? Oh no, Xiu'er. Have you actually filled my mind with such colorful thoughts? Zhang Wu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This peculiar line of reasoning was indeed unfathomable. Yuan Yuhua and Zhou Mingxing exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They had all experienced that strange dream, initially believing it to be a pleasant one. yet the fact that they had dreamt it collectively rendered it remarkably eerie. Chen Tianxiu, disregarding Zhang Wu's outburst, cleared his throat and declared, "You have all been possessed. Your 3 souls have been drawn away. If I hadn't returned just in time, you would have met your demise." The roommates furrowed their brows at these words. The claim seemed utterly absurd. Coupled with Chen Tianxiu's earlier mention of his involvement in corpse transportation, it appeared even more ludicrous. Nevertheless, they could not dismiss the bizarre events that had transpired, as they defied conventional explanation. The short film. It was obtained from Sun Hao. As for where he acquired it, I am unaware, Yuan Yuhua interjected. She knew Sun Hao, a fellow classmate with whom she shared a good rapport, residing 1 floor above in the dormitory. Very well, you all stay in the dormitory and do not venture out. Also, refrain from opening that notebook. Chen Tianxiu instructed with a grave demeanor, nodding in affirmation. He then turned and departed to locate Sun Hao. The 3 of them exchanged glances, still grappling with the bewildering situation. Chapter 50. The Web of Heaven and Earth, 2-4. Chen Tianxiu swiftly ascended to the 4th floor. The malevolent spirit had become audacious in its malevolence. Should it cross paths with him, he would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, it sought to bring harm to Zhang Wu and others. Chen Tianxiu glanced at the door numbers on either side and soon furrowed his brow upon spotting dormitory 404, the very dormitory where Sun Hao resided. To his dismay, a wisp of sinister energy was seeping through the crack of the door. Damn it, could that fool Sun Hao already be in peril? His expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to the entrance of room 404. Without a knock, he leapt gently, grasping the door frame, from which he could peek inside. There, he beheld a young man sprawled on the floor, clad only in a pair of cartoon-printed undergarments. The youth's complexion was deathly pale, and large stains marred his attire. The ominous energy emanated from him. Cursing under his breath, Chen Tianxiu descended and kicked the door open with a resounding crash that echoed throughout the entire dormitory. Upon entering room 404, he witnessed a faint crimson shadow escaping from Sun Hao's lifeless form, heading straight for the balcony. Not so fast, Chen Tianxiu bellowed, swiftly forming a series of gestures with his hands. Primordial truth, dual shadows of the mystical, bind the 7 souls to the right and the 3 spirits to the left. Allow my divine essence to endure alongside form. With a decisive utterance, he directed his hands towards the red light. Suddenly, 2 ethereal black chains surged forth from his grasp, racing towards the crimson glow. In an instant, the spectral chains ensnared the luminous essence, trapping it effectively. The crimson light struggled fiercely, yet it could not break free from the chains. At that moment, 3 luminous spheres erupted from the red glow, and its form flowed like water, slipping through the gaps and escaping from the illusory shackles. Chen Tianxiu's expression darkened as he swiftly approached the balcony, gazing in the direction where the crimson light had fled. However, the speed of the red glow was astonishing, and it had already vanished without a trace. Yet, a glimmer sparkled in Chen Tianxiu's eyes as he activated his innate yin-yang vision. To his perception, the red light had left behind a faint trace, leading towards the building opposite. If memory serves, the building across the way is the girls' dormitory. So, this is where you have been. Chen Tianxiu squinted and murmured. Just as he was about to set off in pursuit, a series of piercing screams erupted behind him. Holy cow! Someone's dead. Another one? How did this guy die? There's a person on the balcony. Could he be the murderer? Brother, do you have any sense? I just saw him arrive, and Sun Hao's body is already pale. He must have been dead for quite some time. How could he possibly be the killer? That's debatable. Have you watched Cultivate? Based on my experience from over 1,000 episodes, the likelihood of this person being the murderer is a staggering 99%. What? Cultivate has over 1,000 episodes and is still ongoing? The commotion caused by Chen Tianxiu kicking the door had attracted the curiosity of several nearby individuals, who came to investigate, only to be confronted with this shocking scene. Chen Tianxiu cast a glance back at them, disregarding their thoughts entirely. Subsequently, he gazed at the 3 luminous orbs suspended in midair, extending his hand to deftly gather them into his grasp. He then approached the lifeless body of Sun Hao and placed the orbs upon his forehead, where they seamlessly merged with him. These orbs represented Sun Hao's 3 souls, which had been seized by the malevolent entity. Unfortunately, the prolonged separation from his essence rendered their return futile. Sun Hao was irrevocably lost to death. Please contact the authorities to have his family come and claim the body, Chen Tianxiu stated solemnly, rising and making his way towards the exit. "Hey, where are you going? You are the first witness." At that moment, a student attempted to intervene, but as he reached out to touch Chen Tianxiu, it felt as though an invisible force repelled his hand. Ignoring the incident, Chen Tianxiu departed from the male dormitory. The student, bewildered, gazed at his hand, perplexed by what had just transpired. Upon exiting the male dormitory, Chen Tianxiu arrived at the base of the female dormitory, to the right of the entrance. A sign proclaimed in bold letters, "Female dormitory, males prohibited." Discrimination, undoubtedly. Why was there no such sign in front of the male dormitory? And why were the dormitory supervisors all women? Despite these thoughts, Chen Tianxiu had no intention of barging in recklessly. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings before retreating to a secluded corner. There, he withdrew 10 talismans, arranging them in a circular formation upon the ground. He then bit his index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall in the center of the circle. Upon the incantation of the ominous rhyme, 1 severance of the heaven's pestilence, 2 severances of the earth's portal, 3 severances of human paths, 4 severances of ghostly doors. 10 talismans suddenly ascended into the sky, encircling the girls' dormitory from 10 distinct directions. Shortly thereafter, a faint crimson glow emerged from 3 of the dormitory rooms, strikingly conspicuous yet invisible to ordinary eyes. Chen Tianxiu squinted upon noticing the 3 rooms. Astonishingly, the malevolent spirit had concealed itself within those very quarters. Unless there were 3 specters present, only one could be the true entity, while the other 2 were mere facades. Nevertheless, he felt no apprehension, for he had just deployed the heavenly net spell. As long as the spirit's strength did not surpass his own, it would inevitably be ensnared within the net. Glancing at the darkening sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. At this hour, with numerous students around, it would be unwise to infiltrate openly. He resolved to wait until nightfall. The spirit had just been momentarily intimidated, and it was unlikely to strike again so soon. Contemplating this, Chen Tianxiu departed from the girls' dormitory and made his way towards the boys' quarters. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was approached by the police. A middle-aged officer, in a solemn tone, addressed him. "Student, you are the first witness at the crime scene. We kindly request your cooperation in providing a statement." "Very well." Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. He was then escorted by the officer to a secluded area. Before long, he emerged once more. As the captain of the security team approached, he informed the police that he had arrived in a vehicle with a black license plate. The officer's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation, a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. However, he instructed his subordinates to investigate, and whether he believed it or not, he ultimately had to accept the truth. Naturally, Chen Tianxiu did not revel in his advantage. He disclosed various pieces of information, omitting only matters concerning the supernatural, asserting that there were no issues worth concern. It was only at this moment that Chen Tianxiu comprehended the true significance of the black plate. It was not merely a matter of attracting attention. It was imbued with privileges beyond measure. Chapter 51. Better to believe in its existence than to disbelieve. 3-4. Wow. Xiu'er, you truly are remarkable. Has the world begun to evolve without my inclusion? Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Wu and the others gazed at him in astonishment, fully aware of the recent events. Before Chen Tianxiu's return, they had been in a state of confusion, muttering nonsensical phrases, only to serendipitously stumble upon the scene of Sun Hao's demise. The peculiarities of these occurrences left them questioning whether they had indeed fallen under a curse. Indeed, Xiu'er, could it be that supernatural beings truly exist in this world? Yuan Yuhua concurred, nodding in agreement. They had previously examined Sun Hao's corpse, and Zhang Wu had even dared to pry open Sun Wu's inner compartment to inspect further, confirming the absence of external injuries, yet baffled as to how he had met his end. Some speculated that Sun Hao had succumbed due to an intense fixation on calculus, while others attributed his untimely death to a sudden cardiac arrest. However, they were somewhat skeptical, for the earlier hints provided by Chen Tianxiu made it difficult for them to dismiss such thoughts. Chen Tianxiu glanced at a few of his eccentric roommates, settled into his chair, and spoke in a low voice. "Let me pose a question. Do you believe there are demons and monsters in this world?" The group exchanged glances, initially inclined to deny such notions, yet the recent bizarre events had shaken their convictions. To accept such a possibility would mean shattering the worldview they had constructed over the past 2 decades. Better to believe in their existence than to dismiss them entirely, Zhang Wu remarked solemnly. The others responded with silent agreement. This rationale was indeed reasonable. With that said, I must inform you that this school is haunted. You were all misled by malevolent spirits, and it was these apparitions that violently severed Sun housed 3 souls, leading to his demise. Chen Tianxiu declared gravely. A collective gasp escaped Zhang Wu and the others upon hearing this. Xiao, if what you say is true, what exactly do you do? Have you somehow evolved into a ghost-hunting master? Zhang Wu inquired, his brow furrowed. With a slight smile, Chen Tianxiu replied, No, I am a corpse handler. The group fell into silence. Time swiftly passed, and the night quietly enveloped the surroundings. In a dimly lit room, 4 young women sat in a row at a table. On the surface lay a burning candle, a knife, and a doll dressed in blood-stained garments. Among them, Shaoli appeared somewhat uneasy and said, The goddess of beauty requires more nourishment. Thus, this offering demands your utmost sincerity. Shaoli cast a frigid glance at the 3 individuals beside her, her gaze imbued with an icy demeanor. At her words, the girls shuddered slightly. One of them spoke hesitantly, Shaoli, did we not just recently pay homage to the goddess of beauty? Why must we do so again in such a short span? Another echoed her sentiments. Indeed. And if we are to offer even more, we fear we may not endure it. If there is more to give, it could lead to our demise. The trio expressed their discontent regarding the ritual. Previously, offerings were made every fortnight, yet now only 3 days had elapsed, and their vitality had yet to replenish. Shaoli, unfazed by their protests, replied coldly, You may choose not to offer, but should you incur the displeasure of the goddess of beauty, all that you once possessed may be reclaimed. Fear etched across the faces of the girls. They fell into a heavy silence. If there was anything they dreaded more than death, it was the prospect of losing everything they currently held dear. After a prolonged silence, one girl gritted her teeth and remarked, Very well. However, Shaoli, for this offering, could we not have a longer interval before the next? Shaoli shot her a frosty look and replied curtly, That can be arranged. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Extensive bloodletting would be beyond their physical limits to endure. Yet they overlooked the fact that they had previously voiced similar concerns, only to be met with Shaoli's threats, compelling their compliance. With that, Shaoli took the lead, slicing her wrist, and blood began to flow, cascading onto the red-clad doll. The other 3 girls, witnessing her action, followed suit. Before long, the crimson-clad doll was drenched in blood, and her once vacant eyes began to gleam with an unsettling brightness. At that moment, in the dormitory 3 doors down, Li Qingwan, who was still awake, felt a sudden, scorching sensation in her chest. Her expression shifted, and she clutched tightly 3 talismans that were nestled among the 36. Here it comes again. Li Qingwan gritted her teeth, her countenance flickering with uncertainty. Just days prior, she had sensed something amiss with the talismans, but soon after, they reverted to their original state. And now, it had returned. Could it be that more lives were to be lost? No, that couldn't be right. One had already perished during the day, albeit in the boys' dormitory. Li Qingwan pondered for a long while, feeling increasingly bewildered. Though she possessed the prowess of a 3rd-tier martial artist, she was utterly powerless against malevolent spirits, which left her in a state of despair. Sometimes, ignorance is a blissful state. If she were unaware of the lurking demons, she could drift into a peaceful slumber. But now, all she felt was anxiety and fear. Help! Suddenly, a series of piercing screams echoed through the dormitory. Upon hearing these cries, Li Qingwan's eyes widened in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and dashed out. In the corridor, she spotted a strikingly beautiful girl shrieking incessantly, clutching a red doll as she sprinted toward the window at the end of the passage. No! Li Qingwan shouted in alarm, her body moving swiftly in pursuit. She could feel the talismans in her chest growing unbearably hot, as if they might ignite at any moment. Yet she did not intervene. She could not bear to witness a life extinguished before her eyes. At that moment, Li Qingwan was suddenly dazzled, as the environment around her transformed in an instant. The brightly lit corridor, illuminated by street lamps, morphed into a dark crimson hue. The surrounding dormitories appeared dilapidated, and on the doors, several bloody handprints marred the surface, resembling a nightmarish tableau. What is this? Li Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. Suddenly, a talisman flew from her chest, revealing itself to be the Pestilence Exorcism Talisman. At that moment, the talisman radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the surrounding landscape. The blood-stained ground began to emanate wisps of black smoke, and the environment gradually transformed back to its original state. As the surroundings returned to normal, the pestilence exorcism talisman burst apart, dispersing into countless twinkling sparks before vanishing. How astonishing! Li Qingwan exclaimed in wonder. However, she did not linger on her thoughts and hurriedly glanced towards the end of the corridor. At that moment, the girl had already climbed halfway through the window and was about to plunge downward. Chapter 52. Spectres. 4-4 no? Li Qingwan shouted in alarm, racing to the window to peer below. But upon looking down, she was taken aback. They were on the 5th floor. Yet there was not a trace of a figure below. What is happening? I distinctly saw her jump down. Why has she suddenly vanished? Li Qingwan furrowed her brow, puzzled. She scanned her surroundings once more, still failing to catch sight of the girl. How could this be possible? Li Qingwan felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Who are you? Why do you disturb me? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind Li Qingwan. Startled, she quickly turned around to find a beautiful girl standing merely 5 meters away, gazing at her with an icy glare. What are you saying? Li Qingwan inquired, furrowing her brow. She found this girl to be rather peculiar, as an unsettling aura enveloped her, deterring any approach. If you choose not to speak, it matters not. I shall simply eliminate you all, and then no one will disturb me. Xiaoli retorted with a cold laugh. Instantly, the surrounding space shifted once more. This time, it was not the dilapidated, blood-stained dormitory they had previously witnessed, but a decrepit black building instead. Upon the ground lay numerous corpses, grotesquely decomposed, while a viscous pool of blood spread across the floor, emanating a foul stench that was utterly repugnant. As Li Qingwan caught a whiff of the putrid odor, she instinctively pinched her nose. This scent was unbearable, akin to stepping into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. You are a ghost, Li Qingwan exclaimed, her gaze fixed warily on Xiaoli, her voice low and cautious. With her other hand, she clutched her chest, where only 2 talismans remained. A ghost? One could say that, but it is inconsequential now. Prepare to meet your demise. Xiaoli scoffed, her hand morphing into a claw-like shape as she lunged towards Li Qingwan. Remarkably, her body remained stationary while her arm extended like rubber, infinitely elongating. Li Qingwan was taken aback by this astonishing display. What kind of technique is this? Nevertheless, she was a 3rd-tier martial artist. With a swift movement, she evaded the incoming claw, which then plunged forcefully into the wall behind her, penetrating it as easily as if it were mere paper. Ghost-killing talisman. Li Qingwan promptly drew a talisman and hurled it toward Xiaoli. However, the talisman failed to activate, instead drifting gently to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why had the talisman not been triggered? Just moments ago, it had activated without her even needing to extract it. Could it be that this talisman was rendered useless? Li Qingwan pondered. A ghost-killing talisman? Ha. Are you truly a sorceress? You can't even discern whether I am a ghost. Xiaoli laughed heartily upon hearing Li Qingwan's exclamation, as if she had heard something utterly ridiculous. You are not a ghost? Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan immediately considered a possibility. This talisman targets entities that are indeed ghosts. It would undoubtedly be ineffective against something that is not. You need not know. Perish. Xiaoli scoffed, offering no further reply as she extended her arms, her limbs elongating towards Li Qingwan. Seeing this, Li Qingwan's expression shifted, and she instinctively raised her hands to block. Bang! However, as she attempted to defend herself, she felt as though she had been struck by a heavy truck, her body staggering back several paces until she collided with the wall. What immense strength! Li Qingwan murmured, her hands trembling slightly. Had she not possessed the physique of a 3rd-tier martial artist, she would likely have been sent flying. Even so, blocking that blow had been exceedingly arduous. Should another strike follow, she could not guarantee that she would remain unscathed. At that moment, Li Qingwan felt a series of faint sounds emanating from her arm, and her mind began to grow hazy. What is happening? Alarmed, she quickly glanced at her arm. To her shock, 2 dark marks were spreading across her skin, as if she had been poisoned. Poisoned? Li Qingwan exclaimed in surprise. You are indeed no sorceress. And I wonder from whence you acquired those 2 talismans. Yet, it matters not. I have long coveted your form, and now it shall be mine. Xiaoli remarked coldly, slowly advancing towards Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan, her vision blurred, struggled to rise, but the pain in her arm and the fog in her mind rendered her powerless. Am I to perish? She thought sorrowfully. Just as her eyelids fluttered, A shadowy figure materialized before her. I had thought it was merely a seductress causing trouble, but to my astonishment, it is a corpse spirit. A familiar voice reached Li Qingwan's ears. Suddenly infused with an unexpected strength, she widened her eyes, staring at the person standing before her. It's you. It had been nearly half a month. Her thoughts had been consumed by one individual, not out of affection, but out of curiosity. In recent days, her longing for that person had intensified. She could hardly believe it when that individual appeared before her, as if summoned from a dream. Am I hallucinating? Li Qingwan murmured. Chen Tianxiu glanced back, murmuring incantations under his breath. A thunderous clap resonated through the air, casting away the malevolent forces from the 33rd heaven, the vengeful spirits, and within the depths of the underworld, silence reigned supreme. The divine weapons rushed forth as if compelled by a decree, urgent and insistent. Immediately, a talisman was cast, landing squarely upon Li Qingwan's chest. In the next moment, the dark mark on her arm swiftly diminished, shrinking to the size of a ping-pong ball, and she felt a clarity returning to her mind. You have been afflicted by the corpse poison of the corpse charm. This talisman can only serve as a temporary restraint to swiftly neutralize the toxin. You must grind its fangs into powder and apply it externally, Chen Tianxiu stated coolly, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Li. Corpse poison? She is a zombie. Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan immediately considered a possibility. The corpse charm is indeed a type of zombie, Chen Tianxiu confirmed with a nod. At this moment, Xiao Li warily fixed her gaze upon Chen Tianxiu. During the day, she had suffered at his hands, relinquishing her hard-won prize, only to find him at her doorstep that night. You are a Taoist from the Xianmen? This is my territory. You are doomed, Xiao Li declared coldly. Oh, is that so? Chen Tianxiu arched an eyebrow at her response, then slowly produced the purple gold bell. Chapter 53. Thankfully, I arrived early, 1-4. The moment the purple gold bell emerged, the corpse charm sensed an ominous shift. It felt as though its body was no longer under its control, as if it had been ensnared by an unseen force. What sort of artifact is this? The corpse charm retreated a few steps, shrieking in alarm. She was certain that the bell in Chen Tianxiu's hand was the source of her discomfort. She is a corpse spirit, a variant of a zombie, born from the accumulated resentment and foul energy of the world. In modern society, where the path of the Tao has waned, few have posed a threat to her since she gained sentience over 2 centuries ago. Previously, many Taoists and monks who sought to eliminate her proved ineffectual. In fact, she had even devoured the souls of some of those who dared confront her. Consequently, she grew increasingly unrestrained, preying upon living beings, until the rapid advancement of technology in contemporary society led to the development of formidable weapons, which compelled her to exercise a degree of restraint. Upon hearing the corpse spirit's inquiry, Chen Tianxiu smiled slightly and replied, "This is the golden bell. You may not be aware of its significance, but as a zombie, you should have heard of an ancient profession associated with it." What profession? The corpse spirit asked in a grave tone. The corpse driver, Chen Tianxiu declared with pride. Indeed, upon hearing the term corpse driver, the corpse spirit was utterly taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The corpse drivers have vanished for centuries. How could they possibly resurface now? You must be deceiving me, she shrieked, her voice strained. While the corpse driver's role was primarily to transport dead bodies back to their ancestral homes, no other profession could rival their profound understanding of corpses, save for the seamstresses of the dead. Moreover, unlike the seamstresses, the corpse drivers often faced the living dead, making them even more formidable, recognized as the nemesis of all corpse-like entities. Despite being a zombie, she remains a corpse at her core, even with her acquired sentience. Transcending the realms of existence does not alter her fundamental nature. Whether it is a deception or not, one can only ascertain through trial. Chen Tianxiu let out a cold chuckle, then swiftly shook the purple gold bell. The sound rang, dingling, 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 amidst the vastness of the underworld, amidst the towering Mount Vajra. The boundless light of spiritual treasures, illuminating the fiery pools of torment, and the myriad souls of sin in the 9 hells, the body followed the purple gold bell. Chen Tianxiu murmured incantations, and golden threads began to silently emanate from the bell. These golden threads, akin to serpents, swiftly coiled around Xiao Li, ensnaring her. The chime of the purple gold bell possessed a mystical allure for the corpse. Upon hearing it, one would descend into confusion and subsequently be compelled to act. The corpse spirit gazed at the golden threads enveloping her, sensing her consciousness beginning to waver. "Begone!" she shrieked, unleashing a potent aura of corpse energy that swept the golden threads away. Her appearance began to transform. The once exquisite beauty's skin shriveled, taking on a dark green hue. Her eyes sunken and sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, and a significant portion of her hair had fallen away. This was her true form. Upon witnessing the corpse spirit's transformation, Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted, and he said in a grave tone, "To think she is on the verge of becoming a green zombie. It is fortunate I arrived in time. Otherwise, dealing with you once you reach maturity would be quite troublesome." Zombies are classified into various ranks: walking corpses, white zombies or black zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, swimming corpses, lying corpses, and those that do not decay. Walking corpses represent the initial stage of zombification. They merely prevent the body from decomposing, allowing for slow movement and inflicting minimal harm on humans, making them relatively easy to handle. Subsequently, one may choose to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, or to consume the malevolent energy and the lifeblood of animals and humans to delineate the dichotomy of the undead. Those who cultivate through the absorption of solar and lunar essence are known as white zombies, whereas those who feed upon malevolent energy and blood are classified as black zombies. This latter type of zombie possesses limited intelligence, akin to that of a beast, yet their strength is considerably enhanced. Following this, we encounter the green zombies, whose power is formidable, exhibiting immense strength and agility. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against them, and they are impervious to certain incantations. In terms of might, green zombies are comparable to the foundational stage cultivators among immortal practitioners. Presently, this corpse demon exhibits a hue of black tinged with green, not yet fully transformed into a green zombie. Chen Tianxiu still possesses methods to counter this creature, and achieving even 50% of his potential would be commendable. With a roar, the corpse demon revealed its true form, its surrounding deathly aura fiercely repelling the golden threads emitted by the purple-golden bell. It emitted an enraged cry and extended its two black claws, resembling those of a desiccated corpse, towards Chen Tianxiu. Unfazed by the impending attack, Chen Tianxiu instead wore a faint smile. Upon witnessing that smile, the corpse demon felt a chilling premonition, as if a great calamity were about to befall it. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu did not hesitate. He retrieved a luminous red orb, the binding malevolence orb gifted to him by the night watchman of Zhangzhou. This orb possesses the ability to absorb malevolent energy, making it an excellent tool for combating zombies. As the binding malevolence orb emerged, it began to thrash with excitement, its red glow intensifying, reminiscent of a starving wolf spotting its prey. Without delay, Chen Tianxiu gently tossed the orb towards the corpse demon, commanding, "Go." The binding malevolence orb transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling directly towards the demon's visage. The corpse spirit was taken aback at this turn of events, attempting to evade the assault. However, the suppressing pearl seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly altering its course to collide directly with her face. The suppressing pearl struck the forehead of the corpse spirit, creating a small dent in her iron-like skin. Startled by this unexpected attack, the corpse spirit let out a shriek as the divine energy of the suppressing pearl surged into her body, voraciously siphoning away the malevolent energy that enveloped her. The dark red aura emanating from her dissipated at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. Hiss, this object is remarkably fierce. It truly lives up to its reputation as a weapon against Zongzi. Chen Tianxiu was equally astonished. Despite the formidable strength of the corpse spirit, she found herself utterly powerless before the suppressing pearl, unable to halt the loss of her sinister energy. "You have destroyed my century of cultivation. I will annihilate you," the corpse spirit bellowed in a frenzy. Subsequently, she ceased to resist the suppressing pearl, spewing forth a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the ground. This blood quickly evaporated, releasing wisps of smoke that seeped into several nearby rooms. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At that moment, faint sounds emanated from those rooms, and several pairs of green eyes flickered to life within the darkness, slowly emerging. These entities, characterized by their green eyes, were 5 diminutive, incorruptible spirits. Though their forms were small, they were clad in crimson garments, and each displayed various deformities, their bellies still attached to umbilical cords, clearly having perished before birth. Their bodies were smeared with blood, as if they had emerged from a pool of it, instilling a sense of dread. Observing the appearance of these little spirits, Chen Tianxiu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Chapter 54. The 8 Strange Techniques. 2-4. These little spirits were on the brink of becoming fully formed. Yet they had transformed into vengeful ghosts, a consequence likely stemming from numerous tragedies. Their bodies were infused with an abundance of blood energy and malevolent aura, surpassing the celestial boundaries. The infants, having perished before birth, carried immense resentment, rendering them susceptible to absorbing sinister energy. This vulnerability was exploited by the corpse enchantress, who subdued several little spirits, compelling them to absorb the malevolent energy and metamorphose into malevolent spirits, thus depriving them of the opportunity for reincarnation. Such intentions are deserving of condemnation. Corpse enchantress, you have committed numerous atrocities and fostered these little spirits to wreak havoc. I cannot allow you to persist. Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. The corpse enchantress paid no heed to his words. She pointed at Chen Tianxiu and Li Qingwan, commanding ominously, "Tear them apart. Roar." X5. Upon receiving the command, the 5 little spirits charged towards Chen Tianxiu without hesitation. Their mouths gaped wide, the corners stretching to their ears, revealing sharp fangs as if capable of shredding anything to pieces. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu did not falter. He swiftly formed an intricate hand seal and chanted, "Heaven and earth." The mysterious sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivated through countless eons, I prove my divine power. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao is revered. A golden light envelopes my being. His incantation flowed rapidly, completing over 100 characters of the golden light mantra in the span of a breath. Each word articulated with remarkable clarity. Immediately, a divine light descended upon Chen Tianxiu, enveloping him, while the ghostly domain of the corridor was simultaneously dispelled. The 5 little spirits, bathed in the golden light, vanished without a sound. Though they are pitiful, they have transformed into malevolent spirits, unable to reincarnate. Thus, Chen Tianxiu showed no mercy. The corpse demon was also struck by the golden light of the incantation, and immediately, a thick smoke erupted from its body, as if it were being seared by some unseen force. The agony that penetrated its very soul elicited a wretched scream. What is this? My essence? Is it truly burning? The corpse demon gazed at Chen Tianxiu in disbelief. Encased in golden radiance, Chen Tianxiu appeared as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. He stepped forward, extending his hand to reclaim the binding pearl. The malevolent energy within the corpse demon had been entirely absorbed, rendering the pearl ineffective. You have attained consciousness. You could have pursued the path of the corpse immortal, yet you chose the path of the corpse demon. Now, as your master, I shall eradicate your malevolence and obliterate your consciousness, consigning you to eternal damnation, Chen Tianxiu stated coldly as he regarded the corpse demon. Upon hearing this, the corpse demon paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha! How hypocritical you humans are. If I could cultivate as a corpse immortal, why would I choose the path of the corpse demon? Absurd. Absurd. Chen Tianxiu remained unfazed by her laughter. The path of the corpse immortal entails traversing tribulations with each transformation, ultimately achieving immortality. In contrast, the corpse demon requires no tribulations, yet it cannot attain immortality. Furthermore, a zombie is inherently inferior to reincarnation, existing beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements, and even unrecognized by the heavenly Tao. This implies that such a being should never have existed in this world. Thus, there is nothing more to discuss. Subsequently, he retrieved a bell from the storage space. Identical in appearance to the purple gold bell, yet it was black. It was the soul-capturing bell, a relic he had never employed before. This bell possessed the capability to summon, seize, and collect souls, typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances. With the unity of heaven and earth, we cleanse impurities and rectify transgressions, refining the 9 paths, restoring the true form. Chen Tianxiu remarked softly, "Dingling, dingling, dingling." Soon, a distinct chime resonated, revealing a pained expression on the face of the corpse spirit. However, this agony was fleeting, as a black orb of light emerged from her forehead, hovering in midair. This spirit cannot be allowed to linger. Chen Tianxiu observed the dark sphere, extending a finger towards it. In an instant, the orb shattered into countless fragments. Li Qingwan gazed at Chen Tianxiu with wide, sparkling eyes. Today, I have gained so much knowledge. She murmured, Chen Tianxiu, has that monster perished? She had refrained from interrupting during Chen Tianxiu's confrontation with the corpse spirit, recognizing that her intervention would be of little assistance. Thus, she quietly observed from the sidelines. Witnessing Chen Tianxiu's series of actions only deepened her curiosity regarding that extraordinary power. Yet, she understood that he would not impart this knowledge to her. So she kept her thoughts to herself. Upon hearing her question, Chen Tianxiu turned back with a faint smile, replying, yes, it has been resolved. Fortunately, the disturbance was merely a zongzi. Had it been something else, it could have posed a greater challenge. Of course, encountering a zongzi might not be so simple for others. But who could forget that he is a corpse handler? With a combination of techniques, the corpse spirit had no chance to retaliate. Ah, that is reassuring. Li Qingwan felt relieved upon receiving confirmation, as she had just feared for her life. However, she suddenly recalled something and said, wait, I just saw a girl jump down from here, but I didn't see anyone. Could it be that I was deceived? Chen Tianxiu replied, no, there was indeed a girl who jumped down, but I had been lurking below and managed to rescue her. She is probably still asleep in the corridor on the first floor. Safe by you? That's a relief. Li Qingwan exhaled in relief upon hearing this. Chen Tianxiu then turned his attention to the corpse of the corpse spirit, realizing that it needed to be dealt with properly. If discovered by other spirits, it could lead to significant trouble. Beep. Side quest activated. Chen Tianxiu paused, taken aback by the system's voice in his ear. The fact that this could trigger a side quest for a soulless zongzi was astonishing. Side quest. Return the century-old corpse of Guining Yingying to her hometown in Feilong Village, Beijing City, Donghua Province. Reward. One of the 8 extraordinary techniques of Taoism, Tongtian Lu. Wow. Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, overwhelmed by the reward. What happened? Are there more ghosts? Li Qingwan, startled by his outburst, quickly inquired. No. I just remembered something that needs my attention. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chen Tianxiu shook his head. He then handed her a sharp fong from the corpse spirit, saying, use this. Grind it into powder and apply it externally to rid yourself of the corpse poison. Subsequently, without awaiting a response from Li Qingwan, he hoisted the corpse of the spectral being and leaped directly out of the window. Hey! Li Qingwan exclaimed, taking hold of the sharp fong, standing at the window as she watched Chen Tianxiu's departing figure, but soon he vanished into the enveloping darkness. Frustrated, Li Qingwan stamped her foot. What was going on? After such a difficult reunion, how could he leave so swiftly? Pouting, she glanced once more at the surrounding shadows, feeling a chill permeate her being, causing her to shiver slightly before turning back to her dormitory. The events of this night would certainly be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Chapter 55. The Celestial Talisman. 3-4. Chen Tianxiu, exhilarated, arrived at the small grove behind the school, carrying the corpse. It was impossible not to feel excitement. He stole another glance at the body of the spectral being, finding it increasingly pleasing to the eye. If he could return this corpse to its ancestral roots, he would acquire one of the 8 extraordinary techniques of Taoism, the Celestial Talisman. This was indeed one of the 8 great techniques, comparable to the 8 divine incantations. The effect of the Celestial Talisman was quite straightforward. Once mastered, he could draw talismans without the need for a talisman base, conjuring them from thin air without the necessity of setting up an altar, performing qi manipulation, or preparing in any manner. Moreover, the talismans invoked through the Celestial Talisman would be instantaneous, greatly conserving time. Currently, the talismans he utilized were pre-drawn. Once depleted, he was left in dire straits. With the Celestial Talisman, such concerns would vanish. He could draw as he wished, merely needing to envision the talisman's design in his mind. No wonder Chen Tianxiu was brimming with excitement. Much like when he had previously acquired the Golden Light spell, this was yet another delightful surprise. However, the origin of this corpse charm seemed oddly familiar. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu suddenly furrowed his brows and spoke. Donghua Province, Beijing City, Feilong Village. Isn't this the ancestral home of the corpse driver, Qi Xiuqing? Could it be that this corpse charm and Qi Xiuqing are from the same hometown? Chen Tianxiu felt increasingly perplexed. The task of escorting the corpse driver Qi Xiuqing back had transformed into a main quest, which was already peculiar. Now, a 200-year-old corpse charm from the same locality had emerged. Was there a significant incident in Filong village? Shaking his head, Chen Tianxiu decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment. All would be revealed in due time. He then proceeded to awaken the corpse charm, draping a black cloth over its body before transporting it onto the Rolls-Royce body van. With matters here resolved, he planned to set off for Donghe province the following day. Before long, Chen Tianxiu returned to his dormitory, where several of his roommates were soundly asleep, enchanted by his soothing spell, completely unaware of his absence. Observing them closely, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. With this departure, the distance between him and his roommates would inevitably widen, and it remained uncertain when they would meet again. Life is filled with joys and sorrows, just as the moon waxes and wanes. Such is the nature of existence. It was time to cultivate. With a sigh, Chen Tianxiu sat cross-legged on his bed, engaging in quiet meditation. The next morning, upon waking, his roommates felt invigorated, as though they had consumed a potent tonic. What is going on? Why do I feel as if my body and mind have been cleansed? Yuan Yuhua exclaimed in astonishment. Do you feel that way too? I just completed a few calculus problems, and I feel even more energized. I have never experienced anything like this. Could it be that we have evolved overnight? A few of my roommates appeared rather peculiar. Despite their long-standing habit of staying up late and possessing the physique of a formidable warrior, they still suffered from various minor ailments and lacked vitality. Yet today, they seemed remarkably transformed. Chen Tianxiu, overhearing their conversation, offered a subtle smile. The calming spell he had cast not only invigorated their spirits, but also, through the spiritual energy he had harnessed during his meditation last night, had cleansed their bodies, naturally leading to significant changes. Well, whatever the cause, it is certainly a positive development, Chen Tianxiu remarked. Upon hearing this, his roommates turned their gazes towards him, nodding in agreement as if they had attained some newfound understanding. Observing their reaction, Chen Tianxiu raised an eyebrow, thinking, why are you all nodding at me? Speak your mind. You are correct, it is indeed a good thing. So, dear Xiu, do you truly intend to leave today? When shall you return? Zhang Wu inquired, his expression turning serious. Yuan Yuhua and Zhou Mingqing also cast their eyes upon him. Chen Tianxiu pondered for a moment before responding, I do not know. He had already informed his roommates the previous day of his departure today. While they were somewhat foolish, they could sense the underlying truth. Following his words, a moment of silence enveloped them. Then Zhang Wu declared, excellent. Let us give you a proper farewell today. Furthermore, I shall extend your leave indefinitely, at least until graduation. It can be arranged. Damn it. I would even sacrifice 2 kidneys to negotiate with the counselor. What the hell? Brother Wu, don't act rashly, Yuan Yuhua exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Brother Wu is truly formidable. For the sake of my brother, I was deeply moved, sobbing softly, as Zhou Mingqing feigned tears. Chen Tianxiu smirked, his lips twitching in disbelief. Are you seriously touched by this? They're just throwing us a pity party. Setting that aside for the moment, Chen Tianxiu had spent the day enjoying himself with a few roommates, acutely aware that they might not have another chance to meet again, perhaps never in this lifetime. During this time, Yuan Yuhua stumbled upon an alarming revelation on the school forum. 3 formidable individuals had suddenly emerged, coinciding with the mysterious disappearance of 3 female students. These formidable figures were trying to convince others that they were indeed those missing girls, but they had already been taken away by the authorities. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The previous night, when he had saved a girl from attempting to leap to her demise, he had realized that these girls had gained their beauty by venerating malevolent spirits, which he had subsequently vanquished. Their allure would inevitably fade. While he felt pity for them and understood their plight, the act of venerating such spirits was ultimately harmful and warranted some form of retribution. If there were to be blame, it lay with the unjust nature of fate. In the evening, Chen Tianxiu and his roommates gathered at a hot pot restaurant for a celebratory meal. Zhang Wu and the others indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, engaging in light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the jovial atmosphere. Chen Tianxiu, is that really you? He turned to see Li Qingwan, her expression one of astonishment, as if she could scarcely believe he was present. Oh my. A few roommates, upon catching sight of Li Qingwan, widened their eyes in disbelief and gasped. Hearing their exclamations, Li Qingwan's cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she graciously waved at them and greeted, hello. Wonderful. The campus bell. You must be here to see Xiu, right? Zhang Wu eagerly nodded. Li Qingwan glanced at Chen Tianxiu, who who seemed indifferent, merely shrugging in response. Li Qingwan shook her head and replied, "No, I just happened to pass by." Then, she approached Chen Tianxiu, leaned down, and quietly expressed, "I simply wanted to say thank you." Chen Tianxiu was taken aback by her words, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. With her response received, Li Qingwan chose not to elaborate further, bidding farewell to Zhang Wu and the others before departing. Chen Tianxiu shook his head slightly, observing the inquisitive expressions of his roommates, and sighed, "Do you believe me when I say there's nothing going on?" In the early hours of the morning, Chen Tianxiu cast a calming spell on his roommates, ensuring they would enjoy a restful sleep, while he made his way to a private garage, driving away from Jiangnan University towards Donghe Province. 2 days later, in Beijing City, a luxurious hearse glided slowly down the streets. Beijing City, merely a small town within Donghe Province, was surrounded by old, run-down apartment buildings, with few modern elevator-equipped residences. Upon arriving at this location, Chen Tianxiu parked his vehicle in a secluded lot. He alighted alone, intent on inquiring about the whereabouts of Feilong Village. Indeed, he was set to gather information. The mobile map indicated several places named Feilong Village, yet none were situated in Beijing City, Donghe Province. Either the names had been altered, or the location itself was entirely absent from the map. Dressed casually, Chen Tianxiu entered a restaurant and ordered several hearty dishes, patiently awaiting their arrival. At that moment, a waitress approached to pour him some tea, and he casually inquired, "Excuse me, could you assist me in locating a place?" The waitress smiled gently and replied, "Are you visiting for tourism? Please feel free to ask. I am certain I can help you." "That is splendid," he responded. "I would like to know if there is a place called Feilong Village in Beijing City." Chen Tianxiu nodded, and then the waitress furrowed her brow in contemplation before shaking her head. "I am not very certain. It seems I have not heard of such a place." "That is all right. Might you inquire with others for me?" Chen Tianxiu remained undeterred by this revelation. "Very well, I shall ask the owner," the waitress affirmed. "Thank you kindly." Chen Tianxiu expressed with gratitude. Following this exchange, he continued to wait. After approximately 10 minutes, the waitress returned, bearing the dishes. She addressed Chen Tianxiu, "I apologize, but I inquired with the owner and several chefs, and they are all unaware of the location of Feilong Village." At this moment, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Although Beijing City is not large, a meticulous search would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. "Well, thank you. I will inquire elsewhere," Chen Tianxiu remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, the server nodded in response, placing the dishes before him before taking her leave. Before long, an array of dishes was served, and Chen Tianxiu chose to indulge in his meal without further distraction. Midway through his dining experience, 2 middle-aged men entered the restaurant. One of them bore a lean physique, clad in a vintage brown linen outfit, while the other was portly, adorned with a luxury watch and gold rings, unmistakably a man of wealth. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, the housing matter will be settled within 2 days, and I shall also arrange the layout for you, ensuring your peace of mind upon moving in," the lean man said with a beaming smile. "Ha, with Master Wang's assurance, I can relax. However, regarding the price, it must be further negotiated." "Mr. Zhang remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Of course, for such properties, the lower the price, the more at ease you will be upon moving in," Master Wang exclaimed, clapping his hands. "That is agreeable. Come, please sit. Today we must share a few drinks with Master Wang," Mr. Zhang said with a cheerful demeanor. He then called for the server, his voice booming, "Bring me one of everything from the menu." Such extravagant bravado caught Chen Tianxiu's attention, who had only ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Upon closer inspection, he discerned an unsettling detail. Both men were shrouded in a veil of negative energy. The slender middle-aged man was shrouded in a heavy aura of negativity, as if perpetually immersed in its depths, while Mr. Zhang exuded a somewhat lighter presence of the same essence. This pervasive negativity was hardly a favorable sign, yet it seemed to exert little effect on them, which was rather perplexing. Could it be that the lean man was also involved in ancient professions? Chen Tianxiu pondered with a furrowed brow. To be enshrouded by such intense negativity, one must possess a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago and accumulated such an aura. Typically, those who dwell closely with negative energies are practitioners of ancient trades, like the coffin makers by the Yellow River, the night watchmen of Cangzhou, and the gravekeepers like Gu Shiyuan. Although the ferryman was also part of the ancient profession, his work was confined to the river, hence he did not encounter as much negativity. How fortuitous it was to stumble upon this revelation with such ease, Chen Tianxiu mused. Generally, practitioners of ancient trades, aside from those who transport corpses, do not stray far from their localities. Therefore, if that slender man were indeed part of the ancient profession, he would surely possess extensive knowledge of Beijing City, perhaps even knowing the whereabouts of Filong Village. Chen Tianxiu did not rush, taking his time to wait. The meal lasted approximately 2 hours under the blazing sun before the two men settled their bill and departed. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu followed suit, settling his own bill before trailing behind them. After a short distance, they entered a luxury vehicle. Chen Tianxiu remained unperturbed, swiftly extracting a talisman and reciting incantations. Jia yi yangren yi gongyin, bing xin tongzi and lai qin, ding run bu chu qin ren shou. Wu gui shi wu bu chu men. Urgently as the law commands, I decree. Immediately, he unleashed the talisman, which swiftly burrowed into the vehicle, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the car departed, soon disappearing from Chen Tianxiu's view. This was a searching talisman, which Chen Tianxiu had successfully affixed to the gaunt middle-aged man without detection. It was evident that the man possessed limited strength. Without further contemplation, Chen Tianxiu followed the talisman's guidance and proceeded forward at a deliberate pace. Approximately an hour later, he arrived before a modest 3-story building. The ground floor housed a storefront, while the upper 2 levels were residential. However, once Chen Tianxiu approached, he sensed an overwhelming presence of sinister energy emanating from within the abode. This was, astonishingly, a house of ill omen. Such a dwelling is one where death has previously occurred, or where graves lie beneath, rendering it highly inauspicious. Residing in such a place can adversely affect one's vitality, potentially leading to severe ailments. It is a residence that the living ought to shun. It was no wonder that the gaunt middle-aged man exuded such a dense aura of negativity. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from within. Before long, the door swung open, revealing the flushed face of the slender man, who regarded Chen Tianxiu with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Who are you?" With a slight smile, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful bow and replied, "I am a corpse escort, seeking to inquire about a matter from you." Upon hearing this, the gaunt man's eyes widened in astonishment, his drunkenness dissipating as he took a few steps back, pointing at Chen Tianxiu and stammering, You are a corpse escort?" Chapter 57, The Mysterious Dragon Village. Chen Tianxiu was taken aback by the anxious demeanor of the lean, middle-aged man before him. What could possibly warrant such unease? After all, he had merely come to make an acquaintance. However, the man suddenly fell to his knees, trembling, and implored, "Master, forgive me. I am compelled by circumstances to engage in the trade of selling graveyards. I bear no ill intent. I beseech your understanding." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tianxiu immediately grasped the situation, and his expression darkened. No wonder this individual was so apprehensive. It turned out he was involved in the dubious business of selling graves. Furthermore, Chen Tianxiu discerned that he was not a true practitioner of the ancient arts, but rather a dubious feng shui master, likely an amateur at best. A competent feng shui practitioner would never dare to engage in such a disreputable trade. The financial gain from selling graves is meager. Instead, they would merely need to provide feng shui consultations to affluent families, where they could easily amass considerable wealth. After all, the wealthier people are, the more they tend to believe in such practices and are willing to spend money on them. It is only individuals like this lean middle-aged man, lacking genuine skill and recognition within the community, who resort to actions that tarnish their moral standing. Graveyards are deemed inauspicious. Selling them to ordinary people equates to causing harm. Yet, due to certain feng shui aspects, some graveyards may possess a silver lining, allowing one to exchange negative karma for positive virtue. When one's positive virtue accumulates, an ordinary person's fortune in the living world will flourish, leading to increasingly smoother days ahead. However, once the positive virtue is entirely depleted, one may encounter grave misfortunes. Not only could they become plagued by malevolent spirits, but they may also face a tragically shortened lifespan. Most importantly, those who perish find themselves in the underworld, destined to descend into the 18 layers of hell, eternally barred from rebirth. Thus, those who engage in the trade of tombs are despised, even loathed, by practitioners of ancient arts. The emaciated man incessantly pleaded for mercy from Chen Tianxiu, indicating his awareness of the wrongdoing he had committed. Yet, as he continued to beg, he suddenly halted, rising with a menacing glare, exclaiming, "How dare you deceive me? The corpse handlers have vanished for centuries. How could they possibly reappear? You dare to come here and swindle me. Let me show you the consequences." With that, he formed a hand seal and recited an incantation rapidly. "Heavenly clarity and earthly spirit, let the soldiers heed my command." And the disciples of Wang Maosher summoned the 5 ghosts from the 4 cardinal directions to reveal their true forms, swiftly as the law dictates. Upon completion of his chant, several dark shadows emerged above him from the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, indicating that he had indeed summoned the 5 ghosts. Wang Maosher's face lit up with delight as he pointed at Chen Tianxiu, commanding, "5 ghosts, heed my call and teach this insolent brat a lesson for making me look foolish." In response, the 5 ghosts complied and began to float menacingly towards Chen Tianxiu. However, Chen Tianxiu remained unfazed, radiating a luminous golden light that, in an instant, dispersed the 5 ghosts, rendering them invisible. "What the hell?" Wang Maosher exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend the situation. "Where have my 5 ghosts gone? How could they vanish so suddenly?" Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Maosher crashing to the ground. "You possess quite the audacity to lay hands upon me. The sale of burial grounds is a crime, and offending me is another. Shortly, I shall summon the ghostly emissaries to discuss your transgressions, allowing you a premature taste of the torments of the 18 layers of hell," Chen Tianxiu stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Maosher's countenance immediately shifted, for he realized he had encountered insurmountable trouble. He hastily fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head to Chen Tianxiu, pleading, "Master, spare my life. I am but a fool who failed to recognize your greatness and dared to offend you. Please, do not summon the ghostly emissaries." Should the emissaries arrive, even if he still possessed a shred of life, it would be futile. His actions had long since depleted his moral standing, leaving the emissaries with the authority to claim his soul. To spare you is indeed possible. But you must retrieve all the burial grounds you have sold and cease their sale. Otherwise, your days shall be numbered, Chen Tianxiu replied with a cold smirk. In truth, he was merely intimidating Wang Maosher, for he had no means to summon the ghostly emissaries. He had never even laid eyes upon them, and was uncertain of the existence of the underworld. However, since there were indeed demons and spirits, the underworld must surely exist as well. Yes, I shall obey your command, Master. Grant me a few days, and I will promptly reclaim those sold burial grounds." Wang Maosher gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. The trade of burial grounds was indeed a lucrative enterprise. Although the buyers spent little on the properties, acquiring burial grounds with favorable feng shui required substantial fees for site selection. Moreover, those who sought burial grounds were typically wealthy individuals willing to invest, yielding considerable profits. To relinquish such wealth now was undeniably painful. Seeing his prompt agreement, Chen Tianxiu did not press further and said, "Very well, you may rise. I have some inquiries to make." "Of course, Master. Please do not hesitate to ask. I shall answer without reservation," Wang Maosher quickly replied as he stood up. Chen Tianxiu wasted no time and directly inquired, "I am seeking a place known as Filong Village. Are you familiar with its whereabouts?" "Filong Village. Master, you wish to go to Filong Village?" Upon hearing this, Wang Maosher's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming. His tone indicated that he was indeed aware of this place, though it seemed to harbor some ominous secrets. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and asked, "Your surprise suggests that something has transpired in Filong Village, has it not?" Yes, indeed, Master. Filong Village has been vanished for over a century, yet the land remains, untouched, and no one dares to approach it. It lies on the outskirts of Beijing City to the west." Wang Maosher wiped the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Please elaborate on the peculiarities surrounding Filong Village." Chen Tianxiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Certainly." Wang Maosher nodded, then began recounting the tale. Over a century ago, during a time of turmoil in the Dragon Kingdom, Donghe Province was one of the main battlefields. Beijing City also served as a crucial stronghold. However, at that time, the Dragon Kingdom's army was poorly equipped, while the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, resulting in a series of defeats for the dragon forces until Beijing City ultimately fell. It was at the moment of the city's capitulation that a crimson thunderbolt descended upon Filong Village. The thunderous might was immense, witnessed by numerous onlookers. Yet all presumed it to be merely a spectacle, paying little heed to it. However, as the enemy ravaged the entire city, upon reaching Flying Dragon Village, they discovered an eerie desolation. Not a soul remained. The items within the homes bore no signs of disturbance, as if the villagers had fled empty-handed, taking nothing with them. This was indeed perplexing. Subsequently, more strange occurrences unfolded. The enemy, upon observing the intact houses and the presence of various household items, stationed a 1,000-man detachment in Flying Dragon Village. Yet, the following day, that entire contingent mysteriously vanished. The enemy, puzzled by this anomaly, dispatched scouts to investigate. But with each individual sent forth, another would disappear without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. This left the enemy confounded, ultimately dissuading them from further probing. Eventually, the war concluded, and the Dragon Kingdom reclaimed the Eastern River Province, regaining control of North Qing City. At that juncture, a thick fog enveloped the vicinity of Flying Dragon Village, shrouding it in even greater mystery. Upon learning of these developments, the Dragon Kingdom sent numerous individuals to explore the village. However, no matter the path taken, they invariably lost their way within the fog, only to find themselves retracing their steps to the exit, having uncovered nothing. Consequently, Flying Dragon Village was officially designated as a forbidden zone, with an isolation area established and personnel assigned to guard it, prohibiting any entry. Chapter 58. The Transformation of Flying Dragon Village. This matter has lingered for over a century, and the periphery of Flying Dragon Village remains under strict state control, preventing any entry. Consequently, even today, few are aware of its existence. Wang Maosher, having previously frequented the realms of geomancy, had heard of Flying Dragon Village from other practitioners. It is said that the grandmother of one such geomancer hailed from Flying Dragon Village but later married and moved away, thus escaping the village's fate. She longed to return, yet found herself barred from entry. Over time, the tales of Flying Dragon Village became taboo, gradually fading from public consciousness. Upon hearing Wang Maosher's account, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, recognizing the complexity surrounding Flying Dragon Village. Moreover, Wang Maosher possessed little information beyond the village's location, leaving the nature of the village itself shrouded in mystery. Master, should you wish to visit Flying Dragon Village, I can facilitate connections for you. I have navigated the circles of Beijing City for decades and have some connections, Wang Maosher offered earnestly. Chen Tianxiu regarded him with a sidelong glance and replied, "Attend to your own affairs first. My matters are not for you to meddle in. When I require your assistance, I shall summon you." "Ah, yes, I understand," Wang Maosher exclaimed, startled. He was acutely aware of the unethical nature of his dealings and recognized that, before someone like Chen Tianxiu, a master of corpse guiding, it was imperative to remain compliant for the sake of his own survival. Chen Tianxiu did not impose much difficulty on him. He rose and said, "The task I have entrusted you with must be accomplished. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing from Beijing City. I possess ample means to locate you. Upon my return, I expect you to have retrieved those ancestral residences. Otherwise, the ghostly emissaries below will show no mercy." Upon hearing this, Wang Maosher hastily knelt again, exclaiming, Yes, Master. I shall immediately reclaim the ancestral residences. I vow to reform my ways, to cleanse my hands of wrongdoing, and to refrain from committing any further acts that offend heaven." Chen Tianxiu nodded, disregarding him, and departed from the room. Once Chen Tianxiu had left, Wang Maosher slowly lifted his head. Sitting on the ground, he wore a bitter smile. Alas, that day has finally come. He was merely a half-hearted feng shui practitioner, and in the presence of those from the ancient profession, his status would naturally diminish. It was the unwritten rule. Moreover, even if he disregarded the rules, he was no match for Chen Tianxiu. Subsequently, he did not dwell on it further and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Hello, General Manager Zhang, it's me. I have a matter concerning that property." After leaving Wang Maosher's home, Chen Tianxiu took a taxi to the parking lot. He then drove the Rolls-Royce hearse towards Filong Village. What Filong Village was truly like could not be conveyed by others. It was better to witness it firsthand. Although Filong Village was currently under official control, perhaps his black plate vehicle would prove advantageous. Following the location provided by Wang Maosher, Chen Tianxiu traversed a mountain road for over 2 hours until he encountered a checkpoint. For individuals clad in uniforms stood guard, each adorned with an oddly shaped rifle at their waists. Upon spotting Chen Tianxiu's vehicle, their expressions tightened, and they promptly formed a line, brandishing their electromagnetic armor-piercing guns with vigilance. However, as the car drew nearer, their expressions shifted in astonishment. This vehicle bore a black license plate. Moreover, it was a Rolls-Royce with a black plate? What could this possibly mean? How could the state issue a black plate to a foreign car? Inside the vehicle, Chen Tianxiu donned a traditional robe and stepped out. He then performed a respectful gesture towards the guards, exclaiming, "Amitba, boundless longevity to you. I am a corpse transporter, and I humbly ask if you gentlemen would allow me passage." The guards were momentarily taken aback by his words. "Taoist, your greeting is rather unique. However, a corpse transporter? Recently, there was indeed a secret directive concerning corpse transporters. Although they harbored doubts, they did not immediately expel him. Please hold on, I shall seek guidance." One guard stated solemnly. "Thank you for your trouble," Chen Tianxiu acknowledged, standing patiently in place. The guard did not hesitate, promptly returning behind the wall. Before long, he emerged with a middle-aged man dressed in a dark uniform. The man scrutinized Chen Tianxiu from head to toe, then glanced at the license plate of the transport vehicle. After confirming the details, the middle-aged man saluted Chen Tianxiu and said, "Taoist, you have traveled a long way. My apologies for not greeting you sooner. I am Guochang, the captain of the 3rd Special Team of Martial Artists in Beijing City." "Captain Gua, you are being too modest. I am merely a corpse herder, hailing from Bayou City." Chen Tianxiu replied courteously. "Indeed, I am aware. Orders have been issued from above. Wherever the Taoist goes, all checkpoints will be cleared for passage. Please proceed," Guochang stated with a serious countenance. "Oh, very well." Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected courtesy from the second-in-command, which indeed facilitated his journey throughout Longhua. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu drove his vehicle into the checkpoint. Beyond it lay a camp, and on the other side, a fence constructed of iron mesh. Several kilometers up the mountain, a thick mist enveloped the area, as if clouds from the heavens had descended into the valley. "Is the Taoist headed towards Filong village?" Guochang inquired as they walked along the path. "The only location accessible to a corpse herder here is indeed Filong village. After all, one is a corpse herder, and the other is the enigmatic Filong village. It is not difficult to draw a connection between the two," Chen Tianxiu acknowledged. "Yes, I am here to escort 2 corpses, both of whom are from Filong village. However, I was unaware of the significant changes there. Might Captain Guo possess any insights?" Upon hearing this, Guochang nodded and replied, "I am not privy to past events, but recently, some peculiar occurrences have transpired. 2 members of my team mysteriously vanished one night, and despite our extensive search over several days, all clues suggest they may have entered Filong village. Subsequently, we sent our personnel to search, yet they ended up meandering in circles without discovering any trace of the 2 missing team members. Now that you have arrived, your extraordinary abilities give us hope. We sincerely request your assistance." As he spoke, Guochang bowed respectfully to Chen Tianxiu, his demeanor earnest. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. Were there truly 2 more individuals unaccounted for? Was there some upheaval in Filong village? He then helped Guochang to his feet, stating, "Captain Gua, there is no need for such formality. I also intend to enter Filong village, and should I uncover the whereabouts of those 2 team members, I shall assuredly bring them back." Guochang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Then I extend my gratitude to you, Taoist." Chapter 59, Manifestation of Obsession in the Land of Bones, 2-4. As night fell, during the early hours, Guochang instructed his men to open the iron gate, allowing Chen Tianxiu to pass. Several kilometers ahead lay the mountain path, and Chen Tianxiu drove his vehicle out of the camp, heading towards the thick fog. However, it wasn't long before he halted the car, approximately 500 meters from the fog. The road ahead was no longer visible, obscured by overgrown weeds that rendered passage difficult. Undeterred, he exited the vehicle and made his way forward. Dingling, 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 gently shaking the purple gold bell, the 2 corpses in the vehicle immediately leaped out, trailing behind him. Upon disembarking, they surveyed their surroundings and quivered slightly. Was it a yearning for home? It seemed that Filong village lay just ahead. Without hesitation, he cast a protective spell against malevolent spirits on each of the 2 corpses and proceeded directly into the thick fog, traversing several meters with each step. Before long, the figures of Chen Tianxiu and the 2 corpses were enveloped by the mist. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu could see only a few meters ahead. Beyond 10 meters, the distinction between man and beast was utterly blurred, a truly eerie phenomenon. Moreover, there lingered an aura of murderous intent. Chen Tianxiu's expression turned grave. Indeed, it was not mere malevolence, but a palpable aura of killing. Locations imbued with such ominous energy are often fraught with peril, and those tainted by this murderous aura are prone to losing their sanity. However, Chen Tianxiu felt no fear of succumbing to madness. Despite the density of the killing intent here, it posed no threat to him. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of Chen Tianxiu shaking the purple gold bell. He observed the path beneath his feet, a muddy trail flanked by wild grass, seemingly forged by the passage of many footsteps. He then formed a hand seal, channeling spiritual energy that manifested at his fingertips. Reciting an incantation, he intoned, "Heaven is clear, earth is bright. Dispel the murky shadows of the 5 elements. 6 revered spirits of the underworld, traverse the realms of the ethereal. Grant me the vision to discern the duality of existence. Open." Upon concluding his incantation, Chen Tianxiu tightly closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. The dual energies of black and white radiated from his gaze, one eye black with a white background, the other white with a black background. His enhanced innate yin-yang vision was instantly awakened. With this vision, he could pierce through all illusions. In that moment, the fog before him dissipated instantaneously, revealing the surrounding environment. Initially, he entered during the night, but suddenly the sky illuminated brightly, as if it were midsummer. With the scorching sun beating down and baking the earth, Chen Tianxiu glanced around and immediately drew a sharp breath. Before him lay a small village, modest in size, perhaps consisting of only a few dozen households. Yet, scattered along the village paths and throughout the surrounding fields were countless stark white bones. It resembled a desolate field of skeletons, the remains strewn haphazardly, leaving one to wonder who belonged to whom, exuding an aura of sheer terror. What calamity befell this ghastly place? How could so many have perished? The entire Filong village likely harbored no more than this number of souls. Chen Tianxiu contemplated gravely. With only a few hundred inhabitants in the village, the bones scattered across the ground appeared to number in the thousands. At that moment, a thought struck him. Wang Maota had mentioned that over a century ago, enemy forces occupied Beijing City, and a regiment of 1,000 troops was stationed in Filong village, only to vanish without a trace overnight. Could it be that these remains belonged to that very regiment? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Moreover, the sun had bleached these corpses, leaving only malevolent energy, devoid of any lingering spirit, indicating that their souls had been utterly dissipated by the relentless sunlight. Chen Tianxiu considered this, and then retrieved the suppressing evil pearl. To be prudent, it was best to eradicate this malevolent energy, lest he encounter a malevolent spirit that could harness it to enhance its power. As soon as the suppressing evil pearl emerged, it swiftly began to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy. With such a plethora of remains in this field, existing for so many years, even though the suppressing evil pearl was a mid-grade artifact, its efficiency could not be significantly accelerated. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly materialized, clad in patched burlap garments and bearing farming tools, strolling across the field of bones, engaged in cheerful conversation. Chen Tianxiu was taken aback by the sight, and swiftly drew his 1,000-year-old peachwood sword, bracing for confrontation. However, the 2 figures seemed oblivious to his presence and walked past him without a glance. Observing them closely, Chen furrowed his brow and mused. Not ghosts? Merely obsessions? Indeed, these 2 were not apparitions, but manifestations of human fixation. The deeper one's obsession, the more likely it is to be corporealized if interred in a particular location after death. Chen Tianxiu watched as the 2 figures halted at the center of the bone-strewn ground, raised their hoes with smiles on their faces, and struck a skull with a resounding thwack, cleaving it in 2. It felt as though they were merely tilling the soil, with smiles adorning their faces. They chatted amiably while working the ground, had it not been for the skeletal remains beneath their feet, but rather a commonplace field. The scene would have appeared utterly natural and harmonious. After observing for a while, Chen Tianxiu averted his gaze and made his way toward the village atop the bone field. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. With each step he took closer to the village, a new figure would emerge from within its bounds, each one a manifestation of obsession. Beneath the eaves, an elderly woman sits mending garments, her needle crafted from a small bone. Nearby, a woman is meticulously selecting vegetables, the produce resembling pristine white ribs. An aged carpenter holds a large bone in his hand, with a nearly completed bone chair beside him. Children frolic and play, kicking a ball that is, disconcertingly, a human skull. Observing these scenes, one would expect a harmonious tableau. However, the unconventional props render it macabre. Particularly unsettling is the cheerful demeanor of the individuals, as if this bizarre reality were entirely ordinary. Chen Tianxiu walks along the street, unnoticed by those around him, who are engrossed in their activities. Suddenly, he halts, drawn to a large house on his left. From the entrance, he glimpses the main hall, which houses an altar adorned with numerous spirit tablets. Before the altar stand two men in uniforms identical to those worn by soldiers within the camp. This place, could it be the Qi family ancestral hall? A glance at the doorframe reveals a plaque inscribed with the characters for Qi family ancestral hall. These two men must be the soldiers who went missing from the camp just days ago. Standing at the threshold, Chen Tianxiu carefully observes that apart from these two, no one else occupies the hall. Without hesitation, he stepped across the threshold and entered the ancestral hall. However, at that moment, the figures of the villagers suddenly vanished, and the sky swiftly darkened. What had been a blazing sunny day transformed into the depths of night in the blink of an eye. A pallid moon hung high in the sky, and gusts of wind howled, carrying a chill. Chen Tianxiu, taken aback by this abrupt change, became alert and scrutinized his surroundings. The entire village lay enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of the ominous calm before a storm. His yin-yang eye revealed nothing, signifying that the previous brilliance of the sun was indeed real, just as the current chill of the moonlit night was. Chen Tianxiu dared not delay, clutching the purple gold bell. He gently shook it to ensure the two corpses followed closely before advancing toward the ancestral hall. The soft chimes of the bell shattered the nocturnal tranquility. At this juncture, he arrived in the main hall, where he beheld two figures standing in a daze, their eyes wide open, as if their souls had been lost. Yet, upon inspection, they bore no visible injuries. Through his yin-yang vision, he discerned that the yang fire of their three talents was vibrant, and their 3 souls and 7 spirits remained intact within them, merely ensnared by some elusive force. He then began to chant an incantation, swiftly casting a spell that landed upon the foreheads of the two individuals. In an instant, they awakened, stumbling back in confusion. What is happening? What has befallen me? What place is this? The two individuals, undoubtedly trained professionals, swiftly began to observe their surroundings upon regaining consciousness. When one of them spotted Chen Tianxiu, he was momentarily taken aback. How did a Taoist priest suddenly appear? They were bewildered, their memories failing to connect coherently. Chen Tianxiu spoke, "There is no need for alarm. I have been entrusted by your leader, Chang, to rescue you. What transpired before you arrived here? Why did you venture into Filong Village?" Filong Village. I remember now. We were on night watch and spotted a strange figure outside Filong Village, and then somehow, we failed to report to the captain, opened the iron gate, and followed that person, one soldier recounted. I share that memory as well. This is indeed peculiar. Taoist, where exactly are we now? We cannot possibly be inside Filong Village. Can we? The other soldier gazed at Chen Tianxiu in astonishment. Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you have entered Filong Village and have not exited since. Later, Captain Gua even sent someone in to search for you, but they became lost in the fog and have yet to find your whereabouts. Both men inhaled sharply at his words, their eyes widening in mutual astonishment. Although they had received modern education, their prolonged stay in this eerie Filong Village led them to believe in the existence of spirits and phantoms. After all, how else could such bizarre occurrences manifest? Now, finding themselves within a haunted village, how could one not be astonished? Now, you too. Tell me how you entered Filong Village, Chen Tianxiu inquired once more. Oh, let me explain, Taoist. The figure we saw that night was actually an old man, dressed rather peculiarly in tattered clothes, with long white hair and beard, all tied up. If it weren't for the golden rice bowl he held, he might have appeared to be a beggar. This old man led us into the mist, and after that, we lost all awareness, one soldier elaborated. Yes, my recollection aligns closely with his. Another soldier nodded in agreement. Upon hearing their accounts, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow. A strangely dressed old man, cradling a golden rice bowl, had brought them in? By their descriptions, the old man should have been quite conspicuous, given his eccentric appearance. Yet he had vanished upon entering the village. Furthermore, what was his intention in leading them here? The presence of a field of bones outside suggested that many had perished in this village, yet these two soldiers had survived, confusing them and placing them in the ancestral hall. Chen Tianxiu pondered for a long time, but could not fathom the mystery at hand. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the spirit tablet on the central altar of the ancestral hall, causing it to tremble slightly. Chen Tianxiu immediately turned his gaze to the source, witnessing a spectral figure materializing above the tablet, precisely resembling the old man described by the two soldiers. It was him. It was indeed him. A ghost. By heavens. This was truly a ghostly encounter. Two soldiers also caught sight of the old man and immediately, with great excitement, pointed at him and shouted. The old man turned to Chen Tianxiu, bowed slightly, and implored, "O master, please save this village." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why? Who are you? Could you clarify?" The old man repeatedly uttered this plea without directly answering Chen Tianxiu, approximately 3 times, before his figure began to fade away. Chen Tianxiu thought to himself, how can he expect assistance without articulating his request clearly? Suddenly, a blood-red light illuminated the sky, and a crimson lightning bolt descended from above, striking the ground outside the ancestral hall. Startled, Chen Tianxiu recognized this blood-red lightning. It was the malevolent thunder that had fallen when Feilong village vanished a century ago. The crimson bolt impacted the earth, creating a massive crater. Out of the crater, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy shot skyward, ascending into the clouds. Chen Tianxiu peered into the abyss and gasped in horror. Within the pit lay numerous desiccated corpses. These remains showed no signs of decay, their garments still intact and discernible. In total, there were 63 bodies, both large and small, male and female. From their attire, Chen Tianxiu could identify them. They were the villagers of Feilong, their lingering spirits manifesting as precisely 63. They formed a circular arrangement, encircling a blood pool. After a century, the pool contained only half of its original volume. Yet the blood still emitted warmth, as if it had just been poured. The blood corpse ritual spirit array. Chen Tianxiu recognized the significance of the positions occupied by these desiccated corpses. They had formed a grand array with their own bodies, illuminating the surroundings with their blood, thereby imprisoning their souls within the cadavers, ultimately transforming into mindless blood corpses. This formation was intolerable to the heavenly Tao. In such a formation, human flesh and blood were required for the sacrificial rites, and the blood-colored thunder that descended was the punishment bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits were sealed within their corpses, unable to depart or escape into the cycle of reincarnation. Once the blood in the central blood pool was entirely consumed, they would disperse into nothingness, denied the chance for rebirth. The one capable of arranging such a formation must undoubtedly be a master well-versed in the arcane arts of Qi Min Dun Jia. The participants in the blood sacrifice were uncertain. With each additional person, the formation would undergo significant changes. Although Chen Tianxiu possessed knowledge of array formation, his arrangements were based on techniques perfected by predecessors, and as long as he followed the prescribed steps, issues were rare. Moreover, the village of Feilong was shrouded in mist, which did not fall under the jurisdiction of the blood corpse sacrificial array. It was likely another formation altogether, enveloping the entire village, preventing its inhabitants from leaving and outsiders from entering. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu recalled the peculiar old man he had encountered earlier. The old man's attire was simple, yet typically, such enigmatic and eccentric figures were often masters in their own right. It was also possible that these formations were orchestrated by that old man. However, the fact that the old man sought his assistance indicated that the current situation had surpassed his control. Crackle, crackle. As Chen Tianxiu pondered how to resolve the situation, the bloodied corpses in the pit suddenly began to tremble. The central pool of blood swiftly dissipated, and what had once remained a third of its volume vanished in an instant. Good heavens! Taoist! They are moving. Those corpses are indeed stirring, exclaimed the 2 soldiers, having witnessed the unsettling scene unfolding in the pit, which obstructed their path. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu immediately instructed, "You must remain here and not move. Take these 2 talismans. They will protect you in times of peril. I shall guide you to safety." He then produced 2 Vajra talismans and tossed them to the soldiers. They accepted the talismans obediently, standing resolutely before the altar. Though they were soldiers, they had never encountered such a bizarre circumstance and were at a loss for action, compelled only to follow orders. In the pit, over 60 cadaverous figures revived, shifting their limbs before casting their gaze upon Chen Tianxiu. With a terrifying roar, they surged towards him with an intensity that seemed intent on tearing him apart. Unfazed, Chen Tianxiu formed a hand seal and murmured incantations. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies. After countless eons of cultivation, I attained divine power. Within the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my being. No sooner had he uttered these words than a brilliant golden light emanated from within him, enveloping his form. The resplendent glow illuminated the surroundings, causing the corpses to halt in their tracks, writhing in agony as they sought to evade the radiance. Observing the withered corpses, Chen Tianxiu paused and exhaled a sigh of relief. The golden light spell indeed proved to be a remarkable asset. It not only embodied both offense and defense, but also possessed the power to dispel all malevolence. The blood corpses exuded a formidable aura of murderous intent, and blood energy, a formidable amalgamation that posed a significant challenge. However, under the brilliance of the golden light spell, all wickedness would find no refuge. Master, please cease. Do not harm them. At that moment, the spectral figure of the peculiar elder reappeared, bowing respectfully to Chen Tianxiu. He appeared to be a spirit, yet astonishingly showed no reaction to the illumination of the golden light spell, which was indeed peculiar. In response, Chen Tianxiu scoffed disdainfully. You think I will simply stop at your command? Old man, if you seek my assistance, I am willing to help within my capacity, but without clear communication. How can I assist you? The elder's expression became conflicted as he gazed at the 60 or so withered corpses in the pit, suffering in agony. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Master, do not be angered, it is my fault. You may suppress them with your divine powers, and I shall clarify matters. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. He then swiftly drew several talismans, chanting incantations with fervor, Qian and Can in reversal, Jin and Zhen in opposition, Sun and Li to the left and right, Kuan and Dui in front and behind. Urgent as the law commands. Immediately, the talismans soared into the air, landing at the 4 cardinal points of the pit. Each talisman radiated a beam of golden light, intertwining to encircle the pit, rendering the corpses within immobile. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu retracted the golden light that enveloped him. Upon witnessing this, the old man sighed in relief, then shook his head and lamented, Master, do not take offense at my evasiveness. My reticence is born of necessity. However, for the sake of the elders and fellow villagers of Filong village, I shall set aside my hesitations. Is this not sufficient? If you elucidate the circumstances, I shall assist you in resolving the matter. Were I to seek clues on my own, how much time would that consume? Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. The concealment of Filong village hindered him from burying the 2 corpses, thereby preventing the completion of his system task and the acquisition of rewards. Thus, the foremost task to fulfill and obtain the rewards lay in revealing Filong village. At present, the village was not yet ready for burial. Should they proceed, the corpses would likely undergo transformation within a day. Very well, Master, how long can your talismanic magic endure? The old man nodded and inquired further. Approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Tianxiu replied after a moment's contemplation. A stick of incense? That is rather pressing. The old man furrowed his brow and continued, Master, I shall begin my account. Indeed, Chen Tianxiu acknowledged with a nod. The old man took a deep breath and began. The blood corpse ritual array was devised by myself. I was once a Taoist priest on Tianliang Mountain, where I learned certain esoteric arts under my master, Taoist Mingxin. In my twilight years, owing to warfare, I returned to Filong village. However, at that time, the enemy had just breached Beiqing, seizing control, and due to the village's remote location, it was too late to evacuate upon receiving the news. However, the villagers, unarmed and defenseless, were certainly no match for their adversaries. Yet they were unwilling to perish without a fight. At that moment, I inadvertently revealed my capabilities. Subsequently, beset by their desperate pleas, I consented to establish a blood corpse sacrificial formation for them, intending for them to transform into blood corpses to vanquish the enemy. I acquiesced to their request, yet I did not permit them to venture outside. Instead, I encircled the village with a fog array to prevent their escape. For upon becoming blood corpses, their 3 souls and 7 spirits would merge with their physical forms, transforming into entities solely driven by carnage. I merely sealed their souls within their bodies, refraining from allowing their complete assimilation, thus preserving a glimmer of hope. Throughout my life devoted to cultivation, I ultimately found that although they sought death, it was still at my hands that they perished. I could not bear to witness their souls dissipate. Hence I awaited the arrival of one who could guide them into reincarnation. Chapter 62. The Impermanence Command. Please heed the impermanence. 1.4. The ritual of refining blood corpses fundamentally contravenes the heavenly principles. While these villagers acted of their own volition, their souls had already become incapable of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Once they transformed into blood corpses, any enemy that dared to enter Flying Dragon Village would be met with their demise. The numerous skeletal remains scattered throughout the white bone fields are the remnants of enemy soldiers from over a century ago. Nevertheless, they retained a sliver of humanity, refraining from attacking their fellow kin. The fact that those from the Dragon Kingdom could escape unscathed through the fog stands as a testament to this. Despite this, the existence of blood corpses in this place for over 100 years had been kept in check by the elders, preventing any significant disturbances. However, now the blood within these blood corpses in the sacrificial spirit formation is dwindling. The blood corpses feast upon blood, and once the blood is entirely consumed, they will transform into terrifying beasts, merging their 3 souls and 7 spirits with their physical forms. At that moment, the elder will be unable to contain them. The blood corpses will burst forth from Flying Dragon Village, unleashing an irreparable catastrophe. Furthermore, these villagers will lose their opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation, condemned to eternal suffering. Upon hearing the elder's account, Chen Tianxiu felt a profound respect. These villagers, undaunted by death, were willing to sacrifice their lives to combat the enemy, even forsaking the chance for reincarnation. Such resolve is indeed worthy of admiration. However, he did not entirely agree with this course of action. 63 blood corpses could be restrained for now, but eradicating them all weighed heavily on his conscience. He inquired, what must be done to allow them to enter reincarnation? The elder sighed and replied, there exists a solution within the art of Qimen Duanjia, yet this method is exceedingly difficult. It involves using the waters of the river of forgetfulness, guiding their 3 souls and 7 spirits directly into the underworld. When that occurs, their souls will find liberation, and the formation will collapse. What? We must use the waters of forgetfulness? Surely you jest. Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment. The waters of forgetfulness are the toxic waters of the river of forgetfulness in the underworld. It is said to be teeming with countless malevolent spirits and serpents, a necessary passage for souls entering the nether realm. In the underworld, can the living even venture there? Setting aside the question of access, even if one could enter, would the ghostly messengers permit him to easily acquire the waters of forgetfulness? Naturally not, the elder replied, his tone grave. Rest assured, master, this method has been verified, hence, I dare to articulate it. Otherwise, such an absurdity would render my words unworthy of consideration. Verified by whom? Chen Tianxiu inquired, furrowing his brow. By the Yin and Yang messengers, the elder stated solemnly. Who did you say? The Yin and Yang messengers? How could that be possible? Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, astonished. It felt akin to someone doubting his identity as a corpse transporter. The elder nodded earnestly, saying, this old man would never deceive you, master. Decades ago, when the war had just concluded, the nation was rife with chaos and corpses. During that tumultuous time, the esteemed Yin and Yang messengers graced this land. I had witnessed the bloodied corpses and heard them express concern over the villagers' arduous journey to reincarnation, fearing the uncontrollable nature of the blood corpses would incite unrest. They intended to disperse the villagers' souls and directly dismantle the formation. In a desperate plea for mercy, I risked my own chances of reincarnation and requested their guidance on a solution. The esteemed messengers confirmed that my method was feasible, yet no one could execute it, and they would not procure the waters of the river of forgetfulness for me. However, they graciously granted me a time frame of 60 years to resolve the matter. Should I fail, they would return to disperse the villagers' souls. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 60 years have long elapsed, and they have not reappeared. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu fell into deep contemplation. If the Yin and Yang messengers had indeed been present, the credibility of this account would be exceedingly high. However, why did the agreement between the black and white impermanence and the elder not come to fruition? It is rather peculiar. How can I trust you? Chen Tianxiu inquired. This matter is of great significance. He could not easily place his faith in the elder's singular testimony. Upon hearing this, The elder anticipated Chen Tianxiu's skepticism and, with a flick of his wrist, produced a token, casting it towards Chen Tianxiu. Upon receiving the token, Chen Tianxiu immediately felt a chilling aura emanating from it. His expression shifted, and he hastily channeled his spiritual energy to counteract the frigid sensation, which alleviated somewhat. He then examined the token in his hand. It was a black token inscribed with the 4 characters Impermanence Order in white. The Order of Impermanence. Good heavens! Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. The aura of the token was overwhelmingly pure, far more so than any other spectral energy he had encountered. The earlier chill was indeed a result of this potent energy. Moreover, it was impossible for this item to be counterfeit. Should a ghost attempt to forge the Impermanence Order, it would undoubtedly attract immediate retribution and be dragged into the underworld. This item was entrusted to me by Lord Bai Wuchang. With my current cultivation, I lack the strength to suppress these blood corpses for long. It is entirely due to the efficacy of this token. The elder spoke solemnly. Chen Tianxiu's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied, "Very well, I shall place my trust in you. However, I cannot guarantee that we will obtain the waters of the river of forgetfulness. I must forewarn you not to harbor overly lofty expectations." Upon hearing this, the elder sighed, stating, "What you say is true, master, but time is of the essence. If it proves impossible, I implore you to grant them a swift end." Chen Tianxiu nodded gravely. "It shall be done." Unable to rescue the villagers, there was no other recourse but to incinerate their remains, ensuring their souls would scatter into oblivion. This was preferable to the chaos that would ensue should they escape and wreak havoc upon the village of Feilong. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu turned and entered the ancestral hall. Addressing the 2 soldiers who had been waiting, "You two, please move the offering table outside the door, leaving only the incense burner and the offerings." "Understood," the soldiers responded, nodding in agreement before promptly commencing their task. In a short while, they had arranged the altar. Chen Tianxiu inhaled deeply and approached the altar. He retrieved the purple gold bell along with the ink and paper, placing them upon the table, ensuring the white impermanence talisman was positioned correctly. He then lit the 3 life incense and inserted it into the burner. Dingling, dingling, dingling. At that moment, the purple gold bell rang of its own accord, producing a melodious chime that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Chen Tianxiu spread out a sheet of rice paper, grasped the brush, dipped it in ink, and swiftly began to inscribe the account of the events concerning Feilong village. Empowered by spiritual energy, his writing was remarkably swift, and he completed the task in approximately 15 minutes. At that moment, the blood corpses broke free from their restraints. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu withdrew the money sword, which he had never before employed, and with a flick of his wrist, he embedded it above the entrance of the ancestral hall. The sword radiated a formidable aura, causing the blood corpses to recoil, deterred from approaching. Unfazed, Chen Tianxiu formed an intricate hand seal, reciting the incantation, Tai Lingyang, purple aura resplendent. Essence of the refined garden script, embellishing the inked hall. I now transmute my writing, summoning myriad forms. Incense burns to reach the cave abode. Spiritual energy connects as the fragrance spreads. I, disciple Chen Tianxiu, humbly beseech the presence of the black and white impermanence. Chapter 63. The Arrival of the Black and White Impermanence. A plea for the waters of the river of forgetfulness. 2-4. Having completed the incantation, Chen Tianxiu made the requisite gesture and awaited in silence. The 2 soldiers and the elder anxiously surveyed their surroundings. From the earlier chant, it was evident that this master was summoning the legendary black and white impermanence. Though the soldiers had encountered spirits and blood corpses before, the thought of witnessing such mythical entities as the black and white impermanence was beyond their wildest imaginings. In this realm, the black and white impermanence were indeed fabled messengers of the underworld. What is the role of these messengers? They are tasked with guiding souls to the realm of the deceased. For the living to encounter these harbingers is hardly a fortuitous event. The elder, although devoid of such apprehensions as he was already a spirit, pondered whether this master truly possessed the ability to summon those 2 esteemed figures. As time ticked away, approximately a quarter of an hour passed, and suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the area, darkening the skies above, transforming the surroundings into a spectral realm. At that moment, the air was filled with the haunting echoes of wails and howls, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Dingling, dingling, dingling. At this juncture, the purple gold bell upon the altar began to sway violently, emitting a frenzied ringing. Although the chimes were urgent, there remained an underlying rhythm to their resonance. They are coming. At this, Chen Tianxiu cast his gaze forward and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, the others immediately followed his gaze. Before them, the former entrance to the ancestral hall had morphed into a luminous black void, from which emerged two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, slowly advancing. The white figure, tall and slender, bore a ghastly pallor yet wore a broad smile, with a long tongue protruding from its mouth. It grasped a white mourning staff and sported a lofty official's hat inscribed with the words wealth from one glance. The black figure, stout and short, had a dark complexion and a fierce countenance, wielding a black mourning staff and similarly adorned with a high official's hat, marked with the phrase peace under heaven. The appearances of the two were unmistakably reminiscent of the legendary black and white impermanence. With a sharp intake of breath, the two soldiers were taken aback upon encountering the spectral duo. Indeed, it was the fabled black and white impermanence. The ghostly emissaries of the netherworld were not mere myth. Did this imply the existence of the underworld as well? Chen Tianxiu, his expression grave, respectfully bowed to the black and white impermanence, declaring, I, Chen Tianxiu, the corpse courier, humbly welcome the esteemed presence of the two lords. The soldiers quickly followed suit, offering their own respectful bows. The elder, too, knelt in mid-air, proclaiming, the sinful ghost, He pays homage to the two esteemed lords of black and white impermanence. The black and white impermanence acknowledged the homage. The black impermanence, with a fierce demeanor, addressed Chen Tianxiu, saying, Living man Chen Tianxiu, we have perused your writings. We are aware of the events that transpired here. The blood-stained corpses indeed reflect our oversight, and we have yet to rectify the matter. However, you have discovered a method to rescue the souls. Would you be willing to accompany us to the underworld and retrieve the waters of the river of forgetfulness to liberate the souls? Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by this proposition. While it was indeed his intention to summon the black and white impermanence, he had not anticipated such a direct offer regarding the waters of the river of forgetfulness. Could it be that the black and white impermanence were so accommodating? Unbeknownst to him, the realm of the living operates under its own set of rules, just as the underworld adheres to its own regulations. All is governed by the principle of order. The messengers of the afterlife cannot allow the souls of Feilong village to linger in this realm. However, these blood-soaked corpses cannot be extricated through conventional means, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Yet, should they disperse the souls within these bloodied bodies on the spot, they too would be ensnared by the karmic repercussions of the heavenly mandate. Thus, when an opportunity arises to liberate these souls, it is a fortuitous chance for them to lend assistance while also accruing merit. Why not seize such an opportunity? Master, though I possess no rightful claim to seek your aid, should you be willing to assist, I would gladly offer you the entirety of my life's learning as recompense. At this moment, He bowed deeply to Chen Tianxiu. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu felt a stirring in his heart. What a treasure, the elder's lifetime of knowledge, which is none other than the art of Qimen Duanjia. He did not decline the offer. After all, who would resist the allure of receiving such a legacy for free? Then, Chen Tianxiu spoke with righteous conviction, Esteemed elder, there is no need for excessive formality. Since I have summoned the illustrious presence of the two lords, it is only natural that I harbor the intention to rescue the villagers of Feilong. Hearing this, He was overjoyed and exclaimed, Master, on behalf of the villagers, I express my profound gratitude for your immense kindness. Chen Tianxiu nodded, and then turned to the messengers of the underworld, inquiring, Might I ask how I am to procure the waters of the Wangchuan River? Bai Wuchang replied, You need only to open your mind and allow our soul-restraining rope to extract your spirit. We shall guide you into the underworld to retrieve the waters of Wangchuan. Rest assured, your lifespan has not yet expired, and with your cultivation, if your spirit remains detached for a brief period, it will not hinder your return to the realm of the living. Certainly, Chen Tianxiu nodded. However, he did not immediately take a seat. Instead, he retrieved a golden lotus. This golden lotus was the soul-protecting lotus gifted to him by the Eternal Empress during the resurrection of the Corpse Empress. Although its exact efficacy remained uncertain, it assured the preservation of the Eternal Empress's 3 souls and 7 spirits for a century, undoubtedly a treasure of great significance. With a surge of spiritual power, Chen Tianxiu caused the soul-protecting lotus to expand, transforming into a lotus platform. He sat cross-legged upon the platform, took a deep breath, and said, "Esteemed lords, let us commence." "Ha ha, young man, you are rather cautious, are you not? Very well, prepare yourself. I shall enter now," Bai Wuchang remarked with a light chuckle, observing Chen Tianxiu's series of actions. Subsequently, a black chain materialized in his hand, radiating pure, ethereal energy. It was the soul-binding chain. "Go," Bai Wuchang commanded, and the soul-binding chain instantly coiled around Chen Tianxiu. With a gentle tug, a phantom figure emerged from Chen Tianxiu, revealing his very soul. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light appeared at Chen Tianxiu's chest, causing the soul-binding chain to immediately recoil. Both Bai and He Wuchang were taken aback by this development. Well, young one, you possess divine protection. Judging by this aura, it must have been bestowed upon you by someone from Baiyu City recently, correct?" Bai Wuchang exclaimed in surprise. Chen Tianxiu, equally astonished that the golden light had repelled the soul-binding chain, nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Indeed. It is a gift from the Eternal Empress. With divine protection, you may enter the underworld without the need to masquerade as a wandering soul," He Wuchang interjected. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu was taken aback. To his astonishment, the reward granted by the Eternal Empress had transformed into a decree for entry into the underworld. Was it truly that formidable? "Come with us," spoke He Wuchang with an icy demeanor. Subsequently, the two Wuchang, one clad in black and the other in white, began to leap towards the black void behind them. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu swiftly followed in their wake. Oh no, behind the two spirits. Chapter 64. A Soul's Journey to the Underworld. 3-4. Upon entering the black void, Chen Tianxiu was immediately enveloped in darkness. When he finally beheld light again, he found himself on a narrow path. Surrounding this path was a vast emptiness, shrouded in pitch black, with only the area he occupied illuminated by a solitary beam of light to guide his way. "Follow me closely and refrain from wandering off. Should you stray, even with divine protection, you shall find no way back," echoed the voice of Bai Wuchang in his ears. At that moment, the two Wuchang manifested before him. "Understood." Chen Tianxiu bowed respectfully to the two and replied. Subsequently, the black and white Wuchang led the way, with Chen Tianxiu trailing behind. Before long, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the path ahead, revealing a grand, ancient, and imposing gate. Flanking the gate were two towering stone pillars, and above it hung a massive plaque, intricately inscribed with the three majestic characters, Ghost Gate. This marked the first station for souls arriving in the underworld after death. Around them, various narrow paths emerged, along which ethereal figures wandered, alongside a procession of individuals clad in dark robes, clutching soul-binding ropes. All shared a singular purpose: to advance toward the Ghost Gate. Before the gates of the underworld, 16 fearsome and towering specters stood guard, meticulously scrutinizing each soul that dared to approach. Their duty was to assess whether the arriving spirits bore the stains of malevolence and had not reformed. Should they find any such evidence, the souls would be unceremoniously cast into the river of forgetfulness. The black and white impermanents escorted Chen Tianxiu to the threshold of the gates. The 16 malevolent beings, upon noticing Chen Tianxiu and the radiant protective aura surrounding him, exchanged furtive glances. One of the specters directed a query towards the black and white impermanents, to which the white impermanents responded with a beaming smile. Chen Tianxiu, bewildered by their cryptic exchange, found himself pondering the nature of their communication. What was this bizarre form of encrypted dialogue? Yet, he recognized it as the language of the spirits, comprehensible only to those of the nether realm. Although he was separated from his corporeal form, he remained a living being. Understanding their words could spell disaster. Shortly thereafter, the two spirits concluded their conversation. The white impermanence turned to Chen Tianxiu and stated, "Your entry into the gates is not conventional. Despite the divine protection you possess, the established protocols must still be adhered to." As he spoke, the white impermanence made a universally understood gesture, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Chen Tianxiu, taken aback, couldn't help but grimace at the implication. Even spirits seemed to harbor a penchant for wealth. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate and promptly retrieved a stack of ghostly banknotes from his system's inventory, which he had procured for such an occasion. With a swift motion, he ignited the banknotes, which were soon engulfed in ethereal blue flames. In mere moments, they were reduced to a pile of ashes. Upon witnessing this, The 16 malevolent spirits suddenly brightened with excitement, and one after another, they grasped a handful from the heap of ashes. Once held in their hands, the ashes swiftly transformed into a stack of ghostly banknotes, bearing the mark of the underworld. Furthermore, the sum that Chen Tianxiu had burned amounted to a staggering 100 billion ghostly notes, yet what they clutched had morphed into a mere 100 taels. Were it truly 100 billion? Even a couple of such notes could potentially incite inflation in the underworld. Well then, let us proceed. After acquiring the ghostly currency, the demeanor of the 16 spirits markedly improved, yet they remained somewhat aloof, uttering with indifference, "Thank you." Chen Tianxiu respectfully bowed to the malevolent spirits and subsequently followed the duo of the black and white impermanents into the Gate of Ghosts. The Gate of Ghosts was situated in a realm of shadows, surrounded solely by a portal, devoid of any other scenery. However, upon entering, the surroundings underwent a remarkable transformation. A long, tranquil path stretched infinitely before him. On either side of this path bloomed vivid crimson flowers, their brilliance reminiscent of the fiery red of the blood lotus. Known as the flower of the afterlife, this locale marked the second essential passage into the underworld, the Yellow Springs Road. Along the Yellow Springs Road, figures trudged forward in a daze. Everyone walked on tiptoes, enveloped in an eerie silence, resembling mindless automatons. Among them were both the elderly and the young, men and women alike, each having met various terrifying fates. Moreover, within the sea of blood lotuses flanking the path, countless listless figures wandered aimlessly. These are souls whose time has not yet expired, yet they have met untimely ends. They cannot return to life, nor can they depart. They can only linger in this sea of flowers, waiting for their lifespan to dwindle before they can tread upon the bridge of helplessness and enter the hall of Yama for judgment and reincarnation. Beyond the path of the Yellow Springs lies the bridge of helplessness, beneath which flows the river of forgetfulness. However, the waters of the river of forgetfulness are not to be taken lightly, for they will test your true nature. At this moment, the white impermanence smiled and spoke. "Oh, must one's nature be tested to fetch the river water?" Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback. This had not been mentioned previously. Indeed, the river of forgetfulness is also a river of spiritual essence. If your heart is pure and innocent, the waters shall not harm you. Otherwise, your soul will be corroded by its depths. The white impermanence continued with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression darkened. This white impermanence, always wearing a smile, was surprisingly sinister. Should his soul be eroded, he would surely suffer grave illness or madness. Nonetheless, he believed he could pass this trial. In both past and present, he had committed no wrongs. Now, with his heart set on the path, the river of forgetfulness, if truly sentient, would not bring him harm. This was both self-assurance and a clear conscience. Let us proceed, Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. Excellent. Although we have our secrets, we genuinely hope you succeed in fetching the water. The white impermanence replied with a chuckle. Chen Tianxiu remained silent as he followed the two companions onward. The path of the Yellow Springs appeared lengthy, yet it did not take long to traverse. Before long, the three beheld a broad river, over which stood a stone bridge, beside which loomed a towering stone. The stone in question is the Three Lifetimes Stone, which allows wandering souls to glimpse their past and present lives. The bridge before it is the Niha Bridge, where an elderly woman, bent and possessing a benevolent countenance, stands. This woman offers each soul that steps onto the Niha Bridge a bowl of clear soup, famously known as Meng Po's brew. The black and white impermanents did not escort Chen Tianxiu across the Niha Bridge. Instead, they arrived at the riverbank not far from it. In the depths of the Wangshuan River, countless souls wail and struggle, the water a pitch-black abyss bubbling ominously, instilling a sense of dread. "Draw water," commanded the black impermanence, his expression as frigid as ice. Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation, approaching the river's edge without hesitation and bending down to collect water. With his hands submerged in the inky waters, he remained impassive, absorbing the experience. At that moment, his mind was devoid of distractions, solely focused on his quest for enlightenment. Regardless of the outcome, he would harbor no regrets. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Observing his hand submerged in the water, a faint smile crept across Chen Tianxiu's face. Behind him, the black and white impermanents exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment evident in their eyes. A heart of innocence. Excellent. Splendid. They declared in unison. The fact that the waters of Wangchuan posed no harm to Chen Tianxiu indicated his pure-heartedness, showing no fear of the toxic depths. Such a trait is indeed a rarity. Unfazed by their reactions, Chen Tianxiu continued, plunging both hands into the river, sealing the gaps in his palms with spiritual energy, and scooping a handful of the river's water. At that moment, the tormented souls within the Wangchuan River began to stir, thrashing wildly as they swam toward Chen Tianxiu, pleading, "Pull me out. Take me out. I can no longer endure this torment. I have already confessed my sins. Please, save me. Oh, Master, rescue me, for I am guilty. I am willing to descend into the realm of beasts, if only you would extricate me from this suffering." The cries of those wretched souls echoed in a frenzied cacophony, clearly having succumbed to madness. The river of forgetfulness is capable of refining souls, and it inflicts inhuman agony. These tormented beings are perpetually subjected to such torment, condemned to an eternity without rebirth. Thus, when they witnessed Chen Tianxiu's ability to extract water from the river, they became restless. The messengers of death, upon this sight, were momentarily taken aback, swiftly drawing their ghostly whips to strike at the condemned souls in the river. "Silence! You are all heinous fiends, sentenced to eternal damnation. Should you dare to cause further chaos, beware, for we shall report to King Yin and cast you into the 18 layers of hell," the white impermanence proclaimed solemnly. Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirits promptly silenced their cries. The 18 layers of hell are a fate far more terrifying than languishing in the river of forgetfulness. Though they had never ventured there, tales of its horrors were well known. Seeing that the tormented souls had quieted, the white impermanence donned a smile and turned to Chen Tianxiu, saying, "With the water of forgetfulness retrieved, let us return." Indeed, Chen Tianxiu nodded. He paid no heed to the lamentations of those wretched souls. Minor transgressions may warrant a slight punishment before reincarnation, but those who commit grave sins are eternally condemned. Subsequently, the trio proceeded along a narrow path, making their way back from an alternate route. In Filong village, at the Qishir ancestral hall, the surrounding ambience was dim, and a black void re-emerged at the entrance. Chen Tianxiu and the two messengers of death emerged from the black hole. He Jingyi and the two soldiers were equally overjoyed upon witnessing this. "Master, have you brought the waters of the river of forgetfulness?" He Jingyi inquired anxiously. "Indeed, I have," Chen Tianxiu affirmed, cradling the black water as he slowly approached the blood-soaked sacrificial array. He then forcefully cast the black water before him. Instantly, the waters transformed into a spherical droplet, suspended in midair. "Scatter!" At that moment, the black messenger of death commanded coldly. The waters immediately dispersed into 63 droplets, each descending upon the 63 bloodied corpses in the pit. As the droplets entered their bodies, the corpses writhed in agony, struggling as ethereal figures emerged from above them, stretching outward as if plucked from the earth. Observing this, the messengers of death swiftly drew forth their soul-binding chains, casting them forth to ensnare the 63 ethereal figures. With a powerful tug, the 63 souls were extracted from their bloodied vessels. "Huh, where am I? What is this upon me? It feels as though I have endured a long, interminable dream. Beijing City has fallen, the enemy is upon us. Are all the foes dead? Has Beijing been reclaimed? Is that not Master He? Why is Master He floating in the air? Who are those people? They appear to be the messengers of death. Truly the messengers of death. Have we perished? Yes, indeed, we have long since departed." The souls of the villagers were in a state of bewilderment, as though they had been in a deep slumber for an eternity. He Jingyi heard the voices of the villagers, and tears streamed down his face. Alas, he was but a spirit, no longer capable of shedding tears. "My dear villagers, you have awakened. That is all that matters." He knelt in midair and bowed 3 times to the souls of the villagers. "Master He, what are you doing? Please rise." The villagers implored. "You are our savior. Such reverence is unnecessary," they exclaimed, yet they were bound by soul-restraining chains and unable to move. "My dear kin, alas, you have all passed away. It is time to depart." He Jingyi's expression was pained, and he sighed deeply. At that moment, the White Wuchang spoke, "Enough. We shall discuss matters when we reach the underworld. However, He Jingyi, your sins cannot be absolved. Do you recall the promise you made to me back then?" "Lord White Wuchang, I remember well. Once the villagers are freed, I willingly accept the fate of descending into the 18 layers of hell to atone for their sins." He Jingyi replied solemnly. The villagers of Filong village, though innocent, had ultimately chosen to sacrifice their lives, becoming blood corpses to eradicate the invaders. In this light, it could be deemed a form of suicide. Yet, suicide is also a sin. It leads one to the realm of wrongful death and suffering. He Jingyi had previously vowed to the White Wuchang that he would bear the villagers' sins, allowing them to reincarnate without suffering, while he himself would be cast into the depths of hell. No, Mr. He, why must you do this? The villagers cried out. Oh, lords of Black and White Wuchang, I do not wish for Mr. He to bear the punishment on my behalf. I earnestly request that you retract your decree. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Mr. He has already done enough for us. We cannot allow him to suffer even in the underworld. At this moment, the villagers collectively pleaded with the emissaries of the underworld, hoping to spare He Jingyi from his fate. Witnessing this scene, He Jingyi could not help but sigh. Humph, you wretched souls, do not attempt to bargain with me. The dark emissary immediately bellowed, unleashing a torrent of pure, chilling energy from the soul-restraining rope. The villagers' spirits were struck by this energy, and they began to wail in agony. As for the merits and demerits, once we arrive at the king of Hell's court, he shall determine the verdict. The prior agreement will only be reported to the king. Whether it will be executed is at his discretion, the white emissary remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, He Jingyi's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the villagers seemed to exhibit a semblance of relief upon hearing these words. Very well, the hour grows late. We must depart, the dark emissary intoned gravely. Subsequently, the emissaries took hold of 64 souls and entered the realm of the underworld. However, just as the gates of the underworld were closing, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Tianxiu's ear. Taken aback by the sound, Chen Tianxiu offered a faint smile. Chapter 66. The Balance of Merit and Demerit. The villagers departed, and so did He Jingyi. Chen Tianxiu was uncertain of their fates. Only upon reaching the underworld would the truth be revealed. The dense fog surrounding Filong village dissipated at this moment. An array of sunlight descended from the heavens, illuminating a place long deprived of genuine sunlight. Taoist, what shall we do next? At that moment, a soldier inquired. Their experiences today had indeed broadened their horizons, and surely they would have stories to tell for a lifetime. However, there remained duties to fulfill. The souls of the villagers had departed for the underworld, leaving behind 63 lifeless bodies that required attention. It would be unthinkable to leave these remains unattended. Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at them and then spoke. These individuals, though they never took a life during their existence, have, in death, vanquished many foes. They are to be considered heroes. Upon your return, ensure that you report this truthfully. If possible, I hope they may be posthumously honored with the title of martyrs. Yes, we understand, and we shall report faithfully. The two soldiers responded immediately, standing at attention with solemnity. As the messengers of the underworld departed, the white impermanence imparted a brief message. Those who have contributed in the mortal realm may have their merits and demerits balanced. Indeed, if this principle were upheld, it could spare the villagers from being condemned to the realm of wrongful deaths, allowing them to be reborn instead. The underworld differs from the mortal realm, where rewards and punishments are clearly delineated. The balancing of merits and demerits is often reserved for trivial matters. If the nation could provide a proper burial for the villagers of Filong and bestow upon them the title of martyrs, it would be a significant honor. Yet, alas, what of He Jingyi? It seemed he might not possess such privilege. Ah, wait. That old man had yet to fulfill his promise. What of his legacy? At this moment, Chen Tianxiu suddenly recalled something. Hadn't He Jingyi stated that if he could liberate the villagers of Filong, he would pass on his lifelong knowledge to him? But they had departed too swiftly, and He Jingyi had not had the chance to convey his words. Do not be anxious, Taoist. Previously, when you visited the underworld, Mr. He informed us of the location of his legacy. It is concealed beneath the spirit tablet, spoke the soldier upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's words. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu swiftly approached the spirit platform. He lifted the yellow cloth covering the area beneath and discovered a box hidden within. A smile graced Chen Tianxiu's face upon seeing the box. It contained the art of Qianqiu Empress. While it may not rival the 8 extraordinary techniques or the 8 divine incantations in value, it is indeed a treasure. He carefully extracted the box. Upon opening it, he found a stack of books detailing the cultivation methods of Qianqiu Empress and various formations. Ding! Qianqiu Empress secret manual discovered. Would you like to learn it? At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Tianxiu's ears. He was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. What a remarkable bounty of books! He had anticipated spending a considerable amount of time studying them, yet the system could directly assist him in learning? Truly, this system is exceptional. Yes, Chen Tianxiu replied immediately. Subsequently, the books within the box vanished, and he felt an overwhelming influx of memories materializing in his mind. He closed his eyes, savoring the experience for a while before slowly opening them. The marvel of such extraordinary techniques. The realm of formations possesses a myriad of variations. What an enlightening experience! Chen Tianxiu marveled. With this knowledge, not only would the formations he crafted possess greater potency, but their variety would also make them difficult to dismantle. Furthermore, this technique includes the art of divination, allowing for the assessment of risks, which is indeed advantageous. After acquiring the secrets of Qianqiu, Chen Tianxiu turned his gaze toward the two corpses nearby. It was time to lay them to rest. The bodies of those villagers need not be buried by him, for the state shall attend to their interment. However, these two corpses require his personal attention. Moreover, with Filong village having been completely deserted, there is no one to receive the remains, which presents a rather vexing predicament. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu suddenly recalled the two soldiers and turned back with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, might I trouble you for a small favor?" The soldiers, upon witnessing Chen Tianxiu's smile, felt a tightening unease. Dingling, 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 upon the back mountain of Filong village. A series of chimes resounded. Chen Tianxiu, with the two corpses in tow, ascended to the mountain's peak. Adjacent to this mountain stood another, separated by an expanse of fields, offering a broad and unobstructed view. This locale also possessed excellent geomantic properties. The towering mountains on either side, with the center gently concaving, resembled an incense burner from afar, a quintessential layout for a burial site. Chen Tianxiu decided to inter one body at each mountain crest. While the distant Filong village formed a triangular configuration, it is well understood that a triangle is the most stable of shapes. Thus, this manner of burial would minimize the likelihood of corpse transformation. "Very well, gentlemen, let us commence," Chen Tianxiu said with a smile. "Understood." The two soldiers responded with a wry smile, nodding in agreement. They then began to excavate in the designated area chosen by Chen Tianxiu. Approximately 1 hour later, a grave measuring 3 feet deep, 3 feet wide, and 33 feet long was successfully dug. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu pointed his sword towards the heavens, performing a ritual gesture while reciting, "Lofty and revered is the virtue. The merits have been fulfilled. I descend to guide. The Master's treasures I bear. Compassion rains down like sacred water, cleansing the delusions, forever ferrying to the shores of purity. I bid farewell to the mire of the 5 turbidities." Immediately, a sphere of water descended from the sky, landing upon the corpse of the specter. The water enveloped her, washing away the impurities. What was once a lifeless zombie began to transform, the dark green skin gradually turning pale, the emaciated form becoming more rounded, ultimately revealing a fair and delicate maiden. This was the visage she bore before her demise. The specter had shed her undead form, reverting to her human guise. Observing this transformation, Chen Tianxiu smiled gently and said, "Rest in peace." With a melodic chime, he continued, "In the realm of the ethereal, between yin and yang, flesh returns to the earth, spirit ascends to the heavens." As a series of incantations flowed from his lips, the corpse levitated gracefully, lying flat as it descended into the grave pit. Chen Tianxiu then retrieved a white cloth from his spatial pouch, draping it over the body. With the ritual complete, he addressed the two soldiers beside him. "It is time to cover the grave." "Understood." The soldiers nodded in response, promptly beginning to fill the grave. Their pace was notably swifter than that of digging, and within approximately 10 minutes, a small mound of earth had risen. As the identity of the corpse remained unknown, Chen Tianxiu could only find 3 stones to place atop the earthen mound. "Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. You have obtained one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. The Heavenly Talisman." At this moment, the sound of the system resonated in Chen Tianxiu's ears. Chapter 67. The Precious Treasure, the Tranquil Mind Mantra. The Gray Family Immortal. Listening to the melodious voice of the system, a smile graced his face. The Qianqiu Talisman. Oh, the Qianqiu Talisman. With this extraordinary skill, there would be no more casting delays in the future. How delightful. Soon, he received the memories transmitted by the system. However, he refrained from absorbing and comprehending these memories for the time being. as there was a body that required burial. The arrangement of the two mountain peaks resembled an incense burner, indicating a hierarchy. This location was secondary and designated for the corpse spirit, which, lacking a soul, would not be concerned with such matters. The primary position was reserved for the corpse handler, Qi Xiuqing. Regardless of his status, Qi Xiuqing was still considered a senior. It was only fitting to provide him with a proper tomb, a gesture of filial piety, in hopes that he would bless Chen Tianxiu with smooth sailing in his future endeavors as a corpse handler after descending to the underworld. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu led the two assistants to another mountain peak. Shortly thereafter, they ascended the mountain. The two soldiers harbored no grievances and began to dig in the area indicated by Chen Tianxiu. After another hour, as dawn approached, they finally unearthed the grave pit. Chen Tianxiu glanced at the time. It was indeed a suitable hour for burial. Following the established procedure, he commenced the ritual. In no time, the rite was completed, and Qi Xiuqing's body was placed into the grave. All that remained was to fill in the earth, marking the completion of this primary task. However, an unusual scene unfolded at that moment. As one gazes upon the remains of Qi Xiuqing, a luminous point slowly emerges from his corpse. This radiant point is not the soul of Qi Xiuqing, but rather a form of emblematic mark. Chen Tianxiu, observing this peculiar phenomenon, is taken aback. After all, this is a pivotal quest, and any error is unacceptable. He prepares to scrutinize the mark closely when, suddenly, with a swift whoosh, the mark vanishes into the ground, disappearing from sight. The rapidity of its disappearance leaves Chen Tianxiu momentarily stunned. Alarm bells ring in his mind. Could there be an issue with the corpse? Startled, he leaps into the burial pit to investigate. Before long, relief washes over him. The soul within the remains seems unaffected by the mark's departure. Yet, he is left pondering the true nature of this enigmatic emblem. Unable to fathom its significance, Chen Tianxiu exits the pit and instructs two soldiers to commence filling the earth. Regardless of the mystery, he resolves to complete the rites and secure the rewards first. The soldiers, wary of questioning, obediently comply. In a short span, the pit is filled, and a mound rises upon the hillside. At this juncture, Chen Tianxiu retrieves a substantial stone he had discovered in Filong village from his storage space and erects it before the mound. Subsequently, he draws forth a peachwood sword, enveloping its blade with spiritual energy, and swiftly begins to etch inscriptions upon the stone. Though it is a peachwood sword, the tip glides over the stone as effortlessly as if inscribing in sand, encountering no resistance. Before long, the words "grave of the corpse handler Qi Xiuqing" appear prominently on the stone. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, the remains of the corpse handler Qi Xiuqing have been returned to his ancestral home in Filong village, North Qing City, Donghe Province, and interred. According to the host's performance, this task has received an evaluation rating of SSS level. Main quest rewards: a manual for intermediate elixir crafting, a low-grade treasure, ghostly divine banner, and one of the 8 great spells, the Tranquil Heart spell. Following this, Chen Tianxiu once again heard the system's notification, and several new items appeared in his system space. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu burst into laughter. Indeed, the main quest rewards were extraordinarily generous. Even a treasure was included. Moreover, there was the Tranquil Heart spell, reputed as the foremost among the 8 great spells. The rewards were impressive. Once I absorb these items and consume the premium Foundation Establishment pill, I should be able to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Chen Tianxiu mused. He was currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and after utilizing the basic spiritual energy infusion, it should be no trouble to elevate to the 9th level. When the time comes, he would ingest the Foundation Establishment pill and solidify his foundation. Everything seemed so promising. Once he reached the Foundation Establishment stage, he would be free to roam the world. Just as he contemplated his next steps, he suddenly felt the soil beneath his feet shift slightly. Chen Tianxiu's expression sharpened, and he took a few steps back, cautiously observing the disturbed earth. This was a prime location he had chosen for burial. Aside from microorganisms, ordinary creatures should not venture near. Could there be an unexpected turn of events? At that moment, the earth was abruptly disturbed, and a plump, red-eyed rat emerged, surveying its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Chen Tianxiu. Goodness, such a large rodent. Where did it come from? Could it possibly be a monster? Goodness. The two soldiers also noticed the rat and instinctively retreated a few paces, their eyes trained warily upon it. To their astonishment, the rat, upon hearing their shouts, wore an expression of human-like derision and spoke coldly. "Umph, ignorant humans, you are the real monsters. Your entire family is comprised of monsters. I am a celestial being, and you ought to show me respect." Celestial being? Upon hearing this term, Chen Tianxiu was struck with realization. Celestial beings, also known as Chumaxian, Tonkosian, or Baojiaxian, are indeed rooted in the legends of Longhua, particularly in the Eastern River Province, which is believed to be the birthplace of these entities. Celestial beings are transformed from animals that have cultivated their essence, and only those who have pursued the path of immortality and willingly assist humanity, alleviating suffering, are deemed worthy of the title. Conversely, those who harness their powers for malevolence are labeled as monsters. In the realm of Eastern River celestial beings, 5 families are most renowned: the Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. The Hu family represents foxes. The Huang family is known for the commonly recognized yellow weasel. The Bai family embodies hedgehogs. The Lu family signifies snakes. And the Hui family is none other than the rat, often scorned by all. The rat before him, notably large and articulate, bore no sinister aura. Rather, it emanated an ethereal essence, unmistakably identifying it as a genuine Hui celestial being. "O great Hui celestial being, I apologize for my inadequate reception. May I inquire what business brings you here?" At this moment, Chen Tianxiu offered a respectful bow towards the gray immortal. This celestial figure, devoid of any malevolent aura, possessed a remarkable level of cultivation, undoubtedly dedicated to the benevolent pursuit of aiding others. Moreover, given its apparent age, which likely surpassed his own by many folds, it certainly warranted such a gesture of respect. The gray immortal, with its crimson eyes, scrutinized Chen Tianxiu intently for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "Young one, I inquire of you, are you a corpse driver?" Indeed. Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, but quickly responded. Upon hearing this, the gray immortal's expression transformed into one of elation as it exclaimed, "Excellent. After waiting for over 3 centuries, a corpse driver has finally arrived. Young one, come with me, for there is a matter that requires your unique capabilities." With that, the gray immortal leapt from the pit, standing upright and making its way down the mountain. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of this urgent matter that was deemed indispensable for him. Nevertheless, he dismissed his reservations. Whatever it entailed, he would learn in due course. Under the guidance of the gray immortal, Chen Tianxiu and his companions returned once more to Filong village. The gray immortal then entered the Qi family ancestral hall, leaping onto the rows of ancestral tablets, turning to face Chen Tianxiu and the others. It then glanced at the 2 soldiers and stated, "In the presence of the immortal, mortals should withdraw." The 2 soldiers were momentarily taken aback, subsequently shifting their gazes towards Chen Tianxiu. Nodding in affirmation, he replied, "You may wait outside. There is no need for concern regarding my safety." "Yes," they responded in unison, promptly exiting the Qi family ancestral hall. Continuing, Chen Tianxiu turned his gaze towards the gray fairy and said, "With others having withdrawn, what matters does the esteemed one wish to discuss? If I am able to assist, I shall do so with utmost diligence. As an adept of the immortal path, dedicated to aiding humanity, I would not hesitate to lend a hand if the matter is straightforward. Fostering a benevolent connection is indeed commendable. Furthermore, I have heard of the reputation of the Gray lineage. Among the 5 great families of immortals, the Gray family is undoubtedly the weakest. However, their influence in certain realms surpasses that of many others. For instance, the Gray family boasts a large following and possesses an uncanny ability to navigate the most obscure corners of existence, making them exceptional at gathering intelligence." Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's words, the gray fairy shook her head and replied, "It is not I who requires assistance, but rather the affairs concerning you, the corpse handlers." "Oh, matters concerning us, the corpse handlers?" Chen Tianxiu exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that there is a corpse requiring my attention?" "Indeed, you are aware of the identity of the body you just interred, for he too was a handler of corpses. I am his companion. After his burial, his soul returned to the underworld, and in turn, our pact's mark detached and returned to me, awakening me from a prolonged slumber." The gray fairy stated with a grave demeanor. "Companion? Pact mark? Wait a moment. While it is true that immortals possess methods to possess human bodies, that is a relationship of hierarchy. How can there be a relationship of companionship?" Chen Tianxiu remarked in astonishment. Although immortals are known for their benevolence, they are inherently proud. And he had never heard of anyone being able to forge a partnership with an immortal after the latter had entered a human vessel. This reveals your ignorance. In our celestial realm, there are two methods of intervention. When confronting ordinary individuals, the relationship is undoubtedly hierarchical. However, Qianqiu possesses a strength that surpasses mine, yet insists on my involvement. Thus, it naturally denotes a partnership. Qianqiu chuckled softly, speaking leisurely as if this matter were entirely ordinary and devoid of shame. Chen Tianxiu. All right, he comprehended. To forge a partnership with a celestial being, one must possess greater strength than the celestial itself and compel it into cooperation. This method is truly ingenious. That fellow Qianqiu departed from Filong village over 3 centuries ago and has not returned since. Given the passage of time, I suspect he may have perished. However, prior to his departure, he entrusted me with a message, stating that should he meet his end in the outside world, the one to return him would undoubtedly be a corpse herder. He instructed me to assign the task of vanquishing the Crimson Lotus Demon King to him, and I never anticipated his prophecy would indeed come to fruition. Qianqiu continued, the Crimson Lotus Demon King? Who is this figure? As Chen Tianxiu listened, the tale grew increasingly enigmatic. A corpse herder from 3 centuries past could foresee current events? What need was there for him to remain a mere corpse herder? Wouldn't it be more delightful to ascend to semi-divine status? Moreover, the name Crimson Lotus Demon King sounded formidable. Why was there a necessity to eliminate such a being? Qianqiu cast a glance at Chen Tianxiu and replied, the Crimson Lotus Demon King was a figure from over 5 centuries ago, during the twilight of a dynasty. He was once a general from the Eastern Han, ultimately falling on the battlefield and being returned to his clan. However, a sorcerer from the Eastern Han employed dark arts to construct a necropolis, entombing it with the remains of over 10,000 fallen warriors, placing the Crimson Lotus Demon King at its center to absorb the essence of the dead and achieve a state of reanimation. Yet, before the Crimson Lotus Demon King could fully awaken, the then Xian dynasty annihilated the Eastern Han, leaving the matter in abeyance. Thus, 5 centuries passed in tranquility. Oh, after all these years of peace, has the Crimson Lotus Demon King not emerged to wreak havoc? Chen Tianxiu inquired, astonished. 500 years would likely suffice for it to have fully transformed into a zombie, initially devoid of consciousness, surrounded by countless corpses. It would certainly be following the path of the undead. Naturally, it has not done so yet, but that does not preclude future occurrences. The necropolis was discovered by the master of Qianqiu, who intended to enter and vanquish the Crimson Lotus Demon King, sending the multitude of corpses back to their ancestral grounds. Yet, his intrusion awakened the Demon King, who regained consciousness akin to that of a normal human, not resembling a zombie at all, for he was seated upon a Crimson Lotus platform. Qianqiu's master referred to him as the Crimson Lotus Demon King. After engaging the Demon King, Qianqiu's master was severely wounded in a single encounter. Once he expended all his strength to return, he could only impart a few words to Qianqiu before meeting his demise. By the way, Qianqiu's master was at the foundation establishment stage back then, said the Gray Fairy. Chen Tianxiu. He felt an urge to curse. Over 300 years ago, Qianqiu's master, a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, could not subdue the so-called Crimson Lotus Demon King. Now, after another 300 years, the Demon King must have ascended to unimaginable heights. Could this diminutive Qi refiner truly vanquish such a foe? After the demise of his master Qianqiu, he was profoundly affected and began to traverse the world, determined to eradicate the Scarlet Lotus Demon King and liberate the countless souls entombed alongside him. He journeyed far and wide, even venturing into the Demon King's tomb, yet returned grievously injured. Fortunately, his meticulous preparations ensured he survived. However, from the depths of the Demon King's tomb, he unearthed another significant piece of intelligence. Gray Fairy continued, "What was this news?" inquired Chen Tianxiu, intrigued. He discovered that the Scarlet Lotus Demon King likely possesses the bloodline of the undying ancestor of zombies. Ingo, Gray Fairy revealed slowly. Chen Tianxiu was taken aback. Good heavens, the Scarlet Lotus Demon King has such a formidable lineage? The bloodline of Ingo, one of the 4 undying ancestors of zombies. Ingo is a powerful entity with an indestructible body. Even if the Scarlet Lotus Demon King is not his equal, he would still be incredibly formidable. Moreover, Qianqiu's master, a distinguished Foundation establishment cultivator, could not contend with the Scarlet Lotus Demon King and was even slain? Am I to be sent to my doom? Master, are you certain this is an assignment to chase corpses and not a death sentence? Chen Tianxiu remarked, his lips twitching in disbelief. Even if he were to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, he would not dare provoke the Scarlet Lotus Demon King. To knowingly walk into a trap that spelled certain death was not bravery, it was folly. Nonsense. I never stated that you should confront the Demon King or pursue the myriad corpses at this very moment. I merely wish to convey this information to you. If you truly wish to confront the countless corpses, the first obstacle you must overcome is to vanquish the Crimson Lotus Demon King, Grey Fairy remarked, shaking her head. Chen Tianxiu rubbed his chin and replied, what if I choose not to go? Not go? Then it is no concern of mine. I am merely a messenger. However, should you require assistance, I shall certainly lend a hand. If you decide against it, that conveniently spares me the trouble. As I have no desire to risk my own life, Grey Fairy retorted, her mouse-like eyes narrowing. Oh, you would offer your help? Chen Tianxiu inquired, taken aback. Grey Fairy nodded, stating, I have collaborated with that fellow Qianqiu for several decades. We share a bond of camaraderie. To eradicate the Demon King and liberate the myriad corpses is his dying wish, and I ought to assist him in fulfilling it. Chen Tianxiu acknowledged with a nod and declared, very well, I shall take on this matter. However, I will not embark on this journey just yet. When the time comes, I will wait until my strength has sufficiently grown. You wouldn't mind that, would you? Of course not. I am not an unreasonable mouse, Grey Fairy responded. That is reassuring. Chen Tianxiu replied with a slight nod. The corpse breeding ground in Qianqiu is also on the verge of eruption within the year. It is imperative to address that first. We must resolve the issues there before proceeding. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern regarding the situation in Qianqiu. If that demon serpent's strength is merely at the Foundation establishment stage, once it breaks through and with the aid of various treasures, it should be manageable. Now that I have shared what needed to be said, how you choose to proceed is a matter for you, the corpse herders. I will not interfere further. By the way, why are there so many corpses outside? The immortal had slumbered for over 2 centuries. What transpired in Filong village during my absence? At that moment, the Grey Immortal inquired with curiosity. Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at it, feeling somewhat astonished. Although beings of the immortal realm possess long lifespans, to sleep for 2 centuries? Do you not engage in cultivation? Without practice, how would you endure the next cataclysm? Yet, such matters were beyond his concern. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu recounted the events of the past century to the Grey Immortal. Upon listening, the Grey Immortal seemed enlightened and remarked, so it is. I had not anticipated such significant changes over the past 100 years. However, it is merely the misdeeds of your kind, as long as they do not threaten my existence. I have no qualms. This sentiment, while somewhat selfish, posed no issue for him, as he was not human. Very well, I shall remain in Filong village. For this area is my sanctum. Should you come to a decision, simply seek me out in Filong village. At that moment, the Grey Immortal straightened its posture, turning its back to Chen Tianxiu, assuming a lofty demeanor. Chen Tianxiu couldn't help but smirk at the sight. A large rodent attempting to appear dignified was rather amusing. Well then, I shall take my leave. Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful bow to the Grey Immortal before turning to depart. With this matter concluded, there was little more for him to do, and it was time to leave. He summoned 2 soldiers and exited Filong village, returning to the camp. Upon their return, Guochang was elated and expressed his gratitude to Chen Tianxiu. However, Chen Tianxiu did not linger, instructing the soldiers to report the happenings in Filong village accurately before departing the camp. Returning to Beijing City, Chen Tianxiu swiftly changed into casual attire and booked a room in a hotel. This moment marked an opportune time to enhance his abilities. System. Commence the infusion of spiritual energy. Chen Tianxiu proclaimed, seated on the bed with a grave expression. Ding. Initiating the primary spiritual energy infusion. The system's voice resonated. Subsequently, a barrier rose within a radius of approximately 5 meters around Chen Tianxiu, effectively isolating sound, light, and spiritual energy. At that moment, an abundance of spiritual energy surged into the space, flowing towards him like a viscous, colorless, and odorless liquid. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu wasted no time and immediately activated his cultivation technique, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy. However, mere absorption proved insufficient. He felt as if the energy was burrowing into his body like insects, accompanied by a slight discomfort. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow, enduring the pain. Is this the initial experience of energy infusion? A bit of discomfort is only natural. I will adapt in time. As time elapsed, approximately 3 hours later, the spiritual energy in the space had been completely absorbed and condensed into spiritual power. Chen Tianxiu opened his eyes, carefully sensing the transformation within his dantian. He had achieved the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, level 9. The next step was to establish his foundation. With determination, he whispered to himself, "Let us break through to the foundation establishment stage in one go." Without hesitation, he retrieved 10 premium foundation establishment pills from the system space. With such an abundance of pills, he was confident he could succeed in establishing his foundation. Without delay, he picked one up and swallowed it whole. The foundation establishment pill dissolved upon entry, a tremendous medicinal force radiating throughout his body, predominantly concentrating in the dantian region. Chen Tianxiu meticulously attuned himself to this sensation. Furrowing his brow slightly, it was somewhat insufficient. With this thought, he consumed another foundation establishment pill. The medicinal essence surged wildly within him, akin to countless insects scuttling about his insides. Now, this felt more akin to what he desired, Chen Tianxiu mused. He then commenced the operation of his cultivation technique, keenly attuning himself as he embarked on the path of foundation establishment. A day later, within the confines of his hotel room, Chen Tianxiu sat cross-legged upon the sofa. At this moment, a radiant aura enveloped him, bestowing an ethereal charm upon his already handsome visage, reminiscent of a celestial being. After a brief interval, he slowly opened his eyes, his aura retracting and returning to its original state. Finally succeeded in establishing my foundation. Goodness, it took 5 foundation establishment pills to achieve this. How lackluster must my talent be? Chen Tianxiu exhaled deeply. Despite consuming numerous pills, the ultimate outcome was favorable. He had successfully established his foundation. Now, Chen Tianxiu closed his eyes once more, unleashing a formidable consciousness that penetrated the walls, enveloping a radius of 5 miles. Within this domain, the actions of all individuals were vividly mirrored in his mind. This was the manifestation of spiritual consciousness. Post-foundation establishment, one could project their consciousness outside their body, exploring circumstances within a designated range, rendering it virtually omnipresent, an emblem of a foundation establishment practitioner. After a brief observation, Chen Tianxiu retracted his consciousness back into his body. Such projection was a considerable drain on one's mental faculties and could not be sustained for long. With the foundation established, it was time to address the matters in Qianqiu. Chen Tianxiu smiled as he spoke. With strength comes confidence, and armed with several treasures, how could he not subdue the demon serpent corpse? However, preparations were still necessary. For instance, enlisting the aid of fellow practitioners would certainly increase their chances of vanquishing the demon serpent corpse. In the afternoon, Chen Tianxiu drove his Rolls-Royce onto the highway. Rather than heading directly to Qianqiu, he veered towards the distant Green Mountains, where 2 companions awaited him. 2 days later, at the foot of the distant Green Mountains, in the town of Shuilu, an old ferryman was mending his fishing nets in a small courtyard. As a native of the Yellow River, he had spent his life catching fish. Thus he cherished the tools of his trade. Transporting people across the river could hardly sustain him. At that moment, a young man appeared quietly before him and said, "Sir, it's good to see you again." Startled, the old man immediately rose to his feet. Upon recognizing the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. Why have you come here instead of chasing corpses?" The visitor was none other than Chen Tianxiu. Now having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he could perceive the subtle fluctuations of the old man's restrained spiritual energy. 5 layers of qi cultivation. Chen Tianxiu cupped his fists in greeting and said, "I merely came to see how you have been." The old ferryman chuckled lightly and replied, "See me? That's not a very amusing joke. What could an old man like me possibly have worth seeing? Speak plainly, do you need my assistance?" "Hee. You truly possess a remarkable insight, old man." Chen Tianxiu complimented. All right, speak your mind without beating around the bush. If I can assist, I shall surely do so. The ferryman waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Since you are a person of genuine character, I shall not mince words. I wish to invite you to Qianqiu to exterminate the corpse of the demon serpent. Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. What? Exterminate the corpse of the demon serpent? Are you seeking to end my life? The ferryman's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shook his head vehemently. He had heard of the demon serpent and was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even if the demon serpent were indeed deceased, it was beyond his capability to confront. Dear sir, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Your prowess on water is unparalleled, and the burial ground for the corpses lies adjacent to a river. Without your presence, we may find it impossible to vanquish the demon serpent merely with our numbers. Rest assured, I have come to seek your aid with the promise of safeguarding your life. Chen Tianxiu implored. His words were not without careful consideration. The demon serpent was adept in water. Should its corpse emerge and evade capture by retreating into the river, it would pose a significant challenge. However, the ferryman was extraordinarily skilled on water, capable of navigating even the Yellow River with ease. With his guidance, should the corpse escape into the depths, they would still have the means to respond effectively. And you? Have you enlisted others to assist in this endeavor against the demon serpent's corpse? The ferryman inquired, intrigued by a particular word. Indeed, I also intend to invite Lord Qin. With him, along with the gravekeeper of Baiyu City, the night watchman of Cangzhou who guards the burial ground, and yourself, we shall number 5, Chen Tianxiu responded. The night watchman of Cangzhou and the gravekeeper of Baiyu City? Goodness! In such a short span of merely a few days, you have encountered so many individuals from the ancient trades? The ferryman exclaimed in astonishment. In today's modern society, practitioners of ancient trades are exceptionally rare, with some even having become extinct. It had only been half a month since Chen Tianxiu last visited Wanli Qingshan, and to his surprise, he found himself amidst such a remarkable gathering of ancient trade practitioners. It is worth noting that in his entire life, he had only known 2 individuals from these ancient trades, one of whom was the coffin maker from his own town. Of course, this scarcity of encounters was also attributed to his limited travels beyond Shuilu town, resulting in a lack of information. It is merely a stroke of luck. I am also here at the behest of the night watchman from Cangzhou, seeking fellow practitioners to join me in vanquishing the demonic serpent corpse. Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the ferryman rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chen Tianxiu chose not to interrupt, allowing him the space to deliberate. Should he decide against joining, Chen Tianxiu would not press him. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. After a brief pause, the ferryman turned to him and said, Very well, I shall accompany you. With so many practitioners of ancient trades gathered, if I do not partake in this event, others may mistakenly believe that the lineage of ferrymen has vanished from the annals of history. At this, Chen Tianxiu was overjoyed and exclaimed, Haha, splendid. I thank you in advance, esteemed sir. The ferryman nodded, then added, However, I will not venture alone, for my abilities are rather limited. The demonic serpent corpse sounds formidable, so I must seek assistance from an old friend. Oh, your old friend? Might he also be a practitioner of the ancient trades? Chen Tianxiu inquired, his curiosity piqued. The ferryman, with a mysterious smile, said, Do you wish to know? At midnight tonight, come to the banks of the Yellow River, and you shall find out. Chen Tianxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he not have simply stated it outright? Why the riddles? Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, offering a respectful gesture to the ferryman, saying, Very well, I shall come to see you at midnight tonight. It is getting late. I must now visit old man Qin. Haha, go ahead. That fellow, just mention it, and he will surely agree. The ferryman chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu paused for a moment, then nodded. Was this implying that the coffin maker was quite agreeable? Chapter 71, The Mountain Traveler. 1-4. Upon exiting the ferryman's inn, Chen Tianxiu promptly made his way to the coffin shop. There sat Chen Tianxiu, as usual, planing wood outside the shop. However, compared to the first time he encountered him, the old man now appeared much more spirited. Chen Tianxiu approached slowly, greeting, Old man Qin, I trust you have been well? Chen Tianxiu ceased his work upon hearing the voice, looked up at Chen Tianxiu, and his eyes brightened. He hurriedly bowed, saying, It is the foot-traveling master. I am remiss in not welcoming you properly. Chen Tianxiu used a touch of spiritual energy to assist him to his feet, replying, There is no need for such formalities. My good sir, I have come with an important matter for which I seek your assistance. There is no need for such modesty, esteemed master. You have helped me resolve my inner turmoil, a great kindness indeed. Whatever the task may be, should you require my assistance, even my life is yours to command. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu chuckled heartily. Chen Tianxiu, upon listening to his words, comprehended why the ferryman had assured him that as long as he spoke to Chen Tianxiu, the latter would undoubtedly acquiesce. It turned out that after returning his father's remains, Chen Tianxiu felt indebted to him for a significant favor. Although Chen Tianxiu maintained a composed demeanor, he was willing to repay this debt with his very life. Such a disposition was unexpected to him. Chen Tianxiu merely regarded his task of ferrying corpses as a duty fulfilled. If others chose to owe him a favor, so be it, and if they did not, he would not be overly concerned, as long as he successfully completed the task and received the system rewards. Your words are too weighty, esteemed sir. I certainly do not seek your life, merely a bit of assistance, Chen Tianxiu said with a serious expression. He then proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding the corpse raising ground in Qianqiu. He discerned that the coffin maker's cultivation was slightly superior to that of the ferryman, standing at the 6th level of qi training. However, one cannot simply gauge the worth of individuals in ancient trades by their cultivation levels. Every profession possesses its unique expertise. For instance, the ferryman excelled in his aquatic skills, adept at preventing the infiltration of malevolent corpses into the depths of the water, where they would become elusive. Meanwhile, the coffin contained powerful means of sealing corpses. Within the corpse raising ground, in addition to the malevolent corpses, lay thousands of remains interred long ago. These were the bodies of ordinary people, which could not be disturbed without dire consequence, save for the most imperative circumstances. At this juncture, the coffin maker's role became pivotal. Although his cultivation was insufficient to directly seal the malevolent corpses, if he employed his techniques to seal the ordinary remains, preventing their transformation, it would greatly ease their struggle against the malevolent entities. Upon hearing Chen Tianxiu's words, the coffin maker nodded without hesitation, declaring, "Indeed, this matter pertains to the safety of Qianqiu, and it is my honor to be of service." With a faint smile, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful gesture toward the coffin maker. After thanking him, Chen Tianxiu returned to the inn of the ferryman, awaiting the evening's visit to the riverbank where the ferryman's friend was to be found. However, upon returning to the inn, Chen Tianxiu discovered that the ferryman was unexpectedly absent. Likely having stepped out, unperturbed, he settled onto the steps of the courtyard to rest. Regarding the friend the ferryman sought, Chen Tianxiu harbored certain speculations. Being in proximity to the Yellow River, there existed a profession intimately connected to it, the river's corpse retrieval specialists. This vocation, akin to that of the ferryman, involved drifting upon the Yellow River, yet the prowess of a corpse retriever far surpassed that of a ferryman. The river's currents were swift and its depths unfathomable, claiming numerous lives each year, inhabited by vengeful spirits. To retrieve a body from the Yellow River without the requisite skills to confront these malevolent spirits would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, a corpse retriever possessed not only superior skills on the water, but also exceptional abilities beneath its surface. If such a remarkable individual were indeed summoned to Qianqiu to vanquish the lurking demons and retrieve the deceased, the endeavor would surely be rendered significantly more effective. Nevertheless, Chen Tianxiu remained uncertain, as the truth would only be revealed when nightfall arrived. As time ticked by, the evening soon approached. Throughout the day, the ferryman had yet to return. Noticing the hour was nearing the late evening, Chen Tianxiu rose and made his way toward the banks of the Yellow River. Arriving at the banks of the Yellow River, he found himself in solitude, with only a solitary boat stranded on the shore. At this moment, the river surged tumultuously, emitting a series of angry roars, its grandeur awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing the river once more, Chen Tianxiu could not help but marvel at its magnificence. After a moment of reflection, he settled down to wait. As midnight approached, with the waning moon hanging high, two figures gradually emerged in the distance. Chen Tianxiu, possessing profound cultivation, was able to discern their forms even in the darkness. From afar, he recognized one of them as the ferryman, an elderly gentleman. The other was a middle-aged man, slender and pale, with both his right arm and leg conspicuously absent. Remarkably, he moved with agility, hopping along unaided, a true marvel. Before long, the two figures drew near, and the ferryman chuckled. "Ah, master, have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. It is only proper, my good sir." "Is this gentleman a friend of yours?" Chen Tianxiu replied with a slight smile, then turned to the one-legged, one-armed man, frowning as he inquired. He discerned the man's cultivation level. Merely at the 3rd stage of qi training, such a level, his assistance would be limited. "Huh, certainly not." The ferryman laughed heartily, then spoke with earnestness. His name is Sun Godin, a junior of mine. Do not be fooled by his missing limbs. He possesses remarkable skills. Here, beneath these vast green mountains. He is the most renowned traveler of the hills. A traveler of the hills? My apologies. Chen Tianxiu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this, and subsequently offered a respectful nod to Sun Godin. The mountain wanderers, likely the most populous of all ancient professions, have honed their skills to a singular pursuit, treasure hunting. They traverse the vast mountains and rivers, employing ancestral skills and knowledge to seek out unclaimed treasures in the wild. This vocation is not only in high demand, but also exceedingly lucrative. However, this particular mountain wanderer, despite the unflattering nature of his name, carries a significant meaning. As the old adage suggests, a humble name brings sustenance, wards off illness, and promotes longevity. Observing Sun Godin, who has suffered broken limbs yet still clings to life, one can indeed see the truth in this saying. Sun Godin also offered a respectful nod to Chen Tianxiu, though he remained silent. The ferryman, witnessing this exchange, remarked, "Do not mind him, Master Wanderer. My disciple here, years ago, within the confines of the distant Green Mountains, was besieged by a pack of monstrous beasts. Not only did he lose a limb on each side, but he also forfeited his tongue and can no longer speak." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu grimaced slightly and cast a sympathetic glance at Sun Godin. "How tragic. Esteemed sir, is this mountain wanderer not the old acquaintance you mentioned? If so, where is your other friend?" Chen Tianxiu inquired. The mountain wanderers, while adept in treasure hunting, possess only rudimentary combat skills. What he truly requires now is a person of formidable strength. Fear not, for I have my reasons for summoning him. The old friend I speak of resides within the Yellow River. The ferryman replied. Within the Yellow River? Could it be a corpse retrieval specialist? Chen Tianxiu cast a glance at the surging Yellow River and voiced his suspicions. Well, no, the corpse retrieval workers have also been absent for quite some time. I haven't heard of any around here, the ferryman awkwardly replied. Oh, if it is not the corpse retrieval workers, then who could it be? Chen Tianxiu inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, the ferryman took a few steps forward, facing the Yellow River, and spoke in an air of mystery. Do you remember the first time you came to Waterflow Town, when I ferried you across the river? What transpired then? I naturally recall, but what does that have to do with this? Chen Tianxiu frowned and asked. It is indeed relevant. We encountered an old friend during that time. The ferryman smiled. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, Sir, you cannot be suggesting that your old friend is the river god, can you? The last time he crossed the river to Waterflow Town, the only peculiar incident they encountered was the enormous whirlpool spanning several meters. According to the ferryman, that was the river god blocking their path. Upon returning, they had not encountered anything else. Yes, it is the river god. I have known it for decades. We are quite familiar. Otherwise, how could I have spent my entire life ferrying without ever capsizing? It is the river god that has been safeguarding me. The ferryman nodded solemnly. But even so, can we summon the river god? Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow and asked. Typically, a river god never strays from its domain, guarding the local waters and land. That is the rule. If the river god truly exists, it is likely an old, rigid spirit. He chuckled, expressing his uncertainty, hence his inquiry. However, summoning the river god is no trivial matter. It requires offerings and tributes to compel its presence. Thus, I sought out a mountain traveler, who happens to possess a treasure suitable for invoking the river god. The ferryman chuckled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu nodded thoughtfully. Since it pertains to the river god, regardless of whether it agrees to assist him, the proper protocol must be adhered to. After all, such traditions must be honored. Very well, let us not delay further. We shall commence the summoning of the river god. Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. Wait, master traveler. There is another matter that requires your attention, the ferryman interjected, halting Chen Tianxiu. What is it, sir? Please, enlighten me, Chen Tianxiu inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. The treasures possessed by mountain travelers are often obtained at the peril of their lives. Thus, they are not freely relinquished. Moreover, according to the customs of mountain travelers, they engage only in familiar dealings, refraining from negotiations, and as an old man with no savings, I require you to propose a price to procure it from him. The ferryman elaborated, shaking his head. Chen Tianxiu pondered. Understood, the offerings for the river god necessitate his financial contribution for purchase. Nonetheless, this is indeed the established custom. Mountain travelers traverse the deep mountains regularly, yet these mountains differ vastly from those of his previous life, which contained only ordinary beasts. In contrast, the mountains of this realm are inhabited by both mystical beings and demonic creatures. The level of danger escalates exponentially. Without further contemplation, Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. He still possessed the 200,000 acquired from assisting Jing when Xuan last time, which he had scarcely utilized. Furthermore, having already transcended to the foundation establishment stage and embraced fasting, he found himself unburdened by the need for food and drink. Thus, wealth held little significance for him. I shall offer 16,666 yuan for your extraordinary treasure, for the sake of good fortune. What do you think? Beyond this amount, I have nothing left, Chen Tianxiu remarked to Sun Goden. Typically, those engaged in such trades favor auspicious numbers, yet they also harbor superstitions. While 18,000 carries an implication of prosperity, it also resonates with a more sinister connotation, namely, the 18 levels of hell. Consequently, most upscale high-rise apartments refrain from designating an 18th floor. They might label it as either the 17th A or B, or the 19th A or B instead. The ferryman also turned his gaze towards Sun Goden. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Goden nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he performed a series of peculiar gestures directed at Chen Tianxiu, not comprehending the meaning behind these movements. Chen Tianxiu was enlightened by the ferryman, who explained, "Goden wishes to say, let us be friends." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu smiled faintly and replied, "That is splendid." Thereafter, the traveler cautiously extracted from his bosom an object wrapped in cloth. As he unveiled the fabric, a soft luminescence emanated, casting a gentle glow upon the dark night. Infused with potent spiritual energy, it was a water-blue orb, reminiscent of a luminous pearl. The ferryman's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the sphere, exclaiming, "Good heavens! You actually dare to part with this. In the past, I could scarcely persuade you to let me glimpse it." Upon hearing the words, the mountain traveler opened his mouth towards the ferryman, uttering a series of incomprehensible sounds. The ferryman, taken aback, furrowed his brow and retorted with indignation, "You audacious lad, dare you speak back to me? Have you become so arrogant? Or do you presume I am incapable of wielding a knife?" Chen Tianxiu, observing from the sidelines, wore a puzzled expression. What cryptic communication was the mountain traveler attempting? Yet that bead, it was unmistakably a treasure. If sold, it would surely fetch more than 160,000. It appeared that the mountain traveler had indeed rendered a favor. After a brief exchange of heated words with the mountain traveler, the ferryman paused, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He then addressed Chen Tianxiu, stating, "This bead is the inner core of a clam demon, distinct from the inner cores cultivated through rigorous practice. It is formed from the clam demon's absorption of the essence of the sun and moon, and is exceedingly precious, often referred to as the water spirit pearl." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful gesture towards the mountain traveler, saying, "Your kindness shall not be forgotten." The mountain traveler, his face alight with a smile, nodded in acknowledgement. "Time is of the essence. Let us prepare the sacrificial altar and summon the river god." The ferryman proclaimed at this juncture. He then hurried behind a nearby dwelling to retrieve a prepared offering table, complete with various tributes. Soon, the altar was set, with the water spirit pearl placed prominently upon a brass pedestal. The ferryman stood before the altar, performing a series of peculiar gestures, reciting incantations. Gold fills the measure. Incense wafts through the dragon palace. The depths of the South Sea and rivers are profound. May the river god of the Yellow River awaken the clouds. The transformation of nature is akin to the interplay of stillness and movement in water. The wisdom of the divine is unfathomable, concealed in the actions of the ethereal. In chapter 73, Dominating the Pinnacle, 3-4, a spell was recited, and the ferryman stood reverently before the altar, silent in his devotion. Chen Tianxiu and the mountain wanderers stood to the side, awaiting the unfolding events in quiet contemplation. After a brief interlude, the Yellow River began to roil, waves surging with greater ferocity than before. Suddenly, torrents of water erupted, towering several dozen feet high, crashing towards the shore. With a resounding clap, the waves struck the bank, submerging the ferryman and the altar. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted, yet he restrained himself from rushing forward to investigate. As the waters receded, the ferryman remained unscathed. His garments untouched, while the water spirit pearl and offerings upon the altar had vanished without a trace. The ferryman withdrew his gestures and approached Chen Tianxiu with a smile, saying, "Please wait a moment. Once the river deity has accepted the offerings, he will honor his promise and reveal himself to us." Chen Tianxiu nodded, his gaze fixed upon the yellow river. Curiosity ignited within him regarding the true nature of this river deity. The once tumultuous waters began to calm, gradually settling into tranquility. Before long, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the depths, gazing intently in the direction of Chen Tianxiu and his companions. Holding his breath, Chen Tianxiu met the gaze. The ferryman, noticing this, moved closer to the bank and called out, "Hey, old fellow, enough of this coyness. At your age, must you still play the bashful maiden? Having accepted the offerings, come forth and meet us without delay." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu turned his gaze aside. Goodness, is the ferryman truly so formidable? How dare he curse the river god? Does he not fear that upon his next descent, the river god might overturn his vessel? He held his tongue, refraining from any inquiries, quietly observing the unfolding situation. The ferryman's exclamation seemed to stir the yellow river, causing its waters to rise and fall momentarily, though not with the previous tumult. Gradually, the river revealed its blood-red eyes. Before long, a great turtle surfaced. Yet, rather than a mere turtle, it bore peculiarities. Atop its head were two smooth, rounded plates, as if horns had once grown there, but were subsequently severed. Its tail was not of the typical turtle variety. Instead, it possessed fins reminiscent of a carp's tail. Such a creature, a hybrid of sorts, is exceedingly rare. Chen Tianxiu pondered the fragments of knowledge he possessed and ultimately identified a similar creature, the Ao. In mythological lore, the Ao is described as a colossal turtle or giant soft-shelled turtle of the sea. The Huainanzi records that Niuhua, while mending the heavens with 5-colored stones, severed the Ao's 4 limbs to anchor the corners of the earth. This implies that during the heavenly repair, Niuhua amputated the Ao's legs to uphold the cosmos. Furthermore, legends state that the Ao's back bears the 3 immortal mountains of the eastern sea, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. Additionally, it is said that the Ao is the eldest among the 9 sons of the dragon, giving rise to the idiom to take the lead. These mythological tales unequivocally convey the Ao's might. Chen Tianxiu was instantly invigorated. With such a divine beast as an ally, what havoc could the demon serpent's corpse possibly wreak? Humph, young one, your grandfather has watched over me since my youth, yet you dare to speak such foul words to me. The next time you venture into the water, I shall teach you a proper lesson. At that moment, the great turtle spoke in human tongue, addressing the ferryman with a low rumble. It was evident that the ferryman's previous remarks had irked him, though he seemed not overly offended. "Heh, old fellow, with age comes the tendency to boast. In all these years, when have you ever capsized my boat?" The ferryman retorted with a cold smirk. "Humph, you shall find out next time. Now, what is it that you wish to summon me for?" The great turtle replied, its voice resonating. Chen Tianxiu glanced at the ferryman, realizing from their exchange that there existed a camaraderie between them. Otherwise, how could a deity of the river tolerate the disrespect of a mere mortal? Furthermore, given the ferryman's cultivation level, he could not discern the true strength of the great turtle, indicating it was at least above the foundational stage. The fact that the turtle had never overturned the ferryman's boat suggested it was a matter of choice rather than ability. Thus, the request to have the river deity assist in eliminating the serpent's corpse would need to be made by the ferryman. Understanding Chen Tianxiu's intent, the ferryman cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the great turtle. In Sangzhou, there exists a place known as the corpse-raising ground, where a serpent's corpse lies. Soon, this ground will erupt, and the serpent will emerge. We seek your assistance in Sangzhou. Upon hearing this, the great turtle fell silent for a moment, and the others waited patiently for a response. After a brief pause, the turtle sighed and said, "I accept your offerings and should rightfully heed your request to assist. Yet alas, I am bound to this waterway and cannot depart." "Oh, what is the reason?" "Though you are a deity of the river, belonging to the ancient tortoise clan, you possess the ability to traverse any body of water across the realm. Why then, do you remain bound to this particular aquatic domain?" The ferryman furrowed his brow as he spoke, clearly aware of the turtle's true identity. The great tortoise replied, "Do you see the broken horn atop my head? That is my dragon horn, a vessel of much of my magical power and the key to accessing waters throughout the world. However, my dragon horn has been missing for over 2 centuries. Such a thing exists? The onlookers expressed their astonishment upon hearing this revelation. The ferryman, too, displayed a look of surprise. He had known the great tortoise since childhood and had noticed the smooth, broken horn atop its head, presuming it to be a natural occurrence, thus paying it no mind. Little did he know that this broken horn was, in fact, a dragon horn, harboring the majority of the tortoise's magical essence. But how could your dragon horn simply vanish? The ferryman inquired with curiosity. The tortoise explained that it was not taken by another, but rather had simply disappeared. One might say it was lost. Such a significant artifact could hardly be misplaced. At this moment, a hint of embarrassment crossed the great tortoise's face as it continued. It is indeed a somewhat awkward tale. Upon completing my tribulation, I required a period of recuperation. While resting at the bottom of the water, I removed my dragon horn and placed it in a spiritual eye beneath the surface to nourish it. Yet, when I awoke, the horn was gone. Although I can sense the direction in which it lies, I am unable to leave this waterway to retrieve it. Ah, this. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, having anticipated a tale of convoluted misadventure surrounding the loss of the dragon horn, only to discover that it had been taken during a period of slumber. One cannot help but remark on the audacity of this ancient tortoise. The thief who pilfered my dragon horn is none other than a water monkey, possessing strength akin to the foundational stage of cultivation. Among your kind, few can stand against it, and I have yet to find the opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Should you assist me in retrieving the dragon horn, vanquishing the demon snake will be a mere trifling matter. At this juncture, the ancient tortoise spoke again. The foundational stage? I retorted, dear elder. Do you truly hold us in such high regard? Do we appear to be capable of contending with a water monkey of that caliber? The ferryman interjected, a hint of disdain in his tone. Not necessarily. I shall take on this task, but upon its successful completion, I kindly request your adherence to the agreement and your assistance in our endeavor to exterminate the demon snake in Qianqiu. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu stepped forward, smiling as he addressed the tortoise. You, young friend, do not be overzealous. That is indeed a water monkey of the foundational stage. Even if our numbers were to double, we would still be no match for it. The ferryman exclaimed, eager to avoid certain doom. Chen Tianxiu smiled gently and reassured him, there is no need for your assistance. In fact, it is sufficient for me alone, for I have already reached the foundational stage. What? Upon hearing this, both the ferryman and the mountain traveler stared at him in astonishment. Chen Tianxiu appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. How could he have attained such a level of cultivation at such a young age? Sensing their disbelief, he released a fraction of his aura. The two, possessing their own levels of cultivation, immediately fell silent as they perceived the distinctly different energy emanating from him. The energy of the Qi refining stage is as insubstantial as vapor, while that of the foundational stage is as dense as water. This marks a qualitative transformation. How? Is this even possible? How old are you? You have already established your foundation. The ferryman gazed at Chen Tianxiu, his lips trembling as he spoke. Having dedicated his entire life to cultivation, he had only reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. He felt as though his efforts had been squandered. Indeed, young friend, achieving foundation establishment at such a tender age truly heralds a boundless future. At that moment, the AO turtle also expressed its admiration. Haha, it is merely luck. Chen Tianxiu humbly replied. If you are willing to assist me in locating the dragon horn, I will certainly return the favor. And you shall owe me a debt of gratitude, for you have already compensated me for the extermination of the demon serpent. The AO turtle continued. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu's expression brightened. This was indeed an unexpected boon. A favor from a divine beast like the AO turtle was a rare treasure. Excellent. Then I kindly request the river god to specify the whereabouts of the water monkey. I shall set off immediately to retrieve the dragon horn. Chen Tianxiu said with a respectful bow to the AO turtle. Well, the water monkey's lair is quite far, approximately 600 miles east of here. It is a creature of water, preferring to emerge at night, and it is exceedingly greedy, always in search of treasures from the depths, the AO turtle explained. Chen Tianxiu diligently noted this information before responding. Understood, I have it recorded. He was somewhat familiar with the legends of the water monkey, which also bore the name Watercorpse Ghost. In the water monkey wielded immense strength and possessed various mystical abilities, yet once it reached the shore, it became as powerless as fish on a cutting board. Master, I shall accompany you as well. The water monkey seldom ventures onto land. And I believe my presence could be of assistance, the ferryman added at that moment. Chen Tianxiu nodded with a smile and said, that would indeed be the best outcome. Although his cultivation surpassed that of the ferryman, he humbly acknowledged his limitations when it came to dealing with creatures of the water. If you retrieve the dragon horn, simply come here to summon me. If you do not succeed, you may still return here to present your offerings. The giant turtle uttered a low hum before submerging into the depths. At this, Chen Tianxiu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Such temperament truly befits a legendary beast. Very well, my friend, we should not delay any longer. Let us set forth, Chen Tianxiu declared solemnly. Indeed, the ferryman responded with a nod. Subsequently, the group dispersed, and the mountain guest, having no further business, returned home. Chen Tianxiu drove his luxurious Rolls-Royce transport vehicle, accompanied by the ferryman, towards the location indicated by the turtle. 600 miles east of Waterflow Town lay a place known as Jushan City. Within this city resided a renowned lake, Baiwa Lake. Due to its geographical positioning, the lake shimmered beautifully under the moonlight, becoming quite famous locally and even nationally. Chen Tianxiu surmised that the water monkey's lair must surely be hidden within the depths of Baiwa Lake. Early the next morning, a lavish transport vehicle slowly entered Jushan City. Named for its construction atop a grand mountain, Jushan City, while not as bustling as the famed mountain city of Yuqing, possessed its own unique charm. Baiwa Lake lay on the outskirts of Jushan City, surrounded by bamboo groves, rendering the scenery exceptionally picturesque even in daylight. Chen Tianxiu parked his vehicle in the parking lot of a hotel and addressed the ferry operator with respect, saying, Sir, let us first have something to eat and take a moment to rest. In the evening, we shall venture out to search for the water monkey. Very well. I too am in need of respite. Alas, with age comes frailty, the ferry operator replied, stretching his limbs. Despite possessing the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi training, his inability to abstain from food, coupled with the weariness of age, rendered him less spirited than before, unlike Chen Tianxiu, who could forego sleep. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu rented a twin room and ordered takeout for the elderly gentleman. After half an hour, they finished their meal, and the ferry operator began to rest. However, Chen Tianxiu chose to venture alone towards Baiwa Lake. Although the water monkey only appeared at night, this was an opportune moment to set up certain preparations for later use. Baiwa Lake, located on the outskirts of Jushan City, is considered one of the most vibrant locales within the city. Upon arrival, Chen Tianxiu observed a considerable number of tourists. The lake was adorned with several boats, allowing visitors to embark on leisurely excursions. Chen Tianxiu surveyed the surrounding layout of Baiwa Lake, which spanned several hundred square miles. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed the dual energies of yin and yang from his gaze, activating his unique perception. Upon surveying the lake once more, he noticed a significant accumulation of residual yin energy not far from the shore. The water monkey, not of human origin, regarded other beings as prey, with humans being its primary target. If a person were to fall into the water monkey would drag them to the depths, smothering their orifices with mud until they suffocate and perish. When hunger strikes, it would gouge out their eyes and pluck their nails to consume, and when thirst beckons, it would drink the blood of the living. Truly, it is a great menace. The lingering presence of yin energy here indicates that the water monkey has indeed roamed this shoreline, suggesting it has not erred in its pursuit. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu retracted his yin-yang eyes and began to wander along the bank. At each place he paused, he cast a gaze upon the lake's surface. The surrounding tourists, observing his actions, would raise no suspicions. With a swift motion, Chen Tianxiu produced a copper coin and pressed it firmly into the stone railing encircling the area. As he continued his journey, he employed at least 108 coins, for those on the inner side were comparatively smaller, likely to escape the notice of passers-by. Even if discovered, these ordinary individuals would be unable to extract them. Having completed his task, Chen Tianxiu did not linger, returning to his hotel to await the arrival of nightfall in quiet anticipation. Chapter 75. Fishing for evidence in the early hours of the morning. It is now deep in the night, with a waning moon suspended in the sky, casting a pallid glow upon the tranquil waters of White Moon Lake. Unobstructed by trees, the moonlight bathes most of the lake's surface, creating ripples that shimmer like fish scales, a breathtaking sight indeed. At this moment, some pedestrians leisurely stroll along the lakeside path. In this era, venturing out at night is often associated with the haunting presence of malevolent spirits, a concern that has faded from the minds of many. Along the lakeside path, Chen Tianxiu ambled slowly alongside the ferryman. The ferryman, gazing out at the lake, furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "This place is vast. It is quite difficult to search. Regrettably, there are no boats available. Were there a vessel, I could descend and discern some traces." Observing from the shore, even if he is the ferryman, it is challenging to detect anything significant. His prowess lies upon the water. Had I the opportunity to immerse myself, I could investigate the movements beneath the surface. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu pondered for a moment, and then proposed, "Let us procure a boat. Here, there are indeed tourist boats, specifically small ones, designed to mitigate the risk of individuals falling into the water, facilitating easier rescue operations." He merely needed to locate the management personnel, negotiate a price, and borrow a small craft. Subsequently, the two made their way to the ticket office, where there were attendants even in the evening, as Baiwei Lake attracts numerous visitors at night wishing to admire the scenery, necessitating precautions against potential mishaps. Chen Tianxiu inquired with the staff. Although initially met with resistance, upon offering 5,000, the personnel promptly acquiesced. Each ticket for a tourist on the boat costs 50, thus, 5,000 equates to 100 tickets. To forego such profit would be foolish. Before long, they secured a small yacht and also procured a pole. However, the modern equipment would not allow the ferryman's true abilities to shine through. The management personnel expressed a desire to accompany them, concerned about potential mischief. In response, Chen Tianxiu cast a soothing incantation, ensuring the attendant would enjoy a restful slumber. Shortly thereafter, the two embarked upon the vessel, drifting towards the heart of the lake. The venerable ferryman, wielding the pole, keenly observed the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could notice the bamboo rod in the ferryman's grasp occasionally swaying gently, at times oscillating vigorously, leaving one to ponder the cause of such phenomena. After drifting on the surface of the lake for over half an hour, the ferryman's pole began to shake violently. Gripping it tightly, he spoke in a deep voice, 3 zhang to the west, approximately 5 zhang beneath the surface. There is a strong current of sinister energy. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu immediately turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the ferryman. The lake was quite deep, with 5 zhang of water below, which translated to several meters, making it difficult for the naked eye to discern what lay beneath. However, Chen Tianxiu was no ordinary individual. He promptly activated his yin-yang vision and peered below. There, he spotted a dark shadow, entwined in black mist, swiftly gliding past. "It must be the water monkey. I have finally traced its whereabouts," he muttered. Without hesitation, he retrieved a green bamboo pole and a fine thread from his system space. Chen Tianxiu bit his finger, allowing blood to flow, and began to inscribe intricate designs upon the bamboo pole. Next, he measured the distance with the thread and secured it to the front end of the pole, while tying a black and white pill to the other end. This pill emitted a dual essence of yin and yang, clearing the mind upon inhalation. It was none other than the flawless yin-yang pill obtained from the corpse-driving Empress. He had refrained from consuming it, primarily because, should the opportunity to form a pill arise, it would aid in harmonizing the chaotic magical energy within him, thus increasing his chances of success. Nevertheless, the pill possessed other benefits, and as Chen Tianxiu pondered, he deemed the enhancement of his pill-forming probability to be the most significant. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. Knowing that the water monkey relished seeking treasures in the depths, he resolved to employ this pill as bait in his fishing expedition. Then, without hesitation, he secured the flawless yin-yang pill and forcefully cast it in the direction indicated by the ferryman. The ferryman, in turn, deftly maneuvered the small boat towards that same direction. Chen Tianxiu kept his gaze fixed on the submerged yin-yang pill, anticipating the arrival of the water monkey. After a brief moment, a dark shadow silently emerged before the yin-yang pill, enveloping it entirely. Chen Tianxiu's eyes narrowed at this sight, his spiritual energy surging as the runes on the bamboo pole began to emanate a golden light, which swiftly transmitted through the silk thread to the submerged yin-yang pill. "Rise!" Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, forcefully lifting the bamboo pole, thereby hoisting the shadowy figure from the water. Before him stood a hunched creature resembling a monkey. With a greenish face and sharp fangs, its muscles decayed and coated in foul, black sludge, both terrifying and repulsive. The water monkey clutched the yin-yang pill tightly, refusing to relinquish its grasp even as it was drawn from the water, a testament to its insatiable greed. Chen Tianxiu let out a cold snort, then formed a hand seal and recited, "Heavenly Talisman of the Celestial Order, heed my command. 5 thunder mysteries, manifest my divine might." He chanted the incantation with remarkable speed, imbued with spiritual energy, completing it in mere moments. Subsequently, a talisman conjured from his spiritual energy materialized before him, swiftly striking the water monkey. The talisman erupted, unleashing bolts of thunder upon the creature. Immediately thereafter, the 108 copper coins that Chen Tianxiu had previously struck against the wall surged forth, forcefully embedding themselves within the water monkey's body. As the water monkey felt the pain, it immediately released the yin-yang elixir and turned to flee. At that moment, the ferryman, witnessing this, swung his pole forcefully, striking the water monkey with great impact. The creature was propelled backward, hurtling towards the shore. However, midway through its flight, a colossal wave suddenly surged from the lake, enveloping its form. Once the wave subsided, the water monkey had vanished without a trace. This, how infuriating! How could it escape? The ferryman gritted his teeth in regret. It matters not. This is its domain, the lake, where it wields control over water. If it wishes to flee, we cannot hinder it. Yet, it has been struck by my heavenly gang exorcism curse, and within its body lie 108 emperor coins of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends, causing chaos. I believe it won't be long before it emerges. Those trinkets cannot withstand the influence of yin energy. Chen Tianxiu smiled slightly and added, "The lake's depths are littered with the remains of the deceased, be they human or other beings, all of which emit yin energy post-mortem, rendering the waters cold and sinister. The emperor coins possess the power to suppress evil, dispel yin, and eliminate malevolence. When encountering yin energy, they will undoubtedly become excessively heated, especially since Chen Tianxiu has employed the emperor coins of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends, effectively doubling their potency. Thus, the water monkey, in its attempt to hide beneath the water, is likely to be scalded to death. With this thought, I can rest easy." Upon hearing this, the ferryman also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 76, Seeking, Binding, and Slaying Spirits. 800 comments for an update. The two did not remain idle. Now that the emperor coins were embedded within the water monkey, they could trace its location through the coins. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu summoned his spiritual power, almost instantaneously conjuring a talisman out of thin air. The incantation echoed, Jiazhan, Li, Bing Xian, Kuan, Ding Qian, Wu Kan, Ji Sun, Geng Ri, Shi Wu, Dui Shang Zhao, Rin Gui, Kuzai, Zhen Shang Sun. Urgently, as commanded. Upon utterance of the spell, the talisman dispersed into ethereal wisps, directing towards a specific point within the water. The ferryman, astonished by Chen Tianxiu's display of prowess, inquired, "Master, I found it peculiar that you did not produce a talisman. How is it that you can fabricate one with mere spiritual energy? Is this truly a remarkable sorcery?" Chen Tianxiu responded with a faint smile, "Indeed. What I utilized is the Tongtian talisman." Tongtian talisman? The ferryman gasped, realization dawning upon him. As one of the 8 extraordinary techniques of Taoism, he had certainly heard of the Tongtian talisman, though it was believed to be long lost. To witness it firsthand today was beyond his expectations. Who exactly was this master? Not only was he a revenant from the bygone era of corpse transporters, but he also possessed this ancient and esoteric skill. The ferryman felt a stir of curiosity. "Good sir, we must depart swiftly. The water monkey is likely nearing its limit," Chen Tianxiu urged. "Oh yes." The ferryman nodded fervently, then propelled the small boat rapidly along the path indicated by the wisps. Before long, they arrived above the swirling mist. The water monkey lay beneath them. The ferryman attuned his senses, then remarked, "The disturbance is quite faint. I estimate its lair is approximately 20 to 30 fathoms below. Indeed, it is likely that the dragon horn is also among them." Chen Tianxiu nodded and spoke. Although the water monkey possessed formidable strength, it was ultimately a mere beast, instinctively retreating to its lair upon sustaining injury. Now that the water monkey had ceased its movements, it must be silently enduring the torment inflicted by the 5 emperor's coins within its den. Chen Tianxiu and his companion exhibited patience, waiting upon the water's surface. Time passed gradually. After approximately 2 hours of anticipation, the waters below suddenly began to churn violently. "It has emerged," exclaimed the ferryman, sensing the disturbance first. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu deftly drew a gleaming long sword, its blade radiant, yet its hilt adorned with two ferocious demonic heads. It was none other than the demon-slaying sword, which could inflict 100% more damage upon spectral entities, nearing true destructive force. In that moment, a towering column of water erupted, within which a shadow surged forth, the water monkey itself. The divine master, unyielding to any formidable foe, would first vanquish the malevolent spirits before striking down the nocturnal luminescence. By command, I act without delay. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu swiftly invoked a ghost-slaying incantation, imbuing the demon-slaying sword with its power. Once enchanted, the sword radiated a formidable aura of sword chi. Attack! Chen Tianxiu bellowed, immediately pivoting on his left foot to spiral upward, charging towards the water monkey. Sensing the imminent threat, the water monkey reacted instinctively, bracing itself and conjuring two water dragons to hurl towards Chen Tianxiu. Unfazed, he positioned his sword in a gesture of defense before his chest and silently recited the golden light incantation. In that instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, manifesting a shimmering barrier before him. The golden light incantation, a formidable fusion of offense and defense, wielding unparalleled power. Bang! The two water dragons crashed against the golden barrier, instantly exploding without inflicting even the slightest harm upon Chen Tianxiu. Observing this, the water monkey emitted a series of agitated squeaks, seemingly enraged. However, it had no intention of engaging Chen Tianxiu directly. Instead, it turned to flee. At that moment, Chen Tianxiu formed a seal with his hands and intoned, "I command the binding of spirits, irrespective of their rank. Bind them without mercy. Strip away their forms and bind them. Torment them until they yield. Exchange souls to retreat from illness, subdue and establish dominion. Swiftly, as the law commands." Immediately, two spiritual talismans appeared before him, from which shot forth two chains of spiritual light, rapidly soaring towards the water monkey. The water monkey, sensing the impending capture, attempted to evade. Yet, the chains seemed to possess a will of their own, curving perfectly to ensnare it. This was the binding spirit spell, capable of restraining any spirit, regardless of its escape route. However, despite being bound, the water monkey, with its profound cultivation, exerted a forceful struggle, causing the chains to shatter. Yet, this momentary delay allowed Chen Tianxiu to close the distance, and with a fierce swing of his ghost-slaying sword, he struck down. With a sickening thud, a grotesque head spun momentarily in the air before plummeting alongside the water monkey's body into the depths below. One swift strike to sever the head. At this moment, the ferryman gaped in astonishment at Chen Tianxiu suspended in midair. Remarkable. He had dispatched the water monkey in an instant, seemingly rendering it powerless to retaliate. Was this itinerant master truly so formidable? At this moment, Chen Tianxiu alighted upon the small boat. Addressing the ferryman with a solemn tone, the corpse of the water monkey must not be allowed to sink into the depths. It should be incinerated to prevent any unforeseen consequences. I trust this task to you, my good sir, while I venture to retrieve the dragon horn from its lair. Oh, understood, the ferryman replied, nodding vigorously. Despite being several decades older than Chen Tianxiu, he dared not voice a single objection or inquiry, choosing instead to obediently comply with the younger man's directives. Chen Tianxiu acknowledged his response with a nod, refraining from further elaboration. He then invoked a water-repelling spell upon himself before plunging into the depths. Chapter 77. Treasure Beneath the Water, 1-4, Submerged. Chen Tianxiu swiftly navigated towards the lair of the water monkey that he had previously discovered. The waters of Baiwei Lake plunged over 30 fathoms deep. Yet with the protection of the water-repelling spell and his own spiritual energy, he could descend approximately a fathom with each breath. Before long, he reached the lake's bottom. However, what greeted his gaze was not the lair of the water monkey, but rather a grim tableau of scattered skeletal remains beneath the water. There lay dozens of bones, predominantly human, alongside those of other creatures. Their souls remained ensnared within their skeletal remains, unable to escape. It was evident that these individuals had met their demise at the hands of the water monkey. What a heinous beast! Its bloodshed is egregious. If left unchecked, how many more lives might it claim? Chen Tianxiu lamented. The area was steeped in a heavy, malevolent aura. These bones and souls were trapped in this place, and if neglected, they could very well give rise to vengeful spirits in the future. Since fate had brought him here, it seemed only fitting that he take it upon himself to address the matter. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu recited a chant for the liberation of souls, soothing the restless spirits around him. Some of these souls, as if enlightened by the understanding of life and death, began to dissipate, seamlessly returning to the cycle of reincarnation. Please wait a moment. Once I have concluded my tasks, I shall escort you home, Chen Tianxiu intoned with a voice that resonated like celestial music. The remaining souls, still tethered by their obsessions, calmed at his words, seemingly compelled to heed his command. Observing their tranquility, Chen Tianxiu wasted no time and proceeded toward the lair of the water monkey. After a short distance, he encountered a cave, its entrance aglow with a radiant light, clearly concealing treasures within. The aperture was modest, barely reaching waist height. Leaning forward, Chen Tianxiu peered inside. To his astonishment, he beheld a pair of dragon horns emanating a soft golden luminescence, floating gracefully within. Flanking either side were heaps of gold, silver, and jewels, along with an array of elixirs and even several magical artifacts. Remarkable, the water monkey's hoard is indeed substantial, Chen Tianxiu mused softly. Setting aside the artifacts, he speculated that the wealth of gold and silver could fetch a considerable sum. The AO turtle had mentioned that the water monkey had stolen its dragon horns over 2 centuries ago, suggesting that the creature was at least 300 years old. Thus, the treasures within this lair could largely be classified as antiques. Naturally, apart from the dragon horns, all these items were ownerless, with the water monkey deceased. Leaving these treasures behind would be a travesty. Reluctantly, Chen Tianxiu decided to claim them for himself. He summoned his spiritual energy, releasing a powerful that drew all the contents of the lair into the space of his system. Not a pinprick, not a flaw. A smile emerged on Chen Tianxiu's face. Having previously expended over 160,000 on rare treasures, he was now reaping returns that were 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Truly a remarkable profit. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu cast his gaze once more upon the dozens of skeletal remains at the bottom of the water. Without uttering a word, he swiftly performed a series of hand seals. Instantly, numerous spiritual energy talismans materialized before him. Disperse, he thundered, and the talismans shot forth, landing upon the skulls of the corpses. At that moment, several strands of energy began to drift out from the talismans, cascading over the scattered bones and indicating their rightful places. Beneath the water, aside from the water monkeys, various external forces interfered, causing the bones to be disordered and indistinguishable from one another. By employing the resurrection talisman, Chen Tianxiu facilitated the main skull's retrieval of its corresponding bones, thereby avoiding the awkward situation of mismatched limbs. Observing the efficacy of the resurrection talisman, he wasted no time and began to manipulate the scattered bones with his spiritual energy, swiftly piecing them together. In just a moment, the dozens of skeletal remains were reconstructed. Ding-ling, ding-ling, ding-ling. Open the celestial court, grant eternal life. Restore the 3 souls and 7 spirits, awaken. He then produced the purple gold bell and gently shook it while reciting incantations. Before him, numerous walking corpse talismans reappeared, each settling upon the foreheads of the skeletons. At that instant, the once lifeless bones appeared to animate, gradually rising to their feet. Chen Tianxiu was exceedingly adept at commanding the skeletons. Thanks to the talismans, these remains were unlikely to fall apart. In the vast and enigmatic realm of Fengdu, amidst the towering peaks of Mount Vajra, a radiant light emanates from Lingbao, illuminating the infernal depths. With a resounding chime, Chen Tianxiu once more intones his incantation, unleashing a spell that liberates the skeletal remains from their watery, ethereal confines. He then shakes the purple gold bell in his grasp, and, with a decisive step, strides towards the lake's surface. At that moment, the skeletons appear to possess an inexhaustible buoyancy, their surfaces shimmering with a faint golden glow as they follow in Chen Tianxiu's wake. Upon the lake, the ferryman sways gently in his boat, patiently awaiting their arrival. Within the vessel lies a grotesque corpse, the remains of the water monkey. While Chen Tianxiu ventured to the lair in search of treasures, the ferryman's task was to retrieve the body of the water specter. Little did he expect to find himself in the role of a corpse collector, albeit for a water-dwelling ghoul. As the water surged, Chen Tianxiu broke through the surface, landing deftly upon the small boat. Seeing this, the ferryman's face brightened with delight. "Master, did you manage to obtain the dragon horn?" he inquired eagerly. Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have secured it, along with a considerable cache of treasures amassed by the water monkey." "That is splendid news," the ferryman replied, visibly relieved. While he was not particularly concerned about the treasures, having lived a life of modest means, he recognized that practitioners of the mystical arts possessed myriad extraordinary methods for earning wealth. Having spent most of his life in poverty, he had grown indifferent to material riches, especially as he stood on the precipice of life. Just then, the water roiled once more, and dozens of skeletal forms erupted from the depths, their upper halves floating ominously on the surface. The sight was reminiscent of malevolent spirits emerging from the depths. A truly terrifying spectacle. The ferryman's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! So many skeletons. These individuals have fallen victim to the water monkey. As a practitioner of corpse guiding, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye upon encountering them. I have ensured that all are properly escorted out. Now, my good sir, let us make our way to the shore. These remains must be arranged appropriately, as explained by Chen Tianxiu. Ah, indeed. The ferryman nodded in agreement. Yet, he could not help but express his admiration. The master of corpse guiding possesses not only remarkable skills, but also a commendable dedication. Undertaking such tasks underwater may sound simple, but it truly requires considerable expertise. Moreover, this practice encroaches upon the livelihood of traditional corpse retrieval workers. Of course, that is not my concern, as I am not a corpse retriever. Subsequently, the ferryman assisted Chen Tianxiu ashore, and the numerous corpses followed suit, standing orderly along the narrow path. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, devoid of any onlookers. Otherwise, many would have been greatly alarmed. Chapter 78, The Yinyang Notice. Extending invitations to fellow practitioners. 2-4, Master of Corpse Guiding. What shall we do with these skeletal remains? Are you intending to send them all back before returning to Waterflow Town? Inquired the ferryman. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianxiu responded. Most of these are victims of drowning. We must ascertain when the water monkey last visited this place. If it was recent, the police will undoubtedly have accessible information. We can conduct DNA testing. Should there be matches, we shall notify their families to reclaim the remains. In this modern era of advanced technology, even if only skeletal remains are left, we can utilize the DNA database to identify the deceased, offering both convenience and simplicity. If there is no information, then Chen Tianxiu could simply return the bodies to their ancestral home. This approach would allow for the filtration of a portion, thus sparing him an additional journey. Oh, in that case, it seems feasible. The ferryman nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu donned the corpse-handling robe and retrieved his phone to dial the emergency services. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Chen Tianxiu and the ferryman returned to Shuilu Town. The ferryman stepped out of the vehicle and stretched vigorously, exclaiming, "Ah, these past few days have truly exhausted my old bones." Chen Tianxiu also exited the car, smiling as he replied, "Haha, I appreciate your company on this journey, sir." Among the dozens of bodies retrieved from Bayou Lake, more than half had matched DNA information and were claimed by their families. The remaining 5 skeletal remains lacked any identifying information, prompting Chen Tianxiu to return them to their ancestral home, as indicated by the system. Fortunately, the ancestral homes of these 5 individuals were not far, otherwise it would have consumed considerable time. This time, the system rewarded him handsomely, albeit not significantly, as the skeletal remains belonged to ordinary people, making the task relatively uncomplicated. Any reward was a bonus. With nothing pressing, the opportunity to accompany you and witness the world is quite commendable. Now, let us return the dragon horn. The old fellow must be eagerly awaiting our arrival. The ferryman waved his hand. Very well, Chen Tianxiu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two made their way to the banks of the Yellow River. The ferryman stood at the river's edge and shouted, "Old fellow, we have returned. The dragon horn has been found. Hasten to reveal yourself." The ferryman did not offer incantations this time, for he had done so previously, and his familiarity with the AO turtle rendered such formalities unnecessary. As his words faded, turbulent waves erupted upon the Yellow River, revealing a 3-zhong AO turtle that slowly emerged from the water's surface. Upon hearing the conversation, the turtle gazed at the two men with a hint of surprise and exclaimed, "Have you swiftly retrieved the dragon horn? Where is it? Allow me to see." Its tone was tinged with urgency, for it yearned to reclaim the power it had lost for over 2 centuries. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxiu deftly waved his wrist, and a pair of brown dragon horns, radiating a magnificent glow, floated gracefully above his palm. The sight of the dragon horns filled the AO turtle with elation, and it emitted a resonant, buzzing laughter, saying, "Excellent. Truly, The dragon horn. Young friend, I owe you a great favor. Ah, esteemed elder, you are too kind. This artifact has rightfully returned to its owner, Chen Tianxiu replied with a subtle smile. He then extended his hand, allowing the dragon horns to drift gently towards the AO turtle. Observing this, the turtle's broken horn shimmered brilliantly, drawing the dragon horns toward its crown. In mere moments, the two horns merged into one, radiating golden light. Boom! In the next instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens, while the yellow river surged with fury, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Haha, my power has finally returned. The AO turtle laughed heartily, as bolts of lightning cascaded down, seemingly celebrating with it. Congratulations, esteemed elder, on the restoration of your divine power. Chen Tianxiu offered a respectful bow. At that moment, the aura of the AO turtle's cultivation was unveiled, revealing that it had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, mere steps away from attaining golden core status. These divine beasts, had it not been for the theft of the dragon horn, would have surely transcended by now. With such formidable assistance, vanquishing the serpent corpse of Qianqiu would be a trivial matter. The ferryman, witnessing this, shuddered slightly, and, with an awkward smile, remarked, "Ah, old friend, I extend my congratulations to you. Having known each other for decades, I hope you will look after me in the future along the Yellow River." Observing the immense power displayed by the AO turtle, which could even influence the weather, he felt a twinge of trepidation. In future ventures into the water, he feared that a mere puff from the AO turtle might shatter his vessel to pieces. In life, one must learn to heed one's true desires. The AO turtle chuckled softly and replied, "Young Su, I have watched you grow. I am not a petty being. You and your young friend have aided in the retrieval of my dragon horn. Thus, I shall overlook your previous disrespect towards me." The ferryman, upon hearing this, was filled with delight and said, "That is splendid news indeed." The AO turtle continued, "Now that the dragon horn has returned to my being, I must reacquaint myself with its power. You need not concern yourselves with me. I shall certainly make my way to Qianqiu." At this moment, the AO turtle spoke in a deep voice once more before submerging into the depths, vanishing from sight. With the AO turtle departed, Chen Tianxiu felt no doubt regarding its reliability. Such divine beings hold their honor in the highest regard. "My friend, let us return. After tonight, we shall embark for Qianqiu," Chen Tianxiu stated. "Very well," the ferryman replied with a chuckle. "I wonder what the night watchman of Qianqiu and the guardian of Baidi City look like. I am quite curious." The ferryman, having spent his life among the modern and ancient trades, had seldom encountered such figures. With that, the two returned to their lodging. The ferry operator has taken a respite, while Chen Tianxiu retrieves 8 pieces of solid-colored silk for sheets of rice paper and the necessary writing implements from within the house. These 8 pieces of silk consist of 4 white and 4 black, perfectly embodying the duality of yin and yang. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu chants an incantation, causing a beam of golden light to descend upon the silk and rice paper. In an instant, the silk and rice paper appear to come alive, swirling gracefully in midair. "Combine," Chen Tianxiu commands softly, and the rice paper swiftly folds while the silk adheres to its surface. In mere moments, 4 palm-sized invitations come to rest upon the table. The front of these invitations is white, while the interior is black, presenting a curious sight. At this juncture, Chen Tianxiu produces vermilion powder and mixes it with rooster comb blood, reciting the incantation. "Heaven is round, the earth is square, the laws decree 9 chapters. Now as I set pen to paper, I shall vanquish the hidden spirits." Upon finishing the incantation, he begins to write upon the black side. Before long, all 4 invitations are inscribed. Chen Tianxiu sets down his brush and commands, "You shall depart swiftly. Within 3 days, the yin-yang invitations must be delivered to the 4 individuals." At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolds. The 4 yin-yang invitations rise upright, bow slightly towards Chen Tianxiu, and transform into 4 beams of light, darting out the door. This is the art of distant communication, and the yin-yang invitations serve as missives for ancient practitioners to summon their peers for collaboration. One side signifies life, while the other denotes death. By inscribing the incantation in conjunction with the vermilion and rooster comb blood, Chen Tianxiu can ward off malevolent spirits, ensuring that no mischievous entities obstruct the journey. Although the task was originally meant for the night watchman of Qianqiu, it is Chen Tianxiu who undertakes it. having previously located the ancient practitioners outside. Chapter 79, Gathering in Qianqiu. On the following night, in the White Jade City, before the statue of the Empress, Gu Shiyuan stood quietly, flanked by 13 members of the ancient clan. Among them, one young man stood directly behind Gu Shiyuan, clad in an archaic black robe, with a black gold short dagger at his waist and a gleaming iron hook chain in hand, exuding an imposing aura. This individual was none other than Gu Shiyuan's grandson, Gu Hongrui. His attire was that of a gravekeeper. The assembly stood reverently before the statue of the Empress, not a sound uttered amongst them. At this moment, Gu Xian lifted his gaze to the stone tablet before him and spoke. "Aunt, I have received the Yinyang notice from my late master, requiring my presence in Qianqiu to assist the night watchman in vanquishing demons and undead. Consequently, White Jade City shall be without a gravekeeper. Today, I wish to pass on the mantle of gravekeeper to my eldest grandson, Gu Hongrui. I beseech you, dear aunt, to witness this." With that, Gu Shiyuan turned to Gu Hongrui and inquired, "Hongrui, do you wish to accept my legacy and serve as the gravekeeper for your grandaunt?" Gu Hongrui's expression turned solemn as he replied earnestly, "I am willing." "Excellent. Then disrobe," Gu Shiyuan commanded. Without hesitation, Gu Hongrui shed his outer garment, revealing his robust physique. With remarkable martial talent, at the age of 27, he had already attained the rank of a 5th-tier martial artist. However, should he choose to accept the mantle of gravekeeper, he would have to forsake his martial path. Subsequently, Gu Hongrui knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times before the statue of the Empress, then turned away to face Gu Shiyuan's back. Gu Shiyuan cast a glance at the parents of Gu Hongrui nearby. Their expressions bore both regret and unwavering resolve. Upon noticing his father's gaze, both individuals approached, each cradling an object in hand. His father held a 7-star lantern, which was adorned with 7 candles, all ablaze with fervent flames, particularly the uppermost candle, which shone the brightest. His mother grasped the crimson sun needle, its base dark and lustrous, while the tip bore a vivid crimson hue, embodying the essence of the sun itself. Gu Shiyuan took the crimson sun needle and seared its tip in the flame of the 7-star lantern. Subsequently, he clasped the needle, forming an intricate hand gesture, and intoned, "Gather the 5 thunder gods, unleash the electric brilliance. Above, safeguard life. Below, bind the malevolent and suppress the wicked. All that pertains to life or death shall yield to my longevity." Upon concluding his incantation, Gu Shiyuan's expression turned solemn as he inscribed upon Gu Hongrui's back with the needle. The flesh and blood quaked beneath the needle's touch, each stroke fluid and precise. Strangely, despite the evident marks upon Gu Hongrui's body, no blood flowed. Instead, the crimson hue at the needle's tip intensified. Gu Hongrui, drenched in cold sweat, maintained an unwavering countenance, exhibiting a rare determination. After approximately half an hour, Gu Hongrui set down the crimson sun needle and declared, "The tomb inscription of the Eternal Empress has now been inscribed upon you. Henceforth, you shall be the guardian of her tomb." Upon hearing this, Gu Hongrui turned and bowed thrice before the statue of the Empress, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "I, Gu Hongrui, shall guard the tomb of the Empress for all my days, without regret." At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the statue of the Empress, penetrating Gu Hongrui's being. He was momentarily taken aback, then sensed a transformation within himself, followed by a surge of joy. "Thank you, Empress, for bestowing upon me your divine light." Gu Hongrui hastily knelt and exclaimed. The actions of the Empress indicate her acknowledgement of Gu Hongrui. Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but sigh. The Eternal Empress has ascended to divinity. Logically, it shouldn't matter whether there is a guardian of the tomb. Yet the heritage of the tomb-guarding sect that he has painstakingly cultivated over decades cannot be squandered. However, even after the Eternal Empress attains divinity, it does not guarantee her perpetual tranquility. Should her followers wane, her divine essence would inevitably dissipate. Thus, the tomb-guarding sect, which eternally venerates the Eternal Empress, can ensure her divine status remains intact. With the ritual established, Gu Shiyuan felt a sense of relief. He could now confidently proceed to Qianqiu to assist the bell ringer in vanquishing the demonic entities. Outside Qianqiu, a luxurious Rolls-Royce transport vehicle glided smoothly along the road. After passing through the toll gate, it soon arrived at the Qianqiu Bridge. Chen Tianxiu found a discreet spot by the roadside and brought the vehicle to a halt. Accompanying him were the coffin maker and the ferryman. No sooner had the vehicle come to a stop than a series of strange sounds echoed from a distance. Bang bang, bang bang, be cautious of fire in dry weather. Beware of malevolent spirits in the wild, and take heed of night demons seeking you. As Chen Tianxiu alighted from the vehicle, he observed a hunched figure slowly making its way toward them at the end of the road. The figure, despite being several hundred meters away, seemed to close the distance in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a familiar grotesque face approached Chen Tianxiu. "Ah, my dear disciple. It has been quite some time. I did not expect you to return so swiftly," the bell ringer said, his wrinkled visage contorting into a cheerful expression. Chen Tianxiu smiled gently and replied, "I sensed that the time was ripe, so I came directly." "That is splendid indeed." "Very well indeed." The bell ringer nodded. At that moment, the ferryman and the carpenter also disembarked, casting curious glances at the bell ringer. Upon noticing the two, the bell ringer clasped his hands in greeting and said, "These two gentlemen are Mr. Chen Tianxiu, the carpenter, and Mr. Qianqiu, the ferryman, correct?" He had also received the Enyang post from Chen Tianxiu, who had mentioned that he would arrive accompanied by the carpenter and the ferryman. The two gentlemen, upon hearing this, adopted a serious demeanor and returned the gesture of respect, saying, "I am Chen Tianxiu, the carpenter from Yuezhou. Honored to meet you, fellow." "I am Qianqiu, the ferryman from Yuezhou. Honored to meet you, fellow." The bell ringer then introduced himself, stating, "I am Zhang Tianrui, the bell ringer from Cangzhou. Honored to meet you both." By this account, the only companion mentioned in the Enyang post from Master Zhou that has yet to arrive is the gravekeeper from Baiyu City. Is that correct? Haha. There is no need for concern, my esteemed elder. Gu Lao is a man of his word. He will certainly fulfill his promise. Baiyu City is quite distant from here, and I estimate he shall arrive within the next couple of days. Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. "Well then, it is settled. Since you gentlemen have traveled from afar, this is not a suitable place for conversation. I kindly invite you to my humble abode for further discussion," the bell ringer said courteously. Agreed, the others nodded, and they proceeded to the riverside cottage. Upon reaching the riverside cottage, the bell ringer graciously prepared tea for them. Although it was already late at night, the group, being of the Yin realm, did not need to be overly concerned about the hour. "Young friend, it is truly surprising that after such a brief absence, you have encountered so many kindred spirits. In this era, such a feat is indeed rare." The night watchman glanced at the group, expressing his astonishment. "Oh, it is merely fortune. Perhaps we practitioners of the ancient arts possess a certain allure," Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. This assertion holds merit, for those skilled in these traditional crafts are becoming increasingly scarce. If we do not gather together, the very essence of our heritage may fade into oblivion, leaving no one to carry it forth, the night watchman remarked, shaking his head. The selection of successors in ancient professions is exceedingly rigorous. In times past, few dared to engage in such shadowy trades, let alone in this modern age that holds skepticism towards the supernatural. Take, for instance, the profession of a corpse handler. Were it not for the emergence of Chen Tianxiu, many would presume that such a vocation had long since vanished from existence. "I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment," said Qianqiu. "My colleague Old Qin and I have been diligently searching for disciples to pass on our craft, yet after decades of effort, we have yet to find a suitable apprentice." The ferryman volunteers to guide souls across, charging a modest fee that yields little profit, without a steadfast belief in his calling. He might have long since abandoned this path. Conversely, while the coffin maker's situation is considerably better, the craft of creating coffins is no simple task. Moreover, the very atmosphere of a coffin shop is often steeped in a malevolent energy, making it susceptible to disturbances from mischievous spirits. Yet, there is no cause for concern. These skills have endured for generations, and eventually, new practitioners will arise to inherit them. Consider the corpse handlers, who vanished for centuries, only to re-emerge once more. Chen Tianxiu remarked with a smile. "Indeed, you speak truth." Qianqiu chuckled lightly. "Regarding the young friend, as mentioned in the correspondence, you have indeed transcended the foundational stage? This revelation genuinely astonishes me. Such formidable talent makes me feel as though my entire life has been spent in vain." The bell ringer cast a glance at Chen Tianxiu and remarked, "It is all mere fortune, luck." Chen Tianxiu humbly replied once more, "What can be done? One cannot simply tell them that one's strength is merely a product of system rewards, can one?" Indeed, when I first learned of this news, I was equally taken aback. Alas, it seems the world now belongs to the youth. Qianqiu nodded vigorously. "Enough of these lamentations. Our envy cannot alter our fate. Let us turn our attention to the matter of the corpse-rearing grounds. Chen Tianxiu gestured, speaking in a solemn tone. Upon mentioning this, the expressions of the gathered individuals immediately turned grave. In the center of the table, a solitary candle flickered, its dim light casting shadows upon their faces, creating an atmosphere akin to a clandestine meeting. At that moment, the bell-ringer spoke. As for the corpse-rearing grounds, there has been no significant change in recent days. I have guarded this place for many years and have devised certain plans. In this region, I have established a nightshade manifestation array, capable of summoning a fragment of the true spirit of the underworld's nightshade to assist us in vanquishing demons. This is my greatest trump card. Moreover, young friend, your yin-yang correspondence indicated that a divine tortoise would come to aid us, and with the ferryman present, we need not worry about the waters. But the real trouble lies on land. The nightshade manifestation array? Forgive my boldness, but how formidable can a mere fragment of the nightshade's true spirit truly be? Chen Tianxiu inquired, his thoughts drifting to the four symbols manifestation array. Summoning a fragment of the true spirit of the four sacred beasts to aid us possesses formidable power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the spirit of the eight-headed serpent. However, while the spirit is indeed significant, the corporeal being of the serpent is a tangible entity of considerable cultivation, far superior to mere spirit. Furthermore, the gravekeeper has already established an intricate formation, and he cannot afford to dismantle it, nor allow himself to rearrange the setup. Regarding strength, I cannot ascertain, for this is my inaugural attempt at configuring this array. Yet, I estimate it to possess the prowess of a nascent foundation practitioner, the gravekeeper mused. If the elaborate formation he painstakingly arranged proves to be inferior to his own capabilities, then what a futile endeavor it would be. Should that indeed be the case, victory is assured. Upon hearing this, Su Yingkai promptly slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming. Chen Tianxiu had previously informed him of the general strength of the serpent's corpse. A failed tribulation would not render the serpent's corpse more powerful than its original form, hence it is likely to reside within the early or mid-foundation stages. Presently, the gravekeeper's formation can summon a true spirit of the yuxia comparable to that of a nascent foundation stage, while Chen Tianxiu himself is also in the early foundation stage. And with the presence of the peak foundation cultivator, the divine arowana, the outcome of this battle seems utterly certain. Victory is inevitable. Chen Tianxiu furrowed his brow at these words, casting a glance at Su Yingkai, feeling somewhat exasperated. This ferryman, it seems, has yet to encounter the serpent's corpse, yet is already fervently claiming triumph for himself. I too have made arrangements. Within the necropolis, alongside the serpent's corpse, lie the remains of over 10,000 soldiers who perished in ancient battles. I suspect these corpses have been transformed into a legion of the undead by the serpent's corpse, yet they are blameless. Having once contributed to our dynasty through their efforts to repel foreign invaders, they must not be trifled with. At this moment, it is necessary to request Taoist Qin and the yet-to-arrive Taoist Gu to take action, sealing those corpses. Meanwhile, there are several Taoists on the surface to keep watch, and with the divine turtle lurking beneath the waters, there should be no significant issues. Once the corpse of the monstrous serpent appears, I shall confront it alongside Chen Xiaoyu. The night watchman spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Such arrangements were indeed reasonable. However, before anyone could voice their thoughts, the night watchman continued. Of course, to ensure absolute security, certain sacrifices must be made. I have a protege in the Qianqiu military district, who has learned the ways of life under my guidance and has now ascended to the position of commander. When the time comes to raise the corpses, he will dispatch 5 god-slaying cannons to our aid. If we cannot contain the monstrous serpent's corpse, the might of the cannons should be able to obliterate it into fragments. Chen Tianxiu, Su Yingkai, Chen Tianxiu. Chapter 81. The Might of the Crouching Dragon. 1-4. The others were utterly astonished upon hearing the night watchman's final arrangements. Good heavens, in order to ensure absolute certainty, he had even summoned the god-slaying cannons from the military district for support, and 5 of them at that. The god-slaying cannons possessed tremendous power, specifically designed to combat high-ranking martial artists. Those at the 7th rank and above are formidable, capable of withstanding missiles without succumbing. The might of these cannons is several dozen times greater than that of a missile, posing a threat even to 9th-rank martial artists. Therefore, in modern society, It is impossible for an individual to single-handedly hold back 1,000,000 troops, as the legendary Empress Qianqiu once did. The Night Watchman once remarked that early-stage cultivators in the foundation establishment phase, when employing their magical techniques, could easily vanquish 7th-grade martial artists. However, they might appear somewhat fatigued when confronted with 8th-grade warriors. Thus, it could be tenuously inferred that early-stage foundation establishment cultivators could be regarded as low-level 8th-grade martial artists. The strength of the demon serpent corpse is approximately at the early or mid-stage of foundation establishment, and with ample preparations, there should be no significant issues. However, the Killing God Cannon is not something to be deployed lightly. Its power and magnitude are exceedingly formidable, and upon activation, it would likely reverberate throughout the entirety of Qianqiu, potentially inciting chaos. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the Killing God Cannon shall remain dormant. The Elder's arrangements were unexpected yet sagacious. Indeed, times are changing, and leveraging modern technology is quite commendable, Chen Tianxiu mused. At that moment, a particular saying came to his mind. Taoist, the times have changed. Haha. I share the same sentiment. Given the circumstances, it would be a shame not to utilize it, the Night Watchman chuckled. Subsequently, the group deliberated a while longer before concluding their discussions for the evening. The following morning, a sleek black vehicle glided slowly onto the Jiangxing Bridge. Once across the bridge, the vehicle came to a halt, and an elderly man clad in an ornate black robe, radiating vitality, emerged from the car. Haha, it has been decades since I last visited this place, and it remains unchanged, Gu Xiaoyuan remarked, gazing at the distant scenery with a contemplative expression. In his youth, he had ventured forth in search of enlightenment and had once crossed paths with the Night Watchman of Qianqiu, who was, at that time, the master of Chen Tianxiu. He was fervently eager to seek the Tao and at that moment wished to take Chen Tianxiu's master as his own, intending to return to Baiyu City to serve as a Night Watchman, thus ensuring the care of his aunt's tomb. However, individuals of ancient lineage typically accepted but a single disciple, and as such, his initial quest for enlightenment was unfulfilled. Fortunately, he later discovered the legacy of the Gravekeeper, which could be considered a success in his pursuit of the Tao. Ancient Elder, I trust you are well, a clear voice resonated. Chen Tianxiu had appeared at the head of Liangxing Bridge, smiling as he gazed upon Gu Shiyuan, holding the yin-yang tablet, which bore the spirit message crafted by Chen Tianxiu. Gu Shiyuan received a reminder as he approached. Ah, my dear master, it is surprising that in such a brief absence, you have already made a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. I am truly envious. Gu Shiyuan clasped his fists in greeting to Chen Tianxiu. A breakthrough into foundation establishment not only signifies a strengthening of one's abilities, but also an extension of one's lifespan. Practitioners at this stage can live for over 200 years, provided they do not meet an untimely demise along the way. Those of advanced years, possessing some degree of strength, often aspire to elevate their cultivation to prolong their lives. Ah, it is merely luck. Now, Ancient Elder, let us not dwell on other matters. Our fellow cultivators are waiting for you, Chen Tianxiu replied with a smile. Very well, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Gu Shiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then addressed the driver of the carriage. You may take a stroll in Qianqiu City. I shall summon you if needed. Yes. The driver responded respectfully before driving off. Once arrangements were made, Gu Shiyuan followed Chen Tianxiu to a small courtyard by the river, where several venerable night watchmen awaited. Upon the return of Gu Shiyuan and Chen Tianxiu, the group naturally engaged in a round of cordial pleasantries. Gu Shiyuan, upon learning that the burial ground lay just below the small courtyard, expressed his astonishment, subsequently surveying the surrounding terrain. The area was encircled by rolling hills, with the land lying low, while a river meandered alongside like a dragon, clearly exhibiting the characteristics of a concealed dragon's lair. This demon serpent's corpse will likely prove quite formidable, Gu Shiyuan remarked gravely. As a guardian of the tomb, he possessed a profound understanding of the feng shui of burial sites, discerning the layout of the corpse-rearing ground with just a few words. Although it appeared merely a matter of geography, such factors held significant implications when dealing with celestial beasts like the demon serpent. I have long been aware of the situation here, yet there is little that can be done. Without further ado, allow me to convey that last night I observed the celestial bodies. Today, the celestial conflict is between the day of the ox and the day of the sheep, with adverse influences emanating from the east. The elemental energy corresponds to mulberry wood, marking a time of cessation. The astral signs indicate the western constellation of the K9, which heralds a propitious day. As the sun rises high in the sky, it is indeed an auspicious moment for breaking ground. I propose we commence the excavation of the corpse-rearing ground today. The watchman spoke in a tone of solemnity, employing terminology associated with astrological auspices. The day of the ox signifies a cyclical renewal, akin to the 12-year cycle, and today coincides with such a day. The conflict with the sheep suggests that those born under that sign may encounter misfortune today, with adverse energies emanating from the east, rendering it ill-advised to engage in activities in that direction. While the 5 elements advise against celebratory events today, the act of establishing a corpse-rearing ground does not fall under such auspicious categories, thus requiring little concern. The K9 constellation, part of the 28 lunar mansions, indicates a day of good fortune in the west. In the hour known as Wei, which occurs after noon, it is universally acknowledged that noon represents the zenith of yang energy within a day. However, Taoism teaches that the peak of yang gives rise to yin, and vice versa. Thus, the optimal moment to commence the nurturing of the corpse is indeed afternoon, during the Wei hour, when the yang energy remains robust. Following noon, the yang energy begins to wane, rendering the emergence of yin improbable. The gathered individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this assertion, which was well-founded. Yet, despite the auspicious timing, the divine tortoise had yet to make its appearance. Has it arrived? Chen Tianxiu inquired, furrowing his brow. Fear not, master of the footwork. That old rascal is already within this river. The ferryman jovially remarked. Excellent. Then we shall initiate the nurturing of the corpse during this Wei hour. Are all the esteemed elders prepared? Chen Tianxiu intoned solemnly. Indeed, I have been ready for some time, eagerly awaiting the extermination of the demon serpent. The ferryman replied with a hearty laugh. I have also brought 10 strands of a century-old binding rope. However, I lack the means to seal the corpse. Gu Shuyuan acknowledged with a nod. Though my cultivation is modest, I possess sufficient skills to contend with those ordinary corpse soldiers. Chen Tianxiu, the coffin maker, added with a smile. Given this, I shall summon my apprentice to bring forth the god-slaying cannon. Once the Wei hour arrives, we shall commence the nurturing of the corpse. The bell ringer declared with gravity. Chapter 82. The nurturing grounds are open. 2-4. Without hesitation, the bell ringer produced his little communicator and dialed Qi Changfeng, instructing him to bring 5 god-slaying cannons. Meanwhile, Chen Tianxiu and the others began to arrange their positions. The burial ground lies just beneath the small courtyard. Thus it must be sacrificed. The ferryman, prepared with his small boat, glided onto the river's surface. The coffin maker and the grave keeper stood at a short distance from the courtyard, ready to seal and control the ordinary corpse soldiers emerging from the burial ground, preventing them from disturbing Chen Tianxiu and his companions. If the opportunity arose, they could also lend their assistance to Chen Tianxiu. Meanwhile, the bell ringer ascended to the eastern hill. Although the east harbored malevolent energies, he bore the visage of a night demon, whose formidable aura could counteract the harmful influences and prevent the malevolent forces from retreating, thereby allowing the vile serpent corpses to escape. His primary task was to maintain the manifestation array of the night demon, refraining from direct combat. With Chen Tianxiu possessing the highest cultivation, he and the spirit of the night demon became the main force in vanquishing the vile serpent corpses. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu sat quietly atop the roof of the small courtyard, patiently awaiting the auspicious hour. As time trickled by, around noon, 5 peculiar cannons, each standing a man's height, appeared on the hillside. These cannons, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, gleamed with a silvery hue, while their darkened muzzles seemed to harbor some dreadful force. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly approached the hillside, casting his gaze toward the small courtyard below. The practitioners of ancient arts gathered here for the sole purpose of annihilating the burial ground, vanquishing the vile serpent corpses, and saving the people of Cangzhou. Witnessing such a scene today, I feel profoundly fortunate, sighed Qi Changfeng, previously unaware of the bell ringer's true identity. He only recognized him as a venerable elder of great repute. Had it not been for the encounter with Chen Tianxiu, the night watchman would never have believed in the existence of ghosts and deities in this world. This time, the night watchman took advantage of his convenience, summoning the dragon's 5 divine cannons for assistance. However, it is not so simple to deploy such formidable weaponry from the military district, given his status. He cannot freely mobilize such a number of divine cannons. Yet, once he reported to the central authority and explained the situation, permission was promptly granted. He could only hope that these divine cannons would prove useful today. On the rooftop of the small courtyard, Chen Tianxiu slowly lifted his gaze to the sun above. At this moment, the yang energy was at its peak, a wave of yang malevolence cascading down to the earth, causing the surrounding beings to grow somewhat restless. Chen Tianxiu meticulously sensed the surrounding yang energy, and after a brief moment, as it slightly waned, he swiftly executed a gesture and drew forth the money sword. In the vast Fengdu, amidst the towering Vajra mountains, with the boundless radiance of spiritual treasures illuminating the fiery pools of torment, and the myriad souls of the nine nether punishing the guilty, accompanied by the fragrant cloud banner and the tranquil blue lotus of enlightenment. May the divine be eternally at peace. Open. Immediately following, Chen Tianxiu bellowed, and the money sword erupted with golden light, soaring skyward. Not long after, the money sword descended from above, piercing fiercely into the small courtyard, its blade embedding itself deep into the stone bricks. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of ominous energy erupted from the point of entry, quickly enveloping the entire courtyard. Wailing and howling filled the air, a cacophony of ghostly cries resonating throughout the heavens and earth, causing even the clear sky to be suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the sun. Prepare yourselves, esteemed predecessors, Chen Tianxiu said gravely, drawing forth the demon-slaying sword, standing ready for battle. Boom! As the words fell, an even greater surge of malevolent energy erupted from below. Imbued with the power of vengeance, any ordinary person who came into contact with it would lose their sanity. With a roar, the ground of the small courtyard instantly shattered, and a shadow enveloped in sinister energy ascended into the sky. This was a creature approximately several dozen meters long, with 3 claws, its body covered in scales. A humpbacked head adorned with 2 small protrusions, a monstrous entity known as the corpse of the serpent demon. It had indeed undergone a transformation, and astonishingly, its power had significantly revitalized. Upon witnessing the corpse of the serpent demon, Chen Tianxiu's expression darkened. The aura emanating from this creature was considerably stronger than his own, yet slightly weaker than that of the divine turtle. It was evident that it had regained the strength of the mid-stage foundation establishment, if allowed to further nurture itself. Once it detonated the corpse-raising ground, would it not recover its full strength as it had in life? The serpent's eyes glowed crimson, its roar resounding like thunder, seemingly filled with rage. This fury was, in fact, quite natural, as it had not breached the corpse-raising ground by its own means, and its power had yet to be fully restored. Should its former strength be completely regained, it would be able to continue down the path of the corpse demon and cultivate a corpse pill. Yet now, all of that was lost. You all shall perish. At that moment, the corpse of the serpent demon astonishingly spoke, its voice laced with fury. Immediately after, from the depths of the corpse-raising ground, decaying corpses crawled forth from a massive pit. Though they were ancient beings, the decay was slow due to the sustenance of the ground, and they still bore flesh and blood. Ancient friend, let us take action. Upon seeing the undead soldiers emerge, the coffin maker shouted. Very well. Gu Shiyuan did not hesitate, nodding in agreement as he chanted incantations, sending forth a 100-year-old binding rope for coffins. The binding cord, though seemingly short, unfurled to a remarkable length of 100 meters at this moment, swiftly ensnaring the dozen or so corpse soldiers attempting to emerge from the graveyard of the dead. The coffin maker, undeterred, formed an intricate hand gesture, and as his lips parted slightly, an ancient, diminutive coffin began to drift forth. Each side of the coffin bore the character for subdue. This was the coffin maker's treasured heirloom, the corpse-subduing coffin. This coffin is no ordinary vessel. It commands the dazzling stars to restrain the celestial forces and the waters and mountains to tame the earthly malevolence. The coffin maker recited. In an instant, the corpse-subduing coffin floated above the pit, gradually enlarging. Before long, it attained the size of a conventional coffin. At that moment, the corpse-subduing coffin split into 7, transforming from a singular corporeal coffin into 7 spectral apparitions that descended forcefully around the pit. The bound corpse soldiers, as if struck by an unseen force, plummeted into the abyss below, incapable of rising again. In the air, the demonic serpent corpse, witnessing its crafted soldiers being suppressed within the graveyard, was filled with indignation and let out a furious roar, charging towards the coffin maker. However, a formidable sword aura surged forth, momentarily halting the demon's advance. Your opponent stands before you, Chen Tianxiu declared, gradually levitating, his feet treading upon the void as he confronted the demonic serpent. In his grasp was the ghost-slaying sword, radiating a brilliant aura, and beneath him, the ethereal energy supported his form, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. The demonic serpent, possessing a semblance of intelligence yet lacking in true wisdom, redirected its animosity toward Chen Tianxiu in response to the provocation. You shall pay for disrupting my path. The vengeful corpse of the serpent bellowed furiously, and with a sudden opening of its maw, a stream of black spectral flames surged forth, hurtling towards Chen Tianxiu. Though this flame bore the semblance of fire, it was imbued with a dense aura of malevolence, accompanied by an acrid stench, unmistakably laden with potent venom. The serpent, a legendary creature known for its toxic nature, was indeed expected to wield such venomous power. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tianxiu did not hesitate. With a single hand, he formed a mystical seal and recited an incantation of radiant golden light. Empowered by the talisman of transcendence, a brilliant golden barrier materialized before him in an instant. As the black spectral flames struck the golden shield, a series of hissing sounds echoed, signifying their futile attempts to penetrate the barrier. The incantation was capable of vanquishing myriad evils. Thus, despite the formidable nature of the flames, they were rendered ineffective. Roaring in frustration at the ineffectiveness of its flames, the serpent corpse twisted its form and lunged towards Chen Tianxiu. The distance between them was minimal. In the blink of an eye, the serpent appeared before him, one of its 3 claws resembling an eagle's talon, reaching for Chen Tianxiu's head. Observing the serpent's astonishing speed, Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted, and he swiftly raised his sword in defense. Clang! In the next moment, he was sent hurtling several dozen meters away, barely managing to halt his descent midair. Rubbing his somewhat numbed wrist, he remarked, "What an incredible force." Fortunately, he had managed to deflect the strike. Otherwise, had it connected, he would have faced grave injury or even death. "Master, I come to aid you." At that moment, from the summit of Dongshan, a watchman called out loudly. With a flick of his wrist, 3 sticks of spiritual incense appeared in his hand, which he promptly ignited with a swift motion. The bell ringer reverently bowed and inserted the fragrant incense into the incense burner, which had already been prepared before him. Subsequently, he shed his upper garment, revealing the image of a night demon upon his chest. With a solemn expression, he formed hand seals and recited, "The fragrance deeply resonates with the cosmos, igniting a pure aroma that penetrates the ethereal gates. Oh, specter of the night demon, hasten your descent to quell the malevolent spirits upon our realm. Divine weapons." Swift as the decree. Upon concluding his incantation, 18 towering and grotesque statues of night demons gradually ascended within a 5-mile radius, centering around Xiaoyun. As the statues emerged, a door that seemed to originate from the abyss materialized in the air above the courtyard. Within that door lay a realm devoid of life. Merely gazing upon it, the onlookers felt as though their very souls were on the verge of being drawn away. Before long, a towering figure slowly emerged from the gateway, cloaked in darkness. With a formidable stature, green visage, and protruding fangs, a flame of verdant hue surged several feet above his head, adorned with a necklace of skulls. And wielding a trident of 3 sharp prongs, he was a sight of utter terror. Disciple Zhan Tianrui, I humbly welcome the spirit of the ethereal night demon. At the sight of the demon's emergence, the bell ringer immediately prostrated himself in reverence. Chen Tianxiu and other practitioners of ancient arts also offered their respects to the demon. I am aware of your desires. The malevolent beings manifesting in this world shall indeed be vanquished. The spirit of the demon spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing relentlessly. Humph, there are still allies present. Then let them all perish. The demon serpent, upon witnessing the spirit's arrival, let out a frenzied howl, its sinister energy surging dramatically, engulfing the entire courtyard in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Tianxiu swiftly formed hand seals, casting several spiritual sigils upon the crowd. In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped them, shielding them from the encroaching malevolence. This is not good. In the burial ground, there exists something unexpected. At this moment, the coffin maker's expression shifted dramatically as he called out urgently. What? The crowd was equally astonished. Wasn't the burial ground merely filled with countless ordinary corpse soldiers? Their souls could have already transcended into reincarnation. How could there still be something here? Just as the words were spoken, a fissure suddenly opened in the sealed burial ground, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy that surged forth like thick smoke, enveloping the courtyard above. Chen Tianxiu, sensing the essence within the smoke, was equally taken aback. There was indeed a presence of a soul. My soul, in exchange for the annihilation of these beings, I shall grant you freedom. At this moment, the spectral serpent corpse spoke in a solemn tone. The crowd was taken aback. The soul of the spectral serpent? How could this be possible? Wasn't he the spectral serpent's 3 souls and 7 spirits supposed to have been shattered by the heavenly tribulation? As the sinister energy dissipated, an ethereal spectral serpent materialized before everyone, and within this spectral form lay a tangible object, a piece of completely blackened wood, no larger than a palm, radiating an extraordinarily pure, malevolent energy. Soul-nurturing wood. My goodness. Upon seeing the black wood, Chen Tianxiu immediately recognized its origin. Soul-nurturing wood is a rare tree that thrives in places of extreme yin, possessing the ability to gather and nurture souls, a treasure of nature seldom seen in a century. The spectral serpent perished during the tribulation. Its 3 souls and 7 spirits should not have remained. However, if, at that moment, a piece of soul-nurturing wood had coincidentally gathered the shattered souls, the outcome would indeed be different. Indeed, the presence of the soul-nurturing wood does not guarantee the successful gathering of scattered souls. The longer the time elapses, or the greater the distance between them, the more incomplete the assembly of souls becomes. Observing the spirit of the demon serpent, Chen Tianxiu noted its incompleteness, as it lacked 1 soul and 2 spirits. It can be inferred that the soul-nurturing wood must have thrived within this place of corpse-nurturing. The demon serpent, having failed its tribulation, found its remains fortuitously deposited here, thus preventing its soul from dissipating into the ether. After centuries of nurturing by the soul-nurturing wood, its spirit has been largely restored. Perhaps with another century or 2 of care, the demon serpent's essence could be fully revived. Such is the trickery of the soul-nurturing wood. The night watchman sighed in contemplation. It seems a fierce battle awaits us today. Qin Daoist, let us hasten to seal the breach. Gu Shiyuan spoke with a grave countenance. Agreed. Chen Tianxiu nodded in affirmation. Re-preparing the corpse-restraining coffin, Gu Shiyuan, not one to conceal his prowess, unleashed all 10 binding ropes, significantly enhancing the seal's strength. The essence of the demon should have dispersed. This realm must not harbor you. At that moment, the spirit of the night demon turned its gaze toward the demon serpent's soul. As a denizen of the underworld, the night demon could be likened to a ghostly envoy. Witnessing a soul that defies the natural order was akin to a cat spotting a mouse. Lord Night Demon, I entrust the essence of the demon serpent to you. I shall contend with its corpse, Chen Tianxiu declared, clasping his fists toward the spirit. Each discipline has its expertise. The night demon was well equipped to handle spirits, and although the demon serpent's remains were of higher cultivation, it was not beyond the night demon's capabilities. However, the spirit of the Yaksha nodded slowly, then soared towards the soul of the serpent demon. Chapter 84. The divine banner reveals its might. Human cultivator, do you truly believe you can obstruct me? You have shattered my path. Today, I shall extract your souls and consume you alive. The serpent demon sneered upon seeing Chen Tianxiu standing before it. It sensed that Chun's aura was considerably weaker than its own, and besides the Yaksha spirit, the other cultivators present were mere insects in comparison. Whether I can stop you, we shall see, Chen Tianxiu replied calmly. He then turned his hand, revealing a small banner. Its 2 sides depicting a malevolent ghost and a divine being, the illustrious divine ghost banner. As this banner emerged, all living beings within a 10-mile radius were enveloped in fear and reverence. Even the serpent demon and the Yaksha spirit were not exempt from its influence. However, they quickly regained their composure, their gazes fixated on the small banner in Chen Tianxiu's grasp. What is this artifact? How can it instill fear in me? The serpent demon inquired in a grave tone. The mere presence of this object evoked trepidation. Surely, it was a rare treasure. This is the divine ghost banner, Chen Tianxiu explained. One side embodies virtue, the other vice. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, this banner will not affect you. Upon hearing his words, the crowd awkwardly lowered their heads, the Yaksha spirit included. Chen Tianxiu's statement reminded them of past transgressions, ill deeds. Despite one's attempts to be open-minded, various factors sometimes compel individuals to act otherwise. This is the nature of humanity. Humph! Regardless of what banner you wield, perish before me. The demon serpent, harboring malevolent thoughts, furiously charged towards Chen Tianxiu. Its 3 claws rapidly elongated, emanating a fierce aura as they descended. Unfazed, Chen Tianxiu cast the ghostly banner into the air, swiftly forming hand seals and reciting incantations. Banner suspended, treasure proclaimed, boundless blessings bestowed, guardians of the divine, cleanse the heavens of sins. As the incantation concludes, may the banner descend, the clouds return to the sky, and all decrees be executed without delay, swiftly as commanded. Upon completion of the incantation, the ghostly banner erupted with 2 radiant hues, black on one side, gold on the other. The manifestation of light revealed on the black side 3 formidable, grotesque demons. One bore a guillotine upon its shoulder, another wielded a skeletal dagger, and the third was ensnared by a dragon's coil, exuding terror. Conversely, the golden side unveiled 2 armored divine generals, one brandishing a divine whip and the other a demon-subduing pagoda, both exuding an imposing presence. Who dares to commit evil in broad daylight? Witness the might of the divine whip and the demon-subduing pagoda. They roared in unison, their thunderous voices echoing through the air as they unleashed their treasures upon the demon serpent. The divine whip struck the demon serpent with ferocity, tearing its flesh asunder. Roaring in fury, the demon serpent was not only struck in body but also in spirit. Despite its natural intelligence, it possessed no soul. Yet its corporeal form was its own. No sooner had the divine whip descended than the demon-subduing pagoda followed suit. It expanded instantaneously, transforming into a towering golden specter that crashed down upon the demon serpent with immense force. Bang! With a resounding crash, the demon serpent corpse plummeted from the heavens, crashing onto the ground and creating a substantial crater that revealed the burial grounds beneath. Below, the coffin maker and the ancient practitioner exchanged wry smiles, realizing that their workload had just increased. Chen Tianxiu, witnessing the demon serpent's fall, couldn't help but feel elated. Truly, the power of a supreme treasure is unparalleled. Seizing the moment, he called out, 3 malevolent spirits, heed my command and swiftly execute the demon serpent corpse. At his command, the 3 malevolent spirits responded in unison, each unleashing their formidable powers. One spirit, ensnared with a dragon-binding rope, cast it forth, and the rope flew out to entwine the demon serpent corpse. This binding technique was extraordinary, a supreme method of restraint that proved nearly impossible to escape. Indeed, the more the demon serpent struggled, the tighter the dragon-binding rope constricted. Another spirit, bearing the weight of a guillotine upon its shoulder, approached the demon serpent corpse and positioned its head upon the guillotine's platform. Meanwhile, the spirit wielding a skeletal dagger stepped forward, producing a gourd of wine from seemingly nowhere. Taking a hearty swig, it then sprayed the blade with the liquid, allowing a moment to pass before proclaiming, "Prepare for the initial strike." The malevolent spirit bared its fearsome jaws, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and then, with a sudden motion, raised the skeletal dagger high before bringing it down with great force toward the demon serpent's head. However, at that moment, the demon serpent corpse, drawing upon an unknown reservoir of strength, swiftly turned its head and opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent spirit was reduced to nothing but ashes. What in the world is happening? Chen Tianxiu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't the demon serpent supposed to exhale black, ghostly flames? Where did these red flames come from? The dark, sinister aura of the black flames is utterly ineffective against malevolent spirits, yet this crimson fire surprisingly contains a form of pure yang energy. Truly peculiar. The serpent-like corpse of the demon struggled violently after slaying a wicked ghost, yet the binding dragon cord remained tightly coiled around its body, even sinking into its flesh. Halt! You vile creature! Do not act with impudence. The 2 divine generals bellowed in fury, wielding their treasured weapons to strike at the serpent-like corpse. You dare harm my true form? I shall annihilate you all. The serpent-like corpse roared in rage. Suddenly, the dark aura enveloping it transformed into brilliant crimson flames. This fire, seemingly capable of incinerating all, quickly reduced the binding dragon cord to ashes. The crimson flames embodied pure yang energy. While the binding dragon cord was an artifact of malevolent spirits, their opposing natures rendered this occurrence unsurprising. Chen Tianxiu's expression shifted as he witnessed the serpent-like corpse breaking free, prompting him to invoke the golden light spell in preparation for battle. However, after freeing itself, the serpent-like corpse disregarded him entirely and plunged into a nearby river. Under the influence of the crimson flames, the river swiftly evaporated by nearly half, releasing thick clouds of steam. Chen Tianxiu, he observed the serpent-like corpse submerging into the water, clearly attempting to flee, yet a smile crept across his face. One cannot help but say, when there is a path untraveled, hell's door opens wide. For within the water lies a colossal creature. Chapter 85, Slaying the Serpent Demon. 1-4, At last. This fellow has taken to the water. I thought I would merely be a spectator today, exclaimed the ferryman, spitting into his hands and rubbing them together in excitement. Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping the pole in a radiant glow, before hurling it forward like a javelin. The pole soared into the air, only to vanish abruptly, reappearing several miles downstream. At that moment, it plunged into the water with the precision of a sword. The ferryman sensed the pole's presence in the water and immediately stood firm, reciting an incantation with fervor. Mountains be pressed apart, waters be held back. Summon the spirit and sever the ghostly peak. Deep dragon, descend into the depths of the current. I command you, let these waters flow eternally. As soon as the ferryman's words echoed through the air, a radiant golden beam descended from the heavens, striking the very spot where the pole had landed. In the next instant, an ethereal water dragon emerged from the surface, swirling gracefully for a moment before crashing down. With a resounding roar, the water dragon halted the downstream flow, sending forth a tremendous wave towards the ferryman. Within that colossal wave, the form of the demon serpent was unmistakably entangled. With a furious roar, the demon serpent was thrust back by the torrent, its rage boiling over as it turned to the ferryman and bellowed, opening its gaping maw to devour him whole. "Oh heavens, save me!" the ferryman exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. At that moment, two blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from beneath the water's surface, causing the river to surge dramatically as a colossal giant turtle swiftly ascended. With a roar akin to a dragon's, the divine turtle unleashed a thunderous bellow, its majestic horns radiating brilliance. In an instant, a fierce divine lightning bolt shot forth, striking the demon serpent with overwhelming force. The monstrous serpent corpse endured a heavy blow, momentarily faltering as it emitted a pained roar. Its flesh was ravaged by divine lightning, leaving it bloodied and torn. Subsequently, the serpent corpse appeared to lose all strength, crashing heavily into the water. "Some things return," the divine turtle remarked casually before submerging once more. Soon, columns of water erupted skyward, causing the riverbanks to collapse under the force. It was evident how intense the battle between the divine turtle and the serpent corpse was. Before long, a figure erupted from the water, crashing heavily onto the shore. It was the serpent corpse. At this juncture, it was battered and bruised, resembling a creature that had just returned from a harrowing ordeal. The serpent corpse lay on the ground, gasping for breath, having seemingly lost all will to resist after the divine turtle's onslaught. Meanwhile, the spirit of the night demon seized the opportunity, piercing the serpent's soul with a trident, proclaiming victory in this battle. The serpent's soul was already incomplete, although there was soul-nurturing wood. It had not been fully cultivated due to the premature opening of the burial ground, leaving it at a nascent foundation stage of strength. The night demon spirit specialized in vanquishing malevolent spirits, making it an effortless task to deal with the serpent's soul. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu stepped forward, reciting the incantation once more. At that instant, the knife-wielding malevolent spirit, previously eliminated by the serpent corpse's ambush, reappeared. These spirits and deities were summoned by his spiritual power, and as long as his energy remained unspent, they could be resurrected infinitely. Upon its emergence, the knife-wielding spirit glared angrily at the fallen serpent corpse, cursing, "Wretched creature! How dare you attack me?" Chen Tianxiu. Such words are not his to utter. However, it is not surprising that a malevolent spirit would resort to such vulgarity. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu commanded once more, "Evil spirits of the three factions, heed my command. Slay the serpent corpse." At once, the three malevolent spirits responded in unison. Then, the spirit bound by the dragon binding rope produced another coil, casting it forth to ensnare the serpent corpse tightly. The spirit bearing the guillotine deftly positioned the serpent's head upon the executioner's block. At this moment, the The serpent corpse regained some semblance of consciousness. Gazing at Chen Tianxiu with a grave tone, "Human cultivator, should you dare to slay me, the demon king shall avenge my demise. This world shall descend into chaos once more." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback. The demon king? What new threat emerges after vanquishing the lesser spirit? Nonetheless, he had heard the title of demon king before. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "The demon king you speak of, could it be the Crimson Lotus Demon King?" "Oh, I did not expect you to recognize my master," the serpent corpse retorted with a sardonic laugh. "To speak plainly, I was once a guardian spirit of the Crimson Lotus Demon King. Though I am now deceased, I remain a servant of the Demon King. Should you choose to slay me, when my master returns, he shall obliterate all living beings in this realm." The mention of the Crimson Lotus Demon King caught Chen Tianxiu's attention, revealing an unexpected connection to that notorious figure. At that moment, Gu Xiaoyuan's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. "Friend Gu, what is the background of this Crimson Lotus Demon King? It sounds rather formidable." Chen Tianxiu inquired with curiosity. Having spent a lifetime in the company of the ferryman and the night watchman, he was largely unaware of the rumors circulating beyond their secluded existence. In ancient times, Gu Xiaoyuan traversed the world in pursuit of enlightenment, naturally acquiring a wealth of knowledge. The tale of the Scarlet Lotus Demon King reached my ears during my quest for wisdom at Tianshan Mountain, where it is said that a divine tomb lies hidden. Those who pay homage may receive celestial blessings, and those who believe may attain immortality. Driven by curiosity, I ascended the mountain in search of this tomb, yet I found no trace of its existence. Subsequently, my pursuit of understanding led me to pay little heed to this matter. Later, I encountered a venerable shaman from the southern frontier who divulged that the so-called divine tomb was not of a god, but rather of a demon. A century ago, a great shaman had misguidedly begun to venerate the tomb, and this tradition persisted to this day. He recounted that centuries ago, a Taoist frequently wandered at the foot of Tianshan, luring with various treasures, claiming that a demon king resided within the mountain. He warned that should the demon remain unvanquished, chaos would ensue across the land, thus beseeching the masters of southern sorcery to join forces against the Scarlet Lotus Demon King. However, Tianshan holds a sacred place in the hearts of the southern sorcerers, and they could not fathom the existence of demons within its bounds, leading none to heed the Taoist's plea. It is said that in a fit of frustration, the Taoist ascended the mountain alone, never to be seen again. If this tale bears truth, then the Scarlet Lotus Demon King was indeed formidable in those days. Now, centuries later, one can only imagine the extent of its power. Gu Xiaoyuan reminisced intently, finally articulating these thoughts. The listeners were taken aback by his words, with Chen Tianxiu furrowing his brow in deep concern. Indeed, it is the Scarlet Lotus Demon King, and astonishingly, the tomb of this demon has been revered as a divine site by the practitioners of southern sorcery. It is hard not to question the reasoning of such individuals. Moreover, this is far from favorable news. Knowing the formidable nature of our master, do you still refuse to allow my departure? Fear not. I shall return to the divine tomb immediately after my exit, without lingering in the mortal realm. At this moment, the spectral serpent spoke with a buzzing voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Allow you to leave? Surely, you must still be dreaming. Blade-wielding fiend. Strike. At your command." The blade-wielding specter responded promptly, raising its skeletal knife and bringing it down with great force. With a sickening thud, a splendid head tumbled to the ground. Chapter 86. Adding a stroke of merit. 2-4. With the severance of the spectral serpent's head, it was utterly obliterated. Though its spirit remained impaled upon the trident, observing the demise of its corporeal form, it let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, My true essence bears the mark of my master's enslavement. Should you slay my body, my master shall surely be informed. You shall witness the downfall of this world. How absurd! A mere wretched soul dares to threaten us? The spirit of the night demon bellowed, and instantly, a torrent of black flames erupted from the trident, scorching the spectral serpent's spirit, which writhed in agony. Chen Tianxiu and the others did not intervene. After all, even if they were to release the spectral serpent, would the Crimson Lotus Demon King not wreak havoc upon the world? It was merely a matter of time. Besides, the Crimson Lotus Demon King had remained within the Demon King's tomb for centuries without any signs of emergence, and it was unlikely that he would emerge solely because the spectral serpent had been slain. Moreover, No matter how powerful the Demon King might be, there existed many exceptional individuals in this world capable of dealing with him. Thank you, Lord Night Demon, for assisting us in vanquishing the demon. At this moment, Chen Tianxiu performed a respectful bow towards the Night Demon. Thank you, Lord Yiksha, for assisting us in vanquishing the demons. The crowd exclaimed, bowing in unison. The Yakshan nodded and replied in a resonant voice. Your noble endeavor to rid the world of malevolence for the sake of all living beings is indeed commendable. Upon my return, I shall duly report to Lord Shui and ensure that you receive due merit for your virtuous deeds. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in joy. Bowing once more, we thank you, Lord Yiksha, and express our gratitude to Lord Shui. With matters concluded here, I shall now take my leave. The Yakshan nodded and subsequently opened the gates of hell, ushering the soul of the demon serpent within. The soul, which was destined to dissipate into the cosmos, now gathered once more, preparing to experience the torments of the underworld. Once the Yaksha vanished, the gates of hell closed once again, but at that moment, a piece of obsidian wood fell to the ground, the very soul-nurturing wood. However, despite its presence, the crowd remained motionless. While such treasures are indeed precious, they were all advanced in age and held their dignity in high regard, especially in the company of so many seasoned practitioners. None wished to become the subject of ridicule. At this time, Chen Tianxiu gathered the 3 ghosts and 2 deities back into the ghostly banner, subsequently storing the banner within his system space. Now, only the myriad of corpse soldiers remained in this necromantic ground. Everyone, join me in performing a rite to dispel the resentment of these corpses. Chen Tianxiu proclaimed solemnly. Certainly, the crowd nodded in agreement as the ferryman and the bell ringer approached, taking their respective positions at the 4 cardinal points. Each of them formed a seal of rebirth with their hands, awaiting the moment in silence. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu felt a surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet, stepping into the void and gradually positioning himself at the center. He then retrieved the purple gold bell and gently began to shake it. The sound of the bell resonated, ding, 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 as Chen Tianxiu diligently chanted the incantation, invoking the celestial powers. With the utterance of his spell, he released the purple golden bell, allowing it to hover in midair. Almost immediately, a radiant beam of golden light emanated from the bell, cascading down into the necropolis. At this moment, several esteemed elders of the ancient sect began to chant in unison the incantation recited by Chen Tianxiu. Streams of spiritual energy surged forth from the gathered individuals, converging into the purple golden bell. In an instant, the golden light intensified, enveloping all the undead soldiers within the necropolis. These soldiers, devoid of souls, had long since returned to the realm of the dead. Their bodies had merely been transformed into vessels of the undead by the malevolent serpent. They harbored an abundance of sinister energy, ready to serve their wicked master. As the golden light from the purple golden bell descended upon their corpses, an immense amount of dark energy erupted from their orifices, their previously ashen complexions gradually shifting to a ghastly white. However, the dark energy they expelled did not dissipate. Instead, it began to coalesce in increasing density above the necropolis. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu promptly recited the golden light incantation, unleashing a beam of golden radiance that merged with the sinister energy. The golden light incantation possesses the power to vanquish all malevolence, and in an instant, the dark energy was consumed by the golden light. After approximately an hour, all the undead soldiers regained their original forms, and the immense amount of dark energy within the necropolis was entirely eradicated. At this moment, the onlookers were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. They had yet to establish their foundations, their internal spiritual energy scant. After engaging in fierce battles and expending over an hour in continuous effort, their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Only Chen Tianxiu fared slightly better, though he too bore beads of sweat upon his brow. Esteemed seniors, your efforts today are deeply appreciated. Chen Tianxiu expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. Haha, master, you jest. In terms of toil, none surpasses your own, Gu Shiyuan replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed. Indeed. Who could rival his cultivation level? Chen Tianxiu chimed in, chuckling heartily. The demon serpent corpse has been vanquished, and the burial ground for the undead has been destroyed. A significant threat has been neutralized, granting me a sense of relief. The night watchman nodded with a smile. Hee hee, this journey has not been in vain. Not only have I made the acquaintance of esteemed companions, but we have also eradicated the demon serpent corpse and accrued a substantial amount of merit. Truly remarkable. The ferryman remarked with a beaming smile. The spirit of the Yaksha had previously mentioned that it would report these matters to Lord Chui, thereby bestowing them additional merit. Lord Chui is none other than Judge Chui, an esteemed figure under the King of Hell, who oversees the ledger of life and death. This distinguished individual is known for his fair and stringent dealings, accompanying the King of Hell, and is recognized for his impartiality. It is certain that this merit will be granted. With such merit, upon their demise and return to the underworld, they might not only aspire to serve as minor officials, but could also be afforded the opportunity to be reborn into a good family in their next life. Friend Su speaks wisely. Merit is indeed rare, while other possessions are merely external trappings. This is our greatest gain of the day. Gu Shiyuan concurred with a nod. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu could not help but smile faintly. To him, the act of accumulating merit held little significance, as such virtues only became relevant after death, a notion he had no inclination to entertain. Cultivating immortality? To embark on this earthly journey without seeking eternal life would indeed be a futile endeavor. Subsequently, Chen Tianxiu did not dwell further on these thoughts and approached the corpse of the demon serpent. This demon serpent had cultivated for a millennium, and the treasures it possessed were undoubtedly precious. Additionally, he was quite curious about the source of the blazing yang fire that had erupted from the demon serpent's corpse earlier. As an entity of the yin type, it should not inherently possess such yang fire. Regardless of its nature, a closer inspection would reveal the truth. With a flick of his wrist, the slaying ghost sword appeared in his grasp. Chapter 87. The Yang Flame Golden Toad, 3-4. Chen Tianxiu thrust the sword toward the demon serpent's vital point, and the blade met unexpected resistance, penetrating only a couple of inches as if it had struck brick. However, with a surge of spiritual energy, the sword swiftly embedded itself deeper. He then drew it sharply, slicing from the vital point toward the tail. As the corpse split open, a brilliant crimson yang fire ignited, enveloping the entire body. Observing this, Chen Tianxiu immediately activated the golden light spell, enveloping himself in a protective aura to shield against the flames. How perilous! Even in death, it remains restless, he remarked with a wry smile. Without further hesitation, he used the slaying ghost sword to pry open the demon serpent's abdomen, and at that moment, a sphere enveloped in flames began to rise, floating in midair. As the orb detached from the body, the crimson flames that had enveloped the corpse of the demon serpent vanished without a trace. It became evident that these flames were emanating from the orb itself. What could this be? Chen Tianxiu gazed at the orb with a hint of perplexity. There were many treasures capable of producing flames, yet this particular one was unfamiliar to him. At that moment, several elders approached, meticulously scrutinizing the orb. After a brief examination, Gu Shiyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "I believe I have an idea. Could this object possibly be the inner core of the Yangyan Golden Toad?" The name Yangyan Golden Toad caused the gathered individuals to furrow their brows, clearly indicating they had never heard of it before. Observing their confusion, Gu Shiyuan continued, "While you may not be acquainted with the Yangyan Golden Toad, I am certain you are familiar with the Falling Treasure Golden Toad, correct?" Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the group. The Falling Treasure Golden Toad is likely a creature beloved by the majority of humanity. This toad, also known as the Gathering Treasure Golden Toad, is renowned for its ability to absorb wealth and cultivate its essence. Much like the water monkey, it possesses a penchant for collecting treasures. However, it poses no harm to others. Its sole pursuit is the path of cultivation. If one were fortunate enough to capture one and keep it at home, the family's fortune would undoubtedly flourish, and they would experience smooth sailing in all their endeavors. With wealth pouring in. Senior Gu, if what you say is true, could it be that the Yangyan Golden Toad is a relative of the Falling Treasure Golden Toad? Chen Tianxiu inquired with keen curiosity. Indeed, you have guessed correctly. The Yangyan Golden Toad belongs to the same family as the Falling Treasure Golden Toad. While the Falling Treasure Golden Toad cultivates by absorbing wealth, the Yangyan Golden Toad thrives on the essence of the sun. It also has a penchant for collecting treasures, albeit those imbued with the energy of pure sunlight. This creature absorbs the pure solar energy from these treasures, transforming it into its own radiant flames. The Demon Serpent. Once a serpent in its former life, despite the Yangyan Golden Toad having produced a demon core, would likely find itself outmatched by its nemesis. Hence, this inner core was devoured by the demon serpent, becoming part of its being, as the ancient cultivator Yuan nodded in agreement. Thus, it seems there is a degree of possibility. The demon serpent is indeed a being capable of forming cores and transforming into a flood dragon. Aware of the impending tribulations, it seeks treasures that can enhance its strength. The night watchman mused thoughtfully, nodding. Nonetheless, the demon serpent has yet to overcome the tribulation. Very well. If that is the case, does any elder here require this treasure? Feel free to take it, Chen Tianxiu remarked with a gentle smile. Now, we arrive at the division of spoils. No, rather, the sharing of treasures. As a junior, it is only fitting that he concedes to the elders, particularly since this item seems of little use to him. However, upon hearing his words, everyone took a step back, casting their gazes upon him. Chen Tianxiu, what is the matter? Did I say something amiss? Ahem, Master Walking Foot. This item possesses pure solar energy. We old bones might not be able to withstand it. The night watchman coughed twice at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxiu immediately grasped the situation and offered an awkward smile. Those in the ancient profession are engaged in dealings of the underworld, perpetually shrouded in yin energy, inherently belonging to the realm of shadows. Placing such a sunlit object beside oneself will conflict with one's innate, leading, over time, to minor ailments or, in severe cases, a regression in cultivation. Thus, even though they recognize its treasures, none of them harbor the desire to possess it. Of course, those with higher cultivation levels can evade such consequences. Among them, he stands as the most accomplished. Well then, since this esteemed item is unwanted by all, I shall accept it, Chen Tianxiu said courteously, deftly storing the demon core within his system space. The system space isolates all, ensuring that the remains contained. Perfect. Fellow cultivators, the corpse of this demon snake lies here. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them, for it would be a pity to let such a body go to waste. The bell ringer remarked with a grin. Indeed, such a find should not be squandered. I desire 2 snake claws to take home as paddles, if none object. The ferryman chuckled. Naturally, I have no objections. I have no particular needs myself, but to prove I have slain a demon snake, I shall claim 2 of its fangs. Ancient Xiao Yuan said, stroking his beard with a smile. Well, I too am nearing the end of my journey in this world, and treasures hold little allure for me.